When misfortune strikes, even a sip of cold water can chip your teeth. On the very day of his 30th birthday, Zhou Fang never imagined he would suffer blow after heavy blow. Barely after starting work that morning, he received notice from his superior. Due to certain reasons, their training center could no longer operate and would be shut down that very day. He worked in the education and training industry. Though the overall climate had worsened and he had heard that policies from above would soon rectify their entire sector, he had never expected the axe to fall so swiftly. The matter had erupted too abruptly, and the company had yet to negotiate their wages and compensation. They were simply told to go home and wait for further notice. A group of longtime colleagues clamored and quarreled with the management, yet no resolution was reached. Only when the senior executive arrived and gave his guarantees did the crowd, powerless, reluctantly disperse. Zhou Fang was equally helpless, yet he could only accept reality and leave the company. Once outside, he intended to call his girlfriend Zhao Yueyao to explain the situation and seek a bit of comfort. Unexpectedly, before he could even speak, she presented him with a special gift. "Zhou Fang, I'm sorry, let's break up. I know today is your birthday, and I shouldn't say this to you on such a day. But I've thought long and hard. I no longer want to deceive you nor betray my own heart. Trying so hard is exhausting, truly. I'm almost 30 and my youth is about to end. I want to live in a spacious home and drive a BBA. I want to change into different beautiful clothes and handbags every day. I want a life free of worry. Yet with you I truly cannot see a future. Housing prices in the provincial capital are far beyond what we can afford. Your family situation is poor and cannot offer any help. Your job is treading water, offering no real room for growth. Relying solely on the two of us, even if we neither ate nor drank, it would take many years to save up the down payment. The future I can imagine with you is one where after we marry we spend our entire lives paying off the mortgage and car loans, fretting over daily necessities. In just a few years I'd turn into a thoroughly greasy, haggard woman. Zhou Fang, if you want to call me materialistic or vain, do as you please. Let it be my fault. Let's end it here. Let's delete each other." Just as Zhao Yueyao was about to hang up, Zhou Fang, who had not yet uttered a single word, finally let out a bitter smile and spoke. "Last month when you switched jobs you slipped and said your new boss was the child of your relative's classmate, and that your relative and your parents all wanted you to give him a try. So you two have already succeeded at this blind date." After a brief silence, Zhao Yueyao did not answer and simply hung up. Holding his phone, Zhou Fang stood on the busy street watching the hurried passers-by as a wry smile tugged at his lips. He had always harbored a faint premonition about his girlfriend's departure. He had simply never expected it to happen. Alas, when it rains it pours. Memories of his days with Zhao Yueyao surfaced, one fragment after another in his mind. He and Zhao Yueyao had not attended the same university. However, because there was a couple from their high school in each of their dormitories, the two dorms became linked and often held joint gatherings. Both he and Zhao Yueyao came from the same county, and they looked out for each other, maintaining a good relationship. At that time, however, they had not taken things further. After graduation, Zhou Fang stayed in the provincial capital and found a job in education and training. It was precisely because of this job that he crossed paths with Zhao Yueyao once more. Years had already passed since graduation when one day Zhao Yueyao helped a relative pick up and drop off a child at a tutoring class. She had not expected that the instructor there would be Zhou Fang. It turned out Zhao Yueyao was also working in the provincial capital, temporarily living with relatives. Seeing a familiar face, the two were genuinely delighted and chatted for a long time. As they interacted more, Zhao Yueyao suddenly felt that Zhou Fang's conditions were quite decent. Though his looks were not dazzling like a movie star's, he was still rather handsome, especially with his tall, sturdy build. Among ordinary people, he was certainly a standout. Moreover, Zhou Fang's job was fairly stable and his income, while not exceptional, was comfortably above average, making him a solid choice as a potential partner. At that time, Zhao Yueyao was like most young women, yearning for a beautiful romance and had not yet deemed material concerns all that important. So she began to take the initiative. As the saying goes, when a woman pursues a man, only a thin veil stands between them. With Zhao Yueyao being quite attractive herself, after a few rounds of such interactions, the two officially started dating. During the more than 3 years that followed, Zhou Fang responded to Zhao Yueyao's every request and treated her with meticulous care. Aside from sending some money to support his parents and covering his own living expenses, he spent almost all of his salary on their relationship. Over these years, his bank balance was scarcely more than a trickle. He and Zhao Yueyao had already met each other's parents, but because Zhou Fang had not bought an apartment in the provincial capital, her parents never gave their blessing to the marriage. Due to both her major and personality, Zhao Yueyao had changed jobs 5 or 6 times in succession, yet none had lasted long. Last month, she changed jobs yet again, telling him that the position was introduced by a relative and that the boss was the child of that relative's classmate. At the time, she had even laughed as she told him that her relative adored this new boss and praised him as young, promising, and worth tens of millions. Furthermore, that relative had told her parents about it. Her family urged her to leave Zhou Fang, and spend more time with the boss, saying that perhaps the two families could become related by marriage. She then suddenly realized these words were not something she should have shared with Zhou Fang. Back then she had solemnly assured him that she was merely treating the story as a joke to amuse him. She said that although the new boss was rich, his looks were far inferior to Zhou Fang's, short, fat, with a beer belly, and utterly unattractive, and that she would never be interested in such a man. He had never imagined that in just a single month her family's words would come true. In that instant, having endured the twin blows of unemployment and heartbreak, Zhou Fang gazed about in utter confusion. He did not know to whom he could confide his stifling emotions, and thus drifted through the entire day in a haze. That night, Zhou Fang did not seek out any friends to celebrate his birthday. Alone in his rented room, he tried to drown his sorrows in alcohol and drank himself into a stupor. Just before losing consciousness, he muttered, pointing at the top of his head, venting his anger in a drunken tirade. "Damn it, you wretched heavens, my first 30 years have been miserable enough. As a child, I was practically a walking medicine jar. Minor illnesses, constant major ones arriving every few years. Several times I nearly kicked the bucket. When I finally grew older and my health improved on the very first day of the high school entrance exam, you had me hit by a car. I missed the exam and was forced to repeat a year. Then you came again at the college entrance exam. The entire school headed to the test site together with the teachers, but I alone tripped over a step, fell flat on my face, blacked out, and had to repeat another year. I won't even mention the rest. In daily life, whenever I finish washing the bedsheets, it immediately rains. Walking with others, bird droppings always land on my head. In class, whenever the teacher draws lots to call on students, I never escape. Eating out, flies or bits of wire inevitably end up in my bowl. At the barber's, the stylist always manages to sneeze perfectly all over my face. I just bought a car when in the very next month you announced that the same model had dropped in price and that the government was having the purchase tax. Even when the company distributes holiday gifts, though everyone supposedly gets the same, mine is always spoiled or broken. I haven't had a single day that went smoothly. And today is my birthday, my one and only 30th birthday, and you make me both jobless and loveless. Just how many sins did I commit in my previous life for you to punish me like this? Even if my crimes were grave, after so many years you should have cooled off by now, shouldn't you? Forget it, I won't argue with you anymore. Today is my birthday, or I'll make a wish. I hope you'll treat me better from now on and finally let my luck turn." After venting, Zhou Fang did not even bother to turn off the light. He collapsed heavily onto the bed and sank into a deep sleep. Outside the window, the sky was moonless. In the darkness, scattered neon lights shimmered strangely. Suddenly, a faint purple mist pierced through the night, ignoring the glass as it drifted over Zhou Fang's head, and with each of his breaths seeped entirely into his nostrils. On the outskirts of the provincial capital, in the Fuguijia Garden residential compound, inside a small rental room, a shrill, urgent alarm tone suddenly pierced the air. Cough, cough. Zhou Fang blinked awake in a daze, hacking a few times before fumbling for his phone. He silenced the alarm, thumped his chest, and his eyes remained slightly fogged with confusion. "I seem to have lost my job. I don't even need to get up this early anymore." After a long spell of grogginess, he finally sat up. On the floor, beer cans lay scattered in every direction, while cake boxes and takeout containers littered the table in utter chaos. He rubbed his temples. This hangover felt truly miserable. After splashing water on his face, Zhou Fang began to clean the room. It had never been this slovenly before. He rented an old resettlement flat built many years ago. It was quite a distance from the city center, but the rent was cheap, which made up for it. His one-bedroom unit would easily cost 4,000 to 5,000 yuan a month in the main urban districts, yet here the monthly rent was only 1,500. The apartment was relatively run down with hardly any decent furniture, yet he had always kept it spotless and neatly arranged. Zhao Yueyao often said that Zhou Fang was even cleaner than most women. He not only loved tidying the place, but his cooking surpassed that of many housewives, making him, in her words, more competent than a woman. She had even joked that if they ever got married, Zhou Fang would make a perfect stay-at-home husband. Sadly, that possibility no longer existed. Once the room was clean, Zhou Fang glanced at his phone. Hundreds of new messages flooded the workgroup chat. Colleagues debating the sudden shutdown of their training program and talking about wage compensation. Not a single manager had spoken. He skimmed through and, finding nothing truly useful, went to take a shower. The previous night he had passed out drunk without bathing or changing his clothes. While showering, Zhou Fang suddenly remembered something. "I think I had a dream while I was asleep. What was it again? Right, I think I cursed heaven itself, complaining that that damned heaven had made me unlucky for half my life. Then heaven actually appeared. What did he look like? Damn it, I can't remember. I even bargained with him, saying that since it was my birthday, he should at least grant me a wish and change my luck. And he actually agreed." He vaguely recalled heaven blowing out a breath, purple in color, that fell straight onto his head while muttering about purple chi rising from the east and extremes reversing and other mystical phrases. At this point, Zhou Fang curled his lip, shook off the unrealistic dream, finished his shower, and changed his clothes. Before long, everything was in order, yet he suddenly felt strangely out of place. At this hour on a normal day, he would already be rushing to catch the subway, squeezed into a mass of bodies, silently cursing heartless capitalists before beginning another hectic day of work. Now unemployed, he simply sat at home, feeling waves of emptiness wash over him, not knowing what to do. He thought about job hunting, but the current position had yet to be formally terminated. The company's future was uncertain, and who knew how long the paperwork would drag on. In the past, whenever he had a day off, he would accompany Zhao Yueyao, following her tastes, to watch movies, stroll through shopping streets, or visit nearby scenic spots. But now his girlfriend belonged to someone else. After sitting in a daze for a while, he grabbed his phone and headed out. Since he was single again and no longer needed to factor in Zhao Yueyao's preferences, he decided he would enjoy the day alone, indulging his own tastes completely. A few li away from the compound, he reached a public parking lot where his car was kept. Parking spaces within the complex were scarce and tenants had no spots of their own. Before him stood a BYD F3, the car he had bought after saving for a year of work. He had always loved cars, and back in university, he had imagined countless times the luxurious high-performance vehicle he would one day drive. Only when he started working did he realize how hard money was to earn. Even with strict frugality for an entire year, his savings had never exceeded 100,000 yuan. Yet the dream of owning a car kept tugging at him. In the end, he gritted his teeth and bought the lowest configuration entry-level model. During those early days, he was thrilled, eager enough to practically sleep in the car, cherishing it like his own child. But soon he realized the purchase was almost useless. His home was far from his workplace, and the provincial capital had an enormous number of cars. Every rush-hour commute left him utterly drained by the relentless traffic jams. Without a car, he had once taken the subway with ease. After buying one, his expenses rose, and his daily commuting time nearly doubled. Eventually, the little sedan became nothing but a tasteless burden, neither quite useful nor easy to discard. He drove it only during holidays, when visiting home, or when taking Zhao Yueyao on short trips to nearby attractions. 5 years had passed, and the odometer barely reached 30,000 kilometers. If the parking lot here weren't free, he would have sold the car long ago, otherwise the parking fees alone would have drained him. For the entire day, Zhou Fang drove through different districts of the provincial capital, glimpsing another side of it. He discovered that even during regular working hours, countless people had no need to be at work. They shopped at leisure, played at will, and freely enjoyed the sweetness of life. He saw towering skyscrapers, a multitude of luxurious residential compounds, CBD blocks, and shopping plazas, all proclaiming the prosperity of this rising first-tier metropolis. In these prime locations, housing prices easily soared into tens of thousands per square meter. Even if Zhou Fang lived frugally for several lifetimes, he would never afford such a home. Only when the sun finally set and lights blossomed across the city did he end his day's journey. His mood that day was profoundly complicated. How could people living in the same city experience fortunes so wildly different? After parking the car and leaving the lot, he passed by a welfare lottery shop. The place was crowded, voices clashing in the cramped space. Zhou Fang unconsciously halted and glanced inside. Everyone inside seemed to be dreaming of using a few numbers to overturn their fate and ascend to the peak of life. This tiny shop was perhaps the only legal path left in society for an ordinary person to become rich overnight. For a moment, countless emotions surged through Zhou Fang's heart, and his thoughts wandered wildly. Hey, what are you fantasizing about? Lottery tickets are a scam. With those 2 yuan, you could buy 2 bags of salt and eat for months. Besides, it's not like you've never bought tickets before. Forget big prizes. Given your lousy luck, you haven't even hit the 5 yuan consolation blue ball. He stood there for a few seconds, then turned to leave. But after only a couple of steps, he abruptly spun around and went back. To hell with it. I've been unlucky for decades. I refuse to believe it'll last forever. I just dreamed last night that heaven was going to change my luck. Fine, I'll buy a ticket today, and nothing will stop me. I'm not buying small. If I buy, I'm going for the big one. To hell with caution. Boss, I want a ticket. No fixed numbers, all random. Multiplier. 50 times. 100 yuan. When the owner handed him the thin slip of paper, Zhou Fang glanced at the ticket, and then at the 100 yuan note in his hand, and regret quietly crept in. Damn. With my kind of luck, this 100 yuan probably won't even make a sound. He had acted on impulse, far too impulsively. Filled with remorse, he nevertheless slipped the ticket carefully into his wallet, then turned and walked toward his residential compound. Joy descends from the heavens. The 5th largest prize in the history of the welfare lottery has been born. Last night, the double colorball jackpot erupted in a frenzy. A lucky player from Jiangdong province alone claimed a grand prize of 259 million yuan. A single ticket multiplied 50 times, and the fortunate winner took the entire 250 million jackpot alone. Early in the morning, countless people saw the overwhelming torrent of winning news spreading across every information platform. My God, 259 million. That person is unbelievably lucky. Exactly. Forget the full 250 plus million. Even if I just won a mere 9 million of their small change, I'd be overjoyed to death. Damn it, this is rigged, absolutely rigged. Who could possibly buy a single set of numbers 50 times? Damn, the director must have intervened again. The winner won't reveal their real name. It has to be fake. Look at the big jackpots overseas. The whole nation knows the winner's identity, only that feels real. Looks like lottery sales have started to slump again. This must be a publicity stunt to trick everyone into buying tickets. Countless people sneered at the news, yet even more were filled with bitter envy, wishing with all their hearts that the winner had been themselves. No matter what the crowd thought, in the days that followed, lottery sales at centers across every province surged relentlessly. On the previous night, right after the winning numbers were announced, the lottery shop opposite the public parking lot, where Zhou Fang had parked, was already packed to the brim with people. The shop owner stayed up through the night, hanging a banner to celebrate that the super jackpot had fallen upon his store. If fireworks and firecrackers were still permitted, he would already have set them off in celebration. With this jackpot, not only would he receive an additional reward from the lottery center, he could clearly foresee the future income of his shop soaring dramatically. Meanwhile, countless people tried to dig up information about the mysterious jackpot winner, yet they found nothing at all. Even the shop owner himself could not obtain the winner's details. All he knew was that the ticketing machine in his store had printed the winning ticket. The rest of the information had already been locked down by the lottery center. If he truly wished to investigate, he could of course find out. The store was under round-the-clock surveillance, and the security footage could easily reveal who had bought the winning ticket. Yet, even if he discovered the winner's identity, he was forbidden to disclose it. Otherwise, a prison sentence would inevitably descend upon him. Inside a cramped rental apartment, Zhou Fang slept until he woke naturally. He had drunk heavily once again. The events of the previous day, together with his confusion about the future, had filled his heart with anxiety. In the end, he once more sought to drown his sorrows in alcohol. As for the lottery ticket he had bought last night, he had not been paying continuous attention to it. He had never considered himself a man favored by fortune and would never indulge in the fantasy of winning a grand prize. Moreover, the ticket he purchased yesterday had been a randomly generated one multiplied 50 times a probability, so remote it was nearly unimaginable. On top of his dejection, he had drunk himself into an early sleep. After getting out of bed, Zhou Fang brushed his teeth and washed up before going to the bathroom. Sitting on the toilet, he scrolled through short videos on his phone. One particular video suddenly caught his attention. Yesterday, the lottery exploded with a colossal jackpot, 250 million. It's even the 5th largest prize in lottery history. Damn, who's that lucky, becoming a billionaire in an instant? The winner is a player from Jiangdong province. The selling location is Lottery Point No. XXXX on XX Street, XX District, Jiangling City, the provincial capital. This isn't that the place where I bought my ticket yesterday? Zhou Fang was utterly stunned as a possibility flashed through his mind. In an instant, his face flushed bright red. Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. I'm a wretchedly unlucky loser. How could I possibly win a grand prize? Muttering to himself, Zhou Fang suddenly thought of something. Right, where's my ticket? It's in my wallet. Yes, the wallet. Although he still could not truly imagine himself having the fate to win such a jackpot, Zhou Fang's heart had already descended into chaos. He hastily finished in the bathroom, yanked up his trousers, and rushed out to search for the ticket. His wallet lay on the nightstand by his bed. Zhou Fang's hands were trembling as he opened it, and inside a lottery ticket lay intact, carefully tucked within. He picked up the ticket and checked the numbers against his phone. 3, 9, 10, 17, 24, 29, 7. The numbers on his ticket were exactly the same string. That's right, all of them match, even the blue ball is correct. It's me who won. Heavens above, I really hit the jackpot. A 250 million grand prize. Unable to believe it, Zhou Fang checked the ticket again and again. The numbers were identical. Every single digit matched. Holy, 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 holy. A hoarse roar tore from Zhou Fang's throat as his entire body trembled violently. He could no longer control his emotions at all. In the afternoon, at the entrance of the Fuguay Jiyuan residential complex, a young man wearing a baseball cap and glancing around nervously walked out of the community and hailed a taxi. This man was none other than Zhou Fang, who only now was preparing to head to the Provincial Welfare Lottery Center to claim his prize. He had spent the entire morning in a state of intense excitement and nervousness. Throughout the half morning, he had drunk only a single bottle of milk and eaten nothing else, yet felt no hunger at all. He had, however, smoked nearly half a pack of cigarettes. Only around noon did Zhou Fang's mood finally begin to calm. At that moment, he suddenly felt certain that the dream he had had the night before last about the Lord of Heaven must have been real. If heaven had not altered his fate, Then given his 30 years of misfortune, how could such overwhelming good fortune have descended upon him? After steadying his emotions and preparing to claim the prize, he carefully sealed the lottery ticket in a small bag and hid it close to his body before leaving home. Fearing that his excitement might affect his driving, he chose to take a taxi for safety's sake. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful. Near the lottery center, Zhou Fang got out of the taxi, took out the mask he had prepared, and put it on, then walked alone toward the interior of the center. The subsequent procedures were more or less as he had learned online. The staff at the prize-claiming counter verified the ticket he had brought, checked his identity card, and then wrote his name and ID number on the back of the ticket. What followed was a series of procedures: issuing the prize, making a donation, and giving an anonymous interview. Zhou Fang's jackpot was the largest prize ever won in Jiangdong province, with a post-tax amount reaching a staggering 207 million yuan. Thus, the staff at the donation desk tirelessly extolled the benefits and significance of giving. Zhou Fang understood their intention. They hoped he would donate all the fractional remainder, perhaps even more. Yet in the end, he donated only 1 million. At that moment, his emotions were indeed wildly stirred. With such a prize, he would have been willing to donate 5, even 10 million. Yet for certain reasons, he chose not to do so. Only after all the final formalities were completed was Zhou Fang escorted by staff into a special reception area prepared by the partner bank within the lottery center. For suddenly rich clients like Zhou Fang, the bank could not be more delighted. They had an entire set of tailored marketing strategies designed specifically for customers of his kind. The partner of the lottery center was the agricultural bank. It was also the institution responsible for issuing the prize money to Zhou Fang this time. They had received the notification early in the morning. This grand prize had shattered the record of Jiangdong province. The bank had already prepared a large stack of promotional materials about deposits and investment products, quietly waiting for the arrival of the lucky winner. Because the sum was enormous, Zhou Fang had the right to dispose of it as he wished. Even if he withdrew all of it from their bank and transferred it to another, they had no way to stop him. If the bank were to lose such a massive stream of cash, the higher-ups would certainly not be pleased, for this kind of liquidity could bring the bank extraordinarily considerable profits. Thus, the agricultural bank had dispatched their very best, determined to keep the entire 200 million prize within their institution. Several elite employees now looked enviously at the young winner before them, offering him warm congratulations. They had thought the winner would not show up so early. None of them had expected him to appear so quickly. After Zhou Fang shook hands with them, someone immediately guided him to a seat and asked whether he preferred coffee or tea. Zhou Fang asked for a cup of tea. At that moment, his mouth truly felt dry and parched. Once both sides were seated, the leading elite of the agricultural bank began explaining to Zhou Fang various information about depositing the prize and managing his finances. Mr. Zhou, according to the bank account you have provided, our bank will immediately arrange for the prize money to be transferred into your account. You may rest assured about this. However, leaving such a vast sum sitting idle in an account is simply unrealistic. I believe you also hope this money can help you generate even greater returns. Here I would like to recommend several possible approaches to you. First, there are large denomination certificates of deposit. In our bank, any deposit above 10 million yuan qualifies as such, which is also the case in other major state-owned banks. According to current regulations, a one-year large denomination certificate of deposit earns 4% interest. The longer the term, the higher the interest rate. Of course, in this regard, our bank will offer you, Mr. Zhou, even more favorable conditions. Second, investment products. Our bank currently offers a variety of suitable wealth management options with annual returns generally reaching 8% or more. Regarding these, our specialists will later discuss the details with you in person. Third is, listening to the staff member's eloquent explanation, Zhou Fang casually did the math. With his prize money, if all of it were converted into large denomination certificates of deposit, he would earn 8 million yuan in interest in just 1 year. If he deposited it all at once for a very long term, his annual income would exceed 10 million. Heaven above. It was terrifying. He could now casually create a multimillionaire in a single year. This was something he had never dared to imagine before. No wonder people online often claimed that the truly wealthy were never afraid of their heirs squandering the family fortune, only afraid that those heirs would insist on proving themselves. With assets in the tens or even hundreds of billions, no matter how the heirs indulged themselves, they could never spend it all, because the immense principal would continuously generate new returns. And for ordinary people, even a small portion of that return would be an astronomical figure they could never earn through a lifetime of toil. Just as Zhou Fang was lost in wild wandering thoughts, the other party finally brought their introduction to a halt. Mr. Zhou, the methods I have just recommended are all worth your consideration. Of course, if you have any ideas of your own, you may share them, and we will help you evaluate them. Zhou Fang nodded, signaling them to continue. Then several staff members in charge of different product lines began offering him various recommendations. Thus time slipped by. 2 full hours passed. Only when the agricultural bank was about to close for the day did Zhou Fang finally complete the allocation of his prize money with them. He purchased large denomination certificates of deposit worth 100 million yuan, 5 separate deposits of 20 million each with terms ranging from 1 to 5 years. On top of the standard 4%, the bank raised all of his interest rates to the maximum level permitted. Even a change of only fractions of a percent when applied to a principal of 100 million translated into an impressive additional sum of money each year. Moreover, over these 5 years, Zhou Fang's interest income would grow progressively higher. If he chose to renew each fixed-term deposit upon maturity, then 5 years later, he would receive roughly the same handsome interest every year indefinitely. On this point, neither side cared all that much. After all, who could say what the world would be like 5 years from now? Even Zhou Fang himself could not be sure whether he would change his mind in the future. The human heart is the hardest thing to fathom, even his own. The elites of the agricultural bank cared even less about that distant future. At present, all that mattered to them was whether they could keep Zhou Fang's entire 200 million yuan within the bank. As long as he agreed, now what happened later would no longer be their concern. Of the remaining cash, Zhou Fang used 1/3 to purchase government bonds, another extremely stable source of income. As long as the nation stood, this money would endure, and if the unthinkable were ever to happen, his wealth would likely be meaningless by then anyway. Another third, he converted entirely into gold. This too was the result of long contemplation. For no matter how the future might change, gold remained the most reliable store of value. Seeing that over 40 million yuan still remained in his account, Zhou Fang decided not to engage in any further investment planning. Having suddenly become wealthy overnight, he needed to spend properly for once to improve his own living conditions and those of his family. Mr. Zhou, according to your various choices, we have already completed all the arrangements for you. Furthermore, we will upgrade your account with us to Super VIP status. You will have a dedicated personal financial advisor assigned by our bank, along with a range of complimentary premium services. We will also replace your current bank card with a specially designed diamond card. With this card, you may enjoy special services at any branch across the country. In addition, this is a VIP level black credit card issued jointly by our bank and American Express with a credit limit of 10 million yuan. It comes with various privileges. For example, you may be upgraded to a higher cabin class for free when flying. Your visa applications abroad can be exempted from financial proof requirements, and you will have access to our 24-hour business travel customer service. Also, during holidays and festivals, we will send various gifts from our bank to the address you have provided as a token of our appreciation, so please remember to check for them. After all matters were concluded, Zhou Fang shook hands with each of the agricultural bank elites in turn. Smiles lit the faces on both sides as they exchanged mutual thanks. When Zhou Fang finally left the lottery center, he gazed at the fading glow of the setting sun in the western sky. Feeling the diamond bank card and the 10 million limit black card tucked safely against his chest, he at last understood that everything he had experienced today was not a dream. He had truly become the jackpot winner envied by countless people. In that moment, he genuinely attained financial freedom, finally qualified to live like those who do not need to work, yet can freely enjoy life, indulging in existence as they please. Unable to restrain the smile at the corner of his lips, Zhou Fang looked toward the distant sky and the magnificent golden afterglow. He knew that his beautiful life was only just beginning. Gurgle, gurgle. Just as Zhou Fang was brimming with ambition and envisioning a bright future, his stomach suddenly let out a series of loud growls. Ugh, damn, I'm starving. Zhou Fang's expression changed as he suddenly remembered that aside from a glass of milk in the morning, he had not eaten a single proper meal all day. No wonder people said that when one experienced great joy or great sorrow, they hardly noticed the changes of their own body. This time he truly came to understand that saying. He glanced around. The signs on both sides of the street were already lit. It was dinner time, and there were quite a few small eateries. Zhou Fang casually chose one, ordered 2 dishes and a soup, and told the owner to hurry. He no longer cared whether the food would be exquisite or not. His stomach kept growling in protest. When the dishes were finally served, Zhou Fang devoured them ravenously, and only after finishing a bowl of rice did his stomach begin to feel better. After asking the owner for a second bowl of rice, Zhou Fang sipped his soup and could not help but sigh inwardly. He had never expected that his first meal as a newly minted billionaire would not be some feast of rare delicacies, but still the most ordinary homestyle dishes. When the second bowl of rice arrived, Zhou Fang began to eat slowly, savoring each bite, while his mind was already busy pondering how he should spend the days to come. First of all, he definitely had to go home and help improve his family's life. His home was in rural Jiangbei, a family of 6, as ordinary country folk. They never lacked for food and clothing, but there was hardly any savings to speak of. His grandfather had passed away early, and his grandmother, now old, could no longer work the fields. Below him were 2 younger sisters, identical twins, children born to his parents in middle age, 13 full years younger than he was, and deeply cherished by the entire family. With summer vacation now over, his two sisters were about to enter their final year of high school. Their grades were even more outstanding than his had been, and they had long ranked among the top 10 students in their year. They might not necessarily make it into the very top universities in the country, but for the usual 211 or 985 institutions their chances were almost certain. Thus, even though his family's living standard was only average, they were still the envy of countless households in the surrounding villages. After all, it was rare anywhere to see all three children on track to become students at key universities. Over the years, in order to support their elders in old age and raise three children to adulthood, his parents had worked the fields while also taking odd jobs, enduring countless hardships and shedding untold sweat. He had always kept this firmly in his heart, and since childhood, he had wished to one day earn a fortune so that the burdens on his parents' shoulders might grow lighter. Yet when he graduated, he discovered that in this society making money was as difficult and distasteful as the crudest metaphor implied. Nowadays, university graduates were everywhere, competition was brutally fierce, and society had fully entered an era of relentless overwork and pressure. Although he had stayed on to work in the provincial capital, the pay he earned at the cost of his freedom was mediocre at best. In the first 2 years, he would still send part of his salary back home to ease his parents' burden. Later, when he started dating Zhao Yueyao, his parents learned of it and refused to let him send money home any longer. They told him to be generous with the girl and not to act petty and small-minded. Now that he had money, he could not think only of his own enjoyment. He also had to let his parents and family live in comfort and peace. Zhou Fang decided that tomorrow he would visit the major shopping malls, pick out some gifts for his family, and then go home. As for how to explain his sudden wealth when his family questioned him back home, he would simply say he had made a fortune by investing in Bitcoin. After all, stories of getting rich from Bitcoin had frequently made headlines over the past 2 years. Winning 200 million was simply too much. If word ever leaked out, he truly did not know whether it would bring blessing or disaster. After eating, Zhou Fang left the restaurant and began strolling along the street. Watching the bustling crowds around him and the countless neon lights blooming in brilliant color, he had no desire at all to return to his rented room in the distant suburbs. In this dazed wandering, he walked for over an hour without realizing it, and actually crossed from one district. During this time, he was no longer like yesterday, filled with anxiety and confusion about the future. With the confidence that came from possessing great wealth, he truly felt that even walking down the street had become a way of savoring life. When he felt a slight ache in his legs, Zhou Fang looked up and realized he had arrived at a famed street in the provincial capital, Jiangling 1912, Bar Street. It lay close to the former residence of the Qianshao head of state, surrounded by universities, and was known throughout the city as a den of extravagance and entertainment. The first time he came here was during university to attend a birthday party for a local roommate. That was also the first time he truly witnessed what the so-called life of debauchery in books looked like in reality. Later, after he began dating Zhao Yueyao, he returned a few more times, because she liked the atmosphere here, though they never spent excessively. He had not expected to wander here again by chance tonight. Was it fate, perhaps? Gazing at the dazzling lights and listening to the joyous music spilling out from every doorway, the look in Zhou Fang's eyes gradually grew firm. He strode decisively into this playground of revelry. Taihezijin Hotel was only a minute's walk from the Bar Street. In a luxurious suite, Zhou Fang was roused from sleep by the rustling of movement. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the first thing that filled his vision was a stretch of smooth, pale skin. "Did I make too much noise and wake you, G? I'm sorry, I have to go to work soon." The woman, tiptoeing as she dressed beside the bed, saw that Zhou Fang was awake and immediately apologized in a soft, syrupy voice. "No, it's not your fault. I woke up on my own," Zhou Fang replied with a smile. At that moment, he felt relaxed in body and mind, clear-headed and refreshed. Thinking of his behavior the previous night, throwing money around, reveling in wine and pleasure, he knew it had been utterly dissolute. Yet it had allowed him to vent the most primal human desires, and the turbulent emotions of the past few days had at last been soothed. The woman quickly finished dressing, washed up in the bathroom, and then took a few cosmetics from her bag to put on a light touch of makeup. When she was done, she suddenly leaned down to murmur in Zhou Fang's ear, "Good, thank you for the gift you gave me last night. If you ever need anything, you can come to the bar and look for me anytime." With that, she brushed a light kiss against his cheek and waved goodbye to him. She acted this way because the Zhou Fang of last night had been extraordinarily generous. A single word could sum him up: extravagant. Although he did not look like a truly wealthy man, and his clothes were no better than those of an ordinary person, what did that matter? There were plenty of rich people in this world with all kinds of quirks. Besides, Zhou Fang was very handsome. Even if it was only a fleeting one-night encounter, she was more than willing. Zhou Fang simply watched her movements and smiled without offering any response. He only knew her stage name as a singer, and she only knew his surname. Neither of them had any intention of probing deeper. A place of pleasure is just that, a playground of fleeting joy. Two strangers crossing paths, each willing and unbound. If you take it too seriously, you are the one who loses. After the woman left the room, Zhou Fang began to wash up as well. Last night, in order to calm his restless heart, he had spent a large sum of money. Today he was going to spend another large sum for his family. After returning to his rented apartment in the suburbs, Zhou Fang went to the public parking lot to get his car. He was planning to buy quite a lot of things this time, and having a car would make everything much more convenient. As he passed by the lottery shop where he had once bought his ticket, he saw a bright red promotional banner hanging high above. People were constantly going in and out of the lottery shop, and passers-by were speculating from time to time that the winner of the 250 million grand prize must be this person or that. Hearing this, Zhou Fang could not help feeling secretly pleased. Turning back to look at the unremarkable old BYD before him, a sudden thought flashed through Zhou Fang's mind. Why don't I go and change my car first? The dreams he had once buried came surging back to attack him again. But things were no longer as they had been, and now that immense wealth was at his fingertips, he had every means to fulfill his dream. Zhou Fang hesitated no more and immediately drove toward the automobile park. He soon arrived at the automobile park. Because this was the provincial capital, nearly every car brand available on the market was gathered here, and the various 4S dealerships had turned the area into the largest automobile sales district in the province. As Zhou Fang walked past one luxurious showroom after another, and happened to pass the BBA dealerships, Zhao Yuyao's breakup words suddenly resurfaced in his mind. She had wanted to live in a big house, drive a BBA car, and enjoy a carefree life. Now he was fully capable of making that dream come true, yet the person standing by his side to share it would never again be Zhao Yuya. BBA had once been regarded as the undisputed king of luxury cars in the hearts of many Chinese people, but as horizons widened year by year, these three brands could no longer bear such glory. Zhou Fang did not linger there. Instead, he went straight to the 4S dealership of his dream brand. He had long been enamored of this brand, understated, yet luxurious, though not particularly famous in China. Back then he had once drooled over its images on his computer screen. After parking his car, Zhou Fang walked toward the Lincoln 4S dealership. Inside, Chen Xiangling was chatting with a colleague. Due to the nature of their brand, they did not have many customers each day, and even when people came, the closing rate was not high. The brand's cars were far from cheap, and at similar price points, many people would rather choose BBA or brands with higher public recognition, such as Land Rover or Maserati. She and her colleague were both watching another salesperson who actually had a customer on the hook, feeling a surge of envy. Just as Chen Xiangling, feeling a bit thirsty, raised her cup to take a sip of water, she saw the colleague beside her suddenly plaster on a bright smile and head toward the main entrance. Sir, hello, welcome to Lincoln. I am Lu Jing, the sales manager here. Do you have any preferred models in mind? Would you like me to give you a detailed introduction to our models? Our lineup ranges from entry-level to high-end, all fully available. Even before she reached the customer, her enthusiastic voice had already echoed through the hall. Chen Xiangling turned her head to look. She suddenly spat out a mouthful of water, eyes wide, as she stared in disbelief at the man who had just come in. Why is it him? How does he know I work here? Did he follow me? Chen Xiangling was dumbfounded, a trace of inexplicable panic rising in her heart as she watched Zhou Fang being led by her colleague to look at cars. She had never imagined that barely half a day after leaving the hotel she would meet again the generous man from the... At the same time, her sudden commotion drew the attention of those nearby. Zhou Fang and the saleswoman beside him both instinctively glanced in her direction. Xiao. Zhou Fang was even more surprised. He had only come to buy a car, yet unexpectedly ran into the bar's female singer from last night. They had bared themselves to each other in the hotel that morning, and now they were meeting again here. He would never have thought that the sweet-looking woman with a soft, gentle voice, whose singing on the bar's stage was mediocre, yet whose solo performance with him in the night had far exceeded expectations, was actually a car saleswoman here. What an incredible coincidence. The change in Zhou Fang's expression and tone was immediately noticed by the saleswoman beside him, and her heart sank. It was over. This customer clearly had an acquaintance in the store. If that were the case, the new client would most likely slip right out of her hands. Sir, do you know Chen Xiangling? The female salesperson asked in a somewhat depressed tone. Zhou Fang smiled and nodded. We met once. But if I remember correctly, her name seemed to be Xiao. It's also possible that I remember it wrong, he added. The salesperson did not ask why he called Chen Xiangling Xiao. Instead, she continued, if you know Xiangling, would you like her to attend to you? Zhou Fang froze for a moment, then waved his hand. No need, you can handle it. Help me go over the cars. And make sure they're models currently in stock at your dealership. As soon as those words left his mouth, the salesperson was overjoyed. Not only had the customer not switched to her colleague, but from his tone it sounded like he had truly come with the intention to buy. Very well, sir. From the entry-level Adventurer series to the high-end Navigator series, we currently have all of them in stock, she said. Let me show you the models in the showroom and give you a detailed explanation along the way. Lu Jing led Zhou Fang to tour the cars while on the other side. Chen Xiangling suddenly let out a quiet sigh of relief only to feel a wave of disappointment immediately afterward. She had been terrified that Zhou Fang might casually mention her part-time job singing at the bar, especially the things that had happened between them. If her colleagues at the dealership learned about all that, she would truly have no face left to stay. Yet seeing Zhou Fang pretend not to know her and letting Lu Jing lead him away left her feeling uncomfortable. Last night he had clearly been devoted to her, gentle and generous, whereas now he acted like a stranger. Damn it, men are all the same. Heartless bastards once they get out of the car. You don't have Navigator 1 here either. After looking over the cars with Lu Jing, without finding the model he most wanted to see, Zhou Fang finally asked the question aloud. I'm very sorry, sir. At the moment, we don't have Navigator 1 in stock, but we can transfer one from another city at any time, Lu Jing replied. Lu Jing had not expected that this plainly dressed customer's first question would be about their most expensive model. Unfortunately, their dealership did not have that particular car on hand. In that case, I don't have time to wait for Navigator 1. I'll take the Navigator 3. 5T. Please calculate the on-the-road price for the highest configuration and tell me whether I can pick up the car today, Zhou Fang said. Hearing his words delivered so lightly, Lu Jing's heart instantly blossomed with joy. She had never imagined that this ordinary-looking man was in fact a deeply concealed man of wealth. Of course, sir. Please have a seat over here. Do you prefer tea or coffee? I'll bring you a drink and immediately calculate the price for you, she said eagerly. Coffee, please, with just a little sugar. Lu Jing hurried to the front desk, grabbed the necessary forms and a freshly prepared cup of coffee, then returned to him once more. The unrestrained joy on her face did not escape the eyes of the other sales staff, and a wave of envy swept through them. Chen Xiangling in particular felt even more resentment toward Zhou Fang welling up in her heart. Zhou Fang sipped his coffee, listening silently, as Lu Jing explained each expense in detail. Sir, I have calculated everything for you. The base price of the vehicle, insurance, purchase tax, inspection fees, and so forth. The total on-the-road price is $137,000. Of course, I recommend that you participate in our store's loan vehicle acquisition event. This way you can keep a large sum of cash on hand while enjoying more favorable policies. Lu Jing eagerly recommended the loan option to Zhou Fang as it would allow her to earn more commission. Zhou Fang waved his hand. All right, Manager Lu, I don't need you to apply for more discounts from above, and you don't need to recommend a loan to me. I just want to know if I pay in full, can I take the car home today? Lu Jing felt a bit frustrated. Their high-end cars were different from ordinary mid-range vehicles. The store didn't insist that customers take out loans. If a customer refused, they would either raise the price or find excuses not to sell. Their clientele was typically either wealthy or prestigious. If they offended someone, they assumed their boss would definitely hold them accountable. Sir, I cannot mislead you. If you want to take the car today, it might be a bit difficult. Because to release the car, we not only need to handle a series of formalities, but we also have to inspect the vehicle and install optional equipment and go to the vehicle management office for registration, all of which takes time. But I can promise you that you will definitely be able to take the car tomorrow. Looking at Lu Jing's assurance, Zhou Fang remained silent as he contemplated. His current mood was likely beyond the understanding of outsiders, but he truly wanted to return home quickly. This feeling was stronger than any previous time. He especially wanted to share his joy with his parents and loved ones as soon as possible. After much consideration amid Lu Jing's anxiousness, Zhou Fang finally spoke. All right, tomorrow it is. Please handle the formalities. Yes. Lu Jing silently celebrated in her heart, not expecting to sell a luxury car worth millions so easily, without expending any effort. Of course, the only downside was that the customer did not choose the loan option. Lu Jing hurriedly took Zhou Fang to complete various procedures, and finally, when Zhou Fang took out a diamond card to pay in full, Lu Jing's heart finally settled. Everyone in the store witnessed this scene, and they were surprised that Lu Jing completed the deal so effortlessly. It should be noted that Zhou Fang was buying a luxury car worth millions on his first visit, yet the process was smooth and did not require unnecessary conversations or undefeatable dealings. Such customers were simply the favorites of everyone in the sales industry. They were enviously wondering why a customer like Zhou Fang didn't come to them. At this moment, Chen Xiangling was staring at Zhou Fang with keen interest, hoping he would approach her. She knew what Zhou Fang's diamond card represented. After witnessing his true financial power, she would be willing to abandon her current job for the chance to have more stories with him. After all, which young woman working in a luxury car dealership didn't dream of being chosen by a prince and marry? Unfortunately, from start to finish, Zhou Fang didn't glance at Chen Xiangling even once. Mr. Zhou, please follow me. Here is a small event we have set up in the store, cracking golden eggs. Inside are various trinkets that will surely amuse you. Lu Jing led Zhou Fang to a corner of the hall where several rows of golden eggs were arranged, and a large sign described the prizes inside. Zhou Fang took a quick glance, surprised that this Lincoln 4S store was quite generous. There were 6 prizes in total, with the lowest lucky prize being a brand rice cooker worth over 1,000, while the first prize was the latest model of a fruit phone worth over 10,000. Seeing the golden egg activity in front of him, Zhou Fang changed from his previous taciturn state and smiled broadly, clearly eager to participate. This scene puzzled Lu Jing. The prizes here were indeed a considerable unexpected delight for how many people buying cars here would actually be so eager for these valuable gifts? Lu Jing didn't know what Zhou Fang was thinking. He was genuinely looking forward to this small event. Ever since he won a massive jackpot, he had been convinced that the dream he had about changing his luck was real. Otherwise, how could he explain that this unlucky guy for 30 years suddenly became favored by fate? Now he wanted to seize this opportunity to see how his luck was, whether it was the same as before, or if he could truly have continuous good fortune. Mr. Zhou, this is the hammer for cracking the golden eggs. You may choose any one to break open. Lu Jing thoughtfully handed the hammer to Zhou Fang, intentionally letting her fingers lightly brush against his palm, but Zhou Fang was oblivious, fully focused on selecting a golden egg. This one. Zhou Fang decisively struck one of the golden eggs, and with a bang it shattered. Lu Jing hurried to retrieve a note from inside. Oh, Mr. Zhou, your luck is amazing. It's the first prize. Lu Jing exclaimed joyfully as she handed the note to Zhou Fang. Upon seeing it was indeed the first prize, Zhou Fang's heart blossomed with joy. Huh. What a fantastic turn of fate, oh heavens. It seems that from here on my bad luck has turned to good fortune. Congratulations, Mr. Zhou. You truly are a person blessed with fortune. I believe everything will go smoothly for you in the future, and you will have great luck ahead. Lu Jing, seeing Zhou Fang glowing with happiness, immediately began to flatter him at the right moment. She realized that what Zhou Fang cared about was not the prize, but rather his good luck. In a great mood, Zhou Fang took the prize and was about to stride out of the 4S store when Lu Jing hurriedly presented her business card, which she had not found time to offer earlier. Mr. Zhou, here is my business card. If you have any questions while using your vehicle in the future, feel free to contact. Her subtext was actually hoping that Zhou Fang would contact her even if he had no problems. For such a young, accomplished, and wealthy, handsome man, she was willing to invest more. As Zhou Fang exited the door, a crowd immediately surrounded Lu Jing, congratulating her on closing the big deal while inquiring about various questions regarding Zhou Fang. However, she did not respond, but smiled faintly as she walked towards the frustrated Chen Xiangling. She was genuinely curious how her usually demure and graceful colleague had come to know someone as wealthy as Zhou Fang, and what the name Xiao Rou he had called out earlier meant. On the highway, Zhou Fang drove his imposing navigator speeding along the road. Early this morning, he received a call from Lu Jing and took a taxi to the 4S dealership to pick up his new car, bringing gifts for his family. $1 million car is undeniably more exhilarating to drive than his previous small car. Although the automatic transmission lacks the control of a manual one, it excels in other aspects. The gifts he bought for his parents and family were not just bags of clothes. Those could be bought back home. This time he mainly purchased gold and jade jewelry for his parents and grandmother, as well as phones and computers for his 2 younger sisters. Gold and jade jewelry is the most reassuring gift for his parents, otherwise if he bought something else they would surely nag him about wasting money. As for the phones and computers, he had long wanted to buy them for his sisters, but he had not saved enough money until now to fulfill that wish. Speaking of his 2 sisters, they are truly the good children in the eyes of their parents and elders. Not only do they excel academically, but they are also well-behaved and particularly understanding. They know that their family is not very wealthy at the moment, so they never waste money and do not make difficult requests of their parents. Zhou Fang always noticed this. Sometimes he felt particularly guilty that his parents worked hard to support him through university, yet he had no ability to repay them with a happy life. Zhou Fang's hometown Huayang City is not far from Jiangling, just over 200 kilometers, but he hadn't returned very often in recent years. One reason is that during holidays he is always preoccupied with Zhao Yueyao, who drags him out on dates. The other reason is that his salary is not high and his parents advised him not to travel too much to avoid wasting fuel and tolls. Soon 2 hours later, Zhou Fang had entered the borders of Huayang City. He exited the highway at a toll station in the city, preparing to buy some nutritional supplements for his grandmother and some cigarettes and alcohol for his father. Arriving at Wada Plaza, Zhou Fang stepped inside. His hometown had been rapidly developing over the years. The city now boasted 2 well-known Wada Plazas along with more than a dozen other shopping centers like Wiyue, Huaxing, and Suwei. Inside Wada there were indeed many people. As Zhou Fang looked around, suddenly a loud bang echoed as popcorn scattered across the floor, followed by a woman hurriedly apologizing. Zhou Fang looked up to see a graceful young woman who accidentally bumped into him while holding a 4 or 5-year-old daughter. Their popcorn fell to the ground and their drink spilled. "Daddy, mommy, look, it's Daddy." As the woman said sorry, Zhou Fang was about to respond that it was fine and walk away when the little girl's sudden proclamation left him frozen in place. "What the hell? Daddy, when did I become a father? Little friend, please don't call me that. I'm not married, yet where did you get such a big daughter? Meanwhile, the woman who was preparing to squat down to clean up the popcorn looked up at Zhou Fang. Bang! The drink in her hand fell again, her eyes filled with disbelief. Wanqing, is that you? I've missed you so much. Suddenly the woman threw her arms around Zhou Fang and began to cry uncontrollably. This reaction made the little girl cry as well, as she not only cried, but also hugged one of Zhou Fang's legs, calling out, "Daddy! Daddy!" This scene immediately drew the attention of passers-by in the mall, who stopped to point and stare at this unexpected family reunion drama. At this moment, Zhou Fang was bewildered. What the hell is going on? I just returned to my hometown, and I haven't even seen my real family, yet a fake wife and child have popped up. He exerted a bit of force to break free from the woman's embrace. Ma'am, please calm down. I think you have mistaken me for someone else. I am not Wanqing, my name is Zhou Fang. At the same time, a person pushed through the crowd, a woman in her 50s or 60s, quickly coming over to support the young woman. Madam Lele, what happened? Aunt Wu, look, it's Wanqing. He's back. The woman grasped Zhou Fang's arm, sobbing as she spoke to the middle. Aunt Wu looked at Zhou Fang, who was helpless, her expression changing drastically. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The young master has been dead for nearly a year. How could he still be here? No, you are not the young master. You are much taller than the young master, and he was fairer than you, but you really do. Zhou Fang finally understood. This group of people mistook him for someone else, especially the elegant young woman and her daughter. They might have been overwhelmed with nostalgia for their loved ones, and mistook him for someone they resembled too closely, causing their emotions to collapse. But the term Aunt Wu is really strange. Oh, what young master and madam. This is in ancient times. If such titles really existed, they would only occur in some unknown noble families. Aunt Wu supported the young woman and child, explaining softly, while apologizing to Zhou Fang, saying they mistakenly recognized him in their excitement, and asking him not to mind. Zhou Fang nodded, indicating he didn't mind, wanting to leave quickly. Now being surrounded by so many people pointing and staring made him feel anxious. As Zhou Fang left, the little girl tugged at her mother's hand, crying out, "Daddy, why did he leave? Mommy, doesn't Daddy want Lele anymore?" The graceful young woman also had tears in her eyes, reluctantly watching Zhou Fang's departing figure. Taking the elevator, Zhou Fang left that floor, heading to the supermarket to buy nutritional supplements. He never expected that on his first visit to Wada Plaza in his hometown, he would encounter such a dramatic event. But then again, could there really be someone in the world who looks exactly like me? If so, is this a stroke of luck or misfortune? Now he felt as if fate had changed for him, leading him to associate any situation with luck. Oh well, there's no use dwelling on such matters. Besides, it's just a chance meeting. In this vast sea of people, there will likely be no opportunity to meet again. Arriving at the supermarket, he made a round of purchases for nutritional supplements, cigarettes, and alcohol. This time he chose not the best, but the most expensive. After checking out, he returned to his car and set off again towards his hometown. His home is in the countryside to the northeast of the city, still about half an hour's drive away. He should be able to make it back in time for lunch. Soon Zhou Fang drove into the town of his hometown. The streets were quite lively, and he realized the date marked the day of the big market. Nowadays in the countryside, the only lively atmosphere on the streets comes from the big market, otherwise it's usually very quiet. He stopped at a braised dish shop and packed several portions. This time he had not informed his parents in advance, assuming they had not prepared any food for him. Dawan village, named after a large pond, is home to over 300 households, which are further divided into 10 villager groups. Zhou Fang's family belongs to the third group. As he drove into the village, he did not encounter any familiar face. The countryside today is no longer like it was in his childhood, where children used to run and play everywhere, while adults gathered to play cards and chat. Now their entire village, with over 300 households, has fewer than 300 people living there, as most families have either moved away or bought houses in the city, living outside. Even during the new year, the villagers are unable to gather even half of the past numbers. Among those fewer than 300 people, most are elderly, and there are hardly any left behind children. Last year, he even heard that the primary school in town was struggling to gather enough students for even a few classes. As for the Zhou family, they are one of the few families in the village that have not bought a house in the city or elsewhere. For this, his parents always blamed themselves for lacking the ability, causing their family to lose face in the village. Zhou Fang arrived at his doorstep, the easternmost house in the area where no one else lived nearby. He usually parked his car here when he returned, otherwise it would take up space in front of the door. Once parked, he immediately spotted his parents. His father was pushing an electric bike. Zhou Fang knew his father was working odd jobs and was back for lunch, while his mother was by the sink washing vegetables. At the same time, Zhou father and Zhou mother noticed a brand new SUV parked in front of their house. They looked at each other in confusion, wondering who in their family drives such a car and why it was parked at their doorstep. Just as Zhou father was about to check it out, the car door opened, and Zhou Fang stepped out, looking at his parents. "Dad, Mom, Xiao Fang," Zhou mother exclaimed excitedly, dropping her vegetable basket and quickly walking towards her son, while Zhou father immediately stopped the electric bike and followed. Zhou Fang supported his excited mother and said, "Our company is on break, so I just came back to visit." "Ah, that's good, that's good." Zhou mother kept scrutinizing her son happily saying. Zhou father looked at the new car with a puzzled expression and asked Zhou Fang, "Fangzi, whose car is this? Where is your own car?" "Dad, this is my new car. I haven't told you yet. Please help me take some things out. I have quite a bit of stuff in the car, we can talk more at home later." Okay. Zhou father and Zhou mother followed Zhou Fang to start taking items from the car, while the commotion caught the attention of the other family members inside. Suddenly the window above Zhou's house was pulled open, revealing two heads. Both shouted in surprise, Brother, you're back." Without waiting for Zhou Fang's response, the two quickly ran downstairs. Meanwhile, Grandma Zhou slowly came out with a cane. Her eyesight was poor, and she couldn't see clearly ahead, but hearing her two granddaughters calling, she knew her eldest grandson had returned, and her wrinkled face immediately broke into a smile. On Zhou Fang's side, after he took all the gifts he bought for his family out of the car, Zhou father and Zhou mother were already stunned. Some items were tightly wrapped, and they couldn't tell what they were, but they recognized the high-end cigarettes and liquor. This. Where did these come from, Fangzi? Zhou father and Zhou mother couldn't understand how their son on a brief visit home could buy so many expensive items which they knew were worth a lot. Their son was just an ordinary training class teacher in the provincial city. His salary could not possibly support such extravagant spending. Facing his parents' astonishment, Zhou Fang smiled and said, "Mom and Dad, don't worry about it now. Just help me carry everything back home, and I'll explain later." At this moment, his two younger sisters also ran over, happily grabbing Zhou Fang's arms. Zhou Fang pulled his hands away, playfully ruffling their hair. "So Zhou Qian, Zhou Ru, did you two miss your big brother?" Did not miss. Both answered simultaneously, but their responses were different. The one who said she missed him was the eldest twin, Zhou Ru, who was gentle and quiet, her eyes filled with joy at seeing her brother, showing no concern when he ruffled her hair. The one who said she did not miss him was the second twin, Zhou Qian. This girl was also obedient, but not as quiet as her sister. She had a bit more cleverness. At this moment she covered her head and complained, "Brother, you're so annoying. Why are you still ruffling my hair? We're already in our senior year." "Huh?" Zhou Fang laughed intentionally, saying, "So what if you're in your senior year? You're still the youngest in our family. What's wrong with your big brother ruffling your hair?" "Humph." Zhou Qian wrinkled her nose and retorted at her brother, "Hurry up and help Mom and Dad carry the stuff, and look at this." Zhou Fang took out the mobile phones and laptops he bought for them, packed in two large tote bags, one for each of them. Wow, an Apple phone, and an Apple laptop, an Apple tablet, an Apple Watch, and headphones. "A big brother, I love you." The eager Zhou Qian immediately opened the tote bag to check its contents, only to find it was filled with an entire bundle of Apple products. She was so excited that she began to dance around. Zhou Ru, on the other hand, obediently helped their parents carry the items and didn't even look inside the bag, but upon hearing her sister's exclamations, she figured out what was inside and felt equally joyful. Bang! Zhou mother gave her exuberant daughter a light smack on the head. "Did you not hear what your brother said? Hurry up and bring everything back home." "Oh." Zhou Qian, still excited by the gifts, completely ignored her mother's reprimand and quickly helped carry the items. Everyone helped out, bringing everything from the car into the house. Zhou Fang approached Grandma, who was waiting at the door holding her frail hand and saying, "Grandma, I'm back." Grandma smiled widely. Good that you're back. Fangzi, you seem to have lost weight." "No, Grandma, I haven't lost weight. Look, I'm starting to get a double chin." Good, gaining weight is good. Being plump is a blessing." Zhou Fang helped Grandma into the house, where his parents and sisters were already astonished by the items he brought back. Apart from the alcohol and what the two girls were carrying, those bags marked with the Zhou de Fu logo were filled with items they couldn't see inside, but they knew that brand sold gold and silver jewelry. As for those nutritional products, they were all well-known brands seen on television, equally valuable. Just this pile of items they estimated that their son could not afford, even if he didn't eat or drink for a whole year. "Brother, did you strike it rich?" Zhou Qian was the first to ask her brother. "Yes, I, your brother, have struck it rich." Zhou Fang admitted the fact of his newfound wealth to his. Zhou Fang waved his hand, saying, "Dad, Mom, you please take a seat, and let me explain everything to you." He helped his grandmother to sit on the sofa and began his lying performance. "Mom and Dad, have you heard of Bitcoin?" What is that?" Zhou Fang's parents looked puzzled, completely unaware of what their son was talking about. "I know." Zhou Qian immediately stood up and said, "Bitcoin is a virtual currency online, and it's extremely valuable." Zhou Fang's father quickly asked, "How much is this currency worth?" "I remember it was worth 50 to 60,000 each half a year ago." 50 to 60,000. Zhou Fang's parents were in shock. What on earth was their son talking about that was worth so much, equivalent to a whole year's worth of their labor? Yes, 50 to 60,000, and that's in US dollars. After Zhou Qian's parents were astonished, she made a statement that left them dumbfounded. 50 to 60,000 US dollars. Although Zhou Fang's parents did not understand the internet, they knew the value of US dollars, which was 6 to 7 times more than their own currency. 50 to 60,000 US dollars would translate to about 400,000 in our currency. The couple gasped in disbelief. As they began to grasp what Bitcoin was, Zhou Fang continued his fabrications. Yes, what Arya said is correct. Bitcoin is indeed that valuable. However, it wasn't worth anything before. Mom and Dad think of it as antiques. Antiques were quite common in the era they were produced, but as time passes, and with the speculation from later generations, they become increasingly valuable. Bitcoin is similar. This thing has been around for about 10 years, and in its early days, it was worthless. Some people once traded thousands of them for just a cup of coffee. I acquired Bitcoin back in college when my classmates treated it as an ordinary item. No one cared about it, including myself. Later, people on the internet started speculating on Bitcoin, and after a series of events, its value skyrocketed to what it is today. This year, I inadvertently found my old wallet address and sold all the Bitcoin in it. Zhou Fang spun this elaborate lie without breaking a sweat, captivating his parents who listened intently, afraid of missing any word that would help them understand. When Zhou Fang finished, Zhou's mother cautiously asked, "So how much of this currency do you have?" "More than 50. Zhou Fang casually replied with a number, prompting his parents to quickly calculate, while the two girls beside them immediately provided the answer. "That's worth over 20 million. My dear brother, you've become a millionaire." Zhou Qian exclaimed, suddenly covering her mouth as she thought of something, and immediately ran to close the door, fearing that the news of her brother's wealth would leak. Zhou Fang's parents, who were still processing the numbers, stood up in shock at their daughter's exclamation, trembling. 20 million. So much money. Zhou Fang's parents stood there, their minds on the verge of crashing. They could no longer comprehend how massive that amount of money was. It was far too much for them to ever spend. Seeing his parents in such a state, Zhou Fang thought to himself that he was glad he hadn't mentioned 200 million, otherwise he feared they might have a heart attack from excitement. He interrupted his parents' thoughts, saying, "Mom and Dad, don't listen to Arya's nonsense, but it's not that much money." "Huh?" Zhou Fang's explanation startled both parents. Oh, what did he mean by that? Zhou Fang continued to concoct his story. Mom, Dad, selling Bitcoin online incurs transaction fees and requires several procedures, so in the end it's actually not even 20 million. So how much is it then? Seeing their son say two sentences and stop, Zhou Fang's parents hurriedly pressed for more details. "Not much, just about 19 million. "That's not much." Although the number had dropped from over 20 million to 19 million, it was still an astronomical figure for them. "Is that money with you now?" Zhou Fang's father continued to probe, and Zhou Fang nodded, saying, "Dad, the money is all with me now. I came back this time to share this good news with you. Our family won't have to worry about money anymore, and you too won't have to work so hard. I can support you now. Secondly, I want to buy a house for our family, and whether it's in the county or the city, it's up to you to decide." "Buy a house." Zhou Fang's parents exchanged glances. This was their family's hope. They had always yearned for it, but never attained it, and now their family finally had the means to afford a house. Yes, we agree on buying a house. As for where to buy, you can decide, but you might want to ask your girlfriend Zhao Yuya about her thoughts." Zhou Fang's parents were aware of Zhao Yuya's existence. They were from the same county and had met each other's parents. Zhou Fang smiled wryly at this moment. He did not plan to hide the matter of Zhao Yuya from his family. "Mom, Dad, I broke up with Zhao Yuya." "What? You broke up? Did you do something outrageous to hurt her?" Zhou's mother quickly asked, showing immense concern for her son's marriage over his financial success. "No, Mom, we broke up amicably. You know, her parents never approved of our relationship because we couldn't afford a house in the provincial city." Zhou Fang's family believed what he said. After all, he had previously confided in them about this. "Now that you have money, you can afford a house in the provincial city. Can't you win Zhao Yuya back? You have been together for many years. You both know each other well." Zhou's mother still held out hope, gazing at her son. Zhou Fang smiled and shook his head, saying, "Mom, that's impossible, as she already has a new boyfriend." Alas! Upon hearing Zhou Fang's words, Zhou's mother sighed heavily. "Mom, don't worry. Are you afraid your son won't be able to find a partner? With my conditions, finding a wife will be easy, and now that we have money, once we buy a house, it will be even easier for me to find a partner." Zhou Fang looked at his mother and immediately began to comfort her. "What am I supposed to be at ease about? Look, you just turned 30 a couple of days ago, all alone out there. If you were married and settled down, we could help you organize a celebration at home, making it lively. But since you're not, we feel embarrassed to bring it up with our relatives." Thinking of this, Mother Zhou felt a pang in her heart. She was both worried about her son's loneliness and anxious about his major life decisions. Most people around Zhou Fang's age have already married and started families, while her son, who is not bad-looking and has a decent education, is still single. In recent years, the countryside has indeed improved a lot compared to before, But if young people reach 30 and are still unmarried, they quickly become the subject of gossip, putting considerable pressure on their parents. Mom, it's fine. Young people nowadays don't really celebrate birthdays with big gatherings anymore. Anyway, let's not talk about that now. I've been driving for half a day and I'm starving. Let's get ready for a meal. Seeing his mother digressing from the topic, Zhou Fang quickly intervened. Right, it's getting late. I'll go make dinner. Mother Zhou hurriedly stood up, about to leave, suddenly turning back with a tense expression to her husband and two daughters. Regarding the news about your brother making money, you all must keep it to yourselves and not blurt it out. If this gets out, it's not just about people coming to borrow money. It could lead to serious trouble if someone has bad intentions. Yes, we definitely won't say anything. Don't worry, Mom, we understand the gravity of the situation. Both Daya and Arya, along with Father Zhou, replied in unison. Dad, especially you, when you've had too much to drink, you tend to brag. From now on, you're not allowed to drink too much at any time to prevent you from rambling. Seeing that she had made herself clear, Mother Zhou emphasized this point to Father Zhou, causing him to roll his eyes secretly before opening the door and heading to the kitchen. Zhou Fang felt relieved that the matter had finally been addressed satisfactorily. In high spirits, he helped Mother Zhou prepare the meal, and the family enjoyed a satisfying reunion dinner. At the dinner table, Zhou Fang brought up the topic of buying a house. Mom and Dad, I've been thinking, instead of buying a house here, why not go directly to the city? First of all, the distance to the city is about the same as to the county. The city is much more prosperous than the county. It's better to go straight to the point to avoid complications later on if we want to move again. Secondly, Daya and Air, will be in their senior year after the summer, and their school is also in the city. If we buy a house there, they can live at home during their final year, and you can join them to help take care of them and provide a stable, comfortable environment for their exam preparations. What do you think? Father and Mother Zhou paused their chopsticks and exchanged glances before Mother Zhou spoke up. Buying a house in the city. But I've heard that housing prices in the city are more than half higher than in our county, and the cost of living is also higher. Isn't it a bit excessive? Zhou Fang smiled and replied, Mom, the houses in the city are indeed more expensive, but the living facilities there are also much more complete. And don't just look at the high prices, the appreciation potential of houses there is much better than that in the county. How about this? I'll take you both to see the properties in the county and the city this afternoon, so you can feel the differences for yourselves. Daya, Arya, and Grandma can come along too. I'll take you to the shopping mall in the city and buy you some new clothes. Just buy some for your sister and Grandma. Your dad and I don't need any. And we can't go today either. Your dad and I have to work this afternoon. Mom and Dad, I was just about to tell you, you should quit your part-time jobs in town. It's too hard. You've worked enough over the years. Dad's back isn't great, and Mom, your legs hurt when it rains or when the weather changes. I'm planning to take you to the hospital for a checkup. You both need to rest and recuperate well. Once your health improves, I'll need you to help me take care of the grandchildren. Hearing their son's warm words, Father and Mother Zhou felt a surge of pride and comfort in their hearts. After a round of persuasion from Zhou Fang, they finally agreed to quit their part-time jobs and would go to the city with their son to buy a house in the afternoon. After dinner, Zhou Fang distributed some gold and silver jewelry to his family, which led to complaints from his parents about how he was spending money extravagantly now that he had some. However, everyone was still pleased to accept their son's kind gesture. In the afternoon, the two parents first informed the small workshop where they did part-time work that they wouldn't be coming in, and then the family set off for the city. Zhou Fang's vehicle was a luxurious 7-seater SUV, and the number of family members was one of the reasons he bought this car. On the way, as the family admired the luxurious interior, they couldn't help but ask about the price of the car. Zhou Fang provided the answer, which astonished everyone, prompting Mother Zhou to once again advise him to be frugal with his money. Mom, rest assured, I've made proper plans for this and won't spend money recklessly. Besides, I already have future plans. Your son will definitely earn more money, allowing you to live a better life. Zhou Fang's words were not empty talk. Through the extraordinary luck he had experienced in recent days, he felt a strong desire to continue exploring, believing that this good fortune could lead to a more profound change in his life. After settling his family down in a while, he would have to conduct more tests to confirm his hypothesis. Fangzi were already very content now. You must be careful and prudent in your future endeavors and never fall into a trap set by bad people. Yes, Mom and Dad, don't worry. Your son isn't foolish. I'm a student from a prestigious university after all. Zhou Fang drove, taking his family to visit several properties in the county to familiarize his parents with the situation before heading to the city. Currently, the real estate market is on the rise, with housing prices nationwide climbing steadily, and there are crowds at sales centers everywhere. However, their county is somewhat of an exception, as the few properties they visited were performing quite poorly. This is because their county has historically had poor infrastructure and unsatisfactory transportation. Moreover, since it is so close to the city, locals prefer to settle in the city. Upon arriving in the city, Zhou Fang took his parents directly to a luxurious sales office. Di Jingyu. He had heard of this property before and checked it online in his spare time over the past few days. He discovered that this newly built property is is one of the most valuable in Huaiyang in recent years, with a developer known for its strength and national reputation. Apart from villa communities, Dijingyu Yuan is the most expensive high-rise residential complex. The price here has already exceeded 20,000, which may seem average in a provincial city, but in a third-tier city where most properties are priced between 5,000 and 8,000, it stands as a king among them. Even though the national real estate market is currently booming, such prices are still daunting in a third-tier city. Zhou Fang parked the car, and as soon as they entered the sales office, a surprised and familiar voice rang out, "Welcome to Dijingyu Yuan. I am." "Oh, you are Zhou Fang." Zhou Fang couldn't help but look at the beautiful sales agent in front of him. Huing. A figure quickly flashed in his memory, aligning slowly with the sales agent before him. Huing, his high school classmate, once a topic of conversation in their grade, and even the entire school. Their school was a key high school in the county with students generally performing well. Huing not only excelled in academics, but was also incredibly attractive, capturing the attention of countless students upon enrollment. During high school, students were generally just beginning to break free from parental control, with restless youthful hearts, leading to various early romances that were hard to curb. Pure and beautiful girls like Huing were especially sought after, and in no time this once good girl, in the eyes of others, succumbed to sweet words, beginning to pair off with different male classmates. In the 3 years, how many boyfriends Huing had is unknown to outsiders, but because of her, it was common for male students at the school to fight, causing significant headaches for the school. Hu Ying's grades plummeted, and Zhou Fang remembered that after the college entrance examination, she predictably did not get into a good school, and he hadn't seen this former school flower since. He never expected that after 10 years this former high school celebrity had become a property sales agent, and they would meet so fortuitously. Although Zhou Fang and Huing had little interaction during their school days, they walked vastly different paths after the college entrance examination, leaving no connection between them. However, after years apart, both felt a sense of familiarity. They chatted for a bit, and Zhou Fang introduced his family to Huing, mentioning that they were here to look at houses. Upon hearing this, Huing felt a surge of emotion. She had once stood on the same starting line as Zhou Fang was admitted to a prestigious university in the provincial capital, while she in her youth and ignorance succumbed to temptation, wasting time, and ultimately failing to pass the exam. Now she worked as a sales agent at the Imperial Landscape Garden, fully aware of her development status in the Huaiyang real estate market. Ordinary people would hardly dare to dream of buying here. Since Zhou Fang could bring his family to look at properties, it indicated that he must be doing well, suggesting that he had surely thrived over the years. Looking at Zhou Fang, Huing couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. However, life cannot be relived, and what she must grasp now is the present, and to secure this deal with Zhou Fang. Huing composed herself and enthusiastically began to introduce the details of the property to Zhou Fang. As Huing busied herself, Zhou Fang observed her efforts and reflected on the different paths their lives had taken due to their choices. If it weren't for the inexplicable dream he had leading him to a lottery shop where he won a grand prize, he would still be filled with anxiety about the future. Through Hu Ying's introduction, Zhou Fang's family became informed about the property. Zhou's parents suggested purchasing the smallest 3-bedroom apartment, given that even this modest option would cost over 2,500,000 yuan, as learned from Huing. For them, such a price was unimaginable just yesterday. Now, due to their son, their family could finally aspire to such a luxurious residence, and they felt immensely satisfied. However, Zhou Fang immediately dismissed his parents' suggestion. "Mom and Dad, this type of unit is still too small. We have a large family, and there won't be enough rooms to accommodate us all. How about this, Huing? Let's take a look at the larger units. I remember your development has spacious apartments with 1 unit per floor. I want to buy a place where everyone can have their own room." A spacious apartment. Huing thought that Zhou Fang might be doing well, but she didn't expect him to have such confidence. It's important to note that the smallest spacious apartments in Imperial Landscape Garden are at least 250 square meters, fully furnished, and their prices exceed 6 million. In an instant, as Huing gazed at her old classmate, her expression changed. How had she not seen that Zhou Fang was such a formidable potential asset back in school? "Don't worry, old classmate, I'm not here to tease you. As long as the house meets my expectations, I can sign the contract today," Zhou Fang said with a smile in response to Hu Ying's gaze. Meanwhile, in a corner of the sales center, Zhang Huiju awkwardly patted her chest in front of the property sales staff, assuring them she would soon bring money to sign a contract, insisting she was not lying. Today, Zhang Huiju brought her son Zhao Yutong and his future fiancée to look at houses. His girlfriend was pregnant and boldly declared that if they didn't buy a house, they wouldn't get married, and moreover, they had to purchase the best property in the city, the Imperial Landscape Garden, or she would terminate the pregnancy. Originally, Zhang Huijia's family owned a house in the county town of Sanshui. Although it was an old house, a little renovation would suffice for her son's marriage. However, she never expected her son's girlfriend to use the threat of abortion against them. Zhang Huiju scoffed at it. She wasn't easily intimidated. Initially, she and her husband were secretly pleased, thinking that since their son had already made a significant commitment, the girl should obediently marry him, and they would pay the previously discussed bride price for the sake of their future grandson. That was already showing enough respect. Otherwise, if their son abandoned her, she would have to endure the embarrassment of carrying a large belly, and then who would be the one suffering? Yet Zhang Huijun couldn't have anticipated that when she and her husband tried to persuade their son, their usually obedient child would not side with them this time. As if that wasn't enough, the boy even made a strong statement that they must buy a house for him to marry his girlfriend, otherwise he would die in front of them. This frightened Zhang Huiju and her husband. Their son was the only male heir of the Zhao family, the one to carry on their legacy. If anything went wrong, how would they survive? In order to stabilize their son, who seemed intent on self-destruction, the couple quickly agreed to buy a house for him, saying they would buy wherever he wanted. However, given their financial situation, houses in the city often cost over $1 million, and even the down payment would require $300,000 to $400,000. They would have to empty their savings to barely scrape together enough. And now the Imperial Landscape Garden demanded even higher prices, costing over $20,000 per square meter, with the smallest units being 120 square meters. How could they afford such an amount? Fortunately, they had a daughter who was a student at a prestigious university and was currently working in the provincial capital. Moreover, her boyfriend was a wealthy businessman worth tens of millions, leading them to consider asking for her help. However, when they informed their daughter of this matter, she flatly refused, stating that she had just started dating her boyfriend and was unable to help the family. This left the couple furious, calling her daily, crying, making a scene, and eventually threatening their daughter that if she didn't help, they would come to the provincial capital to die in front of her. No wonder they are a family. Even their methods of threatening relatives are identical. Finally, their daughter relented, saying she would try to discuss it with her boyfriend, which delighted Zhang Huiju's family. They believed that with their daughter's capabilities and her boyfriend's wealth, this small amount of money would be easy for them. Thus, Zhang Huiju confidently brought her son and future daughter-in-law to the Imperial Landscape Garden. Under the enthusiastic portrayal of the sales staff, they felt that the Imperial Landscape Garden was simply perfect, and their family should reside in such a grand place that showcased their status. The sales staff, astute in reading expressions, observed the family's reaction and believed this deal was practically sealed, feeling overjoyed and raising the price. However, when it came time to discuss signing the contract, the family unexpectedly began to hesitate, leaving the sales staff speechless, realizing that their earlier excitement was in vain. Zhang Huiju's family felt awkward, as the money promised by their daughter had not yet arrived. They did not have enough to pay the down payment. Nevertheless, Zhang Huiju quickly assured the sales staff that their money would arrive soon and they would come to pay as soon as possible. Her declaration was also meant for her son and future daughter-in-law to hear. Although the sales staff secretly scoffed at her words, their smile remained unwavering as they warmly escorted the family to the exit. At that moment, a woman who appeared to be a sales agent approached with a group, beaming as she headed to the VIP lounge, and the two groups collided. Zhang Huiju's expression changed as she recognized a face in the crowd. Wasn't the leader Zhou Fang her daughter's ex-boyfriend? What was he doing here? This kid came from a poor family and couldn't even afford a house. He deceived her daughter for years and wanted to marry her. Such delusions were laughable. She had always opposed her daughter being with someone like him, yet her daughter, unaware of the deceit, was unwilling to break up, which had infuriated them. Fortunately, after much persuasion, her daughter finally stopped the madness, broke up with the poor boy, and found a wealthy suitor who met their expectations. Yet unexpectedly, she encountered this boy here today. Where is this? This is the Imperial Landscape Garden. It is the most expensive development in the city, the prestigious place their family was about to move into. How could this poor kid have the qualifications to be here? She had just lost face in front of the sales staff and her son and daughter-in-law, feeling frustrated with no outlet for her emotions, only to run into this poor boy. It was truly unfortunate. On the opposite side, Zhou Fang also noticed Zhang Huiju and her group. Seeing the familiar figure ahead, he was equally surprised to see his ex-girlfriend's mother here. What kind of day was it today? There were too many coincidences happening to him. Could it be destiny at play again? Next to her stood his ex-girlfriend's brother Zhao Yutong, whom he had met a few times, but he did not recognize the girl. Looking at Zhang Huiju, the woman who had repeatedly urged his ex-girlfriend to break up with him and had mocked him for being incapable and unworthy of her daughter, Zhou Fang couldn't say he felt no anger. That would be a lie. In the past, he had desperately sought this harsh woman to prove himself worthy of a future with Zhao Yueyao. He had made many promises to ensure a happy life for his girlfriend, but each time he was met with disdain. Each time he faced brutal humiliation. He had often told himself that he would rise to prominence and give this woman a taste of her own medicine, but now with billions in assets, he no longer felt the urge to prove anything to her. Now he just wanted to enjoy life with his family, and in front of this disdainful woman who loved wealth over character, he felt no desire to engage with her at all. However, Zhou Fang did not wish to deal with Zhang Huizhu, but how could Zhang Huizhu easily let go of this opportunity to vent her frustration? Upon hearing someone call Zhou Fang's name, the Zhou family members surrounding him all turned to look at Zhou Fang. They had never seen Zhang Huizhu and were unaware of her relationship with Zhou Fang. Facing the inquisitive gazes of his family, Zhou Fang smiled and shook his head. "Mom and Dad, let's go look at the house, no need to bother with this." Although Zhou Fang did not clarify the identity of the person, seeing that his son did not want to engage with her, the Zhou family did not press further and walked inside together. Zhang Huizhu's act of being ignored by Zhou Fang completely ignited her inner fury. She did not expect that the poor kid in her eyes would actually ignore her. In a fit of rage, she shouted at Zhou Fang without considering the crowd. "Blind dog." No one expected that Zhang Huizhu would openly insult Zhou Fang in front of so many. In an instant, everyone was stunned, and the bustling sales hall of the Imperial Garden all turned their attention toward this scene. Zhou Fang, who had turned away with his family, and who suddenly turned around coldly staring at Zhang Huizhu. "What did you say?" The Zhou family members beside Zhou Fang, bewildered, did not understand why this unfriendly middle-aged woman was suddenly cursing at Zhou Fang. However, they had no time to inquire about the situation. Being insulted, they naturally wanted to retaliate. "Old witch, who are you cursing? What has my brother done to you? How shameless can you be to spew such filth in public? You've wasted your life at such an old age." The first to jump out was the youngest of the Zhou family, Zhou Qian. She didn't care who the other party was. Cursing her brother in front of so many people infuriated her, so she immediately shouted angrily at Zhang Huizhu. Seeing a little girl daring to speak rudely to her, Zhang Huizhu was taken aback. She laughed in anger, hands on her hips, rudely pointing at the Zhou family. "I'm cursing this Zhou brat. And who do you think you are, a little yellow-haired girl daring to stand against me, eh?" Zhang Huizhu felt a surge of satisfaction when she saw everyone's attention drawn to her. She had been suffering from the threats of her future daughter-in-law for days, and her heart was filled with pent-up anger. Today she made a fool of herself and felt awkward. Unexpectedly, she ran into the poor kid Zhou Fang, whom her daughter had dumped. This brat actually dared to step into such a prestigious place as the Imperial Garden. What gave him the right? Moreover, looking at this kid surrounded by a group of people, it was clear he had brought his entire family along. Truly a country bumpkin, unaware of his own limitations. Did he think this was a vegetable market in their village? So she directly called out to this kid, wanting to take the opportunity to mock him and vent her frustrations. To her surprise, Zhou Fang dared to ignore her, and especially the disdainful look he gave her. Hey, the person she always looked down upon actually dared to look down on her. How could Zhang Huizhu tolerate this? Thus, she disregarded the objections of her son and the nearby sales staff, continuing to loudly belittle Zhou Fang in front of the crowd, as if exposing Zhou Fang's flaws would somehow cover her own embarrassment today. "Let me tell you, this Zhou brat is a complete pauper. He dares to come here to look at houses. Don't be fooled by him. He tricked my daughter for 3 years with some sweet talk, and even dared to think he could marry her. With this pitiful appearance, what makes him worthy? Fortunately, my precious daughter has seen the light and recognized his true colors, finally getting rid of this toad. Although my daughter wasted 3 precious years of youth on this stinky toad, she has found a true gem. He is a big boss from the provincial city, a young talent, who runs his own company, unlike you, a trash that is so poor you could bleed." Zhang Huizhu said, feeling incredibly pleased with herself. At this moment, she wished the whole world to know that her daughter had found a golden son-in-law, especially to let this nearby sales staff know that she was not incapable of buying a house here. Her son-in-law was a big shot from the provincial city, capable of matching their wealth. It was only then that the onlookers finally understood why this middle-aged woman reminiscent of a shrew was cursing at a family that had just entered. It turned out that these two families had once been close to becoming in-laws, but it was clear that the woman cursing was one who despised the poor and loved the rich, while the poor kid Zhou Fang was the toad she had referred to. Everyone couldn't help but despise Zhang Huizhu, but that did not stop them from enjoying the spectacle. Some were curious about what kind of beauty could emerge from a family like Zhang Huizhu's that would attract the attention of wealthy big bosses in the provincial city. The Zhou family finally realized who this shrew-like woman was. It was actually Zhao Yuyao's mother, Zhou Fang. But at that moment, they finally understood that their son had endured so much behind the scenes for 3 years, and previously they always thought that the reason the two were dragging their feet on marriage was their son's issue, believing he had not genuinely touched the girl's heart. Therefore, they often advised their son to treat Zhao Yuyao better. But at that moment, they finally understood that their son had endured so much behind the scenes for 3 years in front of such a mean and snobbish future mother-in-law. Zhou's mother was so enraged by Zhang Huizhu that her eyes turned red. She felt both heartbroken for her son and resentful toward her own family for allowing their son to suffer humiliation. Facing Zhang Huizhu's aggressive demeanor, Zhou's mother pulled her younger daughter back and prepared to confront this shrew, determined to get justice for her son. At this moment, Huang looked at Zhou Fang with a changed expression. What was going on? Was Zhou Fang doing well or not? Could it really be true as this middle-aged woman claimed that Zhou Fang was a pauper? If it weren't for the fact that the other party was her old classmate, Huang would have doubted Zhou Fang's intentions, especially given his confident demeanor today. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the Imperial Garden Sales Center, Shen Nanqing had just finished a meeting with the executives when she heard sharp arguing from the hall below. She frowned and looked at a subordinate. What's going on down there? Is there no duty manager? Such a ruckus, what kind of decorum is this? The subordinate immediately replied, there is a duty manager, President Shen, please wait a moment while I go down to check. Shen Nanqing ignored this and stood up, heading out of the meeting room. She wanted to see for herself what was happening. The Imperial Garden was the group's first project in Huayang, and they were working hard to establish it as the most luxurious landmark community in Huayang, boosting the group's reputation. She knew that she had come here unexpectedly to take charge, and some people were dissatisfied privately, which inevitably led to some insincerity in their actions. She was aware of this and did not mind small matters, but today, with the president holding a meeting upstairs, the sales center below turned into a noisy market. This was a slap in her face. Moreover, such behavior severely damaged the group's image and the prestige of the Imperial Garden. She had to respond strongly this time to intimidate this group of rascals. Seeing the president personally heading down to investigate, everyone immediately followed. Arriving at the second-floor corridor, they looked down, and the source of the sharp arguing was at the entrance of the sales center, where many people were gathered, causing a chaotic scene. Shen Nanqing's face turned ashen as she looked at a senior executive. Is this the duty manager you mentioned? Where is he? After saying this, she ignored the executive's unpleasant expression and strode down to the first floor. In the crowd, Zhang Huizhu was full of herself, revealing Zhou Fang's secrets in one breath and boasting about her wealthy son-in-law in front of everyone, making her feel utterly elated while looking at the Zhou family with disdain. The onlookers were thoroughly entertained by the drama performed by Zhang Huizhu. At that moment, all eyes turned to the Zhou family, eager to see how the humiliated Zhou family would retaliate. A teardown showdown would be the most thrilling spectacle for them. Zhou Fang was initially filled with rage, but upon seeing his arrogant would-be mother-in-law, some knots in his heart suddenly unraveled. He managed to soothe his indignant parents and sister, playfully observing Zhang Huizhu, and suddenly burst. The onlookers were momentarily puzzled by Zhou Fang's reaction. Could it be that this poor lad had gone mad from Zhang Huizhu's scorn? After laughing, Zhou Fang suddenly waved at Huang. With a face full of suspicion, she felt both curious and doubtful about Zhou Fang's true identity, but as they were classmates, she approached him under the gaze of the crowd. Zhou Fang then reached into his pocket, pulled out his wallet, took out a card, and handed it to Huang. Huang, no need to look at other houses, just the one you recommended. The most expensive one at 488 square meters, 10 million, right? Full payment. Swipe the card. A diamond card. Everyone saw the card in Zhou Fang's hand. Nowadays, thanks to media exposure, most people understood that banks categorize clients into different tiers: gold cards, black cards, diamond cards, to symbolize one's status. Hu Ying's eyes widened in disbelief, forgetting to take the card. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Wow, this guy turned out to be a rich man masquerading as a poor one. When it comes to 10 million, there are certainly people everywhere who could pull out that kind of money, and the clientele at Dijingyu Yuan also included local tycoons from Huayang. But having money is one thing, the context in which one spends it is another. To slap the face of a disdainful mother-in-law in front of everyone is a whole different matter. It was so satisfying, so very satisfying. The snobbish mother-in-law who looked down on her poor son-in-law was up against a concealed wealthy mogul. This plot was simply too thrilling. The onlookers couldn't help but exclaim internally, this is amazing, simply amazing. The plot of a movie is unfolding right in front of us. Today's trip to Dijingyu Yuan was definitely worth it. Zhang Huizhu, witnessing Zhou Fang casually pull out a card and claim he would pay in full, was left utterly shocked. Impossible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhou Fang, you must be lying. Yes, a fraud. I tell you, this guy is definitely a fraud. How dare you claim 10 million with that worthless card? Huh. Even if you sold your entire family, you wouldn't be able to come up with that much money. Zhang Huizhu suddenly became agitated, shouting at the crowd. Excuse me, please let me through. Just then someone pushed through the crowd and approached the center of the commotion. Shen Nanqing walked in, followed by a group of company executives, and behind them was a middle-aged man sweating profusely. He was the duty manager who had been missing in action. He hadn't expected that during his brief absence such a ruckus would erupt in the sales hall, and even the new president would be present. Madam, I am the sales manager of Dijingyu Yuan. Please remain calm. This is a public space. If there are any disputes, please resolve them privately, and do not interfere with our clients viewing the properties. The duty manager hurriedly stepped forward, blocking the shouting Zhang Huizhu. She grabbed the sales manager's arm, agitatedly pointing at Zhou Fang. Are you the manager? How can you let anyone into your project? Look at this guy, he's a huge fraud and a pauper. I tell you, Dijingyu Yuan is the most prestigious property in Huaiyang. Allowing such a fraud into the sales center and bringing all these country bumpkins here is simply an insult to your development, and to us clients it's disgraceful. He can't even afford a house. How dare he shamelessly claim he can spend 10 million? Huh. Zhang Huizhu took the initiative to complain, angrily spraying the sales manager. Shut up. If he can't afford it, he'll just give it to him. Before the sales manager could respond, a sudden voice interrupted Zhang Huizhu. Everyone looked in astonishment at Shun Nanqin, who was speaking amidst the crowd, a woman of uncommon poise with a frosty expression. Huh. Zhang Huizhu was stunned by Shun Nanqin's sudden words. But who was she? Quickly regaining her composure, she scolded Shun Nanqin. What are you? How can you give it to him? Who do you think you are meddling in our affairs? Madam, please speak more respectfully. She is the president of our development. If you continue to speak recklessly, be wary of the consequences. The sales manager pushed Zhang Huizhu aside and sternly reprimanded her, knowing he had lost face in front of the president today, and upon seeing someone insult her, he stepped forward to show loyalty. Zhang Huizhu shivered internally upon realizing that the woman before her was the president of the development. Even she knew that the owner of such an extravagant property as Dijingyu Yuan was certainly not an ordinary person. If such a person truly sought trouble with her, her boastful son-in-law from the provincial capital might not be able to handle it. Zhang Huizhu was suddenly rendered speechless. With a sullen expression, Shun Nanqin no longer looked at Zhang Huizhu. She turned to Zhou Fang, her body trembling slightly, and her gaze softened immensely. Shun Nanqin, the president of the Huaiyang branch of Wanshi Real Estate Group, had another identity, as well, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Wanshi family. Her husband Wan Qing was the eldest son of the Wan family. The couple had been happily married for 7 years, and a year ago, she was still living a cozy life as a wealthy wife, supporting her husband and raising their daughter. However, her husband Wan Qing was an extreme sports enthusiast, often traveling around the world for the thrill. Since the family was wealthy, they supported Wan Qing's hobbies without objection. Unfortunately, fate took a cruel turn. Her husband tragically died in an avalanche during an extreme skiing expedition last year. When Shun Nanqin received the news, she felt as if the sky had fallen. Had it not been for their daughter Lele, she might have followed her husband in despair. However, her overwhelming grief led her to develop depression, but thanks to excellent treatment, she eventually emerged from the sorrow of her husband's passing. Once she recovered, Shun Nanqin became driven by ambition and proposed to her father-in-law to take over her husband's last project, which was Dijingyu Yuan in Huaiyang. Her father-in-law, the chairman of the Wanshi Group, agreed, and so she brought her child to Huaiyang and immersed herself in it. Everything seemed to progress positively, but an unexpected incident that morning stirred Shun Nanqin's emotions once again. She encountered a man who looked exactly like her husband in Huaiyang. In an instant, her long-buried feelings erupted uncontrollably. In a moment of desperation, she embraced him and wept bitterly, pouring out her sorrow for her husband. Fortunately, her nanny timely intervened and pointed out the differences between him and her husband, shattering her. Back home, her emotions remained unsettled. Initially, she had promised her daughter to spend a good day with her, but now, whenever she tried to settle down or saw her daughter, her husband's image would flood her mind, stirring her heart. Left with no choice, she could only come to the company, hoping that work would calm her heart. But unexpectedly, she encountered the man before her so soon again. At that moment, Zhou Fang also recognized the woman opposite him. Oh, wasn't she the one who mistook him for someone else at Wada Square and cried in his arms this morning? This woman was actually the president here. What a coincidence. He thought their encounter was a fleeting moment, never expecting to meet her again within half a day. Looking at the face he had longed for, Shun Nanqin couldn't help but want to approach. She wanted to reach out and touch his face. But as soon as she moved her foot, she noticed Zhou Fang subtly taking a step back. Wan Qing. Shun Nanqin couldn't help but call out, but she immediately snapped back to reality, muttering to herself, "No, he's not Wan Qing." At that moment, Shun Nanqin's unusual behavior caught everyone's attention. They were all puzzled, wondering why the president of Dijingyu Yuan seemed to recognize this poor boy Zhou Fang. It seemed that there was some undisclosed secret between them. Wow, this plot is getting juicier. Shun Nanqin looked at the man before her with a complex, yet hopeful gaze, but she knew he was not Wan Qing, but merely a stranger they had crossed paths with. At that moment, the expressions of those in the sales office varied. They never expected that their newly appointed president had any connection with the man named Zhou Fang. He was the president of their development project, typically carrying an aloof demeanor, yet he was now gazing gently at this person. Moreover, he had mentioned that he couldn't afford to buy, which left the other potential buyers in a state of bemusement. Zhang Huizhu wore a scheming expression and said sternly, "Don't mistake him for someone else. This kid looks like a complete loser, so don't be fooled by his appearance." Shun Nanqin glanced at the disruptive old woman, her expression returning to indifference, as she replied, "There's no need for you to worry. If you want to buy a house, pay now. The sales manager noticed the president's clear intent to defend Zhou Fang and immediately followed Shenankin's words, saying to Zhang Huiju, "Madam, as you mentioned, our Imperial Scenic Garden has an exceptional layout. The clients coming here are all of noble status, so please don't dawdle and waste time only to end up unable to." Upon hearing this, Zhang Huiju's face turned awkward. Her daughter currently couldn't muster any funds. Her relationship with that wealthy boss from the provincial city wasn't solid enough, and she couldn't produce a down payment immediately. For a moment she was left speechless, while Zhao Yutong beside her also looked displeased, seemingly having struck a nerve. Relying on his mother to help him buy a house was hardly a manly thing to do. Zhou Qian looked at Zhou Fang with curiosity and teased, "Brother, what is your relationship with this woman?" The Zhou family also looked at Zhou Fang with interest. Zhou Fang chuckled awkwardly and replied that there was no relationship, secretly thinking she was just a stranger they had met by chance. He then turned to the president Shen Nanqin and said, "I can afford the house, thank you for your kindness." At that moment, Huing, who had been sent to swipe the card, returned and reported that the 10 million in cash had been paid. Amidst Zhang Huiju's incredulous gaze, Zhou Fang took his family to sign the contract. Before Zhou Fang and the others left, she loudly exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible. How could this loser have money? It must be fake." Meanwhile, the other clients and sales staff looked at the old woman with pity. The sadness in her eyes was unmistakable. How could she let such a golden son-in-law go and even break up? It was hard to understand her reasoning. She was also making things difficult for him, not even considering whether he was worthy of her daughter, turning herself into a laughingstock. Those who could take out 10 million in cash at once were people they should be trying to curry favor with, yet here, she was slandering him. After all her struggles, she still couldn't afford it, as Zhou Fang had bought it outright, highlighting the gap between them. It was truly tragic. Zhou Fang ignored Zhang Hui just shouting behind him. In his view, there was no need to engage with the Zhao family any further. The moment her daughter had rejected him was on her 30th birthday, and since then she had no desire to remain entangled with their family. Huing, unable to hide her joy, took Zhou Fang to sign the subsequent contracts, and she was also preparing to show him the property. This old classmate of hers truly had substance. He wasn't just a braggart. The commission from this deal alone would be enough for her salary for 3 to 4 years. Zhou Fang observed this scene with a faint smile and said, "I told you I wouldn't deceive you. After all, we've been old classmates for many years." Seeing this, Zhou Fang suddenly wanted to know what this elegant lady was all about, so he took the initiative. To leave his contact information with Shen Nanqin. He gently said, "I apologize for troubling you today, President Shen. If you don't mind, after I finish up tonight, we could have a chat at a cafe." Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise crossed Shen Nanqin's frosty face, and she replied, "All right, I'll wait." Then in her high heels, she returned to the sales office above, reminding the staff to provide Zhou Fang with the best service possible before leaving. Watching Zhou Fang being taken away by the sales staff to sign the contract, Zhang Huiju glared at their retreating figures in hatred and left the sales hall with her son and future daughter-in-law looking defeated. Once outside, she immediately called her daughter Zhao Yuao, angrily embellishing the events that had transpired. Zhao Yuao initially thought her mother was once again pushing her to find a boyfriend for money, but she never expected it to be her ex-boyfriend Zhou Fang, who had taken out 10 million to buy a house. Impossible. How could Zhou Fang suddenly have so much money? If he had money, their relationship wouldn't have ended. Suddenly, she recalled the recent news circulating in the provincial city about someone winning a $1 billion prize. Could it be Zhou Fang? While she was still in disbelief, Zhang Huiju's voice came through the phone, venomously stating that little bastard Zhou Fang must have been supported by that Vixen president from the development project. Daughter, you didn't see the look that Vixen had when she saw him. I tell you, those two must have been involved long ago. Zhou Fang must have long wanted to find an opportunity to abandon you. Didn't you notice that after you dumped him, he never contacted you again? Now he's here buying a house. It must have been arranged by that Vixen president, all for show. Otherwise, how could the Zhou family afford to buy a house here? Listening to her mother's words, Zhao Yuao couldn't believe it. Zhou Fang was being supported by someone. This was even harder to believe than the idea of him winning the $1 billion prize. Zhou Fang and his family, led by Huing, went to sign a series of contracts, but he transferred the ownership of the property to his father. In the future, he would certainly not lack for housing. This was primarily for his parents to live in, and it was also convenient for his 2 younger sisters to attend school in the urban area. Zhou Fang's father initially wanted to decline, saying there was no need to write his name, but Zhou Fang comforted him, saying, "Dad, your son is no longer the same person as before. Just rest easy. Having a house under your name right in the city center is your son's way of fulfilling your wishes. Besides, you are still the head of the Zhou family, so it is only right that the house is under your name." Zhou Fang's father could no longer hold back his tears, speaking in a low yet gentle tone. All right. But when you marry in the future, we must also add your wife's name to the deed. We can't let her be at a disadvantage." Zhou Fang had no objections to this as long as his parents accepted it at this moment. Zhou Fang's mother was also crying quietly beside him, feeling proud her son had truly succeeded. Her face was glowing with pride. Returning to Dawan village, she felt she could finally hold her head high among the neighbors. This scene made Hu Ying, who accompanied them for the paperwork, envious. After all, this was a mansion worth 10 million. At the same time, she had some restless thoughts, but she immediately recalled the strange behavior of her company's president, which made her thoughts wilt. Zhou Qian and Zhou Ru were eager to see the new house. Their elder brother was truly wonderful. After signing the contract and completing the necessary procedures, they prepared to go see the house with the staff. After viewing the house, they planned to go to the mall to buy new clothes for their younger sister and get their parents some of their favorite things. The development was not far from the sales office, and soon they arrived at the residence under Hu Ying's guidance. This was a high-end flat, and the surrounding environment was particularly good with lush greenery and a central square featuring an outdoor fountain. With its exquisitely designed structure, everyone quickly entered the house. The entrance door was a password lock, which could also be unlocked by facial recognition technology. It remained to be seen if their parents would adapt to this. The two little ones would definitely learn quickly. They could teach their parents later. Upon entering, Zhou Fang's parents were somewhat astonished while his two sisters began to explore the place excitedly. The internal space was truly vast, totaling 488 square meters with a kitchen alone that was quite large, equipped with various appliances. There were not only 2 master bedrooms, but also 3 additional bedrooms, a study, a gym, and an esports room. Even Zhou Fang was somewhat taken aback, unable to close his mouth. Good heavens, was this a top-tier mansion? He realized he had previously been quite ignorant. No wonder people in the world go to great lengths to earn big money to live in mansions and enjoy top-tier luxuries. However, Zhou Fang suddenly recalled the renowned luxury residential areas in those top-tier cities. Compared to them, this place didn't quite qualify as a true mansion, merely being one of the better houses in Huayang City. Yet when he thought back to his small rented one-bedroom apartment, this place was already a rare delight for most people. In the spacious living room, there was a large LCD TV, and the balcony area was also bright and airy, with excellent light and ventilation throughout the rooms. Each bedroom was equipped with central air conditioning, making Zhou Fang's family, who only had one air conditioner back home, overjoyed. After handing over the keys, Hu Ying tried to introduce the features, but was interrupted by Zhou Fang, and the two went to the balcony. Zhou Fang smiled and said, "You see, let my parents get familiar with it themselves. They just arrived in the city, and they might be a bit reserved with someone around." Hu Ying also looked delighted and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Zhou Fang, thank you. Your purchase for me has really helped me a lot this time." Zhou Fang smiled a little, and then bid farewell to Hu Ying. At this moment, the room was filled with family. Father Zhou surveyed the living room, a smile never leaving his lips, while Mother Zhou kept murmuring about how Fanger had truly become successful. Mother was mainly in charge of the kitchen, while sisters Zhou Qian and Zhou Ru wandered between the study and the gaming room, fiddling with the LCD TV. They were also testing the different colors of the voice-controlled lights around the house, as well as connecting the sound system. It was a scene filled with warmth and harmony. Father Zhou was at the tea table on the balcony, brewing and savoring tea, something he had long desired but never had the chance to do. What man wouldn't want to enjoy tea while admiring the scenery and living with family in his later years? He had already fallen in love with this place. Fanger was indeed successful. However, Mother Zhou, although she understood most things in the kitchen, still looked puzzled by some of the new gadgets. Zhou Fang patiently explained to his mother how to use these items like the pressure cooker and the juicer, while reminding her to be careful in the future. Mother Zhou looked at her son beside her, her face filled with joy, though she still struggled to understand how to use some of the tools. Nevertheless, this didn't stop her from preparing a warm homemade meal for the family tonight. Then Zhou Fang prepared to take the family shopping at the mall to buy some new clothes. Mother Zhou stated that she and their father would not go, preferring to stay home and cook so that they could enjoy a warm meal when they returned. Zhou Qian and Zhou Ru eagerly chimed in, calling out for their older brother to take them along. Zhou Fang affectionately ruffled his 2 younger sisters' hair, saying, "All right, I'll take you to the mall, and you can buy whatever you want." He then looked at Zhou Ru and reminded her, "Ru, I'm not worried about your sister, but now that we have a gaming room, you mustn't become addicted to games, all right?" Zhou Qian playfully pouted and sweetly replied, "Got it, big brother, you can rest assured." After saying that, she clenched her small fist, looking like a threatening sister. Zhou Fang, watching this scene with a smile, felt much more at ease. Both sisters had consistently ranked. After saying that, she clenched her small fist, looking like a threatening sister. Zhou Fang, watching this scene with a smile, felt much more at ease. Both sisters had consistently ranked in the top 10 of their grade, proving to be quite capable. The 3 then left the room to head to the best mall nearby, Wada Mall. Their apartment was on the 8th floor, which wasn't too high, mainly to accommodate their parents, and the view was quite pleasant. After descending, Zhou Fang drove his navigator, taking his 2 mischievous sisters toward Wada Square. In the car, Zhou Qian playfully asked, Big brother, was the person from the sales office really not your sister-in-law? Zhou Fang, knowing they were referring to Shun Nanqing, chuckled helplessly and said, "What are you talking about, you little rascal? Stay out of adult matters." Zhou Qian let out a light hum, then started chatting with her sister. Before long they arrived at their destination. Surprisingly, there were quite a few parking spots available around Wada, showing that the infrastructure projects in Huayang were quite commendable. Even though he was wealthy now, since there were free parking spots, he didn't have to park in Wada's underground garage, as spending that unnecessary money was minor, and navigating the winding parking area below was a hassle. Soon the three entered the mall, and Zhou Fang asked his sisters what they wanted. The two little ones were whispering to each other, seemingly discussing something. Zhou Qian spoke up, "Big brother, I've always wanted a snow white dress. I wanted to ask our parents to buy it for me after I ranked in the top 10. But then due to the issue with Aunt, the family faced financial difficulties at that time and I didn't bring it up again." Zhou Fang understood the context of what his sister was saying. This had become a taboo topic in the family. He took Zhou Qian's hand and cheerfully said, "Let me help you make up for that regret. Our family won't lack money in the future." They quickly arrived at the clothing section, where the salesperson began to introduce various options. Zhou Fang inquired if there were any recommended white dresses. The salesperson showed them a row of dresses while explaining their prices. Zhou Fang's eyelids twitched. Good gracious, one dress cost 3,000 to 4,000, which was indeed unaffordable in the past. The female salesperson looked at their attire and didn't seem to think they were wealthy, so she didn't introduce the more expensive items at the back. She focused on a few dresses priced between a few hundred to 1,000. Zhou Fang waved his hand, letting his sister choose on her own, assuring her not to worry about the cost. In the end, Zhou Qian picked a dress that fit and liked, which was priced at 3,548. Zhou Fang then asked his sister to try it on to see if it fit well. During the time Zhou Qian was trying on clothes, the female salesperson rolled her eyes with a hint of disdain, sizing up the man and the child beside him. The type of person she looked down upon the most was one who couldn't afford something, yet still liked to try on clothes, worrying about what would happen if they dirted the expensive items in her store, only to say they wouldn't buy after trying them on, opting for something cheaper instead. Looking at this person, she probably belonged to that category. Sigh, what a headache. Noticing the female sales clerk's unfriendly gaze, Zhou Fang merely smiled faintly. Although people's standards had generally improved, there still existed some snobbish individuals who judged others by appearances. Fortunately, the salespeople at large malls had learned to be diplomatic. They did not resort to rude remarks or insults toward customers. At most, they would display disdainful looks, allowing customers to assess their own worth. Before long, Zhou Qian came out of the fitting room. Zhou Ru and Zhou Fang's eyes lit up as they saw the young girl reveal her fair shoulders. Her tall figure made the dress fit her perfectly. Her entire demeanor transformed completely, with her slender legs subtly visible beneath the skirt, complemented by the slightly shy expression she wore. She looked like a little fairy, truly a beautiful sight, just as one would expect from their sister. Zhou Ru rushed over to hug her sister, feeling happy for her. She knew how long Zhou Qian had yearned for this out. Now her wish had finally come true, and indeed, when her sister wore this coveted dress, she looked stunning, with Zhou Qian's pretty face showing a hint of a smile. The female salesperson, however, was indifferent to their joy, as she only cared about the clothes. Seeing that girl rush over and directly hug the dress, a hint of impatience surfaced in her eyes. She couldn't help but say, "Sir, this dress costs over 3,000, so please ensure your sister takes good care of it. If anything goes wrong, it would be troublesome for a small salesperson like me." Zhou Fang directly pulled out his diamond card from his pocket and calmly said 2 words to the female salesperson. Seeing the extraordinary diamond card in front of her, the female salesperson's expression changed slightly, and her demeanor became much more respectful, a courteous smile appearing on her face. Okay, I'll process the payment right away." Soon, with a chime, the payment was completed, and the female salesperson respectfully handed back the diamond card. She then quietly asked, "Sir, do you need it wrapped?" Zhou Fang replied nonchalantly, "No need, my sister can wear it." He then bought an identical one for Zhou Ru as well. Both sisters donned their new white dresses, resembling 2 adorable little angels. Zhou Fang continued to accompany his 2 younger sisters in the shopping mall, not only selecting a number of clothes, but also buying many expensive school supplies for them. Naturally, the task of carrying things fell on him. After that, they wandered through the snack area, the toy section, and the girls' clothing department. Before long, Zhou Fang found himself laden with many bags. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Is this what it means to accompany women shopping? And this was just his own sisters. However, spending time with them was quite nice. In the past, while working in the provincial city, he rarely came home and had little time to spend with his sisters. This time he had no complaints. Afterward, they went to the food store, buying some chocolate and chips that his sisters loved. Caring for him, his sisters took some of the burden off him and carried a few small bags. At first, he didn't take it seriously, saying it wasn't necessary, as he was strong and capable. Yet he underestimated how long women could spend shopping, even if it was just for 2 little girls. He could only follow along, after all they were his own sisters. Eventually the three of them were all carrying things. Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Ru and Zhou Qian finally felt like they had nothing left they wanted to buy. Suggesting they head home, Zhou Fang finally felt a sense of relief. It was over at last. Yet he maintained a gentle expression on his face. Soon they exited the Wanda Plaza, and the sky outside had darkened. Unknowingly, it was already evening. Earlier that day, he had taken his parents and sisters to the city center to look at houses, and by afternoon, they had made quite a bit of progress setting up the new home. Having spent the day in the shopping mall, it was now nightfall. Soon the three of them arrived at the car parked by the roadside. Thankfully, the car was large enough and the trunk had enough space to fit everything, with some items also placed in the middle seats. However, Zhou Fang vowed that in the future, if he ever drove women out shopping again, he would certainly not park outside. Carrying all these items out was just too exhausting. The two young girls' faces were radiant with smiles, thrilled that their big brother had finally accompanied them out. In the past, such opportunities were rare, as he was always busy. Before long, they returned to their community. His car hadn't yet registered for a parking space, so he first paid for parking and parked it in the underground garage for safety. The three siblings carried their bags as they made their way back to the floor of their newly purchased apartment. The spacious layout, complete with a private elevator, was indeed convenient. In no time, they reached the 8th floor, and just as they were about to knock on the door, it swung open. It turned out that the two sisters had contacted their parents earlier when they were almost home. Zhou's father and mother stood at the door, knowing their children had returned as soon as they heard the noise, and prepared to open the door. This scene warmed Zhou Fang's heart. This was the feeling of home. He called out, "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Zhou's mother welcomed them, saying, "Come in quickly. Oh, I've made dumplings, and have been waiting for the three of you." Zhou's father took the bags and carried them into the living room. Seeing Zhou Qian and Zhou Ru in their new white clothes, Zhou's mother felt delighted. The two girls indeed looked radiant in their new outfits. The Zhou family had worked hard to earn money, although they felt they had not deprived their children of food, and clothing opportunities to buy new clothes were few and far between. Thinking of this, Zhou's mother felt a pang of bittersweetness. Thankfully, their son had become successful, and their family had changed their impoverished fate. Inside the room, there was a large dining table. Zhou's mother prepared many dishes, all of which were Zhou Fang's favorites from his childhood, especially dumplings. Zhou Qian and Zhou Ru went to the kitchen to help with the dumplings, while Zhou's father went to serve the dishes. Zhou Fang turned on the TV to liven up the atmosphere in the room. Soon steaming dumplings were ready, and the five of them sat around the dining table, happily enjoying the meal. Zhou's mother kept serving Zhou Fang food while he repeatedly waved his hands, saying he couldn't eat that much. Amidst the joy, Zhou's father specially opened a bottle of fine wine he had just bought from outside, something he had been reluctant to drink. Today, with the new house, he felt it was a reason to celebrate. While pulling Zhou Fang to drink, he kept reminiscing about old times. Zhou's mother reminded him to drink less and take care of his health, while Zhou's father, blushing, repeatedly waved his hands. With a mix of excitement and solemnity, he said, "Our Fanger has truly become successful." While patting Zhou Fang on the shoulder, Zhou Fang only symbolically drank a few cups with his father, as he still needed to go out later. Soon Zhou's father wanted to finish the remainder of the wine by himself, but Zhou's mother seized it from him, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Zhou's mother then recounted how Zhou's father had gone out to buy groceries that afternoon, only to forget the way home, and had to rely on a phone call to find his way back. Zhou Qian helplessly said, "Dad, don't worry, the roads are easy to recognize. I'll take you out a few more times, and you'll get familiar with them." Indeed, they still needed to help their parents familiarize themselves with the surrounding environment. Otherwise, if they got lost one day while he and his sister were at school, it would be troublesome. Zhou Ru also expressed her opinion. Zhou's mother looked at them helplessly and said, "There's no need to worry about that. Your mother is not foolish. Even if she gets lost, she will ask someone. As for your father, despite living half his life, he still hesitates to approach strangers." Zhou's father. Soon the family reunion dinner came to an end. Zhou's mother went to clear the dishes, and the two younger sisters sensibly went to review their homework. He then said his goodbyes, stating he was stepping out for a bit. Zhou's mother reminded him to be careful and return home early, to which Zhou Fang repeatedly assured her not to worry. Afterwards, Zhou Fang went downstairs and contacted the number left by Xin Nanqing. A gentle voice answered on the other end of the line, "Wan Qing." "No, sorry, mister. Zhou, is it convenient to talk tonight?" Zhou Fang replied, "I called for this matter. I also want to clarify what exactly is going on." Soon the two agreed to meet at a decent cafe. Zhou Fang retrieved his car from the underground parking lot and called for a designated driver to take his navigator to a cafe in the central area of Huayang City. Before long, Zhou Fang arrived, found an empty spot to sit, and hadn't ordered coffee, yet as he still didn't know what kind of sugar preference the other person had, he decided not to make assumptions for now. He didn't have to wait long. Soon a red sports car parked outside the cafe, and a graceful figure emerged from within. Her expression was cool, filled with both tension and anticipation. Dressed in a white top, and a black skirt perfectly accentuating her curves with long slender legs. It was an irresistible sight, her professional attire exuding charm without any compromise. With a light makeup that was refreshing to the eyes, Shen Nanqing quickly spotted the figure she had been longing for. Murmuring to herself, Wanqing, Wanqing. She knew that the man before her was not her deceased husband. She was overwhelmed by thoughts of her past, and before long Shen Nanqing elegantly took a seat opposite Zhou Fang. Her expression was complex and profound as she looked at the man in front of her. Zhou Fang wasn't sure how to start. After a moment of silence, he tentatively asked, "How much sugar do you take in your coffee?" Shen Nanqing looked momentarily stunned. The two of them sat in silence for a while until he indeed felt a bit confused. Upon hearing Zhou Fang's question, Shen Nanqing's body trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. After a moment, she softly spoke. "Wanqing was my husband, but he passed away over a year ago. He looks remarkably like him. If you don't look closely, you would think you were twins." After saying this, Shen Nanqing gazed at Zhou Fang's face, as if recalling the days of the past, tears glimmering in her eyes, and she remained silent for a long moment. Then she collected herself and continued, "I apologize for my rudeness when we hastily met at Wada Square." Zhou Fang, seeing Shen Nanqing's delicate demeanor, expressed that it was no problem. At the same time, he was taken aback by the grace of this woman, comparing it to the behavior of his ex-girlfriend's mother, which was on an entirely different level. He couldn't help but recall the whispers he overheard at Wada Square regarding Aunt Wu, the title of young madam, and her identity as the female CEO of the city's most luxurious property company, deducing that this woman held a significant status. The other party likely truly came from a wealthy family separated from the ordinary. As if recalling something, Shen Nanqing absent-mindedly stirred her coffee, her expression somewhat bitter. Since Wanqing's departure, she had been living in the sorrow of missing her husband while raising their child. She gently spoke with a hint of hesitation, "Mr. Zhou, can we meet more often in the future? I can offer you some help in any aspect you need." Zhou Fang thought for a moment and replied, "Director Shen, we can be friends. If there's an opportunity, we will naturally meet again." Since winning a massive lottery, he felt more confident facing someone like Shen Nanqing, who had once seemed unattainable, and he did not really need help. However, having more friends opens more paths, and with the previous misunderstandings cleared up, he thought they might meet again by fate. Naturally, he wouldn't simply play the role of Wanqing just because she was likely from the upper class. He valued his freedom and didn't want to impose unnecessary constraints on himself, especially since she already had a child. After thinking this, Zhou Fang felt much more relaxed. Indeed, after acquiring wealth, one no longer hesitates. Everything should be done according to one's heart. Then the two chatted about trivial matters of life, and it was evident that Shen Nanqing was in a good mood and had a pleasant spirit. Before parting ways, Shen Nanqing mentioned, "If you encounter any unsolvable problems in the future, feel free." Zhou Fang chuckled heartily, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Director Shen. See you next time." He then drove his navigator back to the community, watching the car fade into the distance. Shen Nanqing stood still for a long time, a faint sigh escaping her lips outside the cafe before dissipating without a trace. On the way, Zhou Fang recalled that when he came to the city to look for a house, his grandmother, due to her old age and health issues, entrusted her care to a neighbor and did not come along. Now that they were settled here, it was time to bring his grandmother over. He then returned home and informed his mother about preparing to pick up grandma tomorrow, considering whether they should move house. Zhou's mother was somewhat moved. Although there wasn't anything valuable at home, everything was hard-earned, and it was already late, so they would have to wait until tomorrow to pick up grandma. In the room, Zhou Ru and Zhou Qian also expressed their intent to go along. They needed to retrieve their books, as they had only brought 2 small backpacks when they came, which didn't contain much. Both of them were already in their senior year of high school, and their study materials were quite substantial. The eldest, Zhou Ru, was meticulous and was already planning for the future. Now that they had such a good house, they couldn't let their studies slip. Thinking this, she approached her younger sister Zhou Qian, who was playing in the esports room, and spoke coldly, "Little 3, remember to prioritize your studies in the future, and don't let our parents or brother worry." Zhou Qian pouted and replied, "Don't worry, sister, you know my grades right." Then she muttered softly, "It's just a few minutes older than me. Why do you always act like an elder and boss me around?" Zhou Ru immediately pinched Zhou Qian's ear with her small hand, playfully chiding, "What are you mumbling about? Don't think I can't hear you. A few minutes older, and I am still your sister." The family had a habit of rising early, but Zhou Fang was the last to get up. He chuckled awkwardly, resolving to wake up earlier in the future. Upon seeing his mother, the next morning the entire family slept soundly through the night, not disturbed by the new home. The family had a habit of rising early, but Zhou Fang was the last to get up. He chuckled awkwardly, resolving to wake up earlier in the future. Upon seeing his mother preparing breakfast in the kitchen, he quickly stopped her. Gently he said, "Mom, you should take a break. I'll go out and buy some breakfast for everyone." Zhou Fang then went out to buy 5 servings of spicy soup, tea, eggs, soup dumplings, and fried dough sticks. Even after becoming wealthy, he still felt that this set of breakfast was quite fulfilling. After bringing it home, Zhou's parents felt that their current life was truly getting better. Previously back in their hometown, when the two daughters went to school, breakfast was just a casual affair before they heard. Now they could enjoy the lifestyle of city dwellers. It was no wonder Zhou's mother felt a bit self-conscious. After all, she had worked hard to take care of her 3 children and had no time to consider her own quality of life. Having a full meal every day was already a great blessing. Soon after finishing their meal, they returned to their hometown Dewan village led by Zhou Fang in the navigator. About half an hour later, they arrived at the village entrance. After a while, Zhou Fang parked the car in front of their home. The few of them returned to the old home they had shared for many years. Grandma, hearing the commotion outside, leaned on her cane and wobbled towards the door. Seeing this, Zhou Ru and Zhou Qian hurried over to support her. Grandma was getting older and could not afford to fall. When Zhou's mother told Grandma that they had now bought a house in the city and would all be moving there, she was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend how fast house buying had become. Then she happily said, Good, that's wonderful." Afterward, they packed up their belongings, taking everything they needed. Before leaving, Zhou's father even swept the yard to leave it tidy. In the future, they would also come back to take care of it when they had time. Then it was time to move the luggage. Fortunately, Zhou Fang's navigator had enough space, which was quite convenient. Several neighbors had already gathered at the door. "This car is so impressive. Is it Zhou's son's? Are you here to take your family to the city? Xiao Fang has become so successful now, we watched him grow up. Indeed, yesterday his son went back to visit him, I caught a glimpse, and what he brought was all valuable stuff. Zhou Fang graduated from a prestigious university in the provincial capital. It's only natural for him." An old man sighed. Nowadays, the young people in the village are all out hustling, and there are fewer and fewer people left in the village. Indeed, this village is far less lively than it was a few years ago when children used to play and frolic on the street. The old man had once found their noise bothersome, but now looking at the desolate village, he felt nostalgic. Seeing the neighbors gathered outside the home, Zhou's mother greeted them one by one. Hearing the neighbors' compliments, she felt a bit joyful in her heart. Afterward, everyone bid farewell to the old neighbors and got into Zhou Fang's car. Zhou's mother particularly reminded her husband to make sure the door was locked well. As she looked at the swiftly passing scenery around her, Grandma felt a sense of melancholy. Zhou Ru comforted her gently, saying, "Grandma, don't be sad. You can always come back whenever you want in the future. Enjoy the life in the city for now. Let's experience the life of city dwellers." With these words, the expressions of everyone in the car softened considerably. After all, they were going to enjoy the comforts of city life. Half an hour later, Zhou Fang's navigator had already arrived at the entrance of the community. Since there was quite a bit of luggage, he planned to stop downstairs and then carry the items up. However, "Excuse me, could you please open the gate? I've paid for parking. I just need to unload some luggage, and then I'll move the car out." Zhou Fang called out loudly. His car had not yet been registered with the community property, so the access control system did not open. "What do you mean? The community doesn't allow outside cars," and stop dreaming. The elderly security guard at the entrance replied, leisurely sipping tea on his lounge chair, feeling quite relaxed. Allowing outside cars in would disturb the order. He was considering the security environment of the community. Zhou Fang felt a bit helpless and then handed the old man a few cigarettes, saying, "Can you open the gate now? We're new residents moving in, just unloading some things, and then we'll move the car out. Plus, I've already paid for parking, and once the parking space is available, I can register the license plate." Zhou Fang explained patiently. To his surprise, the old man replied directly, "What are you thinking? I don't know anything about parking fees. I said no entry means no entry." The two sides were at a stalemate for several seconds, when suddenly a luxury car drove up, followed by 2 honks of the horn. Seeing the car, the security guard squinted and smiled awkwardly as he got up from his lounge chair, approaching the person in the luxury car and saying, "Mr. Chen'll open the gate for you right away." He knew that Mr. Chen lived in a villa just below the penthouse. He couldn't make things difficult for him as he depended on this job for his livelihood. Li operated the switch and let Mr. Chen's luxury car through before hurriedly closing the gate. He then glanced at Zhou Fang, who seemed to have an expression of discontent, and said bluntly, "What are you looking at? He can afford to live in a villa, and people like you moving in to unload goods should stop dreaming." This made Zhou Fang furious. So he could open the gate for others, but not for me. He realized that the guard just wanted him to pay another parking fee for a little extra pocket money. But he refused to comply with the old man's demands. If another guard were on duty, he would have to pay an extra penny. Was he to be treated as a fool? Zhou Fang retorted, "Old man, do you really think I don't look like a resident of this upscale community?" Upon hearing this, Li squinted, his eyes caught off guard by the comment. The car looked quite large and new, yet it didn't carry the luxury brand logos he was accustomed to. Moreover, what use is a large vehicle? Even a van is big, but it's just used for transporting goods. He then noticed Zhou's parents dressed in simple rural clothing and finally felt reassured that they were definitely just ordinary residents. To be fair, Zhou's parents did dress rather shabbily. After all, they had just arrived in the city, and they always saved their new clothes. This gave these pretentious people a chance to look down on them. After confirming his thoughts, Li simply replied, "Stop pretending, young man. Look at the family you're bringing. What class are they? Tisk tsk. If you want to get in, just park your car outside, and carry the things yourself. I see you have quite a few people that want kill you to walk a little." He then returned to his lounge chair to continue enjoying his tea. Zhou Fang was already angry at this scene. When he was poor, he had to endure such humiliation, and sometimes he had no words to retaliate. But now that he had money, why should he still tolerate such treatment? The others in the car were also quite irritated, not expecting that city folks could be so hard to deal with. Even in such a high-end community, there were people deliberately causing trouble. Zhou Qian's face was filled with anger as she said, "Wow, big brother, this old man is so arrogant." Zhou's mother also felt somewhat helpless and gently asked, "Fanger, why don't we just park at the parking lot you mentioned before and carry the things over later?" Zhou Fang replied gently, "No need, Mom, don't worry. They'll handle it myself." He then dialed Xin Nankin's number. Didn't she say to contact her if there was anything? While other matters were hard to discuss, this was her family's property, and her employee, calling her was only right. On the other end of the phone, Xin Nanqin was somewhat surprised to see Zhou Fang, whom she had just met yesterday, calling her today. She was about to respond sweetly when she heard Zhou Fang's somewhat low voice indicating something was off. After Zhou Fang finished speaking, Xin Nanqin finally understood the situation. Having just become the president here, she vaguely remembered that the property management of this development seemed to be comprised of relatives and friends of various high-ranking officials with a complex web of connections. Xin Nanqin thought for a moment and then resolutely headed over. Soon she arrived at the community entrance dressed in professional attire, a white blouse that accentuated her figure and a black pencil skirt that perfectly outlined her curvy hips, her long legs clad in black stockings stepping into black high heels. As she walked towards them, she truly was a vision of beauty. Coupled with her cold and aloof expression, she seemed almost unattainable. Zhou Fang got out of the car and was somewhat surprised to see her, saying, "President Xin, you look even more beautiful today." This was not flattery, rather it was that this woman whom he had just seen yesterday seemed to have adopted an entirely new style today, catching him off guard. Upon hearing Zhou Fang's words, Xin Nankin's frosty face flushed slightly. She then replied cheerfully, "Zhou, don't worry. This is my company's responsibility. Oh, I will handle it and give you an explanation." Hearing this different form of address, Zhou Fang felt a strange sensation in his heart, but chose not to say much. The two walked side by side towards the security office. Li, who had been leisurely enjoying tea on the lounge chair in the security office, squinted his eyes to observe as someone approached. It was as if he had seen something significant. "Isn't this the top leader of the company, President Shun, who just arrived a little while ago?" Li's attitude shifted to one of great respect, and he felt a bit flustered as he had memorized the faces of all the prominent figures. Seeing President Xin walking alongside the previous man, he became nervous. He looked up again and noticed that the usually aloof President Shun was displaying a warm demeanor towards this man. His heart raced with panic. "Li Tiejuan, right? The father of the company's executive, Li Zining," Xin Nanqin slowly stated after checking some information on her phone. Li could only lower his head in trepidation. Then he heard Xin Nanqin say, "You don't need to come to work tomorrow. The security post is the face of our D Jingyu Yuan, and your son Li Zining has abused company resources for personal gain. Allowing someone of your qualifications to remain here will damage the image of our property. Go back and tell your son that he will also be dismissed." Huh. Li was momentarily at a loss for words, not expecting that President Shun would be so unyielding. A trivial matter not only cost him his job, but also implicated his son. He looked at Zhou Fang and hurriedly pleaded, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou. It was my fault for not recognizing you earlier. I'll lose my job, and at my age, where can I find another job? This also implicates my son. Please, Mr. Zhou, help me plead my case with President Shun. I promise I won't make the same mistake again." He couldn't imagine how his son would view him after he lost his executive position. Even if his son wouldn't hold it against him, his daughter-in-law, who had always looked down on him, would certainly drive him back to his hometown. Zhou Fang scoffed inwardly, thinking, "Old man, didn't you act so tough earlier? After living for so many years, don't you know the principle of keeping a low profile?" However, he still tried to help a little. He turned to Xin Nanqin and suggested, "Why not just dismiss this security guard? His son is an executive in your company. Since you're new here, abruptly firing an executive might create unrest among the staff, which would be unfavorable for your future management. Just demote him. After all, his connection to his son isn't particularly significant. Of course, this is just a small suggestion. I will defer to your arrangements." Xin Nanqin immediately replied softly, "All right, I'll follow your advice." Xin Nanqin was decisive and efficient in the time it took to make a phone call. She had resolved everything. Then with a charming smile she turned her beautiful eyes and said, "So having helped you so much, aren't you going to invite me to your home for a visit?" Zhou Fang chuckled and replied, "Of course. It's just that we've just moved in, and it's a bit messy. Oh, I hope you won't mind. Please come in." Having called upon such a high-ranking executive to help, he certainly couldn't neglect her. It was only proper to invite her home for a warm reception. Zhou Fang then drove to the parking area of his spacious apartment, and Shen Nanqing followed closely behind in her own car, parking beside him. Seeing Zhou Fang's family moving luggage, he initially wanted to help, but he didn't dare let the delicate female executive lift a finger. He quickly waved his hand, asking her to wait a moment, and after settling things he would invite her to his home as a guest. Zhou Qian looked curiously at the extremely beautiful woman, and then at her elder brother, feeling an inexplicable sense of compatibility. Then with a playful smile, she seemed to be preparing to share a big secret with Zhou Ru. Before long, Zhou Fang noticed that his two younger sisters were giving him odd looks. It felt a bit awkward. Oh, what were these two girls thinking? Fortunately, they didn't have too much luggage, and soon everyone had moved everything upstairs. Seeing her grandmother in the room, tears welled up in her eyes. It was the first time she had seen such a spacious and bright house with all the walls painted white. Observing her grandmother's astonished expression, the others felt a sense of happiness in their hearts. Seeing their elder enjoy herself brought them joy as well. Perhaps it was this psychology at play. The elderly woman didn't know what high-end meant, as she only knew that this room was large, much brighter than their old home, and well it, which was enough to satisfy her. Before long they had settled everything. Zhou Fang mentioned that the woman who had helped them was coming over for a visit. It would only be a short while, but Zhou's mother was still determined to prepare a meal, as she didn't know what the relationship was between that woman and her son. However, since the woman had come to help with some troubles, they had to treat her well. So she went to the kitchen to prepare some home-cooked dishes, just in time for lunch, as no one had eaten much. That morning they had only casually snacked on breakfast. Zhou Fang personally went down to greet Shen Nanqing, who was waiting in her Weinard luxury car beside the flower bed, looking like a stunning sight. When Shen Nanqing saw Zhou Fang, she snapped back to reality, smiled, opened the car door, and stepped out. Zhou Fang awkwardly chuckled. "My mother is too warm-hearted, as she insists on thanking you and insists that you stay for a meal before leaving." Shen Nanqing also smiled and replied, "Then I must thank Auntie." Following Zhou Fang's lead, the two made their way to his home. As a newcomer to this place, Shen Nanqing felt a bit shy, as she indeed wanted to learn more about this man. Before Shen Nanqing could ponder more, Zhou's mother warmly greeted her. "Mr. Shen, you are a guest of honor. Please sit down, don't stand on ceremony. We owe you a great deal this time. You young people chat. I'll go prepare some home-cooked dishes, it won't take long." Shen Nanqing smiled and replied, "I understand, Auntie, thank you for your hospitality." Zhou Ru and Zhou Qian peered from their bedroom, ready to observe their elder brother and the extraordinarily beautiful woman's every move. This would help them later analyze what kind of relationship their brother had with the woman. Although Zhou Ru, as the eldest sister, remained calm, she still joined forces with her mischievous younger sister on this matter. After all, he was their only brother. Shen Nanqing sat gracefully on the sofa. Being from a prominent family, she carried herself elegantly, in any environment, a testament to her good upbringing. They chatted casually about daily life. Shen Nanqing didn't deliberately inquire about Zhou Fang's job. She didn't care about his previous extravagant purchase of a house. Her family and her background as a rich young lady meant she was never short of money. She simply wanted to understand more about this man who resembled her husband. Before long, Zhou's mother had finished preparing the meal. She brought it out, filling the table with dishes. The group took their seats, and Zhou's mother called Zhou Ru and Zhou Qian, who immediately rushed over to join them for dinner. Shen Nanqing sat slightly awkwardly at the dining table. Beside her was Zhou Fang, and for a moment she felt a bit dazed, that familiar feeling. Zhou's father noticed Shen Nanqing, and seeing her demeanor and eloquence, it was clear she was a person of true class, which made him feel a bit reserved, and he ate in silence, while Zhou's mother warmly encouraged Shen Nanqing to eat more. He had initially planned to serve her more dishes, but considering that city people seemed to find that impolite, he abandoned. As Zhou Fang's mother, she couldn't lose her manners. Meanwhile, the grandmother chatted happily with the family, while the two sisters ate, while keeping an eye on Zhou Fang and Shen Nanqing. This somewhat strange dining environment made the usually composed Shen Nanqing feel a bit nervous and awkward. Soon after tasting the dishes, Shen Nanqing was quite surprised, but felt entirely different from the lavish meals she usually had. "Oh, is this what home-cooked meals are like?" Having been pampered with riches since childhood, she had eaten such food very rarely. Unexpectedly, it had a unique flavor. Shen Nanqing repeatedly praised Zhou's mother's culinary skills, saying the food was delicious. Before long, the meal came to an end. Zhou Fang felt quite satisfied, having previously relied on takeaway meals and beer in his rented apartment. These past few days, eating his mother's cooking had brought him a taste of home. After the meal, the two little ones returned to their room, seemingly plotting something. Shen Nanqing prepared to leave, thanking Zhou's mother for her warm hospitality, and also bidding farewell to Zhou's father, who seemed to be at a loss for words. Zhou Fang accompanied her downstairs, giving her a light send-off. Shen Nanxin smiled, her cheeks dimpled adorably. At the bottom of the stairs, Zhou Fang said goodbye to her. Let's meet again if we have the chance, Mr. Shen. Thank you for your help today. No need to be polite. I should be the one apologizing to you. You are a client of our development, and moving in has caused you trouble. Also, thanks for the hospitality, Andy. Shen Nanxin said her farewell, then drove away. Zhou Fang was about to head back upstairs when suddenly he was looking at the caller ID. It was his ex-girlfriend Zhao Yueyao. Zhou Fang's expression turned cold. On the other end of the line, a familiar voice spoke, filled with hostility. Zhou Fang, where did you get $1 million to buy a house? Have you really been kept by a rich woman? Have you been secretly hooking up with someone else and deliberately let me take the blame for this vain betrayal? Kept by a rich woman. Zhou Fang immediately realized that this must be Zhang Huizhu, trying to tarnish his reputation, huh? Zhao Yueyao was still as gullible as before, easily believing her mother's words. Although they had broken up, she still questioned him in the same accusatory tone. Zhou Fang no longer needed to indulge her. He retorted directly, didn't you delete my contact information? Why are you calling me? As for your questions, we have nothing to do with each other now. Oh, I have no obligation to answer you. The woman on the other end was taken aback by Zhou Fang's cold response. Zhao Yueyao did not expect Zhou Fang's tone to be so cold. He had never treated her this way before. Could it be true what her mother said about him getting involved with some wealthy woman? After all, given Zhou Fang's financial situation and his family background, having been with him for 3 years, she was well aware of his circumstances, especially when it came to a staggering sum of 10 million. Zhao Yueyao thought again, no, based on her understanding of Zhou Fang's character, he wouldn't do something like that. Even if he could with his abilities, he wouldn't be able to hide it without leaving any traces. However, they had only broken up a few days ago. It was unlikely for Zhou Fang to have attached himself to a wealthy woman in such a short time. Then, could the person who won 2 billion, which had been the talk of the province, really be Zhou Fang? Thinking of this, Zhao Yuyao's breathing suddenly quickened. She immediately switched to a gentle tone and said, Zhou Fang, I believe in your character, but my mom said you suddenly became wealthy and that you've caught the eye of some real estate president, so I was just speculating. I'm sorry. But why do you suddenly have so much money? Is it? Stop right there. Don't say sorry. I've told you we have no relationship anymore. As for your questions, I have nothing to say. Zhou Fang knew what she wanted to ask after all the news about his lottery win had spread widely in the province. However, no matter how others suspected, he would never admit it and let anyone guess if they wanted. With a cold snort, he didn't want to say anything more to Zhao Yueyao. On the day of his 30th birthday, when she discarded him and turned to her boss, their relationship had completely shattered. Zhou Fang then said indifferently, let's not contact each other anymore. Without waiting for Zhao Yuyao's response, though the bitterness of losing his job and his relationship had been washed away by the huge lottery prize, it resurfaced, now making his heart feel somewhat sour. After all, he had lived well for several years, so it was impossible for him to feel indifferent. Back in his room at home, sitting in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, Zhou Fang drank several bottles of beer, hoping to drown his sorrows. Looking out the window at the dazzling night scene of the city, his thoughts drifted endlessly, unable to calm down. Recalling the wonderful moments he had spent with Zhao Yueyao, Zhou Fang sighed and shook his head, trying to divert. Then Zhou Fang noticed his laptop beside him and thought to himself that maybe playing a game would help him change his mood. He hadn't played games much since he started working, but he used to play often during school. As he opened his computer and prepared to launch a shooting game, an advertisement suddenly popped up and caught his attention. One cut 999999999. The Wolftooth female streamer is cutting stones live guaranteed by the platform. It's heating up. Zhou Fang suddenly recalled something, and his interest was piqued, leading him to open the live broadcast room called Wolftooth platform. Upon entering the live room and seeing the barrage of comments flooding in, he realized that the number of users watching the live broadcast had actually reached several million. On screen was a female streamer named Lin Mingming, dressed in a white sports bodysuit that accentuated her perfect curves, exuding a natural beauty without being overly pretentious. Her lower body was clad in tight denim shorts, her rounded hips and long legs highlighting her excellent figure. After some investigation, he discovered that although Lin Mingming was very attractive, she was not your average beauty streamer. Instead, she belonged to the antique industry, cutting stones and appraising treasures. Moreover, viewers could interact with her through a video call, participating in live stone cutting, and the platform provided guarantees for both buyers and sellers. Stone cutting. Zhou Fang's interest grew even more. He wanted to see what his previously extraordinary luck was all about. After looking into the specific rules, he decided to participate himself. He casually created a username Orange Cat who loves fish and joined the live room. The rules here allowed users who wanted to participate to choose the stones they wanted to cut, and then Lin Mingming would cut them live. However, a 1,000 yuan entry fee was required to participate. Zhou Fang chuckled and immediately donated 10,000 yuan for entry, applying to connect with the streamer Lin Mingming. Seeing someone directly donate 10 entry tickets to cut in line, which was allowed by the platform rules, Zhou Fang thought that online having money does grant privileges. Lin Mingming sweetly responded thank you to the orange cat, who loves fish, for the 10 entry tickets. She then agreed to Zhou Fang's connection. Lin Mingming gently asked, hello, orange cat, who loves fish, which stone do you plan to cut? Zhou Fang scanned the stones in the room with the camera and replied nonchalantly, let's go with that big stone in the corner. Upon hearing this, Lin Mingming in the live room was visibly taken aback, as she knew that the large stones over there were all inferior products, and the chance of finding jadeite or gemstones inside was extremely slim. While she was contemplating, Zhou Fang had already placed his bet. The large stone was priced at only 3,000, clearly not favored by the seller or the viewers. Seeing that Zhou Fang had chosen that large stone for the connection, the comments in the live room immediately exploded. What the hell? Is this guy joking? Anyone with eyes can see there's nothing good there, yet he insists on going for it. Is he here for laughs? Haha, it's obvious he's an amateur. He's probably just trying to make Lin Mingming happy. Spending 10,000 to cut in line, turns out he's a fool. That's hilarious. Damn, 10,000 is almost equivalent to my daily wage. This guy really knows how to show off. Wow, aren't you afraid of the wind blowing your tongue off? Looking at the chaotic barrage of comments flashing before him, Zhou Fang merely smiled, faintly unfazed. Lin Mingming showed hesitation on her face, but as if she had made up her mind, she said, dear friend, why don't we choose another stone? Netizens, I think this friend might be playing this type of live stream for the first time. This stone. Before the female streamer could persuade him, Zhou Fang said, it's fine, just cut it directly. I won't change my mind. Seeing Zhou Fang so insistent on his choice, Lin Mingming couldn't say much. After all, he had already placed his bet. Meanwhile, the audience in the live room continued to mock him with their comments. Let's just see, but it's definitely a worthless stone. This amateur thinks he can get a bargain. Dream on. I agree, if that oddly shaped big stone yields anything, he'll eat it on the spot fresh. Don't get too excited. Oh, what if he actually finds something? Yeah, with such a big stone, if a hint of green light appears, it's not impossible. Should we let him eat it or not? At this moment, streamer Lin Mingming had already skillfully begun cutting the stone, her professional technique pleasing the audience. One cut. Yet again, there were no signs of jade or gemstones. Lin Mingming cut again at an angle, but still nothing. I knew it. How could this broken stone possibly have anything? It's over. Not listening to the viewers will surely make you a sucker. It's okay, didn't you see? He's a wealthy man. He dropped 10 entry tickets right away. How much can this broken stone be worth? Lin Mingming ignored the barrage and continued to focus on cutting the stone. Zhou Fang was also eagerly watching the stone he chose. He didn't care about spending this little money. He just wanted to know whether his luck was truly soaring or just a fleeting moment. If he wins, everyone will be happy. If he loses, his future is still secured. As Lin Mingming brought down her third strike, the viewers had already lost interest in the completely hopeless stone. Suddenly, everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the screen as a glimmer of azure light caught their. What the heck? Is there actually color appearing? Damn, could it really be that this unfortunate soul has stumbled upon a lucky find? Everyone calm down. It's only natural for such a large stone to show a bit of color. Exactly why all the fuss over a little color? It's nothing. If it doesn't connect at the back, it's worthless. At this moment, Lin Mingming's hands began to move faster, her breathing becoming a bit rapid. To everyone's surprise, there were indeed traces of jade within this seemingly ordinary stone. Moreover, judging by its color, it was of high quality. If it continued underneath, there could truly be a situation of an incredible find. As the female streamer made her moves, the viewers in the live chat widened their mouths in astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief. What the heck? It's impossible. How could such a worthless stone yield anything? This is unscientific. It's too unscientific. Damn, it's really a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. In the frame, what appeared before everyone's eyes was a translucent, exquisite piece of azure jade. Although it wasn't large, any knowledgeable connoisseur could tell by its color that it was quite valuable. Now the buyer had truly struck gold. Lin Mingming tossed her hair, and a staff member in the background quickly provided a price assessment. Holding it, she sweetly said, this piece of jade is of excellent quality, and after evaluation its price is around 2,400. Congratulations to Mr. Orange Cat, who loves fish, for finding this gem. His luck is truly exceptional. Hearing the name Mr. Orange Cat from the streamer Zhou Fang had a strange expression. It was a rather awkward name. He couldn't help but remind her, streamer, please don't call me Mr. Orange Cat, it's too awkward. My surname is Zhou. Lin Mingming awkwardly replied, Mr. Zhou, I sincerely apologize. The cash from this transaction will be transferred to your account through the platform's backend shortly, so please wait. Lin Mingming was somewhat surprised, though after so many years of cutting stones, she had abundant experience, and this stone had been evaluated by multiple experts, yet no one had realized it was a gem. Of course, moments of oversight do happen in the stone-cutting world, After all, no one is truly infallible. Meanwhile, the live chat was already buzzing with excitement. What? It actually opened, and it's this big. How could Mr. Orange Cat be so lucky? Goodness, this ridiculous luck. Spending only 3,000 and earning over 200,000. I'm genuinely envious. Not to mention, he didn't just spend 3,000, he also had 10 entry tickets which are worth 10,000. Ugh, truly from rags to riches, this luck. TSK is enviable. Hey, you up there, don't say that. This luck is indeed extraordinary. I'm just wondering if that brother who claimed to eat a turd live is still around. Ha ha ha, I wish for the same. I happen to have some hot. This is just a stroke of luck. I still don't believe he can keep finding gems. Finding continuously is what truly counts. Exactly, it's just a stroke of luck. If you have real skill, keep going. At this moment, most of the audience believed Zhou Fang was merely lucky, and many were strongly demanding for him to continue. Seeing so many people hoping that Zhou Fang would continue betting on stones, the female streamer turned her beautiful eyes and cheerfully asked, Mr. Zhou, will you take your winnings and leave, or will you take another gamble? Facing the viewers who were flooding the chat with requests to continue along with the streamer's slightly prodding demeanor, Zhou Fang smiled and replied, of course he'll continue. Others say I'm lucky, ooh, I want to see if my good fortune is real or just a fluke. His words were entirely sincere, but to the viewers present, they made him seem rather obnoxious. Zhou Fang, uninterested in the feelings of the viewers, followed the streamer's camera and casually pointed to a few places, selecting a total of 3 pieces of stone, each with a dull surface and lacking distinctive color patterns that would increase the chances of finding something. The 3 pieces were oddly shaped, varying in size, and their prices were also different, but all were considered subpar stones with a total value just barely exceeding 10,000. Seeing Zhou Fang choose 3 seemingly ordinary, oddly shaped stones, the audience in the live chat began to mock him, especially since he had been so cocky just moments ago. Don't think that because you succeeded once you can keep finding good materials. Do you really think your luck can continue? Dream on, you fool. Choosing something that looks like waste stone at first glance, who knows if he can continue the previous miracle? Damn, this guy is too cocky. What luck? He just stumbled upon a great deal by accident, and instead of quitting while he's ahead, he's chosen 3 even more unreliable stones. Damn it, this time I'm betting with him too. If he cuts out something of the same quality as before, he'll join the previous brother in eating a turd. 10,086. You all bet he'll provide the hot. It was evident that only a small portion of people were optimistic about Zhou Fang, for he had previously turned 3,000 into more than 200,000, a staggering increase. Although they often witnessed dramatic ups and downs in the stone betting world, the outrageous price differences still kept their spirits high and their breaths rapid. The thrill of sudden wealth ignited the excitement of the entire audience, all eagerly anticipating what kind of performance would follow. Lin Mingming also took a sip of water, made some preparations, and began to ready herself to cut the stone at the reminder of her staff. Once again, the stone-cutting process flowed smoothly. Her perfect figure paired with her serious expression justly earned her the title of the goddess of stone betting. The viewers present were entranced, and Zhou Fang naturally found it quite pleasing to the eye. The worries he had felt earlier were swept away as he watched the stone cutting and interacted with such a top-notch beauty. After all, isn't there a saying in the world that the best way to forget a woman is to fall in love with another? While it may not be love, shifting attention to a beautiful woman is likely the next best thing. At this moment, Lin Mingming had already started cutting stones, beginning with a relatively small piece. It was easier to cut the smaller stones, so she started from all 4 sides, removing the outer layer. Lin Mingming could have sliced it in half from the middle, but if there were truly precious jade inside, it would severely damage its value. Thus, in her live stream, even when faced with stones that were not highly regarded, she slowly cut from the sides. It's all about professionalism. Soon blue patterns began to emerge, and Lin Mingming's expression turned a bit helpless. She had misjudged again. Who exactly was this Mr. Zhou? Lin Mingming pondered that after the live stream, she would like to meet this mysterious Mr. Zhou to investigate his background, wondering if he was a hidden master in their industry. In no time, a blue gemstone appeared before everyone. Though small, it constituted 80 of the entire stone, an incredibly outrageous ratio. Generally speaking, when such a ratio exists, the exterior should clearly show patterns. Instead, it looked like an ordinary stone, which caught everyone off guard. Goodness, this can actually be opened. Could this be luck? Let me bask in this luck. Get out of here. Didn't he pick 2 more? I bet a pack of spicy strips that the remaining 2 are all waste stones. Already opened gemstones twice in a row. Isn't it hard to admit someone is excellent? Stop shouting. It's just good luck. I don't believe he can keep this up. Ha ha ha. What nonsense. Those who just bet on losing must be regretting it. With just this 1 stone, you all lost. I've got my snacks ready. Who wants to start first? Watching the heated debate among the people, Zhou Fang found it amusing. His mysterious luck didn't disappoint him. Lin Mingming asked Mr. Zhou, would you like to estimate the value now or wait until all three have been cut? Zhou Fang replied, host, let's wait until everything is cut before estimating. I'm not in a hurry, I just want to see how good my luck really is. Hearing Zhou Fang's calm voice, some people couldn't sit still. With such arrogance, I can't wait to see him get slapped, and I just want to be a bystander. Acting high and mighty now, but you're going to fall hard later. Young man so arrogant, do you not know how to write the word death? Not necessarily. Given the circumstances, can't you see that he might actually be a true master at cutting? Indeed, his perception cannot simply be explained as good luck. He must truly possess skills. Lin Mingming in the live stream nodded slightly, having started cutting the remaining 2 stones. One was a triangular-shaped odd stone, and the other was a round stone. Looking at these 2 stones, Lin Mingming felt a bit of anticipation. As an experienced person, she couldn't see anything particularly special about them. At most, they looked a bit unusual, but in their professional eyes, the rest clearly indicated waste stones. However, having witnessed the previous 2 gemstones, Lin Mingming also wanted to see if Mr. Zhou's luck could continue. After all, sometimes luck, once it arrives, cannot be stopped. Lin Mingming began to cut the stones with her jade-like hands, and after a few minutes, 1 blue and 1 purple gemstone emerged before everyone. The live stream had completely fallen into silence. Lin Mingming also slightly opened her mouth, momentarily speechless. She could hardly believe that she had opened 4 gemstones in a row. It seemed that she and the experts in the background had completely misjudged this time. But on the bright side, such a fluke would further ignite the competitive spirit of the online viewers. Perhaps her future business would flourish even more. However, what arose in her heart was deep admiration. Once was fortunate, twice was also good, but to consecutively open 4 gemstones was no longer a matter of luck. It was a symbol of true skill. This person was undoubtedly a top master in the stone-cutting industry. After a brief silence, the viewers in the live stream fell into a frenzy of heated discussion. Wow, this must be a big shot. Please accept my knee. I apologize for my previous disdainful remarks. Let me bask in this luck. Get out of here. All the luck is mine. Damn, this must be staged. Do I tell you, this is definitely a setup by the platform. It's intentional. Shut up, you little black sheep. How dare you question my orange cat master? You think this is just a joke? What nonsense. These stones have been here for so long. Has anyone chosen them? Exactly, but it's definitely a setup. Would the platform let these stones sit here? They would have arranged for someone to cut them long ago. Otherwise, if someone truly found a treasure, they'd be in tears. Does the big shot still take apprentices? He'll serve you tea. Please take care of this kid. He's already lost several times and has no money left. I'm still a bit curious. Are those who were betting still watching the live stream? At this moment, Zhou Fang was completely conquered by his incredible luck. Heaven, oh heaven, I truly love you. Lin Mingming had now received the estimated prices from the background and congratulated Zhou Fang. Mr. Zhou, I never expected your luck to be truly extraordinary. Mingming also wants to ask, on behalf of the many viewers present, how did you choose these hidden gems? Or do you have your own criteria for selecting stones? Could you please give us some guidance? I have to say, this is my first time cutting stones. I randomly chose these few pieces. Do you believe? Yes, it was chosen at random. Zhou Fang himself didn't understand gambling stones and really just relied on his gut feeling to pick 3. Hearing Zhou Fang's words, everyone was speechless. How could it be that simple? But Zhou Fang intentionally concealed his skill. What could others do? Such extraordinary abilities could not easily be taught to others. After all, such skills are truly priceless. Lin Mingming smiled gently. Since he was unwilling to reveal, she didn't mind showing a warm smile that stirred the hearts of the crowd. Then she sweetly said, all right. Now I will share with Mr. Zhou and the viewers present the estimated value of these 3 gemstones. The first, a jade stone. Though small, it is exquisite and transparent with a high quality, thus estimated at 15000. The second, an unknown gemstone that is entirely blue, remarkably free of impurities, smooth to the touch, and emitting a soft glow, estimated at 300. The third, a rare purple gemstone. Such valuable gemstones have not been seen in the stone gambling industry for several years. Friends present should have heard about this. At the last antique jade auction, a piece smaller than this purple gemstone sold for 2 million. And this piece is evidently larger, thus estimated at 30000. The total value this time reaches 34500 and will soon enter the recovery section and flow into auctions. Mr. Zhou, please rest assured this transaction is fully guaranteed by the platform, fair and transparent, and the cash will soon be deposited into your account. Zhou Fang was in a good mood at the moment. The results of the evening left him quite satisfied. Not only did he appreciate the unique scenery of the beautiful host, but he also made over 3 million in cash effortlessly. Although this money could not be compared to winning a billion-dollar jackpot, at once his recent performance once again filled him with hope regarding his luck. Now he felt quite cheerful as thoughts of his ex-girlfriend's troubles were instantly cast aside. Reflecting on the years spent with her, he had devoted everything he could to her wholeheartedly, never once betraying her. Now Zhao Yueyao was just a woman who had betrayed him, or reminiscing about the past was merely a form of self-torture, better to enjoy the present life. His future was boundless and bright. Lin Mingming was keeping an eye on Zhou Fang's ID, a cat that loves fish, secretly noting it down. Regardless of whether he was a hidden big shot, she would look for an opportunity to contact him after her stream. Zhou Fang chuckled in response during the live stream, saying, "Let's call it a day for today's stone cutting. It's wise to take the profit and let others give it a try as well." Lin Mingming quickly congratulated him, saying, "Indeed, it's wise to take the profit, Mr. Zhou's temperament is truly commendable." Lin Mingming appreciated such individuals, having seen too many cases where people won a lot from stone cutting then became addicted, continuously cutting stones, ultimately ending up in debt. Those people cannot control their greed, ultimately facing a tragic downfall. Zhou Fang continued to sip his beer with a smile, watching others cut stones. Many began to pay attention to those seemingly unremarkable stones due to Zhou Fang's extraordinary choices, but the results were all disappointingly poor. Why? Why did I also choose this oddly shaped stone, spending 3,000 only to end up with a worthless stone? Boo-hoo. Upstairs, do you think you're a cat god? That was skill you just picked randomly. Exactly when the god said to choose freely, that was just humility, and do you really think such lucky occurrences would? What a load of nonsense. He won't even offer us any guidance, and keeps his skills to himself. How absurd. Yeah, where do such windfalls come from? If I had that skill, I would be making money for myself. Why give it to others? That's robbing from my own bowl. As several viewers hoping to find a hidden gem returned empty-handed, Lin Mingming felt that this was the normal rhythm of stone cutting, unlike that extraordinary man from earlier who kept finding precious stones. At this moment, Lin Mingming was watching the live broadcast when she suddenly saw a line of text float by. A cat that loves fish sent 5 rocket gifts. One rocket costs 3,000, and it's hard for ordinary viewers to have such spending power. Usually when there are lots of rockets, they are typically just for show by various guilds or platforms. Zhou Fang, as a genuine viewer, was indeed quite lavish. Lin Mingming hurriedly expressed her gratitude, sweetly thinking to herself that he hadn't left the live stream after all, he was still watching. After a while, after helping 2 more viewers cut stones, another line of text appeared in the live stream. A cat that loves fish sent 10 rocket gifts. The audience in the live stream didn't really pay attention to the 2 unlucky viewers who had failed to cut stones earlier. They began discussing the donations. The cat god is confused. How can someone of your stature in the stone gambling world be so infatuated with a woman? If it's Lin Goddess, I have no objections. While the big shot is amazing, just one donation is several tens of thousands. I wish I were the one receiving the gifts. Bro, upstairs, don't dream. The goddess Lin is not someone you can compare with. What's it worth? This guy just made a few million, and now he's throwing out a little bit of pocket change. Oh, why are you all getting so excited? He should be donating more, since it's the host who helped him earn that money. You're the one talking nonsense. Giving gifts is an act of goodwill, not an obligation. He's also earning money honorably. Oh, why would he randomly throw it away? Exactly, some people are just envious and jealous. At this moment, Lin Mingming saw that a cat that loves fish had sent 10 rockets, which was quite a significant income even for her. Her face involuntarily flushed with a hint of red, and she cheerfully said, "Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Zhou." Mingming is truly grateful. She was growing increasingly curious about this gentleman. Not only was his stone gambling skill exceptional, but he also donated without hesitation, throwing money around. What kind of person could he be? The viewers in the live stream had already begun to tease. Cat God is no longer participating in stone gambling. He's throwing money just to get a smile from the beauty. The goddess Mingming is so beautiful when she smiles. You don't understand, Cat God wouldn't care about money. We can't fathom the thoughts of a big shot. As for Zhou Fang, he simply wanted to donate. He found the female host pleasing to the eye. Watching the bullet comments about throwing money around, he chuckled to himself. Money, after all, is meant to be spent to bring joy to oneself, though otherwise what significance does it hold for? In the past, without money, watching those wealthy individuals on the internet donate to female hosts and enjoy the flattery from others was a dream for countless viewers. Now that he had the opportunity to use a little pocket money to bring himself some satisfaction and experience the essence of being an internet big shot, it was quite enjoyable. We are all ordinary people living in a mundane world, and no one can avoid some desires. Zhou Fang watched the various praises in the live stream, and the beautiful female host's delighted expressions. This was the feeling of being able to do as one pleased after acquiring wealth, and it was indeed very pleasurable. In the following hour, Zhou Fang continued to donate rockets worth over 100,000, causing the atmosphere in the live stream to reach a new peak. Perhaps due to the influence of alcohol, he realized he quite enjoyed watching the reactions of the audience, and the female, host Lin Mingming herself. He couldn't help but disdain himself so vulgar. Truly vulgar. The live stream was continuously filled with comments like "Boss is so generous." "Cat God confused. How can you be so infatuated with women? I'm even thinking of cross-dressing. Ooh, please donate to me." "Goodness brother, that's too much. Is Cat God really that wealthy? He has donated around 2 to 300,000. Please big shot donate 3,000. Do I have my eye on a stone that resonates with me? I'm sure I can win." Zhou Fang viewed the responses of these viewers as a reflection of the various facets of humanity. He inexplicably thought of his former self. In the eyes of those in power, did the lower-ranked individuals seeking pity from the higher-ranked ones merely serve as a joke and amusement? Meanwhile, the female host Lin Mingming expressed her gratitude each time Zhou Fang donated, always showing a charming smile. Dimples appeared on her cheeks, making her incredibly adorable. Her smile felt like the embodiment of beauty in the world. Lin Mingming was secretly delighted as well, as she wanted to find an opportunity to get to know him better and probe into his background. Now, with Zhou Fang's extravagant donations, she could conveniently introduce herself as a way of expressing her gratitude. Zhou Fang's lavish donations in the live stream quickly crowned him the top position in today's broadcast. The big shot of the stone gambling world threw money around just to elicit a smile from the beauty, with total donations reaching 2 to 300,000 in just 1 hour. This news quickly spread with the help of the viewers. This message quickly reached the ears of Mu Rongqing, the top supporter who had dominated Lin Mingming's live broadcast room. At that moment, he was already filled with anger due to some family issues, and upon learning about the situation in Lin Mingming's live stream, his fury escalated. Born into wealth, he had enjoyed a life of luxury since childhood, living in mansions and driving sports cars, epitomizing the standard wealthy second generation in the eyes of the public. However, he had a penchant for gambling, which led him to squander a significant amount of his family's money over the years. After being severely reprimanded by his parents, he distanced himself from these hobbies, but then discovered live-stream stone cutting online. His family had built their fortune on jade and gemstones, and they were quite knowledgeable in this field, with dedicated individuals responsible for stone cutting. Once his family learned of his interest, they had no major objections. Instead, they sent him a wealth of knowledge regarding stone materials and jade, while also setting limits on his spending. Mu Rongqing found the exhilarating ups and downs that came with each cut too addictive, far more so than any of his previous hobbies. Moreover, with a multitude of viewers in the live stream, whenever he revealed valuable stones, the audience erupted in cheers and adoration. Even in failure, as long as he displayed a casual expression, the viewers would continue to admire his charisma. However, he could never experience such feelings in reality. While he may be viewed as a wealthy second generation in the eyes of ordinary people, his family knew the truth. In his personal social circle, there were many who were wealthier and more powerful than him, leaving him to remain an inconspicuous figure. If he were to deliberately show off among ordinary people, he would only become a joke in his circle. In his family, his peers had already grown into elite figures in the business world, making great strides. Only he was seen as a waste since childhood, uninterested in studying, aimlessly drifting, and not pursuing a proper career. His parents never held any expectations for him. They provided him with a generous allowance every month, raising him like a pig, hoping only that he wouldn't cause trouble for the family. Naturally, Mu Rongqing felt very resentful about this. He constantly tried to prove his worth, yet he was indeed a complete failure, unable to contribute to the family business or possess any remarkable skills. In the end, he always ended up making a mess of things, leaving his parents to clean up after him. Everyone was utterly disappointed. At this point, he had completely fallen into a vicious cycle of self-destructive behavior. Fortunately, he found pride in the online world where no one knew about his dismal past. As long as he had money, he could garner the adoration of countless people, and he had become completely enamored with this feeling of being the center of attention. Thus, he began frequently visiting various stone-cutting live streams, spending lavishly, quickly becoming the focus. When Lin Mingming's live stream began to flourish, he happened to appear there and decided to stay. Lin Mingming perfectly matched the image of the goddess in his heart. Her understanding words and gentle demeanor constantly comforted his self-perceived wounded heart, allowing him to release his grievances. In his heart, he regarded her as a coveted treasure. Countless netizens noticed that he had changed his original ID to infatuated Mu Rong, and everyone knew who he was infatuated with. In this space, he not only paid special attention to Lin Mingming's stone-cutting business, but also frequently gave large donations, firmly securing his position as her top supporter. Lin Mingming was well aware of Mu Rongqing's actions. He often invited her to meet privately under various pretexts, but she always declined. Lin Mingming was certainly not an ignorant flower. Having entered society early, she had experienced the world's ups and downs and understood human nature well. She knew that her success in the live streaming world stemmed from her outstanding professional skills, eloquence, and her striking appearance that garnered attention. While she certainly welcomed a wealthy supporter during her broadcast, she would never be willing to easily turn herself into a pawn for these rich individuals to toy with. Mu Rongqing did not attend Lin Mingming's live stream today due to a family gathering. At the gathering, while some siblings received praise from the elders, he was looked down upon both overtly and covertly. Even his parents were disappointed in him. Frustrated, he found it unbearable that his once proud online territory had been usurped by an unknown nobody, further intensifying his discontent. Finding an excuse, he disregarded his parents' glances, slipped away from the family gathering, and hid in a quiet room, opening his phone to join Lin Mingming's live stream. Every time he saw the goddess Lin Mingming's sweet smile, his heart would flutter. He had imagined countless times claiming this woman as his own, making her his private possession. However, Lin Mingming's communications with him always felt ambiguous, leaving him restless. Watching Lin Mingming beam in the live stream, Mu Rongqing's anger surged as he realized his goddess was intentionally flattering someone else. Who was this person daring to steal his spotlight in his territory? Even more infuriating was that his goddess seemed quite interested in this individual. With a cold snort, Mu Rongqing immediately made up his mind. Without hesitation, he directly donated 10 rockets. The infatuated Mu Rong donation of 10 rockets shot up on the screen in rapid succession. Lin Mingming was surprised to see this donation, wondering what was happening today with so many large donations. Infatuated, Mu Rong, seeing the ID of the donor, realized it was her top supporter. Why was he here today? Lin Mingming thought to herself as she had received a message from Mu Rongqing before the live stream, saying he couldn't attend due to family matters, asking her not to take it to heart. Lin Mingming felt somewhat helpless about this infatuated man. Although she didn't wish to get too entangled with him, she still had to express gratitude for his donations, as she must give face to her top supporter. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream also noticed Mu Rongqing's presence, flooding the screen with comments as the barrage of messages soared. It's infatuated Mu Rong. The top supporter is here, brothers. Infatuated Mu Rong vows to protect his goddess Lin. Is he going to suppress the Orange Cat boss? The Orange Cat boss can't back down. Show him what you're made of, little Mu Rong. Nonsense. The Mu Rong army is here, little Orange Cat. Prepare to meet your end. Haha, I thought something was missing today. It turns out the goddess Mingming's protector wasn't present. Now this scene is what we love to see. Mu Rongqing looked at the barrage of comments in the camera, a smirk creeping onto his face. What is this? This is my turf. The 10 rockets flew rapidly across the live stream, and viewers noticed the screen lit up once again. Wow, another 10 consecutive rockets. Mu Rong the Great is amazing. Haha, it looks like Mu Rong the Great is determined to reclaim his position as the top supporter. Of course, infatuated Mu Rong is a well-known presence on the Langya platform. How could he be overshadowed by a sudden newcomer? I wonder what the Orange Cat boss thinks about this. Soon as the viewers had speculated, infatuated Mu Rong's rockets continued to fly, launching 101 go, once again topping the live stream. Goodness, Mu Rong the Great Deity is indeed a true tycoon. With a single move, he has knocked down the Orange Cat boss with 300,000. This rocket launch is truly exhilarating to watch. My gosh, these wealthy individuals are utterly extravagant, treating money with such disregard, tossing out hundreds of thousands so casually. Damn, this world is so unfair. The rich can just throw around money like it's nothing, equivalent to our several years' salary. Orange Cat boss, hurry up and respond. Mu Rong is provoking you. You cannot back down. Facing the suddenly passionate Mu Rong and the multitude of netizens fanning the flames, Zhou Fang, who was holding a beer and smoking, observed everything but remained indifferent. He was here to enjoy life. Spending a little money was inconsequential, satisfying some of his previously unattainable small desires and quirks without causing any harm. If he were to compete with these so-called internet tycoons, it would be beneath him and ruin his mood. In the live stream, Lin Mingming continuously thanked the generous donations from the infatuated Mu Rong, while netizens praised Mu Rongqing's extravagant and domineering nature. Mu Rongqing couldn't help but feel delighted, the pressure from his family fading significantly. What are they all about? They don't even regard Mu Rongqing, and I can't be bothered to serve you. This is where the young master truly shines. At this moment, as the rocket effects in the live stream dissipated, netizens noticed that the ID Orange Cat, who loves fish, remained active but silent. What's wrong? Is the Orange Cat boss really going to back down? Yeah, he was so arrogant just now. Why is he hiding now that he sees the true deity? Haha, what an Orange Cat boss. He's just a lucky fool. When he truly faces our Mu Rong deity, he wouldn't dare to utter a word. Of course, Orange Cat is just a cat. Mu Rong the deity is a genuine tiger. How could he dare to offend the tiger's whiskers? Facing the flattery from numerous netizens, Mu Rongqing couldn't help but feel proud. After all these years in the online world, how could a mere nameless nobody dare to offend him? He immediately clicked the button to connect with Lin Mingming. At this moment Lin Mingming felt somewhat troubled facing Murongqing's request to connect. She knew anything he said would not be kind. But he was the major sponsor of her live stream, and her boss in the background wouldn't allow her to offend him easily. Helpless, she could only agree. At the same time, she was also curious, was this Mr. Zhou the orange cat really just an ordinary person who had a stroke of luck, not daring to resist the provocations of the wealthy? Could it be that her guesses today were all false, and that the other party was not as exceptional as she imagined? Seeing Lin Mingming agree to connect, Murongqing immediately cleared his throat and spoke into the phone. Hello Mingming, good evening. It's been a day since we last met, and you're even more beautiful now. I was delayed today due to some matters. Oh, please don't take it to heart, haha. I heard that a particularly impressive figure has come to our live stream today. Why haven't I seen them after being here for? Could it be that the other party is too embarrassed to show themselves, or like a mouse seeing a cat, they've scurried away? Murongqing's unrestrained words immediately triggered a wave of excitement among the netizens in the live stream, who cheered for the infatuated Murong, while mocking the orange cat, who loves fish. Lin Mingming's face turned somewhat awkward, but she quickly masked it. Murong, good evening, welcome to Mingming's stream. I am very grateful for your support. As for the great figure you mentioned, we indeed have a lucky friend who has cut a few pieces of highly valued stones. Thus this orange cat friend might be in a good mood, and has sent some gifts to Mingming. However, Mingming wants to clarify to the great one that my friend does not mean to offend you. Please don't be angry. We're all here to cut stones. Let's just enjoy ourselves, and not take it too seriously. Lin Mingming said in a sweet tone sprinkled with a hint of playful affection, which immediately brightened Murongqing's mood. Lin Mingming's actions were also done out of necessity. Although if she were to stoke the flames, and have Zhou Fang compete with Murongqing, her income for the day would undoubtedly increase significantly. Yet she didn't want to do that precisely because of Zhou Fang. Her intuition told her that this mysterious Mr. Orange Cat might very well be the ladder she has been seeking to climb higher. If she could seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, her future life could undergo a tremendous transformation. At this moment, she didn't want to offend Murongqing, nor did she want to ruin her image in Zhou Fang's eyes. She could only try to ease the atmosphere in the live stream. She knew that her actions might also attract the displeasure of her boss in the background, as the gifts in the live stream were an important source of income for them. However, having navigated society for many years, she had already found justifications for herself, believing her capabilities would see her through. Oh really? Since you Mingming have spoken, I Murong will definitely believe you. I mean, is there really some bug that crawled out from a corner daring to slap my face without knowing the sky's height and the earth's depth? Murongqing's self-satisfied and sarcastic tone resonated in the live stream, triggering another wave of collective excitement from the netizens. Lin Mingming felt a surge of helplessness, but chose not to dissuade him, if she wanted to see how Zhou Fang would respond. If the other party could remain indifferent in the face of such extreme humiliation, she might also need to reconsider the accuracy of her guesses. Zhou Fang at this moment had lost all good humor, and coldly stared at the live stream, a hint of chill emanating from his eyes. Even a clay figure has some fire left. He didn't intend to stir up any trouble, but being insulted like this for no reason, with the other party taking an aggressive stance, who could swallow this grievance? He was not the type to endure humiliation, otherwise he wouldn't have worked for so many years, yet still be an ordinary teaching and training teacher, not advancing, due to his confrontational nature against his superiors' injustices. To say he bore grievances the only time was during his relationship with Zhao Yueyao, where he faced Zhang Huijiu, only because he wanted to have a successful relationship with his partner. Now that he had finally received the favors of heaven, changed his fate, and amassed a fortune of billions. If he still faced unwarranted oppression and insults without daring to resist, wouldn't his billions be for nothing? For 30 years Zhou Fang had various misfortunes, yet he had managed to survive without any major dangers. Now as fate seemed to turn in his favor, if he still couldn't live freely, then what was the point of this change in fortune? Even with countless riches he would merely be existing. Since you are so provocative, if I back down I would look down on myself. Zhou Fang tapped on Lin Mingming's invitation to join the live stream, and downed his drink. Lin Mingming suddenly noticed someone else had joined her live stream, and upon closer inspection, it was the fish-loving orange cat. Her heart raced with excitement, unable to contain her emotions. Yes, her instincts were correct, Mr. Zhou must be preparing to strike back. She hadn't misjudged him. She immediately agreed. In the live stream, the fish-loving orange cat joined the conversation, leaving the viewers who were engrossed in the drama momentarily stunned, followed by a surge of joy. Haha, we finally coaxed this orange cat out. This is going to be a show worth watching. The viewers didn't care who among the two big shots was the true deity. They only cared about the glorious spectacle of these wealthy titans clashing. As long as they could personally experience and witness it, they would feel their trip was worthwhile, witnessing the extravagance of the rich, allowing them to indulge in the joys of reckless abandon amidst their mundane lives. Murongqing also saw a new member had joined the live stream with Lin Mingming, Upon seeing the ID, a cold smile crept across his lips. Little pest, you couldn't resist jumping out, huh? The grievances I suffered today will be borne by you. Oh, Mumming, why are you letting a clown from who knows where join our emotional exchange? I'll look at this ID. Isn't this our live stream's new big shot, Mr. Orange Cat? My bad, I didn't recognize you at first. I hope you don't mind, Mr. Orange Cat. Without waiting for Zhou Fang to respond, Murong Qing continued, of course, whether Mr. Cat minds or not is of no concern to me. I despise those who don't know their place. I crush one whenever I see one. How about it, Mr. Cat? Interested in a little game? In the face of Murong Qing's insulting tone, Zhou Fang calmly replied, oh, it seems my cat today isn't interested in fish, quits going after mice instead. At that moment, the atmosphere between the two was charged, and the live stream erupted into chaos with viewers clamoring. Once the fish-loving Orange Cat finally responded, the tension soared in the live stream. The crowd clamored, eager to witness the financial showdown between the two titans. One was a long-standing champion of the leaderboard, the other a newly emerged big shot in the stone-cutting realm. Beautiful, beautiful. They are finally going at it, or I've been waiting all night for this big show. Tonight is truly spectacular. Not only do we see the remarkable feat of 4 consecutive wins in gambling stones, but we also have such an entertaining competition. I'm already munching on seeds, ready for the show. Who isn't? The infatuated Murong has always admired our goddess Lin Mingming. Every time I see his ostentatious display of wealth, it infuriates me. I hope Mr. Orange Cat teaches him a lesson. He who is stronger or weaker is yet to be seen. The infatuated Murong indeed built his reputation with real money, while this Orange Cat is only making his first appearance. Though he earned millions today, would he really be willing to spend it all? After receiving Zhou Fang's reply, Murong Qing snorted coldly. Damn it, he actually called me a mouse. Little brat, just wait and see how you die later. Just as he was about to compete financially with Zhou Fang, he suddenly realized something. Crap. I've already spent most of my allowance this month. I barely have $1 million left on my card. This guy just earned over $3 million from cutting stones. Even if I max out my credit card, I can only scrape together $200,000, which still pales in comparison to him. However, he probably wouldn't be willing to stake all his recent earnings against me, but what if he did? That would be utterly humiliating. At that moment, he inexplicably felt a wave of panic. Damn it, I absolutely cannot lose in front of so many people, especially not in front of Mingming. It's all my greedy parents' fault. They only allow me $5 million in allowance each month. Otherwise, I could reach out to friends or my siblings to borrow a little. No way. He instantly extinguished that thought. Borrowing money from them would only bring ridicule and mockery. He couldn't afford to lose face. At this moment, Murong Qing quickly put his meager brain to work, thinking of a way to win. He looked at the stones behind Lin Mingming and suddenly came up with a brilliant idea. Got it. Instead of cutting stones, why not just cut out some stones? What's there to fear about having no money? He was quite confident in his stone-cutting skills. Ever since he became fascinated with it, he'd put in considerable effort thanks to the resources provided by his parents, allowing him to earn a decent allowance each month solely from cutting stones. As for this opponent, judging by today's performance, he was likely a master at cutting stones too. So how could he ensure victory? Call for his older sister. Yes, only by asking his sister for help could he ensure a definite win. Murong Qing's sister was not his biological sister, but his cousin from his uncle's side, the leader of their generation. Their family had initially thrived on jade and gemstones, but as time progressed, most of them ventured into more lucrative industries like finance, real estate, and logistics. His sister was the only one still in the gemstone industry, highly skilled in stone cutting. The materials provided by his parents initially came from her. Moreover, being the eldest, she was not as harsh on him as his other siblings, as she often talked to him and offered. In his heart, his sister was the only one who truly cared about him and the family, even more than his parents. However, if he were to ask his sister for money, it would surely be difficult, as his parents had long instructed family members not to lend him any extra funds. But if he asked his sister to help him pick a few stones and make a bet, she should not refuse, right? It would be no problem. He instantly made up his mind and said to the live stream, Mr. Cat, since you responded, let's have some fun. However, merely sending gifts is rather meaningless. The financial power of someone at my level is beyond your imagination. Encountering me in Mingming's live stream is your only chance to connect with someone of my status. Everyone in the live stream knows that I spend 20 to 30 million online each year, and that's only a small portion of my pocket money. So competing in terms of money, TSK. A guaranteed loss would be boring, too boring. I'm already tired of it. Although his pockets were empty at the moment, Murong Qing continued to boast, leaving the onlookers speechless. They came to witness a showdown of wealthy titans, yet this infatuated Murong was just rambling on. What was the point? Yet they couldn't refute him. After all, Murong Qing's reputation was indeed built upon tens of millions in online donations. Who would dare claim he was broke? Some secretly thought if talking about money is meaningless, perhaps this is the dilemma of the wealthy. Truly what a show-off. Murong continued to flaunt. Since we're in Mingming's livestream today, this is the arena for cutting stones. And you, Mr. Cat, are reputed to be a master at this. I unfortunately have some expertise as well. Why don't we have a stone cutting contest? This way we can not only compete, but also give Mingming a show. Mingming, what do you think of my proposal? A stone cutting competition. Lin Mingming never expected that the usually clumsy young master Murong could come up with such an imaginative way to compete. To be honest, this guy does have some minor achievements in stone cutting, but compared to the miraculous skills of the orange cat tonight, his accomplishments are hardly worth mentioning. Is this guy crazy? He's abandoning his best skill of throwing money at people to challenge an utterly impossible. Not only was Lin Mingming baffled by Murong's decision, but the viewers in the live stream were also left dumbfounded by his passionate words. Is this lovesick Murong really the same person we knew before? Isn't he only good at showing off with money? Why is he acting so differently today? Of course, just look at the way he talks, and he's from that social class. Ugh, what a joke. This guy is still as pretentious as ever, but today it seems his little brain is taking the lead, challenging the orange cat in stone cutting. Indeed, if it were about gifting, the orange cat might not necessarily win, but challenging in stone cutting is just asking for death. Not necessarily. I think the lovesick Murong proposing this competition might have a powerful figure backing him. The orange cat will crush him. Seeing this guy act pretentious makes Taiji angry. Zhou Fang, sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window, was also taken aback. He had already prepared to go all out today, even willing to throw away the millions he just earned to vent his frustration. But he never anticipated that this crazy person would propose to compete in stone cutting against him. At that moment, he suddenly felt a surge of interest. Alright, I don't mind. You can play however you want to, I'll go along with it. After all, today, I'm the cat catching the mouse, and I can play however I want. Zhou Fang replied casually, his tone laced with mockery, which made the viewers cheer. Everyone started spamming the chat, shifting their support to the orange cat to fiercely attack the lovesick Murong. Murong was incredibly frustrated to see the viewers in the live stream suddenly turn against him. A bunch of bastards. When I was throwing money around, you all couldn't wait to lick my boots. Now that I'm not spending money, you dare to kick me while I'm down. Just wait. You all can laugh now, but soon you won't be able to. Alright. Since both the orange cat and the dog have accepted the challenge, this young master will gladly accompany you. Okay, Mingming, you start preparing. This young master will go take care of something first. Today, I will let you all know what a real stone-cutting master is. After putting on a show, Murong immediately turned off the microphone on his phone and went to find his powerful ally. The patriarch of the Murong family, now over 80, has 5 children, and the third generation has even more than 10, with Murong being the leader of the third generation. At this moment, she was analyzing the market situation and plans for the second half of the year with the elders. Just as everyone was animatedly discussing, Murong rushed in anxiously. Ignoring the gazes of the elders, Murong grabbed his older sister and started dragging her outside. Hey. What are you doing, Qingzi? Murong was confused. This capricious younger brother was the one she worried about the most, like a child who never grew up. Murong's parents scolded. Murong, you little rascal. What are you messing around with? We're discussing serious matters. Where are you taking your sister? Don't worry about it. I have serious business with my sister. You have no serious business. Come back here. Murong ignored his parents and other elders' scoldings. He just wanted his sister to help him teach that cat and dog a lesson, so he could redeem himself in front of goddess Lin Mingming and the viewers. Murong, true to her name, wore a stunning purple qipao that accentuated her curvaceous figure with long white legs and a flawlessly maintained complexion even at 37. Even at her age, she still exuded the ultimate charm of a mature woman. Dragged into the room by Murong, this purple beauty looked at her useless brother with a speechless expression, helplessly rubbing her forehead. She knew that her brother had just been collectively scolded by the elders at the dinner table, and he was filled with pent-up frustration. The other siblings were also not fond of this troublesome guy. She knew that her brother had just been collectively scolded by the elders at the dinner table, and he was filled with pent-up frustration. The other siblings were also not fond. So tell me, what serious business do you have with me? If it's about borrowing money, forget it. Your parents will never allow anyone to lend you money. No way, big sister. I genuinely have serious business with you and won't borrow money. Then what do you want? Murong looked puzzled. What serious business could this guy possibly need her help with? Murong quickly began to distort the events of earlier in a flattering manner. However, from his mouth, the situation had completely morphed from what had happened in the live stream. Under his embellishment and subjective view, the victim had completely become himself, while those viewers and the orange cat, who loved fish, were painted as the bullies. Are you saying that this cat who loves fish actively provoked you, and all those clueless viewers are scolding you? Everyone is bullying you alone. Murongzi had always known about Murongqing's stone-cutting endeavors, but she found her brother's words utterly unbelievable. How could he be bullied by others? Really? Big sister, if you don't believe me, look. Murongqing raised his phone to show Murongzi the barrage of comments in the live stream. And as she looked closely, it was indeed flooded with comments from viewers. All the comments were calling for someone named Orange Cat to teach her brother a lesson. Big sister, I wasn't wrong, right? They're all cursing me. Especially that Orange Cat who arrogantly declared that he was the true master of the stone-cutting world, while everyone else was insignificant. I just couldn't take it anymore, so I challenged this cat and dog to a stone-cutting competition. However, the younger brother felt a bit uneasy having heard that this guy had inexplicably managed to cut out 4 pieces of high-value stones tonight. If he lost, it would be one thing, as he was used to being embarrassed, but if it tarnished the Murong family's reputation, that would be unacceptable. Murongqing spoke with righteous indignation, and Murongzi found it somewhat amusing. When had her brother ever cared about the family's honor? Murongqing continued to flatter her. Big sister, our family built its reputation on stone cutting. You are now the most formidable stone master in the Murong family. You must help us. Let the Murong family vent their anger. Murongzi still didn't believe Murongqing's words. This matter was definitely not as simple as he claimed. However, since it involved the family's honor and her profession, she had no choice but to intervene. So tell me, how can I help you? But remember, I can only help you this once with stone cutting. Also, don't cut stones online anymore. The waters are very deep and you can't handle it. If you are truly interested in this field, come to my company. I'll have someone guide you, and you can have a legitimate job in the future. This way the elders in the family won't constantly look down on you anymore. Murongzi advised her brother. Murongqing sneered inwardly at his elder sister's words, caring little for the opinions of those old fossils in the family. Besides, working at his sister's company could never compare to the thrill of being a tycoon on the internet. Yet since he needed her help now, he immediately put on a straight face and promised his sister that he would change, insisting that if she helped him vent this anger, he would follow her every arrangement. Seeing Murongqing agree, without hesitation Murongzi sighed inwardly, knowing her lecture had been futile, and wondered what would become of her younger brother in the future. What rules are you using for this stone-cutting competition? Setting aside her scolding, Murongzi asked Murongqing. How are we competing? Confused by his sister's question, Murongqing replied, isn't it just about who earns more? Murongzi sighed in exasperation. That's no way to compete. You need to set some rules with your opponent. For instance, agree on how many stones to cut, whether to compare the increase in value, total value, or the number of successful cuts. Otherwise, what happens if you both disagree on the outcome? Murongqing hadn't realized stone cutting involved so many nuances. He usually just compared money without caring about such details. Hey, race an idea and negotiate a method with your opponent. Hearing his sister's suggestion, Murongqing immediately agreed, but nervously warned her not to speak up later, lest anyone accuse them of cheating. Murongzi nodded in agreement. So Murongqing quickly turned on his phone's microphone, his earlier tension vanishing, as he spoke arrogantly into the device. Ahem. Is that nobody still around? The young master is back from his break. Good, you're still here. I was afraid you'd slip away while I was gone. Since you're still here, I'll give you a chance to witness what real stone cutting is all about. I won't bully you. For this match, you can choose the method. Compare total value, number of successful cuts, or profit margin. Watching her brother's arrogant demeanor, Murongzi couldn't help but shake her head, knowing the rascal never spoke a word of truth. But the arrow had already left the bow, and she was curious to see if this so-called online stone-cutting master had any real skill. Murongqing finally returned to the live stream, immediately drawing teasing remarks from the viewers, who joked that his long break indicated kidney issues. This infuriated Murongqing, who swore silently. You bastards, just wait. My sister's skills will blow your minds. Zhou Fang smirked at Murongqing's question and replied indifferently, whatever, play it your way. I told you today it's a cat and mouse game. No matter how the mouse jumps, it's all the same. Such arrogance. Murongzi couldn't believe this fish-loving orange cat was so conceited, comparing her brother to a mouse. Though Murongqing was a disappointment, he was still a member of the Murong family. It was one thing for family to look down on him, but an outsider dared to insult him so blatantly, truly reckless. At that moment, the nature of the competition shifted entirely. Murongzi resolved to teach this orange cat a lesson. She gestured to Murongqing, pulled out her phone, and typed a few words for him to see. Murongqing's confidence soared. Now that his sister was truly on his side, that nobody was doomed. He excitedly replied to the livestream, fine. Since you're so cocky, I'll choose to compare the number of successful cuts. Each of us picks 5 stones. Whoever gets more valuable finds wins. Though he didn't want to do this, given the orange cat's terrifying record of 4 cuts, 4 successes, he followed his sister's lead without question. Murongzi had her own reasoning. In stone cutting, comparing profit margins was the hardest. Even seasoned masters couldn't guarantee results. As for total value, she knew the risk of failure was high since even a complete novice could get lucky and strike a jackpot. No matter how badly you lost before one good find could turn the tables. Even if she beat the orange cat on several stones, a single good piece from him could mean her loss. But comparing the number of successful cuts was different. It didn't matter the value, only whether the stone yielded something. Though her brother mentioned the orange cat's 4-for-4 record, she trusted her years of expertise. In stone cutting, she was among the elite. Zhou Fang had no objections that this suited him. Relying on his luck from previous successes, he believed he'd win on the number of finds. He replied calmly, "Fine with me." "Great." Seeing Zhou Fang agree, Murong Qing declared loudly, "Mengming, since the cat has agreed, let's begin." Lin Mengming, seeing both parties reach an agreement, began displaying all the stones according to livestream rules for them to choose. The livestream atmosphere heated up as the viewers, though missing a fierce Tycoon battle, found the stone-cutting competition equally thrilling. After all, this was a professional stone-cutting stream, and everyone tuned in for this. The camera slowly showcased each stone from every angle, moving on only when both parties declined. Time ticked by as Murongzi focused intently on the stones on screen. As she expected, the stones displayed were mostly leftovers scorned by professionals, with genuine high-quality pieces extremely rare. Nevertheless, she quickly selected 4 stones using her exceptional expertise. In contrast, Zhou Fang remained silent, having chosen none so far. This puzzled the viewers as delaying the selection only meant fewer good stones. The orange cat seemed overly confident. Lin Mengming grew anxious too. She had absolute faith in Zhou Fang's abilities, but his delay was costing him the advantage. Murong Qing, of course, was smug and couldn't resist taunting. "What's the matter, Mr. Cat? Can't find a single stone you like among all these? Has your beginner's luck run out? Too scared to choose now? Haha, I tell you, you're doomed this time." Murong Qing's taunts whipped the viewers into a frenzy, who then shifted their focus to provoke Zhou Fang. The more intense the conflict, the more they enjoyed the show. Murong Qing felt triumphant, believing his authority was restored. Lin Mengming couldn't help but remind Zhou Fang, "Senior Orange Cat, taking the initiative is crucial." Just as everyone began doubting, Zhou Fang's calm voice came through the microphone. "He'll let the mouse scamper." Just as everyone began doubting, Zhou Fang's calm voice came through the microphone. As Zhou Fang's words fell, the live broadcast room was instantly filled with playful banter. "Haha, Orange Cat, a man shouldn't speak too quickly. Orange Cat, besides being quick with rock selection, what else are you quick at? Tell me I have the number of an old Chinese medicine doctor. The effects are remarkable. I'll introduce you to him. Indeed, don't forget to send one to the lovesick Murong as well. He seems to need it more." Murong Qing's expression changed a damn. These bastards are dragging him into this again. What a bunch of useless dogs. Murong Zi watched as the netizens teased Orange Cat, unable to help but smile. However, this guy is indeed quite cocky. He might get into trouble soon. Lin Mengming also chuckled to herself, as she had long been accustomed to the crude jokes of netizens, as a female streamer, feeling no fluctuation in her heart. Yet seeing Orange Cat being teased still amused her. Mr. Orange Cat always gave off an air of mystery. Even in such a highly watched competition, he seemed indifferent, though she wouldn't reveal her emotions on her face. Zhou Fang was taken aback. These netizens really knew how to play, turning every word into a joke. While the netizens were having fun, Murong Qing had already selected all 5 pieces of stone for this competition. Lin Mengming immediately had someone bring out the stones, and Murong Qing promptly completed the payment. Seeing that he had finished selecting, Murong Qing began to gloat. "Mr. Cat, hurry up. I don't have time to waste with you here. If you can't make a choice, just admit defeat early, don't come out pretending to be a big shot again." Everyone was focused on the fish-loving Orange Cat, curious about how he would respond. Zhou Fang said to Lin Mengming, "Streamer, the numbers from the opponent are all +1. That's my choice." Oh. Lin Mengming never expected that Orange Cat would be so casual, leaving her feeling immensely disappointed. Could it be that Mr. Zhou was truly an amateur, relying on luck to select stones? Murong Qing laughed heartily. "What kind of cat are you? You might as well admit defeat directly. Oh, what's the point of this competition? I wouldn't even find it interesting if I won. You should save that little stone money and go home to wash up and sleep." "Ha ha ha, you crack me up." Murong Zi was also bewildered. Oh, what was going on? Was this arrogant Orange Cat really just an ordinary person who got lucky, completely clueless about cutting stones? She had been so focused and attentive, picking 5 quality pieces from this garbage, only to find out she had been played. At this moment, the live chat exploded. Oh, no one had expected Orange Cat to give such an answer. No way. Could it be that Orange Cat really just got lucky and is actually an amateur? Damn, after waiting so long for a showdown, I can't believe this useless Orange Cat is such a fool. It drives me crazy. Damn it, Orange Cat, you might as well admit defeat. You've made us look forward to nothing. Just what is this? I see you just guessed. How could you select any stones? It shouldn't be you. I think Orange Cat must have a plan in mind. He had likely already chosen these stones beforehand. It was just a coincidence he met the great Murong here. It's possible, though otherwise it wouldn't explain his previous 4 consecutive kills. If it's just luck, that would be ridiculous. Despite the numerous doubts from netizens, a small portion still chose to believe in Orange Cat's selection. After all, they had witnessed Zhou Fang's miraculous performance with their own eyes. Who would believe it was all luck? Zhou Fang looked at the noisy live chat without offering an explanation. He was also making payments online, saying to Lin Mingming, "Streamer, let's do it this way. Just cut the stones." Sigh. Lin Mingming sighed deeply. It seemed that the ladder to the heavens she hoped for was nothing but a fantasy. She stopped saying anything further and began her professional work. As Lin Mingming focused on cutting stones, Murong Qing watched in rapt attention. He loved every move the goddess made when she was serious, finding it extremely enticing. The netizens were also captivated by Lin Mingming's demeanor, no longer paying attention to Orange Cat. Meanwhile, Murong Z's expression shifted. This streamer's professional skills were unexpectedly impressive. She hadn't anticipated that instead of seeing a true master of stone selection, she had discovered a talented stone cutter. At this moment, she suddenly thought about recruiting this female streamer into her company. Not only was she skilled, but she was also quite pleasing to the eye. With such talent, her stone yard business would undoubtedly thrive. Murong Z couldn't help but start paying attention to Lin Mingming. Lin Mingming was unaware that she was being eyed by the big shot she had longed for. She was focused on completing her work. As the first piece of stone was finished, the live chat immediately erupted. "It's a hit, it's a hit." Indeed, this lovesick Murong may be a show-off, but his eye for stone cutting is truly impressive. Yes, I have to admit he has some real skills, yet this guy is still so foolish, like a typical overconfident character. Murong Qing had initially been in a good mood. The first piece of stone brought him joy, but the netizens' comments soon darkened his expression. "These fools just can't help but step on my toes. They are jealous that I am both wealthy and talented." Murong Z, however, remained unfazed. The stone's success was within her expectations. Among this pile of junk, these 5 were the best she could select. Though she couldn't guarantee a significant profit, having goods was a certainty. And Orange Cat's casual choice indicated that he had already given up on the competition. In her mind, this contest was completely meaningless. What she was thinking now was how to recruit this female streamer under her banner. Zhou Fang was equally unfazed. He had no understanding of stone cutting. If he had to choose seriously, he wouldn't be able to tell the good from the bad. But at this moment, he was extremely confident in his luck. After that mysterious dream, everything he encountered seemed to turn out perfectly. He even won a 200 million jackpot. What was there to doubt? Since he couldn't select, he would leave everything to fate. Whether to win or lose would be decided by it. In the live chat, as time passed, the stones in Lin Mingming's hands were being separated one by one, and the netizens kept spamming with waves of astonished comments rising higher and higher. "It's a hit. Another success. Wow, a 3 consecutive success. 4 consecutive kills. So amazing. Lovesick Murong truly is the best. Incredible, absolutely incredible." In one night, having 2 sets of 4 consecutive successes was something unprecedented in the stone-cutting world. This was definitely a legendary tale. Such odds would be explosive anywhere. The last piece. Quick look. There's more goods. So amazing, absolutely amazing. All 5 hit the mark. Unprecedented. Oh heavens, I want to kneel down and sing your praises. As Lin Mingming cut open all 5 pieces of stone, the live stream room erupted with excitement. Murong Qing was even more ecstatic. He had won. He had completely won. He had finally subdued that overconfident Orange Cat. Ha ha ha, I knew my Murong Qing was the chosen one, the undefeated god of the online world. If it weren't for my sister being here, he really wanted to jump up and vent his excitement. He couldn't help but glance at his sister, feeling immensely lucky to have invited such an all-powerful sister. However, when he looked at her, he found that Murong's expression remained unchanged, as if the 5 pieces of stone yielding results was nothing out of the ordinary. "Sister, aren't you even a little excited?" Murong Qing couldn't help but turn off his microphone and asked his sister. Murong Z chuckled lightly. "What is there to be excited about? Just some worthless stones. Alright, I've helped you achieve the victory you wanted, so there's nothing more for me to do here. But do you know anything about this stone-cutting female streamer?" Huh. Murong Qing didn't expect his sister to be so indifferent about his competition with the Orange Cat, instead focusing on Lin Mingming. For a moment, he didn't know what his sister's intentions were. Did she notice his feelings for Lin Mingming? "Sister, as for this female streamer, I actually don't pay much attention. I just enjoy cutting stones here. You also saw how entertaining this live stream room is with so many people. Whenever I appear, it's all cheers, so enjoyable. I didn't ask you that. I asked about the female streamer. To be honest, I think she's quite good. I want to bring her into my company." "What? Sister, are you interested in Mingming?" Murong Qing didn't expect someone of Murong's status would care about an internet streamer. Sister, if we're talking about Mingming, her skills are indeed impressive, and she knows how to stir the emotions of the viewers. That's why her live stream room quickly became the largest stone-cutting stream on the platform. However, if you want to recruit her, it might not be so easy. What's so difficult about it? Mu Rongzi, who wasn't very knowledgeable about live streaming, thought that as long as the price was right, the other party would have no reason to refuse. Sister, you don't understand. A big streamer like Meng Meng is the face of these platforms. She earns quite a lot every month, and they all have contracts with their companies, so it's not easy to switch jobs. After Mu Rongqing's explanation, Mu Rongzi nodded. She said to her brother, "All right, help me contact this female streamer and find out about her income and the details of her contract. I want to see what price I need to pay to bring her over." Sure. Mu Rongqing immediately patted his chest in assurance. "As long as you need it, sister, it'll definitely help you get Meng Meng. Then I'll also go work at your company." He envisioned a beautiful future. Once Lin Mingming arrived at his sister's company, he would be able to gain her favor with his unmatched charisma and noble family background. Lin Mingming would surely be his. Thinking of this made him feel elated. While the two siblings were discussing recruiting Lin Mingming, she was already showing a sweet smile to the viewers in the live stream, displaying Mu Rongqing's stones. Congratulations to our infatuated Mu Rongji. Who would have thought that the great Mu Rong has always been so low-key, hiding his true abilities? This time, the great Mu Rong achieved a 5-in-a-row victory, breaking the platform's record. Friends in the live stream, let's cheer for the infatuated Mu Rong. You have all witnessed an unprecedented feat in stone-cutting live streams. With Lin Mingming's excitement, the viewers were all caught up in the thrill. The screen flooded with comments. He won. The great Mu Rong definitely won. The orange cat is out of luck. Of course, he achieved a 5-in-a-row victory. What could the orange cat possibly compare to? Is he stubborn? The orange cat is just too arrogant, not even selecting, leaving all the good stones to him. It's no surprise he lost. Exactly, the great orange cat is too proud, thinking a 4-in-a-row victory can dominate the scene. One must know that there are always greater talents beyond the horizon and countless experts in the world. So one must always stay humble. Speaking of humility, this time the infatuated Mu Rong achieved such accomplishments, he must be full of himself now. We are sure to see this guy acting all high and mighty from now on. Damn, Mu Rong is truly a show-off. Letting him win is worse than letting the orange cat win. That fool, if he continues to show off, let's curse him with bad luck. Yes, curse him with bad luck. 1. As the comments from the viewers went completely off track, Mu Rongqing's face turned red with anger, wishing he could rush into the live stream and deal with those commenters. Mu Rongzi, who was about to leave, also didn't expect her brother's reputation to be so poor online, as she couldn't help but feel utterly speechless. This guy, no matter where he goes, can't change his low-key style, always seeking the spotlight. Ugh, it's a headache. At this moment, Lin Mingming, like the viewers in the live stream, felt that the orange cat had no hope of turning the tables this time. Even if he were to get lucky and achieve a 5-in-a-row again, it would merely result in a tie. But could that possibility exist? No way. Especially with Zhou Fang's stone selection method, no one. Zhou Fang, watching the live stream, felt somewhat moved. He didn't expect Mu Rong to actually have real skills managing to find valuable stones in all 5 pieces. Even he, someone who had never been involved in stone cutting, found this unbelievable. It seems he had underestimated the talents and experts in the world. However, since he hadn't cut his stones, yet he still held some hope for his own luck. Even if he lost, it would still be a good thing for him, as it would let him know that his luck wasn't infallible. He needed to be cautious as he had been in life. A staff member approached Lin Mingming, handing her a report. Lin Mingming immediately smiled and said, "Congratulations, great Mu Rong. The 5 pieces of stone you opened after evaluation by our backend are worth a total of 14 million. Here are the prices for each piece." Lin Mingming announced the prices to the viewers in the live stream, while Mu Rongqing looked at his sister. Mu Rongzi nodded slightly. The valuation in this live stream room was reasonable and didn't excessively exploit the players. She was preparing to leave. The elders at home were still waiting, and she couldn't accompany her brother in vain. Just as she was about to leave, Mu Rongqing's phone rang with Lin Mingming's voice. "Great orange cat, will you continue to cut the next pieces of stone?" "Of course, why wouldn't I cut? Since it's a competition, how can we not have a result? Besides, are you all so sure that I'm going to lose?" "Oh." Just as Mu Rongzi reached the door, she paused, astonished that this orange cat had not yet given up. Did he truly believe he had a chance of winning? Where did he find such confidence? Had she misjudged him? Did the 5 pieces of stone he selected actually have value? At that moment, she felt an inexplicable curiosity, wanting to see what this orange cat was relying on. Mu Rongqing suddenly noticed that her elder sister had returned. "Elder sister, don't listen to this cat and dog pretending to be mysterious. He's just a stubborn duck that refuses to admit defeat. This time he was definitely going to lose. It's fine, there isn't much time anyway. I want to see just how incredible this orange cat is." Mu Rongzi said with a faint smile. Murongqing actually hoped her elder sister would leave. With her around, he couldn't showcase his cool and domineering side. But since she wasn't leaving, he didn't dare to say it directly. In the live broadcast room, everyone saw that the orange cat still refused to concede, and they erupted in cheers. One by one they mocked the orange cat for being unable to accept defeat. Lin Mingming was equally astonished at what was wrong with this orange cat. Could someone like him really not afford to lose? If he truly couldn't bear to lose, she wouldn't have to worry about whether he was her choice on the ladder of fate. However, she wouldn't interfere with Zhou Fang's decision at this moment as her live stream focused on cutting stones. Once the client placed an order, she naturally had to respect their opinion. So she began preparing to cut the stones selected by Zhou Fang. The 5 pieces of stone Zhou Fang chose were all from Murong's selection, and they appeared quite ordinary, which was why they hadn't been chosen by Murongzi. Lin Mingming brought down the knife on the first piece of stone. Though the viewers in the live stream believed Zhou Fang was doomed, they were all focused on the unfolding scene. After all, cutting stones is thrilling, and the suspense of a single cut could reveal unexpected outcomes. Collapse, collapse, collapse. Murongqing muttered to herself, oh, as long as one piece of stone failed to yield, the orange cat was certain to lose, and she would ridicule him mercilessly. Open, open, open. It's revealed there's color. Wow, it really has color. Indeed, what a master. Even casually selected stones can yield results. As the first piece of stone was dissected by Lin Mingming, it transformed into a vivid green jade before everyone's eyes. The viewers in the live stream exclaimed in excitement, surprised that the orange cat's first stone was successful. By this count, the orange cat had achieved 5 consecutive wins tonight. Incredible, truly incredible. At that moment, they genuinely respected the abilities of the orange cat. Such a person could not simply be explained by tricks or luck. This person truly had real skill. However, even so, the crowd still believed Zhou Fang was bound to lose in this contest, considering there were still 4 pieces of stone remaining. If all were successful, that would be a 9 consecutive win. Could someone like this even be human? He was simply a god descending to earth. Wow. This guy is indeed just a lucky bastard. Who would have thought such ordinary stones could actually yield? Murongqing was furious, unexpectedly finding that the first piece of stone didn't go as he had hoped, infuriating him. Murong's expression also slightly changed. She had closely examined this first piece of stone, and it hardly met the standards for professional selection. The chances of it yielding were minuscule. She hadn't expected the other party's judgment to be so unique. It seemed that this orange cat indeed possessed genuine skill. As for her brother's claims of luck, she didn't believe it at all. What kind of person could have such luck to consecutively produce 5 yielding stones? She couldn't help but recall in her mind whether this orange cat might be a master in their field, someone she didn't know. Lin Mingming also hadn't anticipated her first piece of stone would be a success, reigniting her confidence in Zhou Fang. A master, undoubtedly a master, she was sure her judgment hadn't failed. He had also achieved 5 consecutive wins, a definite expert in the stone-cutting domain. Even if he lost later, she needed to find a way to establish a connection with him. Perhaps her hopes lay with this extraordinary orange cat. Lin Mingming's gaze gradually became resolute as she unhesitatingly began to cut the next piece of stone. Wow, it's out again. Seriously, no way, it's out again. 6 consecutive wins. Superb. Damn. Incredible, the orange cat is definitely a super expert. I'm telling you, even if the orange cat loses this contest, he is still someone we can hardly imagine. As the second piece of stone was cleanly dissected, the atmosphere in the live stream exploded. 6 consecutive wins. This was truly a grand event in the stone-cutting world. Who would have thought? At this moment, the viewers completely forgot their earlier frustration over the 2 masters not gifting during the competition. Witnessing such a spectacle, they could brag about it for 10 years. In the room, Murongqing slammed the table, ignoring her elder sister beside her, standing up in anger and cursing loudly. Unscientific. Impossible. How could this bastard still yield? He was just picking randomly. Murongzi's face also genuinely changed. She had misjudged again. She had closely examined the stones he selected, and even if there were some ambiguous choices, the probability of them yielding results couldn't be this high. With a 5 out of 2 ratio, such a person could easily secure a high-paying job in the jade industry. If counting his previous 4 consecutive wins, that would mean a 9 out of 6 probability. Such a person was surely a highly sought-after talent by major companies. Lin Mingming was unexpectedly trembling, looking at the second piece of stone in her hand, her mind filled with shock. What kind of miraculous existence was this orange cat? She had been in the jade industry for many years, yet rarely encountered such an impressive master. At that moment, she made up her mind, she absolutely had to seize this opportunity and get on Zhou Fang's coat. Everyone in the live broadcast was stunned by this incredible scene, unable to express the turmoil of emotions within them. However, the subsequent scene shocked them even more. The third piece of stone open. There's color. There's value. 7 consecutive wins. The fourth piece of stone open. There's color. There's value. 8 consecutive wins. The 5th piece of stone open. There's color. There's value. 9 consecutive wins. 9 consecutive wins. Everyone was stunned by this miraculous scene. The viewers were left speechless. Lin Mingming couldn't help but tremble all over, almost losing her balance, her fair face flushed with excitement. Mu Rongqing slumped in his chair, his face pale, unable to believe the facts he was witnessing. He muttered something under his breath, and even Mu Rongzi nearby couldn't hear him clearly. As for Mu Rongzi, she too was astonished to the point of being speechless. Having been in the jade industry for over a decade, she had seen countless stone-cutting scenes, witnessed numerous genius masters in the industry, and seen many people experience the joys and sorrows brought about by cutting stones. But she had never seen someone achieve 9 consecutive wins in such a pile of junk. Zhou Fang executed an extraordinary 9-kill move amidst a pile of garbage, completely igniting the atmosphere of the live stream. The viewers on site were left in shock, and at that moment the number of viewers in Lin Mingming's live stream skyrocketed quickly, making it the top room on the Wolfang platform. Countless people rushed over to witness this rare spectacle. Zhou Fang's stone-cutting 9-kill move had gone viral, and his ID, the orange cat that loves fish, became widely known. Many were eager to discuss this, and people from the stone-cutting industry began to inquire about the identity of this extraordinary figure. As for Zhou Fang, the protagonist behind this bizarre achievement, he was not as excited as people imagined. Firstly, he had no idea what this so-called 9-kill move truly represented. Being someone who wasn't part of this industry, he could feel the impressiveness of his action, but he couldn't clearly comprehend just how impressive it was. Secondly, he was already mentally prepared. His mysterious luck had brought him even more astonishing surprises. Now he was merely cutting some small money stones which paled in comparison to the billions in prizes. Zhou Fang remained calm, but Lin Mingming in the live stream felt her brain reaching a climax. The intense secretion of dopamine quickly plunged her into imagining a beautiful future after climbing the ladder of success. If not for the staff backstage delivering a value assessment report, she might still be in a daze. However, after years of experiencing many grand occasions coupled with her professional demeanor, she managed to pull herself together under the watchful eyes of countless viewers. To all the old friends in the live stream, and to the new friends who just arrived at Mingming's room, I am truly excited right now. I believe you all share the same feeling as I do, never expecting such a miraculous scene of a 9-kill. Let's congratulate the orange cat that loves fish. Of course, the infatuated Murong god is also part of today's legendary tale. Lin Mingming went on with an elaborate speech continuously congratulating Zhou Fang, while also remembering to praise the 5-kill of the infatuated Murong. Many new viewers quickly learned everything from the bullet comments of veteran players. Suddenly, countless eyes widened, especially upon hearing that the orange cat had previously earned over 3 million in one go, which excited them immensely. So cutting stones can be this profitable. 3 million. How many years would that take to save up? Now I will announce the value of Mr. Orange Cat's 5 stone materials. According to the backstage experts' evaluation, the total value of these 5 pieces of stone from the orange cat is 7 million. As for the reason, everyone has some understanding of jade. Mr. Orange cat stones contain 2 very high-value jade raw stones, both in terms of quality and color, which makes the expert's price reasonable. Lin Mingming continued discussing the specifics of the 5 pieces of stone, while the viewers below began to chatter. Oh my, this money is too easy to make. This orange cat earned 10 million in one night. I don't care anymore, I want to try too. It's just 10,000, let's go all in, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. This was the enthusiasm of the new viewers, all envious and jealous, thinking that such immense wealth was effortlessly obtained. Ha ha ha, you must be dreaming. Do you think the live stream is a charity, just handing out money for free? Exactly. Do you see how many people have failed at cutting stones? Everyone thinks the orange cat is making money easily, but do you have the skills and vision like him? Although the veteran players were envious, they couldn't feel jealousy, because the stone-cutting industry relies on skill and vision. At this moment, Zhou Fang felt a small sense of satisfaction. Earning 10 million tonight meant he essentially paid nothing for the large flat he just bought, right? As for our orange cat and Murong god's competition, although the total value of the orange cat is higher this time, it was a count of the number of deliveries, so the 2 brothers ultimately ended in a draw. This is also the result we all hope to see. After all, everyone came to support Mingming, and the 2 brothers have become acquainted through competition. Mingming hopes that both brothers can prosper together. Perhaps they will have the chance to become friends in the future. Lin Mingming spoke diplomatically, trying to please both sides, but the live stream was boiling with excitement. What do you mean by a draw? The orange cat's 9-kill is clearly superior. Yet regardless of quantity or value, it's obviously a win for the orange cat. Nonsense. Why are you stirring the pot? The agreement was to compare 5 pieces, and the results are the same, so it's a draw. Besides, how do you know that Murong God cannot also achieve a 9 kill? Indeed, based on today's performance, Murong God is definitely a remarkable person. Lin Mingming ignored the viewers' continued provocations. She didn't want the two prominent figures to really start fighting. Murong God, Orange Cat, what do you think? Are you satisfied with Mingming's suggestion? Lin Mingming put on a sweet smile, asking in a sugary tone. Whatever, I have no preference. Zhou Fang replied nonchalantly, while Murong Qing remained completely silent. Lin Mingming asked a few more questions, but the infatuated Murong's account remained quiet. At this moment, Murong Qing felt completely dumbfounded. He never expected that the situation he thought was a guaranteed win by inviting the big sister would result in such an outcome. Especially the opponent's 9-kill move made him feel utterly demoralized. Beside him, Murong Zi frowned for a long time. The opponent's voice was very unfamiliar, and she couldn't guess who this Orange Cat truly was. But now she was extremely curious, not only wanting to uncover the opponent's identity, but also eager to act first to establish contact with the Orange Cat before her competitor. Such talent in their eyes was like a living treasure trove. No doubt any Jade company would not easily let go of. Hearing the sound from the phone, she couldn't help but nudge Murong Qing, yet he was completely dazed, staring blankly, without any reaction. Murong Zi, feeling anxious, disregarded her brother's earlier instructions, picked up his phone, and spoke into, "Hello everyone, I am the sister of the account owner. My brother is currently unable to respond, so I will give everyone an answer. In this competition, my brother indeed fell short, and willingly admits defeat. This round goes to Mr. Orange Cat. However, I would like to make a small request here. I hope the host and Mr. Orange Cat can agree to it." A woman's voice. The Orange Cat boss expressed his stance, and Lin Mingming, along with the viewers in the live stream, awaited the response of the infatuated Murong. However, despite Lin Mingming's repeated inquiries, the other party remained silent. In response, the viewers began their usual teasing tactics, mocking the infatuated Murong, laughing at him for being unable to accept defeat and for being too embarrassed to show his face. Seeing this, Lin Mingming silently sighed, fearing that this infatuated young master Murong, who always acted like a dragon soaring in the sky, might not return to the live stream to support her in the future. But this was also a good thing. This guy constantly pestered her, bombarding her with messages every day. She didn't want to offend him, always racking her brains to deal with him, which left her feeling quite annoyed. Just as she was about to continue speaking, a voice suddenly came from the infatuated Murong's ID. Who is this? Not only was Lin Mingming astonished, but the viewers were also in an uproar. It wasn't Murong Qing's voice, it was actually his sister. Wow. So this guy has someone else around him. But I must say, this pretentious person's sister has a really pleasant voice. Oh, I get it. I knew something was off with today's infatuated Murong. This isn't his first time cutting stones, yet he's never been this impressive before. So he found an external helper? No wonder he achieved a 5-kill streak. Exactly, now that you mention it, I understand. If infatuated Murong truly had such stone-cutting skills, with his pretentious nature, he would have caused a stir long ago, and wouldn't have waited until now. Damn. This infatuated Murong always acts so arrogantly, yet he even cheats, which makes people dislike him even more. Although Murong Zi didn't state that she assisted her brother in cutting stones, viewers immediately thought of these underhanded tactics. Someone took the lead in speculating, and the viewers didn't care whether it was true or not. They swarmed in, mercilessly attacking infatuated Murong. No matter if it was right or wrong, they just wanted to mindlessly criticize. Faced with this situation, Murong Zi acted as if she hadn't seen it. Compared to her major matters, this little uproar was insignificant. Request. Murong Zi's words left Lin Mingming and Zhou Fang momentarily stunned. No one expected that the online situation would attract Murong Qing's sister. Although they both saw the viewers' speculation, they didn't take it to heart. Lin Mingming had been in this industry for many years and was used to such operations. Cutting stones involved players' real money investments. No one wanted to lose their investment, and who wouldn't want a master to help increase their chances of success? Zhou Fang cared even less. Regardless of who the other party was, he chose randomly, with winning or losing depending entirely on luck. But why is this infatuated Murong's sister suddenly appearing, and why is she talking about requests? Zhou Fang remained silent, but Lin Mingming felt she couldn't ignore her. She maintained a smile and politely responded, "Hello sister, may I ask what your request is?" "Oh, I see. I would like to get to know both of you. Ideally, I hope to meet you in person." Murong Zi's words made everyone in the live stream think of something else. Wow. Is she going to confront the Orange Cat boss in reality? Rich people are really something. If they can't accept defeat, they even want to retaliate. Exactly, how shameless. Orange Cat boss, don't be afraid, we will testify for you. This is a society governed by law. No matter what class he belongs to, if he dares to touch you, will sue him to death. Hey, if she wants to retaliate against the Orange Cat boss, why does she also have to involve our goddess Mingming? Everyone knew that infatuated Murong was always arrogant in the online world, and plus he lavishly spent money. His background in reality was undoubtedly not simple. Now that his sister has appeared, it might be to seek revenge for her brother. Everyone immediately advised Lin Mingming and the Orange Cat not to agree to the other party's request. Lin Mingming truly didn't expect why the other party's sister would do this. Even if she sought revenge, it shouldn't involve her. Zhou Fang, however, turned cold and replied indifferently, "Sorry, I'm not interested. Host, that's it for today, or I need to rest." After saying that without waiting for any response, he directly hung up the call and exited the live stream. No matter what the other party's sister proposed or what background she had, he could never agree. The internet is the internet and reality is reality. He didn't want to mix the two. He just wanted to enjoy life carefree and relish the pleasure of changing his fate. Seeing Zhou Fang's account leave abruptly, Murong Zi felt a tightness in her chest. This guy is really rude. He hadn't even stated his purpose, and the other party ran away. And these viewers, what nonsense are they talking about? When did I ever want to retaliate? Why are you all unfairly throwing dirt on me? What she didn't realize was that it was all because of Murong Qing's bad reputation. The viewers had already lumped her in with Murong Qing. Murong Zi was furious, but the person had already left, and she had no way to stop it. She could only pat her chest to calm herself down. "Sorry, host, it's my fault for not being clear. Everyone misunderstood me. I didn't want to retaliate. I genuinely just wanted to get to know you too. So I forget it. Since Mr. Orange Cat has already left, I won't disturb everyone any longer. Good night, everyone." Murong Zi also exited the live stream. She initially wanted to recruit both the Orange Cat and Lin Mingming, but with the most important Orange Cat gone, she had no desire to talk to Lin Mingming anymore. Moreover, in front of so many people, she couldn't directly dig up Lin Mingming in the live stream. However, she would still find a way to investigate the identity of the Orange Cat. Such a talent, even if she couldn't win him over, she couldn't let him fall into the hands of competitors. In the live stream, due to the departure of the two big shots, Orange Cat and Murong, countless viewers who were just there to watch the fun also rushed away. However, everything that happened that night was quickly spread across the internet. At this moment, Lin Mingming also wanted to end the stream to contact her long-desired latter Orange Cat, but since her work wasn't finished, she could only force herself to continue hosting. Finally, after a while, she concluded today's live stream, left the company, and immediately searched for the Orange Cat account, who loved fish, inputting a bunch of messages and requesting to add him as a friend. But to her disappointment, even after waiting through the night with dark circles under her eyes, she still didn't see him accept her friend request by dawn. This left her extremely disappointed. Originally in the live stream, she could have taken the initiative to add him as a friend. Such actions were very common in the streaming industry, and any host would build a good relationship with their financial backer. The viewers had seen it all before. Even if they teased her a bit, it didn't matter. But because of the unexpected appearance of infatuated Murong's sister Zhou Fang's early departure meant she didn't even have time to contact him. At this moment, she couldn't hide her frustration. Did the latter I had been searching for just disappear like this? Just as Lin Mingming was wallowing in self-pity, her phone suddenly rang, and she glanced at it. Infatuated Murong. He's actually coming to find me. The phone call came from Murong Zi. Last night, after the live broadcast ended, she immediately informed her family elders about the situation here. At this moment, videos about the stone-cutting 9 kill were everywhere online, leaving countless outsiders in awe of this miraculous operation. Especially the prospect of earning 10 million in just one night was exhilarating for many. 10 million. It seemed that making money from stone cutting was so easy. One must understand that in today's society, materialism runs rampant. People's hearts are extremely restless after seeing the lavish lives of wealthy individuals flaunted online who wouldn't want to achieve financial freedom and join in. In an instant, countless novices sharpened their blades preparing to fight for riches at the stone-cutting site. Murong Zi showed the videos she found online to her elders. Even these seasoned business veterans could not hide their astonishment. Especially since their family was established in the jade business, they understood the immense value involved. "Find him, we must find this person." An elder from the Murong family immediately stood up and said solemnly, "Yes, we cannot let such a genius be snatched away by other companies. Otherwise will there be any room for others in the jade industry to make a living?" Everyone agreed, this person's vision is terrifying. We must win him over to our side. But how do Murong Zi frowned? This person is misled by netizens, mistakenly thinking we want to harm him, completely ignoring my goodwill. While I know quite a bit about the Wolf Teeth platform in the financial circle, the owner of this platform has been seeking funding to expand its influence. They'll contact him now and provide some funding channels so he can directly give us the information about this Orange Cat from the back end. A well-dressed elder immediately pulled out his phone to contact the owner behind the Wolf Teeth platform. Murong Zi's eyes lit up with joy as she looked at this elder with anticipation. Among everyone present, she was the most invested in this matter. While the other family members had turned to different industries, she had fought for over a decade for this cause. How could she easily watch her career be threatened? Other Morong clan members nodded as well. This idea was excellent. If they could recruit such a super genius, even if they had to pay some price in other areas, it would be worth it. Everyone was filled with anticipation, believing there should be no problem with this matter. After all, the business world operates this way, sharing resources for mutual benefit. What's wrong with that? However, the well-dressed elder who initially spoke with joy soon had a displeased expression. All right, Mr. Lee, don't worry, I will consider it carefully and get back to you soon. After hanging up, the elder's expression immediately darkened, and he snorted coldly. What's wrong, third uncle? Morongzi immediately asked nervously as her third uncle frowned deeply. Things are not easy. Even if I'm willing to raise the offer, this guy keeps deliberately dodging. It seems someone else is causing trouble. What? Everyone didn't expect that someone would act faster than them, and Morongzi felt extremely frustrated. She originally had the greatest advantage, but now due to a misstep the situation had turned into this predicament. It's all that brat Morongqing's fault. Just wait until I get back, you'll beat him to death. At this moment, Morongqing's father suddenly said angrily, if it weren't for their useless son provoking others, why would the other party be so wary of Morongzi's goodwill? If this person bore a grudge and joined another company, it could lead to immeasurable losses for their family's industry. Uncle, it's actually not my younger brother's fault. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have discovered this miraculous orange cat. Sai was too impatient at the time, which caused the misunderstanding. Morongzi said self-reproachfully, and suddenly a thought flashed through her mind, something she had overlooked. She immediately said with joy, I remembered something my younger brother said. He has a very good relationship with this female streamer. And this female streamer is very likely to know the information about the orange cat. At the same time, the owner behind the Wolf Teeth platform, Mr. Lee, was savoring the information sheet sent by his subordinate, which contained the ID of the orange cat that loved fish. He did not expect that a small live broadcast could bring forth such a miraculous character, and this person had even attracted a group of people he usually wanted to contact, but couldn't. These individuals were all eager to provide him with funding, yet their demands explicitly requested the contact information for the orange cat. Although he had previously shared user information with others privately, this time was different. This orange cat exhibited such miraculous behavior, clearly not an ordinary person. Recklessly revealing the individual's information could lead to complications. But could this information be leaked? Of course. As long as the benefits were substantial, what's a little trouble? Mr. Lee leisurely twirled the cigar in his hand now. It was just a matter of seeing how much those who wanted it were willing to pay to satisfy him. Brother, big lazy worm. Stop sleeping, mom wants you to get up and eat. Otherwise she'll come personally. In the bedroom, Zhou Fang was awoken by Zhou Qian's voice outside the door. Sai, as long as he's back home, having his mom around made it a luxury to sleep in. After quitting the live broadcast last night, he hadn't logged in again. He had been busy all day yesterday and stayed up late, tired to the bone. After logging off, he went straight to take a shower and sleep. Zhou Fang had a good sleep, but he didn't know how many people had lost sleep because of him last night. He also didn't pay attention to his account. Even if he logged in, he might not notice Lin Mengmeng's friend request. Since the 9-kill incident last night, his account had long been filled with friend requests, making it impossible to keep. Meanwhile, videos about him circulated far and wide online, and his ID orange cat, who loves fish, became immensely popular, trending, and seemingly becoming a web celebrity. He was still unaware of these subsequent developments. However, little did he realize that this time he had merely made a small profit of 10 million, yet the impact was far more significant than winning a 200 million jackpot. Slowly getting out of bed, brushing his teeth, and washing up, Zhou Fang began to have breakfast with his family. The Zhou family enjoyed a harmonious breakfast together in Jiangling, a technological park in the provincial capital, where early risers hurriedly walked towards the buildings. On a certain floor, Zhao Yueyao sat in her office, her brows furrowed and her mind restless. Since listening to her relatives' and parents' opinions, she secretly met the blind date introduced by her relatives unbeknownst to Zhou Fang. Later, she joined his company and became his girlfriend. Although her current boyfriend was average-looking and could not compare to Zhou Fang, he was certainly not her type. However, after years of societal struggles, her heart was increasingly filled with panic and a realization of harsh realities. After the initial honeymoon phase with Zhou Fang, she realized that she was getting older and Zhou Fang was already 30. Yet they were unable to settle down in the provincial capital, and her parents would never agree to their marriage. Zhou Fang had once discussed with her the possibility of returning to their hometown to settle down together. At that time, she merely smiled and said nothing, but deep down she was unwilling. She could not imagine spending her life in that small county, living a frugal life, with Zhou Fang waiting to become a weary housewife. The very thought of it would suffocate her. Thus, she resolutely chose to break up with Zhou Fang and turn to her boss, who could offer her a glamorous future. Although she knew her actions would undoubtedly cause Zhou Fang great pain, she felt no regret at all. After confirming their relationship, her boyfriend immediately arranged for her to be the personal secretary to the general manager, the closest position. Despite her boyfriend's less than attractive appearance, he treated her well. Within just a month of being together, he gifted her several sets of designer clothing and bags. Because of this, her mother Zhang Huizhu unexpectedly had the audacity to suggest borrowing money from her boyfriend to buy a house for her younger brother in the most expensive neighborhood in Huaiyang. How could she not see through her mother's scheme? It was clear that it was not a loan and her mother simply wanted to take advantage of the situation. Given their family situation, how could they repay such a large sum of money? Moreover, having just started dating her boyfriend for a month or so, proposing money would surely leave a bad impression on him. What would he think of her and her family? Thus, she remained unwilling to agree to her mother's demands. However, to prevent her family from causing trouble and disrupting her current situation, she reluctantly agreed. Thinking of this, Zhao Yueyao felt an overwhelming anger. Why did she have such parents? Why was she born into such a family? Yet she felt powerless. To placate her family and prevent them from causing a scene, she could only acquiesce to her mother's request. She intended to subtly hint to her boyfriend. If he showed any sign of disapproval, she would immediately stop. She did not want the burden of her hometown to shatter her bright future. However, before she could act, her mother Zhang Huizhu suddenly called to inform her that she had encountered her ex-boyfriend Zhou Fang. Moreover, in the most expensive building in Huaiyang, he had extravagantly purchased a luxury home worth millions. From that moment on, her heart was never at peace. Last night, she couldn't sleep a wink. She couldn't fathom how Zhou Fang had suddenly come into such a large sum of money in just a few short days. Her mother claimed that Zhou Fang must have been taken care of by a wealthy woman, and even suggested that the president of the Imperial Garden wanted to gift Zhou Fang a house, which she completely disbelieved. After 3 years with Zhou Fang setting aside other matters, his character was beyond reproach. Yet she couldn't understand how he had become so wealthy. She knew all about his family background and capabilities. There was no way he could have suddenly become rich overnight. Unless for one reason. The recent multi-millionaire lottery winner in the provincial capital was Zhou Fang. Yesterday she attempted to confirm the truth with Zhou Fang, but to her surprise, he was so cold-hearted that he hung up before she could finish speaking. At this moment, Zhao Yueyao felt an overwhelming complexity in her heart. If she hadn't broken up with Zhou Fang, she would have had a billionaire boyfriend, and her future would surely be bright and happy. Her current boyfriend couldn't hold a candle to Zhou Fang. Ever since she became her boyfriend's secretary, she understood how the rumored tens of millions in assets were merely a facade. This included not only the company's fixed assets, but also substantial bank loans. The actual cash he could access was at most a few million, and he was hesitant to use it freely. Moreover, his house in the provincial capital was just an ordinary 3-bedroom apartment, although it was better than staying at her relative's place. Even with the high property prices in the provincial capital, that house was worth only 7 to 8 million, which paled in comparison to Zhou Fang's million-dollar mansion in Huaiyang. Additionally, considering appearances, if Zhou Fang could provide her with a prosperous life, she would never have to settle for dating such an unattractive man. No, she must clarify Zhou Fang's true situation. If he really did win the lottery, she had to reconcile with him. After all, she and he had genuine feelings for each other. They had experienced so many wonderful moments together. Currently, Zhou Fang was just angry and did not want to talk to her. As long as she played the emotional card with Zhou Fang and reminded him of the memories they shared, she was sure he would return to her side. Determined, Zhao Yueyao abruptly got up and headed to her boyfriend's office. A few minutes later, she left the office, returned to her desk, packed her bag, and exited the company. Arriving at the company parking lot, she took the car key her boyfriend had given her and drove away in the vehicle used to transport clients rushing back to her hometown Huaiyang. Zhao Yueyao did not intend to impulsively break up with her boyfriend right now, as she merely used her parents' illness as an excuse to return home. Her boyfriend readily agreed and even thoughtfully offered to go back with her to meet her elders, but Zhao Yueyao stopped him, citing work as a priority. This time she couldn't bring her boyfriend home because she needed to directly find Zhou Fang no matter what it took to uncover his true situation. Moreover, she couldn't let her current boyfriend discover her true intentions. In case there was no hope with Zhou Fang, she needed a backup plan. In the new house of the Zhou family at the Imperial Garden, Zhou Fang, enjoying breakfast, had no idea that his ex-girlfriend was plotting against him again. Now he felt particularly relaxed every day, especially after last night, when he made a cool 10 million. This life was simply delightful. No wonder people say that money isn't everything, but without money you can't do anything. For ordinary people, a vast majority of their worries stem from not having enough money. At the dining table, Zhou Fang, while eating, exchanged glances with an area who immediately understood and put down their dishes to charm Zhou's father and mother. Mom and Dad, big brother is taking us to the mall for a big meal today. Why don't you come along too? Where are you going? Didn't your brother take you shopping for clothes yesterday? Do you think your brother's money comes from the wind? As expected, Mrs. Zhou immediately rejected the idea when she heard that her son wanted to take the family shopping. Oh dear. It's not for us, it's for you all. We're all grown up, what clothes do we need? Your father and I have enough to wear. Mom and Dad, why don't we all go together? After all, we live in the best neighborhood in Huayang, where most people are doing well. Look at that security guard from yesterday. He deliberately made things difficult for us, just because we were wearing old clothes. And since you will be living here for a long time, you will inevitably interact with the neighbors. Although our family is not the type to look down on the poor and worship the rich, what if there are those with a snobbish eye who judge people based on their appearance? That would only increase our frustration, wouldn't it? Zhou Fang interjected, as he originally wanted to take the whole family out yesterday, but his parents flatly refused. He understood that since they had just moved into a new house, his parents were still most concerned about it, so he didn't insist much and let them enjoy their time at home. Later, on the way back with his two younger sisters, he specifically instructed them to persuade their parents to agree to buy some suitable clothes. Zhou Ru and Zhou Qian also chimed in, and after a considerable effort, the three siblings finally convinced their parents. After dinner, Zhou Fang took the whole family back to Wada Square. It wasn't until noon that Zhou Fang ended this shopping trip at the strong urging of the elders. Even so, the items he bought filled his car completely, which made Mrs. Zhou feel a pang of heartache. The money he spent today was what she and her husband could save in 10 years. Mom and Dad, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Besides, isn't having money meant to be spent on you? And I saw that when I bought the house you weren't upset at all, so what's the big deal about this? Hey, that's not the same. That's a house. Oh, what's the difference with these things? All right, let's not talk about it anymore. Mom and Dad, it's noon now. How about I take you to eat at that super popular Lao Heidi hot pot? Zhou Fang's suggestion immediately made his two younger sisters beam with joy, as young people naturally love trendy places. But before the two girls could finish their excitement, Mrs. Zhou vetoed the idea. What hot pot? Our family doesn't eat spicy food, and your grandmother has bad teeth and can't handle those. Zhou Fang thought about it and realized that while he was busy wanting to take his family to experience the fun of a popular spot, he hadn't considered the actual situation. Alright then, let's eat Huayang cuisine today. Speaking of which, we are from Huayang, yet we have never experienced authentic Huayang cuisine. Sisters, next time I'll take you to a special treat. Seeing that his two sisters looked a bit disappointed, Zhou Fang quickly comforted them. He took out his phone, checked online for well-known Huayang cuisine restaurants in the area, and soon picked one, driving his family over. Zhengyang Pavilion, a famous restaurant in the Huayang area, is most representative of Huayang cuisine, which is one of the 8 major cuisines known throughout the country. The prices here are indeed considered high, yet the business is exceptionally good, not only popular with locals, but also attracting many outsiders who come to try it. On ordinary days, private rooms here are hard to come by, and various banquet halls are booked solidly by guests. Although no one would say it openly, being able to host guests here symbolizes the status of the host. Qi Datong is one such example. Today is his grandson's first birthday celebration. After a lifetime of studying flattery, he finally mingled into the leadership circle and naturally could not afford to lose face at his first banquet. Thus, he secretly sought help, and with some embarrassment, he finally had someone book a small banquet hall at Zhengyang Pavilion. At this moment, he was in the hotel lobby welcoming guests with his wife and children. Those attending the banquet would praise Qi Datong, saying he is capable enough to even secure a spot at Zhengyang Pavilion, truly worthy of being a leader. Facing the flattery and adulation of old friends and colleagues, Qi Datong felt extremely satisfied. After years of mixing in the system, I am now a proper leader. Previously, the couple privately thought that the prices here were too high, and they felt a bit of pain in their pockets. But when the long-awaited day finally arrived and the imagined scene came true, Qi Datong instantly felt that the money and the face were worth it. Just as Qi Datong was feeling proud, he saw a family walking in through the main entrance. Why does this family look so familiar? Have I seen them somewhere? Qi Datong, who had been in the business for decades, was skilled at remembering people, yet he couldn't recall who the group in front of him. Just as he was puzzled, a sudden exclamation came from behind. Aunt. What? Qi Datong immediately turned around, looking at his daughter-in-law covering her mouth. What did you say? Is this your aunt? Oh, I remember now, this is your poor relative from the countryside. At that moment, Zhou Fang had just stepped into Zhengyang Pavilion with his family, and also spotted Qi Datong's group, instantly changing his expression as he fixated on the young woman holding a child behind Qi Datong. Zhao Yueyao drove all the way to her hometown county without stopping. She wanted to go home first and ask her mother Zhang Huijiu about the specifics of Zhou Fang buying a house. Although Zhang Huijiu had already told her everything based on her understanding of her mother, she knew that her mom loved to exaggerate and embellish her words. Especially when she was under stress, she would express her bitterness to the fullest. Arriving at her own neighborhood, Zhao Yueyao looked at the shabby and dirty environment, feeling immense disgust. Although she grew up in such an environment, she secretly vowed since childhood to leave this disgusting place. Arriving in front of her building, she parked the car and walked into the dim and dilapidated staircase, knocking on her own door. It was lunchtime, yet the Zhao household was eerily silent with no sounds of pots and pans. Inside the room, Zhang Huiju was sulking and quietly complaining to her husband, cooking, what a waste of time. Other mothers-in-law come to enjoy life, but I gave birth to 2 children and have to be a maid for the Zhao family for a lifetime. Oh dear, isn't Yutong's wife pregnant? Once she gives birth, won't she be the one taking care of you? Nonsense. Facing Zhao dad's words of comfort, Zhang Huiju scoffed. That daughter-in-law, your precious son, found, do you think she'll take care of me? Dream on. Just wait and see. When my eldest grandson is born, I'll show her. You should hurry up and urge Wei Yao to get the money from her boyfriend so we can buy the house. While the couple was whispering, there came a knock at the door. Zhang Huiju impatiently went to open it, wondering who was so blind to come over at mealtime. Opening the door, oh, Wei Yao is back. Zhang Huiju exclaimed with delight, quickly stretching her neck to look outside. Where's your boyfriend? Didn't he come with you? No, I came back alone. Zhao Yueyao walked into the house impatiently, and upon hearing the commotion, the Zhao family members all came out of their rooms looking at Zhao Yueyao with varied expressions. Zhang Huiju's initially delighted expression immediately soured when Zhao Yueyao mentioned that her boyfriend. In the lobby of the Zhenyang Pavilion Hotel, Zhou Fang looked incredulously at the figure behind Qi Datong, and suddenly, he thought of something, quickly turning to look at his mother. Indeed, Zhou's mother had a pale face, gritting her teeth as she glared at the young woman holding a child behind Qi Datong. Fang Liping. The daughter-in-law standing behind Qi Datong was Fang Liping, and Zhou Fang's mother was actually her aunt. Zhou's mother bore the surname Fang, and Zhou Fang's name was derived from this. Fang Liping was the daughter of Zhou Fang's uncle, making her his mother's own niece. By rights, they should have come to congratulate her on her first birthday, but now they were relatives who had severed ties. Seeing the equally astonished expression on the other side, Zhou Fang felt a quiet stir in his heart. He also did not expect to encounter his former cousin here with his family. Zhou Fang's feelings toward this cousin were quite complex. His maternal grandparents had passed away early, and his mother only had one brother, who had just this one daughter. Unfortunately, his uncle also died young, leaving behind a widow and an orphan. His aunt did not remarry. With her resolute character, she raised her daughter alone with great difficulty. Although his own family was not wealthy, Zhou's parents had always supported his aunt and cousin. However, they never expected that this rebellious cousin would cause their aunt to die of anger. It was indeed from rage. More than a year ago, during the winter vacation, Fang Liping, who was still in college, unexpectedly returned home with a big belly, shocking everyone. This left his aunt, who hoped for her daughter to succeed, struggling to accept the situation as she frantically asked her daughter who the scoundrel was. When Zhou's parents learned of the news, they rushed over to join the questioning, and finally Fang Liping revealed that the father was Qi Damao, a classmate from Huayang, who had dumped her. Thus, the furious aunt and Zhou's parents went to confront Qi Damao's family together. Qi Damao was, after all, the son of Qi Datong. At the time, Qi Datong was not yet the high-ranking official he is today, but he was exceedingly arrogant. Faced with the aggressive questioning from the Zhou family and his aunt, he felt that his son was in the wrong, yet he did not care at all. He was secure in his position, being a city dweller, while his aunt and Zhou's parents were merely rural folk. He looked down on these country people from the bottom of his heart. Since they had gotten her pregnant, they would let Fang Liping give birth. Their family could afford it. In the face of Qi Datong's attitude, although Zhou's aunt and parents were furious, what could they do? Fang Liping was already several months pregnant, and terminating the pregnancy would harm her health. However, what Qi Datong said next made Zhou's aunt and parents even more furious. Qi Datong said that it was impossible for the 2 children to marry now. After all, Fang Liping's belly was already showing, and both were still college students not of legal age to get married. The Qi family had a reputation to uphold. It would be a disgrace to them. If Fang Liping gave birth to a boy, they would let the 2 marry when they came of age. If a girl, then that would be the end of the discussion. Moreover, even if they did marry, the Qi family would not give any betrothal gifts, as they, being city folk, did not appreciate the outdated customs of the countryside. Qi Datong even ridiculed Zhou's aunt for failing in her parenting, claiming that a young girl should know better than to get involved with men at such a young age. They were generous enough that regardless of whether Fang Liping had a boy or girl, the cost would be covered by their family, and even that was a big advantage for Fang Liping. Such conditions were nothing short of an insult. How could Zhou's aunt possibly agree? Zhou's parents were also infuriated by Qi Datong's shameless behavior. But what was even harder for them to accept was what happened next. Fang Liping at that moment actually betrayed her mother and the family that stood up for her. She actually claimed that she and her classmate were in true love, and no matter what, she was going to marry him. She even assured Qi Datong that she would definitely give birth to the child, and even if it was a girl, she would continue to have children until she had a boy. Zhou's aunt and parents could hardly believe their ears. But no matter how they persuaded her, Fong Liping refused to change her decision, even threatening to sever her mother-daughter relationship with her aunt, unwilling to return home with her aunt, and instead was directly arranged by the cheerful Chi Datong to stay at the Chi household. At that moment, Zhou's aunt felt her heart sink, while Zhou's parents could not understand why the girl they had watched grow up had turned out like this. The group returned home in despair. A few days later, on New Year's Eve, unable to bear the situation, Zhou's aunt, in a moment of despair, actually drank pesticide and committed suicide. But even in death, the poor aunt could not hope to see her daughter again, who Fong Liping did not even attend her, and from that point on the Zhou family had no further contact with Fong Liping. Zhou Fang never expected to meet Fong Liping's family in such a setting today. Looking at the child in Fong Liping's arms, it seemed that she had fulfilled her wish of giving birth to a boy and marrying into the Chi family. But did she ever regret her decision? Did she ever think of her poor mother? Zhou Fang looked at his mother supporting her trembling body and calmly said, "Mom, don't get worked up, it's not worth it for such a heartless creature." Among the Zhou family, the person who hated Fong Liping the most was undoubtedly Zhou's mother. This incident had become a knot in her heart. At this moment, Zhou Fang quietly comforted his mother, but an ear-piercing voice reached his ears. Zhou Fang looked at his mother supporting her trembling body and calmly said, with a loud bang, Zhao Yueyao, filled with rage, stormed out of the house, leaving without even eating lunch. Since entering the house, her mother Zhang Huiju had learned that she did not bring back her wealthy fiancé, and her face was filled with displeasure. Zhang Huiju was still hoping to flaunt her son-in-law, who was a big boss in the provincial capital, yet this stubborn girl did not even think to bring him back. The whole family immediately pursued her, asking when her boyfriend's money would come. Zhao Yueyao insisted that she could not bring it up with her boyfriend, as they had only been dating for a month, and borrowing such a large sum of money would make him look badly at her. If she angered him, she would have to leave. Yet Zhao Yuyao's concerns were not recognized by her family. They immediately turned the blame on her, accusing her of being selfish, only thinking of herself, disregarding her brother's happiness and the life or death of the unborn grandchild. Her brother's pregnant girlfriend was even angrily about to leave to have an abortion. "Go ahead. It's not my child, why should I care?" Zhao Yueyao would not indulge this future sister-in-law. She had hardly met, scoffing dismissively. Zhang Huiju immediately resorted to her usual nagging, threatening to kill herself. The father and brother of the Zhao family chased after her, hoping she would contribute more to the Zhao family. Zhao Yueyao, overwhelmed, abandoned her initial purpose for returning home and left these useless relatives behind. But shortly after she drove away, Zhang Huiju's call caught up with her. She did not want to answer, but Zhang Huiju was determined to call, so Zhao Yueyao reluctantly pulled over and answered the phone. "You stubborn girl, I know what you're back for." As she pressed the answer button, Zhang Huiju's piercing voice immediately reached Zhao Yuyao's ears, causing, "Aren't you just looking at how that little brat Zhou Fang seems to have money now, wanting to come back and reconcile with him? Let me tell you, you ungrateful girl, you want to abandon us and live a good life on your own. That's not going to happen. If you can't get your boyfriend's money, then get Zhou Fang's house from him. No matter if you can reconcile with that little brat Zhou Fang, you've been with him for 3 years, you can't let him off the hook." Listening to Zhang Huiju's arrogant and unpleasant words on the phone, Zhao Yuyao's anger surged. Ignoring Zhang Huiju's incessant chatter, she directly turned off her phone. She leaned on the steering wheel, crying out loud, questioning why she had to have such a mother. After a while, Zhao Yueyao calmed down and drove towards Zhou Fang's hometown, Dawan village. She wanted to check out Zhou Fang's current situation first. Chi Datong waved his hand, instructing his wife to take their son and daughter-in-law aside while he dealt with the situation at hand. He strode toward the group from the Zhou family, filled with disdain. He thought the Zhou family had shown up uninvited, causing a disturbance. Now that he was enjoying success, he wouldn't allow these people to disrupt him. "Let me tell you, Fong Liping has long cut ties with you bunch of mud-legged people. Don't you dare be unappreciative. If you dare to cause trouble here, I will make sure you regret it." Facing Chi Datong's threats, the Zhou family all looked at him, with Zhou's father and mother seething with anger, and the 2 younger sisters united in their outrage, shocked that such shameless people still existed in this world. "Who do you think you are to threaten us?" Zhou Fang stepped forward, staring coldly at Chi Datong. In his eyes, the Chi family was nothing but a bunch of shameless beasts unworthy of respect. "Hey, you little brat, you have no manners at all. Do you know who I am? Let me tell you, if you anger me, I will have your entire family kicked out of Huaiyang." Chi Datong had just become a leader filled with arrogance, especially when facing the mud-legged people in his, what a big mouth you have. I want to see just how capable you are to make my whole family roll out of Huaiyang." Facing Chi Datong's threats, Zhou Fang showed no fear. He knew that Chi Datong was involved in the hierarchy, but so what? Even without his current power, being a penniless person, he wouldn't show any courtesy to such shameless beasts. Chi Datong's anger peaked as he turned to the hotel manager. "Hey, today is a special day for my family. I don't want to argue with you. Manager, hurry and call the security to throw out these troublemakers. The hotel duty manager had also noticed the dispute and was already coming over. Everyone, let's talk calmly. It's better to resolve things peacefully. The manager stepped between the two parties, intending to mediate, knowing that if the lobby turned chaotic during meal times, it would undoubtedly affect the hotel's reputation. "Well, manager, we just came to your hotel for a meal. But we had no idea such a mad dog would jump out barking at everyone and shamelessly telling us to get lost. Is this how your esteemed hotel treats guests, or does this hot-tempered mad dog actually represent your hotel?" Zhou Fang coldly asked the manager, who immediately denied it while trying to comfort the Zhou family, wanting to. However, Qi Dadong was even more furious from behind. "Bullshit. Manager, don't listen to this little brat's nonsense. They are just a bunch of country bumpkins. How dare they come here to eat? Pa, do you know how much a meal costs here? A bunch of ignorant poor ghosts. Who are you calling a little brat?" Just as Qi Datong was angrily cursing the Zhou family, a sudden voice interrupted him, and he saw a woman with a frosty expression approaching him. Director Wang ignored the gloomy Qi Datong and walked over to Shun Nanqin, smiling as he said, "I apologize, Miss Shun. An unexpected incident has disrupted your enjoyment. Qi Datong, come over here and apologize to Miss Shun." Although he did not know how he had offended Miss Shun, upon hearing the director's words, Qi Dadong hurriedly. However, Shun Nanqin did not even look at him. She turned to Zhou Fang and slightly nodded, her previously cold demeanor replaced with a warm smile. "Grandma, uncle, and aunt, two younger sisters, hello. It's nice to see you again. Did you come here to dine?" Shun Nanqin greeted the Zhou family enthusiastically. Before the others could respond, the boisterous Zhou Qian rushed forward and grabbed Shun Nanqin's arm. "Sister, my brother brought us here for dinner today. I didn't expect to encounter such unreasonable people who want to kick us out, right? Not only did he insult us, but he also said he would make our whole family leave Huaiyang." "My." Shun Nanqin immediately turned to Qi Datong, while Director Wang's expression changed, glaring at this incompetent subordinate. "Qi Datong, what an impressive show of authority you have. Not only did you violate regulations by hosting a banquet, but you also dare to speak arrogantly. Who gave you the audacity? I will definitely deal with you severely according to the rules when we return." Faced with the director's reprimand, Qi Datong immediately panicked and stammered an explanation. "Director Wang, please. Don't misunderstand. Ms. Shin, Director, I am relatives with them, really just a minor conflict. I will definitely apologize to them. I will definitely admit my mistake. Liping, come over quickly and apologize to your aunt's family." As Qi Datong's chaotic explanations continued, everyone was puzzled, wondering how relatives could end up in such a situation. What relatives? Sister, don't listen to his nonsense. Our family has nothing to do with him. If there is any relationship, it's because he drove my aunt to her death," Zhou Qian said angrily. Their family could not come to terms with what had happened in the past, especially regarding their mother, which was a pain that would never heal. Zhou Qian quickly explained the relationship between her family and the Qi family, making everyone present furrow their brows in disdain as they looked at Qi Datong's family. Especially Fang Liping, who could hardly believe there were such shameless people in the world. It seemed that not being from the same family truly meant not being of the same ilk, indeed a family of rogues. Faced with the disdainful looks from everyone, Qi Dadong was now completely panicked and could no longer offer any explanations. Suddenly, he grabbed Fang Liping, who was holding a child, and angrily pushed her away. You leave. You are the one bringing bad luck. You better kneel down and apologize to your aunt's family. Otherwise, I will make Dumao divorce you." Qi Dadong was in a state of panic and had pushed Fang Liping out as a shield. Fang Liping was instantly stunned, and the child in her arms began to cry loudly. The others looked on in disdain, and Director Wang's face turned ashen. He had not expected there would be such shameless people in his bureau, lacking both morals and any sense of responsibility. It was truly embarrassing. "Qi Datong, I never expected you to be such a morally bankrupt person. Just wait to be dealt with." Qi Datong collapsed to the ground, terrified, leaving his wife and child at a loss. "Ms. Shin, Director Wang, I apologize for the inconvenience caused by our little issue, which has delayed everyone's time." Looking at the disheveled Qi Datong family, Zhou Fang did not want to entangle further and stepped forward to apologize on behalf of his family. "Zhou, why don't you and your aunt and the others join us for dinner?" Shun Nanqin suddenly said to Zhou Fang, having come here for the first time today as a guest invited by Director Wang from the Investment Promotion Bureau. Director Wang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly masked it. Yes, Mr. Zhou, let's all eat together. I will treat you all as a gesture of hospitality and also apologize on behalf of Qi Datong. Qi Datong is an employee in my bureau. I did not expect him to behave so recklessly outside. As his leader, I bear some responsibility for not overseeing him properly." Zhou Fang immediately politely declined the invitation from Shun Nanqin and Director Wang. This was a business matter. It was merely a courtesy extended because of Shun Nanqin, and family meals should not be mixed with such matters. Although Shun Nanqing hoped Zhou Fang would change his mind, he still refused. Zhou, please don't rush to leave, okay? I will find you after I finish here. I want to discuss something with you. After sending off Shen Nanqing and director Wang, the Zhou family did not even glance at the Qi family and followed the manager to the dining room. However, as Zhou's mother passed by, Fang Liping suddenly cried out, "And I was wrong." Oomph. Zhou's mother snorted coldly and no longer paid any attention to this only bloodline from her maternal family. She would never forgive this ungrateful and disloyal niece. Upon entering the private room after ordering the dishes, as soon as the server left, Zhou Qian eagerly looked at her older brother and asked, "Big brother, is that Miss Shen pursuing you?" Huh. Zhou Qian's question not only left Zhou Fang dumbfounded, but also made the whole family stare at him with curiosity. That's not the case. Don't think too much, and besides, she is already married. It's just that some matters involve her privacy which I cannot disclose. Zhou Fang casually explained, looking at his family's inquisitive eyes. He did not tell his family that Shen Nanqing was a widow with a child. It was merely because he resembled her deceased. It was clear that the woman had an extraordinary background. Even if she did not care, Zhou Fang did not want his family to speculate baselessly. Such matters were personal and should only be disclosed by her, otherwise he could not speak of them randomly. Ms. Shen is married. I really didn't notice that. Yes, but Fangzi, I always feel that her gaze towards you is a bit strange. Speaking of which, we truly owe her today. Otherwise, how could Director Wang possibly stand up for us? Fangzi, when you have the chance, make sure to thank Miss Shen properly. Our entire family owes her a favor since Miss Shen is already married. The Zhou family no longer thought about it too much, but everyone felt it was a pity, as Shen Nanqing and Zhou Fang looked great together. However, Zhou's mother was still puzzled about why, since the other party was a married woman, she looked at her son with such. But now that she had personally witnessed Qi Datong being punished, the thorn in her heart had finally been pulled out, and she felt especially grateful to Shen Nanqing. Mom, don't worry. I understand and know why she acts this way, but your son won't meddle in someone else's marriage. Zhou Fang knew what his mother was worried about. If he were to interfere in someone else's marriage, it would be considered extremely immoral in the eyes of his simple family. As the family chatted, the ordered dishes began to arrive. Everyone was exceptionally happy today, filled with laughter as they started to enjoy authentic Huayan cuisine. The dishes were all colorful, aromatic, and flavorful, and the family could not help but marvel at how the wealthy truly knew how to indulge in the good life. After the meal, Shen Nanqing did not come over, and Zhou Fang did not make his parents wait for her. Instead, he sent her a message informing her that they had left first, and that he would find an opportunity next time to thank her for her help today. If she had any matters, she could contact him later. As they arrived at the bar counter, Zhou Fang prepared to pay the bill, but was informed that it had already been settled. Zhou Fang immediately thought it might be Shen Nanqing again, but he did not mind. He would find a chance to repay it later. In the parking lot, the Zhou family found a person standing in front of Zhou Fang's car, none other than Shen Nanqing. "Mr. Shen, I didn't expect your dinner to end so quickly. I thought you were discussing serious matters, so I didn't want to disturb you. My apologies." Zhou Fang indeed felt a bit embarrassed. The other party had helped him several times, and leaving without saying goodbye felt rather rude. "It's fine. I just came out not long ago. I don't actually have anything important going on. It's just that since I'm new here, the leaders wanted to get to know me." Everyone was merely being polite, but the warm family gathering of theirs made him envious. Zhou Fang couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart. Such a beautiful woman, merely looking at her was a delightful experience. Zhou Fang couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart. Such a beautiful woman, merely looking at her was a delightful experience. "I sent you a message. I wanted to send my family home first. My grandmother is old and needs to rest after the meal," Zhou Fang explained. "By the way, Mr. Shen, you mentioned there was something you wanted to discuss with me. Oh, what is it?" Shen Nanqing nodded. "How about this, Zhou? He'll have my driver take my grandmother and aunt home first. I have something to discuss with you privately." Is it okay to talk alone?" Seeing Shen Nanqing hesitate, Zhou Fang guessed it might be related to her deceased husband. "All right, then let your driver use my car. He'll sit with you for a bit." Zhou Fang turned to inform his parents about the situation and told them to head home first. Seeing Zhou Fang agree, Shen Nanqing immediately waved to a nearby driver who quickly approached. The Zhou family followed the driver into the car, but everyone felt something was off about Zhou Fang and Shen Nanqing being alone together. Zhou Fang had clearly stated that the other party was already married, so why was Shen Nanqing constantly spending time alone with him? Didn't she fear gossip? Moreover, during their first encounter at the Imperial Garden sales office, Shen Nanqing's strange behavior upon seeing Zhou Fang further fueled curiosity about their relationship. As the Zhou family left, Shen Nanqing invited Zhou Fang into her car. Today her outing was a formal business invitation, and instead of her previous red sports car, she arrived in a luxurious Mercedes-Benz. Although the space inside the Mercedes was quite large, once the two were inside, Shen Nanqing gazed at Zhou Fang with tender watery eyes creating an ambiguous atmosphere in the small enclosed space. This made Zhou Fang somewhat uncomfortable. He certainly didn't dislike being alone with a woman of Shen Nankin's charm. With such beauty at his side, which man could bear to refuse? However, knowing that her feelings were not directed at him left him with a strange sense of entanglement and sadness. Mr. Shen, if there's something you need, just say it. I've already owed you quite a bit these past few days, and I will definitely help as much as I can. Shen Nanqin remained silent after getting into the car, gazing out quietly. Zhou Fang took the initiative to break the silence. Shen Nanqin, who had been lost in thought while staring at Zhou Fang, was suddenly interrupted by his voice, causing a blush to rise on her face. She raised her hand to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear and apologized shyly. I'm sorry, Zhou. I was a bit rude. It's fine. I understand your feelings. Well, it's like this. I want you to pretend to be my husband for a day. What? After much hesitation, Shen Nanqin finally revealed her purpose. Although Zhou Fang had prepared himself somewhat, hearing such a request directly from her still felt absurd. Mr. Shen, I know I am not your husband. Zhou Fang's words of refusal had not yet left his mouth when Shen Nanqin quickly covered his lips with her hand. Zhou, please don't refuse me just yet. I know this is too presumptuous, but I truly have no other way. Looking at Shen Nankin's suddenly pleading and sorrowful expression, with her delicate eyebrows furrowed, her already stunning face appeared even more pitiful. Her slender fair fingers covering her mouth emitted a faint fragrance, stirring Zhou Fang's emotions. Shen Nanqin, however, paid no attention to her own actions, slowly removing her hand from Zhou Fang's mouth, speaking with a hint of sadness. Zhou, do you remember the day we first met? Zhou Fang immediately recalled his return to Huayang at the Wada Mall, where she had cried on him, heartbroken. I remember. What about it? Actually, I have a daughter with my husband named Lele. She was the one who called you daddy while hugging your leg back then. She, like me, was particularly saddened by her father's sudden passing. Due to my state at that time, the child developed some psychological issues. But she was still young, and after some treatment at home, she quickly recovered. However, after our encounter at the mall, her longing for her father resurfaced. I thought that if I comforted her for a few days, she would forget soon. But to my surprise, she has been going through her father's old videos and photos every day, crying out for daddy in her sleep, and during the day she screams and throws fits wanting her father back. I've noticed that she's triggered her past psychological issues again. Although they can still be alleviated through treatment, I can't bear for my child to go through that pain and torment again. Shen Nanqin looked at Zhou Fang with some resentment. Aunt Wu and I have tried every method to cheer her up, but nothing seems to work. Reluctantly, I had to lie to her, saying that on her birthday mommy would bring daddy back to see her, which made her feel a bit better. Now she is eagerly waiting for her birthday to come. But tomorrow is her birthday, and Looking at Shen Nankin's hesitant demeanor, Zhou Fang said helplessly, so you want me to pretend to be the child's father to comfort her? Yes. Shen Nankin's face flushed, and she could hardly meet Zhou Fang's gaze, yet she couldn't help but steal glances at him, her eyes filled with hope. I remember the child should be around 5 or 6 years old. Do you really think this will work? A 5 or 6-year-old child has already formed solid memories and is not as easily fooled as a 2 or 3-year-old. Yes, the child is 5 now, and tomorrow is her 5th birthday. Sigh. Zhou Fang felt helpless. He was the type to repay kindness, and Shen Nanqin had helped him several times. Especially today at Jingyang Pavilion, she intervened in the conflict between his family and the Qi family when she saw injustice. Director Wang acted publicly against Qi Datong because of Shen Nankin's influence. This matter weighed heavily on his family, especially for his mother. Now that Qi Datong and Fang Liping received their just deserts, he was extremely grateful to her and was very willing to lend a hand when she needed help. However, now faced with her request, he felt somewhat awkward. As a 30-year-old bachelor who is yet to be married, suddenly finding himself with a beautiful wife and child feels quite strange. In truth, he had already anticipated this situation deep down, perhaps even with a hint of expectation. To be honest, any normal man encountering a woman as charming and graceful as Shen Nanqin in the circumstances he faced would likely hope for some romantic story to unfold. Thinking about this made Zhou Fang feel as if heaven was playing a joke on him, with his luck changing. Should he be happy or distressed? President Shen, have you considered that even if I agree to this, how will you handle the child the day after? Zhou Fang furrowed his brow as he looked at Shen Nanqin, who responded with a helpless smile. I realize this request is indeed quite abrupt, and I understand that this method may only be a temporary fix for the child. But as a mother, Lele is the most important person to me right now, and I cannot bear to watch her suffer through that pain. Perhaps recalling the situation of the mother and daughter a year ago, tears welled up in Shen Nanqin's beautiful eyes, cascading down her smooth, fair cheeks, her brow furrowed with sorrow. Seeing this scene, Zhou Fang couldn't help but soften his heart. All right, since you insist, I will accompany you and give— Really? Shen Nanqin looked up in disbelief, her eyes filled with joy. Yes, I have agreed. With Zhou Fang's confirmation, her expression shifted from surprise to happiness in an instant. She couldn't help but smile and nod repeatedly, though although she didn't speak, her eyes revealed just how delighted and excited she was. Thank you. Thank you, Zhou. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude to you. Xin Nanqin was so overwhelmed with joy that she became somewhat flustered. Her disorganized gestures made Zhou Fang want to laugh. He hadn't expected the usually poised president to have such an adorable side. There was a bottle of mineral water in the armrest compartment. Zhou Fang took it out, opened it, and handed it to Xin Nanqin. President Xin, don't get too excited, have some water. Although I have agreed I have no experience with this, it's best if you calm down and tell me some key information about your husband and child so I can prepare. Guys, I'm sorry, Zhou, I got a little too excited and couldn't contain my emotions. Xin Nanqin took a sip of water, slightly embarrassed as she set the bottle down. My daughter's full name is Wan Jingwen, and we call her Lele at home. My husband likes. They both. Xin Nanqin then shared many stories about Wan Qing and Lele, recounting the joyful moments of their family. Zhou Fang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Wan Qing truly was a winner in life, not only possessing an enviable family background, but also enjoying a happy marriage and a lovely daughter. Unfortunately, a sudden disaster brought all of that to a halt. After a long while, Xin Nanqin finally finished sharing some key information with Zhou Fang. Zhou, let me take you to pick out some clothes and accessories that my husband used to like. This will help Lele connect with him better. As she spoke, Xin Nanqin drove Zhou Fang to various luxury boutiques. Clothes, shoes, ties, watches, and even with Zhou Fang's consent, she changed his hairstyle, transforming him into a completely different person. In the mall, Zhou Fang looked at his reflection in the store mirror, surprised by the stylish look. Wow. So I actually look this good. He had a decent appearance, though otherwise the beauty Zhao Yuya wouldn't have easily taken a liking to him, even willing to be with him for 3 years despite his less than ideal financial situation. Now under Xin Nanqin's discerning guidance, Zhou Fang had transformed into a young talent in the eyes of others, greatly enhancing his charm. The salesgirls in the store all blushed as they pointed at Zhou Fang. He couldn't help but marvel at how the spending power of the wealthy could elevate one's entire being. Having just become wealthy, his mindset hadn't yet changed, though everything was still based on his comfort, and he hadn't paid much attention to his attire and appearance. It seems necessary to invest some effort in this area in the future. After all, improving oneself not only enhances one's image in the eyes of others, but is also a way to please oneself. Today's expenditure was considerable, but for Xin Nanqin or Zhou Fang at this point it was nothing. Xin Nanqin stubbornly insisted on paying for Zhou Fang. However, Zhou Fang firmly refused. President Xin, let me pay for it myself. Even though I'm helping you, you've already helped me a lot, so consider it repaying your kindness. Moreover, with your guidance, I've realized that a man also needs to live a bit more exquisitely. It's only now that I've discovered I'm actually quite handsome. Zhou Fang said cheerfully, making a light joke. Xin Nanqin felt a slight thrill in her heart as she looked at the man before her, her eyes filled with tenderness. Zhou Fang now resembled her lover from memory even more, almost as if Wan Qing had come back to life. If it weren't in a public setting, she would have almost been unable to resist hugging him and expressing her longing. Zhou Fang took out his diamond card and confidently paid the bill, causing the store staff to feel their hearts race. A perfect man who is also wealthy, he is truly the Prince Charming in their hearts. Unfortunately, the woman by his side is not only beautiful, but also exudes an extraordinary aura, leaving no room for jealousy. After paying, Zhou Fang intended to change back into his old clothes, but Xin Nanqin stopped him, wanting him to keep his current look. Faced with her gaze, Zhou Fang didn't insist, collected his old clothes, and left the mall, with Xin Nanqin returning to the car. President Xin, how about we leave it at this for today? Let me know when you're ready tomorrow, and I will cooperate as per your... As Zhou Fang noticed the sky darkening, he realized it was getting late. They had spent the afternoon visiting luxury boutiques in Huayang. Otherwise Xin Nanqin would have wanted to take him to the provincial city to shop. Zhou, can you stay with me a bit longer? Seeing Zhou Fang wanting to leave, Xin Nanqin didn't want to part ways so soon, as today was one of her happiest days in a while. Not only had she gotten Zhou Fang to agree to her request, but she had also recreated the image of her beloved from her memories. Looking at the familiar face before her, she wished for this moment to last forever. President Xin, there will be plenty of time in the future. We will have opportunities to meet again. Besides, I need to go back and prepare. After all, I have no experience in interacting with children. Seeing the slightly dazed look in Xin Nanqin's eyes, Zhou Fang could roughly guess her thoughts, but he still... Zhou, you are right. Indeed, I have not considered things thoroughly. Let me take you back now. Xin Nanqin no longer insisted, and started the car to leave. Upon returning to the entrance of the Emperor's View Garden community, Zhou Fang got out of the car to bid farewell to Xin Nanqin, preparing to head back. As evening fell, the streetlights illuminated, casting a dim yellow glow over Zhou Fang's departing figure. Xin Nanqin felt a moment of bewilderment, as if she saw her beloved about to leave her once again. Wanqing. Wait. Don't go. Shen Nanqing suddenly rushed towards her departing lover, throwing herself into his arms and holding on tightly. Wanqing. Wanqing, please don't go, I miss you so much. Suddenly embraced by a grand and soft hold, Zhou Fang, still holding the old clothes bag he had changed out of today, found himself unable to struggle. President Shen, please calm down. Zhou Fang called out helplessly, but Shen Nanqing continued to quietly sob, murmuring for Wanqing not to leave. President Shen. Zhou Fang let go of the bag he was holding, dropping it to the ground. With a bit of force, he managed to break free from Shen Nanqing's embrace, only for her to fall into his arms. President Shen, please calm down. This is the entrance of the community with people coming and going. It's not appropriate. I understand your feelings, but I still need to tell you a few more things. Your lover has already left you forever. You cannot live in the past forever. You still have a child who needs you. Although reality is harsh, you need to bravely step out, bury that beautiful past deep in your heart, and embrace a new life. The further you distance yourself from the past, the more you integrate into reality, the stronger you will become. Zhou Fang at that moment suddenly channeled a straight man persona, imparting the philosophical lessons he had taught his students to Shen Nanqing. In truth, he knew that if he truly went along with the tide, he might have ended up entangled in an indescribable story with her today. However, his upbringing had instilled in him a sense of propriety that did not allow him to take advantage of someone's vulnerability. Shen Nanqing was awakened from her fantasies by Zhou Fang's words. Indeed, she realized she could not remain trapped in such illusions, and that her behavior towards Zhou Fang in recent days had been quite inappropriate. Coming from a prominent family, she had received an excellent education and paid great attention to social etiquette. However, since meeting Zhou Fang here, she often acted impulsively and broke her own rules. I'm sorry, Zhou. I was too emotional. Just now seeing your back reminded me so much of Wanqing, and just thinking that you were about to leave me again, I couldn't control myself. Shen Nanqing buried her face in Zhou Fang's chest, crying bitterly. In that moment, with the warmth and softness in his embrace, Zhou Fang couldn't help but gently stroke her back to soothe her emotions. After a while, Shen Nanqing finally calmed down. She raised her head, her eyes red, forcing a smile as she said, I'm truly sorry. I got a bit too sentimental and embarrassed you. Zhou Fang shook his head in understanding, smiling gently at her. As Shen Nanqing left his embrace, he felt a sudden sense of loss. Although he did not wish to take advantage of someone's vulnerability, the sensation just now had been incredibly delightful. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but scorn himself fiercely. What was he pretending to be, a virtuous gentleman, for lecturing about all sorts of nonsense? Such a wonderful opportunity to be entangled with a beautiful woman had just slipped away. The two fell into silence for a moment. Shen Nanqing, somewhat shy, played with her hair and said, Zhou, I will head back now. All right, let me see you to your car. Just as Zhou Fang was sending Shen Nanqing to the car, an unexpected voice suddenly called out. Zhou Fang looked towards the source of the voice, where a car had opened and a woman he was extremely familiar with pushed open the door to look at him. Zhao Yueyao. Wasn't she in the provincial capital? How did she suddenly appear here? Zhou Fang was utterly astonished. At that moment, Zhao Yueyao in the distance was equally shocked, her eyes filled with disbelief. She never expected to witness such an absurd scene. Zhou Fang, this seemingly upright hypocrite, truly was entangled with some wealthy woman, just as her mother had said. In fact, she had been here for a while. At noon, she went to Zhou Fang's hometown village to inquire about him, and indeed heard people from the village say that Zhou Fang had become successful. Not only did he get a fancy new car, but he also bought a house in the city, bringing his whole family to enjoy a better life. Hearing this, Zhao Yueyao immediately rushed to the city, using navigation to find the Emperor's View Garden community. This community, she had heard from her mother and brothers many descriptions, was already well known to her for its nobility and luxury. However, upon visiting in person, she found her parents' words to be true. Even the entrance was impressively grand. Such a property would not lose its charm, even in a city filled with tall buildings. It was said that every building here was quite valuable, and the spacious flat that Zhou Fang owned was the pinnacle existence within, valued at tens of millions. For a moment, Zhao Yueyao fell into fantasy. If she hadn't taken that wrong step, would she now be the enviable mistress of a multimillionaire mansion here? But she couldn't get in. This place was not like an ordinary community, allowing strangers to come and go freely. Even if she could get in, she wouldn't know which building or floor Zhou Fang's house was on. She called Zhou Fang only to find that she had indeed been blocked by him. She hadn't expected that her mention of deleting and blocking him at the time of their breakup would come true. But facing such a result, Zhao Yueyao was undeterred. This time, regardless of any obstacles, she was determined to uncover the truth. Zhao Yueyao began to wait and watch. She knew Zhou Fang's family well, and she didn't believe they would never come out. It wasn't until now that she finally spotted Zhou Fang returning. At first, she hadn't confirmed that the couple at the entrance, unwilling to part, included Zhou Fang. In her memory, Zhou Fang's elite demeanor seemed completely unrelated to that of a successful person. Moreover, with the night falling, sitting in the car, her line of sight was somewhat obstructed, making it normal not to distinguish clearly. But when the couple finally ended their separation, the man sending the woman to the car revealed Zhou Fang in full view. In that moment, her heart was extremely shocked. Her mother had said that Zhou Fang was being kept by a wealthy woman who was the female president of the Emperor's View Garden. The woman before her was not only exceptionally beautiful, but also exuded an extraordinary aura. Especially the luxurious top-tier car she drove was a symbol of her status and power. Could this woman be the wealthy benefactor keeping Zhou Fang? She had never believed her mother's penchant for gossip, yet she never expected to witness this scene with her own eyes. Could it be that after 3 years of being with Zhou Fang, everything he had shown her was merely an act? Impossible. Zhao Yueyao couldn't believe that the man who loved her for 3 years and wanted to grow old with her was merely wearing a mask while with her. But how could the current scene be explained? This extremely wealthy woman looked at Zhou Fang with a deeply affectionate gaze, which was hard to fake. When did Zhou Fang become involved with this woman? Was he truly waiting for her to take the initiative to break up so that he could bear the blame of being vain and treacherous? Could it be that her speculations in recent days were all wrong? Zhou Fang hadn't won any grand prize. Everything he now possessed was given to him by this woman. In her chaotic thoughts, Zhao Yueyao felt as if she were about to go mad. As Shen Nanxin sat in the car, she noticed Zhou Fang gazing blankly at the opposite side. She immediately got out of the car and turned to see a young and beautiful woman staring intently at Zhou Fang, approaching him step by step. Zhou, who is she? The woman across had a sullen expression, clearly not friendly. Shen Nanxin couldn't help but ask. Zhou Fang looked at Zhao Yueyao in front of him, realizing that they hadn't seen each other for at least a month. Since that time, she let it slip that her relatives were introducing her to a blind date. Zhao Yueyao had not interacted with him face-to-face anymore. The last period they spent together was entirely through phone calls. Every time Zhou Fang wanted to meet, Zhao Yueyao would say she was busy with her new job, using that as an excuse to avoid him. It wasn't until his birthday that she finally laid everything out and broke up with him. Thinking of this, Zhou Fang smirked and replied, "My ex-girlfriend." Ex-girlfriend? Shen Nanxin looked astonished. Zhao Yueyao approached Zhou Fang, first sneering at him before glancing at Shen Nanxin, her eyes filled with scrutiny and hostility. This action made Shen Nanxin feel displeased. She was a true noblewoman and the president of a high-ranking real estate company. How could she be looked down upon like this? However, her upbringing prevented her from reacting immediately. Given that the woman before her was Zhou Fang's ex-girlfriend, she was unsure how to respond. Zhou Fang faced this unexpected visitor with clarity. The phone call from a few days ago had ended unresolved, and it seemed she was still unwilling to let go. What did she guess? I won a massive lottery and is trying to sweet-talk her way back into my life? Or does she want to suck some money out of me? Indeed, she's a rich woman. A luxury car. TSK. A mansion worth millions. So generous. Zhou Fang, it seems you've truly hitched onto a golden phoenix. Look at you, you've really transformed. Zhao Yueyao disdainfully glanced at Shen Nanxin, then turned to Zhou Fang, letting out a mocking laugh. Zhou Fang, I really didn't expect your inner thoughts to be so dark and filthy. What? In the face of Zhao Yueyao's inexplicable insults, Zhou Fang was bewildered. Hey, what does this mean? Didn't you just want to know if I won the lottery? Why is this about my dark heart? Is it because I blocked your contact? No, wait, you were the one who said to delete, and before Zhou Fang could speak, Zhao Yueyao continued with a cold smile. When my mom told me that you, Zhou Fang, were being kept by a rich woman, I found it hard to believe. I said I believed in your character. Even if you, Zhou Fang, are trash, you wouldn't do something so lowly. I thought you were so quiet this time. I broke up with you and you never contacted me again. Turns out you have been pretending to be a gentleman in front of me while secretly getting involved with this old fox. Hee. Did you think that when I mentioned my relatives introducing me to a blind date, you had already planned your escape route? Or was it even earlier? I never expected you to be this kind of person. Did you think I, Zhao Yueyao, was so vain that I would drop you for a... Yes, I admit, I, Zhao Yueyao, am materialistic and gold-digging. But I am open about it, and I have never hidden anything from you. My conscience is clear, and you clearly engaging in such lowly activities, yet you remain silent. Don't you want to see me humiliated? Then you let others think you are the victim, gaining their sympathy. Huh. Despicable scum, you worthless thing. Faced with Zhao Yueyao's furious insults and counterattacks, Zhou Fang finally understood what was happening, and he felt a mix of anger and irony. Heh, Zhang Huizhu. You really haven't changed your despicable nature. Throwing dirt on others is your and you, Zhao Yueyao, acting so agitated. Do you think that by dumping dirt on me, it will ease your feelings of disdain for the poor? If I won't take the blame. Zhou Fang was about to retort when Shen Nanxin spoke up first. Please watch. Shen Nanxin said sternly, looking coldly at Zhao Yueyao. If you continue to slander me, and Zhou Fang, I will make you aware of the consequences. Oh, how is it? Seeing your little sweetheart being exposed has made you uncomfortable, right? Huh. If you want to save face, don't engage in such nonsense, you shameless old woman, you tramp. Zhao Yueyao did not take Shen Nankin's threat seriously. She was determined to vent her frustrations today. She felt particularly suffocated. After thinking chaotically for several days and scheming back and forth, she initially thought Zhou Fang had become a billionaire. She wanted to use their emotional connection to rekindle their relationship and live a life of luxury. It turned out that all her calculations were one-sided. Zhou Fang had not won any lottery, but was indeed being courted by a rich woman. All her plans had come to nothing, and her dreams of wealth were completely shattered. Moreover, what she couldn't bear was why they were both materialistic and gold-digging, yet Zhou Fang could enjoy such rewards, luxurious houses and cars, and a beautiful benefactor, while she had to compromise seeking a hideously unattractive man having to flatter him while the rewards would be. Additionally, the pressure from her family had been suffocating her for a long time. Now that she found a vent for her frustrations, how could she not release it all? Shen Nanqin had never encountered such humiliation in her life. She was trembling with anger. Zhou Fang also did not expect that after being with Zhao Yueyao for 3 years he would discover such talents in her. She was no less of a shrew than her mother. He shielded Shen Nanqin behind him, coldly gazing at the woman he once wished to grow old with. Zhao Yueyao, have you finished talking? Do you feel better now that you've vented your anger on me, trying to slander me as someone as vain as yourself? What did you say? Hearing Zhou Fang's retort, Zhao Yueyao was in disbelief. At this point, Zhou Fang still refused to acknowledge his actions. How dare he mock her as someone who loves the rich and despises the poor? Truly shameless. How could she not have seen that Zhou Fang was such a scoundrel back then? Zhou Fang, oh Zhou Fang, you really have impressed me. At this point you can remain so calm and collected, not even flinching. How did I not realize you had this side to you before? Could it be that during this time spent with that old woman, she has transformed you so much? Or is her teaching method so remarkable that it not only changed your appearance, but even your heart? Zhao Yueyao looked at Zhou Fang with disdain, ruthlessly mocking him. Shen Nanqin, witnessing Zhao Yueyao's complete disregard for her words while insulting Zhou Fang and herself, felt her face flush with anger. Despite her usual gentle demeanor toward Zhou Fang, her kind words and good temper were reserved for those she was close to, for those who followed the rules. As a descendant of a prestigious family, she not only inherited good upbringing, but also possessed a fierce demeanor, swift in her decisions. She would make this ungrateful woman pay for her arrogance. Zhou Fang's expression grew increasingly cold. He noticed Shen Nanqin's unusual behavior behind him and gently pressed his hand on her back to soothe her emotions. Ms. Shen, I sincerely apologize for the unwarranted trouble caused by me. I have put you through a lot. Rest assured I will handle this and give you a proper explanation. Zhou Fang looked at Zhao Yueyao again. Zhao Yueyao, did you come here today just to vent your frustrations, or do you truly believe your mother's words are the truth, that I, Zhou Fang, am merely a sycophant who sells himself for wealth? Everything I see today is what I witnessed with my own eyes. Do you have any more excuses to make? Zhao Yueyao sneered. Don't you want to know why I have money now to buy a house and a car? Or do you firmly believe that everything I have now comes from behind Miss Shen? Facing Zhou Fang's question, Zhao Yueyao's expression first stiffened, then she laughed. Haha, isn't it? Perhaps you want to admit that you won a 200 million prize. Bah. Zhou Fang, I was truly blinded before thinking that the lucky one who won the grand prize was you. But upon careful reflection, how could it be? I know your luck all too well. You yourself have said how unlucky you were, repeatedly missing out on the high school entrance exams and college entrance exams, while the heavens seemed to strike at you with thunder. Could it be that you can truly turn your fortune around and defy the odds? Ha ha ha. Shen Nanqin, upon hearing this, couldn't help but glance curiously at Zhou Fang. She wasn't interested in whether he really won the grand prize. Even if it were 200 million or more, she wouldn't care. She was simply intrigued by Zhou Fang's past, especially hearing how unlucky he was, which genuinely piqued her. Yes indeed, I, Zhou Fang, have had half a lifetime of bad luck. Even breaking up could be arranged by my girlfriend on my 30th birthday. People like me can't easily reverse their fate, can they? But then again, no matter how unlucky one is, there must be an end to it, right? Zhou Fang looked at Zhao Yueyao with a smile, but Zhao Yueyao's expression darkened. Could it be? Without giving her a chance to think further, Zhou Fang continued, I indeed don't have the luck to win a 200 million grand prize. However, do you remember the month before we broke up? I wanted to meet you every few days, but you kept finding excuses to refuse. I believe at that time you had already gotten together with your boss, hadn't you? Zhao Yueyao wanted to argue, but was immediately interrupted by Zhou Fang. Don't explain, we have already broken up. It no longer holds any significance for me. However, what I am about to say will indeed hold special significance for you. Yes, I am formally telling you now that I have become wealthy. During that month when I repeatedly sought you, but was always turned away, I became rich, striking it rich big time. Do you know how much wealth this is? A lot, an immense amount. Enough for both of us to settle down in the provincial city, enough for our two families to no longer worry about money for the rest of our lives. What a pity, what a pity. Zhou Fang looked at Zhao Yuyao's increasingly dark face, feigning a deep sigh. Zhao Yuyao, during that time I could feel your sudden distance from me, but I still wanted to share this wonderful news with you. After all, you accompanied me for 3 years. You were also the partner I once wanted to spend my life with. I wanted to give you a chance. I kept trying to convince myself during that month, finding reasons for you. Even on my birthday, I still didn't give up, but you disappointed me for the last time on that day. Zhou Fang interrupted Zhao Yuyao's defense. Her actions today were truly excessive. No matter what the reason for their breakup was, it should count as parting on good terms. I won't pursue the issue of you climbing higher branches, so you shouldn't pry into how I became wealthy. I also don't want to have any more entanglements with you, nor did I think of coming to find you to gloat and take revenge now that I have money. But you actually chased me here, shamelessly dragging Shen Nanqin along to insult me. That's just too much. Now he wanted to kill her with a heart-wrenching blow. Zhao Yuyao, your actions now are just because you heard from your mother that I have money and you want to come back to reconcile with me. Now, seeing this scene tonight, you think your mother was right, that I am being supported by a wealthy woman. I haven't become rich at all. I've just done what you did and climbed higher branches. That's why you are so hysterical, trying to vent like this to alleviate your own psychological burden. Now I want you to regret it to the point of heartache, regret it for a lifetime. Don't you love money? Don't you want to live a life of wealth and ease? Then let me tell you how close you were to it, how easily it was within your grasp. Zhou Fang said all this in one breath, feeling extremely relieved. Perhaps this was not only to help Shen Nanqin vent her anger, but also to satisfy his own need for revenge. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Faced with Zhou Fang's words, Zhao Yuyao's face darkened. She suddenly shouted, "Zhou Fang, you are lying to me. You are just a mere training teacher. How could you become wealthy? You are just talking nonsense. You just want to cover up your disgusting facade." At this point, what need do I have to deceive you? During that month, just as you said, my bad luck turned around. I inadvertently recovered the Bitcoin wallet I lost in college and sold all the Bitcoin inside. You should know the current value of Bitcoin, right? I don't have much. Selling it barely brings me to 9 figures, and it might still be less than your current boyfriend's worth. Zhou Fang reached into his pocket, pulled out his wallet, and took out 2 cards, 1 diamond and 1 black card, flashing them in front of Zhao Yuyao. Do you know what these 2 cards signify? What kind of wealthy woman do you think would be willing to spend such a hefty price to support me? Both of these cards are extraordinary in design. Shen Nanqin recognized them at a glance, because she had similar cards, and they were definitely more advanced than Zhou Fang's. As for Zhao Yuyao, even though she didn't know the full details of these 2 cards, she could tell from their colors that they were extraordinary. After all, even her boyfriend's boss didn't possess such cards. The highest he had was just a gold card. In an instant, her mind was in chaos, ringing with confusion. Zhou Fang did not speak the true truth, but instead chose Bitcoin as an excuse. He did not intend to share the information about winning the lottery with anyone, allowing this secret to remain buried in his memory forever. You lied to me, it's all fake. Zhao Yuyao murmured to herself, unable to believe what was happening before her. Faced with the truth Zhou Fang revealed, her psychological defenses completely crumbled. Just as Zhou Fang had said, she had once been so close to the beautiful life she had longed for. She didn't need to fawn over her new boyfriend as she was doing now, as she could have had a fulfilling marriage based on years of emotional foundation. But now, with only the final step left, she had completely missed it due to her vanity. Why was it so difficult to have a future that was wealthy, happy, and fulfilling? Why did her parents and relatives have to introduce her to some wealthy boss just when her wish was about to come true? It's all their fault, they ruined me. Zhao Yuyao's mind was completely in turmoil, though she couldn't help but squat down and cry out in anger. Seeing Zhao Yuyao in such a state, a hint of compassion flashed in Zhou Fang's eyes. After all, she was the woman he had been in love with for 3 years. Was he being too cruel to her? But who could he blame? If not for the other party's relentless pressure and aggression, he wouldn't have had to act this way. Noticing Zhou Fang's sudden emotional shift, Shen Nanqin, who had been observing everything, suddenly stepped forward and linked her arm with his. In her eyes, Zhou Fang's attitude was entirely justified. Such a woman should regret her actions for a life. After all, in her understanding, how could someone give up on a partner they had loved for years over a bit of money? If her own lover could return to her side, she would be willing to pay any price, no matter the cost. Thinking of this, she stared blankly at Zhou Fang's face, feeling a bit entranced. Suddenly, Zhao Yuyao sprang up, staring fiercely at Shen Nanqin, holding onto Zhou Fang's arm, and abruptly pushed her away. "It's all your fault. Get away, vixen. I am his girlfriend. Who are you to cling to him? Zhou Fang, I beg you, forgive me. I will listen to you from now on. I will break up with that boss in the provincial city immediately. I don't love that man at all. I love you. You are the one I love most in this life. You do too. The one you love is me. We've been together for 3 years. We have so many beautiful memories, and we promise to be together for life." Seeing Shen Nanqing caught off guard and pushed by Zhao Yueyao, Zhou Fang immediately supported her, shielding her behind him from Zhao Yueyao. Zhao Yueyao, wake up. We no longer have any relationship. You shouldn't cause trouble here. We can never go back to. You should go back and properly take care of your current boyfriend. Don't end up empty-handed after this commotion. It will be. Zhou Fang coldly rejected Zhao Yueyao's pleas, ignoring her cries as he turned to support Shen Nanqing into the car. He followed, taking his belongings with him. President Shen, would you mind going out for a drink together? Consider it my apology for the unwarranted disaster you faced. I don't mind, not at all. Seeing Zhou Fang take the initiative to join her in the car and invite her out, Shen Nanqing felt extremely happy. The mood ruined by Zhao Yueyao instantly disappeared. On the contrary, she even felt grateful to Zhou Fang. If it weren't for Zhao Yueyao's commotion, she wouldn't have had the chance to spend time with Zhou Fang today. Very well, since that is the case, given this twist of fate, she decided not to pursue Zhou Fang's repeated insults any further. Zhou, where do you want to go? It's on me. Shen Nanqing cheerfully started the car and took Zhou Fang away from the Imperial Garden. Meanwhile, only Zhao Yueyao remained, feeling as if her heart had turned to ashes. She had cried and shouted until tired, while Zhou Fang callously left her, never to return. After a long while, Zhao Yueyao, who had been standing dumbly, left this place in a daze, finding a spot to drink away her sorrows. She was filled with hatred. She hated Zhou Fang's ruthlessness, hated Shen Nanqing for intervening, hated her parents' greed, hated the burdens of her family. She also loathed her relatives for meddling in her affairs, and hated her current boyfriend for being so unattractive, for being of such low status, and for appearing at this moment to ruin her originally bright future. She hated everything. Drunk and furious, Zhao Yueyao drove her car all the way back to her own community in the county. At this point it was already dark and the old community had quieted down, but Zhao Yueyao stumbled and knocked on her own door. Zhang Huizhu opened the door with an impatient look, wondering who was so ungracious as to disturb her sweet dreams. To her surprise, as soon as the door opened, she was met with the overwhelming stench of alcohol from Zhao Yueyao, who immediately began to curse at her. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. It's you who desperately wanted to break me and Zhou Fang apart, and made me find such an ugly man now. I hate you. What kind of mother are you? You want money but have no shame. You caused me to end up like this. You owe me. You need to give Zhou Fang back to me. Zhang Huizhu was taken aback by her daughter's inexplicable outburst, but soon she realized. This is outrageous. Her daughter, whom she raised, actually dared to curse at her. Without caring about her image, she immediately retaliated against Zhao Yueyao. The commotion quickly attracted Zhao's father, Zhao Yutong, and his heavily pregnant fiancée. Everyone rushed out and quickly dragged the quarreling mother and daughter inside, sending away the neighbors who had come to watch the commotion and shutting the door. After much effort, the three managed to separate the quarreling duo, and Zhao Yueyao, fueled by alcohol, tearfully recounted everything that had happened between her and Zhou Fang. In the end, she firmly insisted that it was her materialistic mother who had ruined everything. Zhang Huizhu was furious, having navigated society for decades, and no one had ever dared to provoke her, yet now she was being insulted by her own daughter. How could she endure such humiliation? Nonsense. Zhao Yueyao, you ungrateful brat. Now you hate me and blame me for breaking your relationship, but let me tell you, even without me making things difficult for Zhou Fang, you would never have married him. If you hadn't looked down on that kid Zhou Fang and deemed him unambitious, how could my interference have made any difference? You think you can absolve yourself of blame by blaming the heavens and the earth. That fool thought that if he convinced me you could be together with him forever. What nonsense. I was just taking the blame. Zhao Yueyao and her mother exchanged blame, neither willing to give in, turning the Zhao family into a chaotic mess. After Zhou Fang and Shen Nanqing left, they arrived at a Western restaurant. On the way, he called home to inform them he had matters to attend to, and that they need not wait for him for dinner. Originally, he had agreed with his family to return for dinner, having previously declined Shen Nanqing's invitation. However, due to Zhao Yueyao's commotion, his mood soured, and he decided against going back. At this moment, he actually preferred going to a bar or similar place for a drink, but considering Shen Nanqing, he thought better of it. Since neither of them had dinner yet, they chose to dine here. They ordered their meals, and after the red wine arrived, Zhou Fang poured some for both, raising his glass with an apologetic smile towards Shen Nanqing. I sincerely apologize, Shen, for my personal grievances causing you distress today. It's partly my responsibility that such events unfolded. In response to Zhou Fang's confusion, Shen Nanqing smiled slightly and said, Zhou, do you remember the day you came to buy a house? My slip of the tongue led to a misunderstanding on your ex-girlfriend's mother's part. I suppose today's incident stems from that moment. Huh. It seems we've shared a moment of hardship together. As they clinked their glasses while talking, the appetizers they ordered were served. Shen Nanqing chose escargot while Zhou Fang opted for foie gras, surprised that the elegantly poised Shen Nanqing would choose something so rich. This was indeed a rare sight for him. Escargot is a renowned dish in Western cuisine and is highly popular when prepared correctly. Given his background, he had never had the opportunity to frequently dine at Western restaurants. Any rare visits were typically to indulge Zhao Yiyao's preferences and broaden his horizons. Zhou, can you tell me about your past? Shen Nanqing gazed at Zhou Fang, her eyes shimmering. My past? Haha, how should I put it? You probably know that I was just an ordinary person in society. I come from a humble background, and there isn't much to recount. Zhou Fang said with a wry smile, but Shen Nanqing pressed on. Then tell me how unlucky you were before. I heard about it from your ex-girlfriend, and I'm quite curious. Seeing the slightly mischievous curiosity on Shen Nanqing's face, Zhou Fang couldn't help but glance at her again. Since they met, she rarely showed such a relaxed expression. You want to hear about that? Isn't that just rubbing salt in my wounds? Haha, just kidding. Actually, I have a lot to say on that. You have no idea how absurd my life was in those first 30 years. As more dishes arrived, the two enjoyed Zhou Fang's various outrageous stories over their meal, with Shen Nanqing occasionally stifling her laughter. At times, she would show a nervous expression due to the crisis-laden tales Zhou Fang deliberately spun. I never expected that your luck used to be this bad. Yeah, I have no idea how I managed to get through those years. Thankfully, heaven spared me. Although I faced minor disasters, I've managed to live without major mishaps until now. They clinked their glasses again and took a sip of red wine, with Shen Nanqing smiling as she said, You know, there are people with terrible luck in this world, but some are incredibly lucky. Just this morning, I received a call from my best friend asking me to help find someone with incredible luck. What does it mean to have incredible luck? Am I that lucky right now? Zhou Fang mused quietly. He indeed was the very embodiment of someone who had turned their fate around. My friend is a standout in the jade and stone industry. I heard she encountered an extraordinary stone cutter on a networking platform yesterday. This person is remarkable, cutting stones at will and hitting the mark every single time. My friend said this person is either a genius with exceptional skills and insight or someone blessed with incredible luck. Regardless of which category he falls into, she wants to recruit him to their company. Listening to Shen Nanqing describe her friend's situation, Zhou Fang grew increasingly bewildered. Oh wow, is she talking about me? Shen Nanqing was unaware of Zhou Fang's thoughts as she continued, My friend is desperately trying to find this incredible person. Unfortunately, she said, her brother offended this expert, so he's currently quite resistant to them. She's tried every method but still can't get in touch with him, and her friend request was also ignored. It drove her crazy. She finally came to me because I have some connections in the internet world, hoping I can help her find a way to contact this incredible person through the platform. Wow. Zhou Fang was greatly shocked. This infatuated lady really is relentless, trying to use the platform to get my registered phone number. Is your friend's surname Murong? Zhou Fang asked, pretending to be indifferent. Shen Nanqing looked puzzled and said, How do you know? She is indeed surnamed Murong, named Murongzi, a good sister I've known since childhood. Wow, it really is her. Zhou Fang said, It seems this matter has made the news today, or I guessed it would involve someone named Murong. During his free time today, he had seen his own feat online from last night, never expecting that his casual actions would have such a significant impact. The 9 consecutive kills not only caused a stir in the stone-cutting community, but also intrigued many outsiders. Especially how he effortlessly earned millions through stone-cutting, which ignited the dreams of many who wished to become rich overnight. Really? I hadn't noticed. Let me check. Shen Nanqing immediately took out her phone to look. Sure enough, this person is incredible. He hits the mark every time, never missing a shot. No wonder Murongzi is so anxious about him. If such a master were recruited by another company, she would be in a lot of trouble. Oh, this person's online name is quite amusing, Orange Cat, who loves fish, haha. Shen Nanqing had no idea that the extraordinary person her friend was so fixated on was sitting right across from her, teasing Zhou Fang about her friend. Zhou Fang secretly laughed, but wouldn't tell Shen Nanqing that he was the Orange Cat, who loves fish. Regardless of what intentions Murongzi had towards him, he had no plans to engage with her. Firstly, he didn't understand anything about stone cutting. He was just an outsider, and his 9 consecutive kills were purely due to luck. Secondly, even if he wanted to profit from this, he had no need to collaborate with others. In this day and age, it was enough to make a little money on his own. The more he got involved with big companies, the more troublesome it would become in the future. Amidst cheerful banter, the two finished their meal, and the mood influenced by Zhao Yueyao gradually dissipated. Shen Nanqing called her driver to take both of them home. Zhou, I will pick you up tomorrow morning. This is a gift I prepared based on Leilei's usual preferences, which you can give her as a birthday present tomorrow. She will be even happier this way. Before parting, Shen Nanqing handed Zhou Fang a beautifully wrapped box, her eyes filled with hope as she looked at him. Zhou Fang nodded. Having accepted someone's request, he felt obliged to cooperate fully in providing the child with a wonderful birthday experience. Returning home with the items, Zhou Fang exchanged a few words with his parents before heading to his room. After washing up, he lay down on his bed. He had thought today would be ordinary, but it turned out to be quite eventful. Fortunately, the outcome was good, and not only had he resolved his mother's worries, but he also reached a final conclusion with Zhao Yueyao. However, the thought of playing the role of Shen Nankin's husband tomorrow still felt a bit awkward. Being someone else's stand-in always felt strange. Dealing with children was not too difficult for him, having been a training teacher for many years and spending considerable time interacting with students. However, there were still significant differences. Shen Nankin's child was only 5 years old, while the students he usually interacted with were mostly in elementary school. Moreover, his attitude towards students certainly couldn't be mixed with that of playing Leilei's father. Thinking of this, Zhou Fang couldn't help but feel some annoyance. He regretted impulsively agreeing to Shen Nankin's request. Oh, it was all his fault for being unable to resist her charm. No, that's not right. It wasn't charm, but rather his sense of gratitude and kind heart, unable to bear seeing her in distress, wanting to do a good deed. After a moment of chaotic thoughts, Zhou Fang suddenly remembered the mention of Murongzi's best friend looking for him at the dinner table. He picked up his phone and opened the Wolftooth platform. Logging into the backend, Zhou Fang couldn't help but widen his eyes, while there were too many messages causing a complete freeze. After a while, the interface returned to normal, and he found that his account backend was already filled with private messages, with countless people requesting to add him as a friend. There were also many streamers and guilds seeking cooperation with him. He casually scrolled through a few, but there were simply too many messages to read, so he deleted them all without a second thought. Then he adjusted his account settings so that he could only initiate private messages, preventing others from sending him private messages. Since he was already logged in, Zhou Fang started browsing the live streaming platform casually. However, what happened next was completely beyond his expectations. When his ID, the orange cat, who loves fish, appeared, it immediately caused a stir in various live rooms. Countless people rushed to follow. Wherever Zhou Fang's ID appeared, a large number of netizens would follow. Orange cat, what game stream are you here to watch? Hurry up and cut stones. You can make millions in just one night. Exactly, Big Shot. We all came to see you cut stones. Oh, let us witness your incredible skills. Big Shot, do you take disciples? I am skilled in a variety of arts. I can be sweet, salty, or even cute. Get lost upstairs. The orange cat is obviously a person of taste. Big Shot, I'll wear black stockings for you to see. Big Shot, I can warm your bed, and I can even help you raise little kittens. Big Shot, please take me along. I've racked up debts from cutting stones. Ooh, please help me out. Wherever Zhou Fang's ID went, the netizens followed, and countless bullet comments were calling for him, but Zhou Fang remained indifferent. He knew that most of these people were merely here for the spectacle. Whenever there was some excitement online, they would swarm in to join the fun. He didn't mind following his own pace, watching the live streams for entertainment, and whenever he encountered interesting streamers, he generously sent rockets. After a while, finally, amidst the eager calls of the onlooking netizens, Zhou Fang arrived at the stone-cutting live room that had created a sensation yesterday. A warm welcome to the legend of our live room, Orange Cat. As soon as Zhou Fang's ID arrived, the streamer inside greeted him with a beaming smile. This day, due to the miraculous event created by the Orange Cat, who loves fish, last night their live room saw an explosive increase in traffic. Consequently, the stone-cutting business also experienced peak after peak. The big boss in the back end was overjoyed, realizing they were going to make a huge profit. Zhou Fang looked at the female streamer on the screen, only to find that she was not Lin Meng Meng from last night. Although equally stunning with an attractive appearance and figure, even Zhou Fang, an outsider, could observe that this person's stone-cutting skills were inferior to Lin Meng Meng's. This shouldn't be the case. Lin Meng Meng had become so popular because of her event yesterday. The back-end boss wouldn't easily replace the streamer today. That would be ruining their brand. However, he didn't think too much of it. After watching a few other players cut stones, he became intrigued and prepared to try it himself. Not only because of the enthusiastic invitations from the netizens and streamers below, but also because he was eager to give it a shot. The returns from cutting stones were genuinely enormous. Who wouldn't be tempted by such easy money? Meanwhile, in a certain company somewhere, Murongzi was discussing something with the person in front of her, and the person opposite her was none other than the stone-cutting streamer Lin Meng Meng from yesterday. Lin Meng Meng also hadn't expected that instead of receiving a response from Tianti Zhou Fang, she would meet the industry giant, Murongzi. Indeed, in the jade industry, the company Murongzi belonged to was like a giant within the industry, and Murongzi herself was recognized as the genius female leader in their field. There were rumors in their industry that she was not only beautiful and charming, but also possessed a mature allure that could captivate anyone who glanced at her. Her professional skills were also at the pinnacle, earning her the admiration of countless individuals. Since entering the industry, Lin Meng Meng had always idolized Murongzi, constantly dreaming of becoming a legendary figure in the industry like her. Now sitting face to face with her, Lin Meng Meng still felt as though she were in a dream. After waiting all night since early this morning without receiving Zhou Fang's friend request, she felt an unusual sense of disappointment. Just when she was about to give up in frustration, she received an unexpected phone call from the infatuated Morong. She had thought that after this setback the other party would not bother her for a while, but unexpectedly the other was still so persistent. Feeling upset at that moment, she really didn't want to answer the call, but considering her job and the other party's status as her top supporter, she reluctantly picked up the phone. To her surprise, the person on the line was not the infatuated Morong, but rather the other party's sister. When the other party introduced herself, Lin Mingming's mind suddenly buzzed. It turned out that the infatuated Morong was indeed surnamed Morong, and his sister was actually the renowned Morong Z, her ultimate idol. Lin Mingming received a call from Morong Z, and her heart blossomed with joy. She never expected that after a dark time she would meet her long-admired idol instead of the orange cat she had been waiting for. Morong Z was there to recruit her, not only willing to pay her contract termination fee, but also offering a higher salary than her current one. Moreover, Morong Z promised to personally mentor her, helping her become a key figure in the company capable of standing on her own. Lin Mingming immediately agreed to Morong Z's offer without hesitation. Even if the salary offered was lower than her current one, she was still willing to accept it all for the personal guidance from Morong Z, which she had longed for. She firmly believed that only by following an industry giant like Morong Z could she realize her hidden ambitions in the future. As for her current job, she felt no attachment to it. Although the pay was decent, there was hardly any room for growth. The company treated her merely as a vase to attract wealthy clients. Once she grew old and lost her charm, her status would inevitably plummet, and the company would unhesitatingly cast her aside. After finishing her call with Morong Z, she felt an overwhelming excitement, and a new suspicion crept into her mind. Could it be that the latter she had been waiting for was not the orange cat, but Morong Z? Yes, it must be so. With the appearance of the orange cat, she had the chance to catch Morong Z's attention, and Morong Z acted swiftly, resolving Lin Mingming's contract transfer issues within a day. The company Lin Mingming worked for was merely a small player in the jade industry. There were countless other stone-cutting live streams like theirs on various platforms. Moreover, such small companies lacked the capability to mine raw materials themselves. To obtain raw stone materials, they had to rely on industry giants like Morong Z, and even then what they received were merely the leftovers picked over by these giants. Therefore, when Morong Z personally approached the boss behind Lin Mingming's company, the latter immediately agreed to her transfer. Of course, how could they refuse? Offending Morong Z meant that with just one word their company could completely bid farewell to the stone-cutting industry. Additionally, the boss was particularly courteous, not only greeting her personally, but also offering a substantial termination fee. Thus, he readily approved Lin Mingming's departure. In this way, Lin Mingming smoothly shed the remaining years of her contract. As she left, the boss specially smiled as he wished her well, envying her for catching the eye of a benefactor, saying that perhaps in the future he might still rely on Lin Mingming's support. That evening, Lin Mingming finally met her benefactor, latter Morong Z. Looking at the exquisitely featured woman before her who exuded elegance and grace, Lin Mingming felt deep admiration and envy. Only upon meeting her in person did Lin Mingming realize how much more charm and allure she possessed. Morong Z calmly looked at the newly recruited girl, who tried to maintain her composure, but the joy in her eyes. He indeed a good seedling. With some training she will surely surprise herself in the future. After praising internally, Morong Z had finished discussing Lin Mingming's remuneration and was now curious about something else. Mingming, what do you think of the orange cat who loves to eat fish from last night? What? The orange cat? Big shot. Hearing Morong Z suddenly change the topic to the orange cat, Lin Mingming was taken aback. Why was Morong Z bringing up the orange cat? Although she had received this opportunity thanks to the orange cat's miraculous performance, what did the orange cat's prowess have to do with her? Could it be? Lin Mingming's mind flashed with a thought. Chairman, I actually met the orange cat deity for the first time last night, just like you did. But just from that encounter I can conclude that the orange cat deity is definitely a genius jade master like you. You might not know this, but I have witnessed countless viewers cutting stones online. Regardless of whether they are novices or experts, everyone starts by observing and comparing stones repeatedly before settling on a target. No matter the value of the selected stone, when it comes time to cut, they become incredibly nervous and constantly offer me various cutting suggestions. However, the orange cat deity is completely different. He seems to choose materials at random, yet he perfectly grasps the value of every piece. During the cutting process, he doesn't give me any guidance on how to cut, allowing me to unleash my skills, yet the materials still maintain their maximum value. This indicates that the orange cat deity possesses not only superb stone selection skills, but also extraordinary insight and strong confidence. Such a person is undoubtedly the talent our industry needs most. If our company could recruit him, our future would surely be even more brilliant. Listening to Lin Mingming's words, Morong Z showed no change in expression, as if she had expected such a response. Seeing Murong Zis' lack of a satisfied expression, Lin Mingming felt a bit anxious. Was it not satisfactory to answer the chairman's first question right after starting her job? She hesitantly probed, saying, "I'm inexperienced and may not have a deeper understanding of the orange cat deity, which might disappoint the chairman." "No, you said it very well. This orange cat is indeed an exceptional talent. Any company with him on board will surely reach new heights. And to be honest, you just compared me to him as equals. Oh, I cannot accept that. I admit that based on his performance yesterday, I am not his equal." "What? You think you're not as good as the orange cat deity?" Murong Zis' nonchalant words shocked Lin Mingming. Let's not discuss this anymore. I want to ask you something. Can you get in touch with this orange cat?" Looking at Murong Zis' hopeful gaze, Lin Mingming forced a smile and said, "Sorry, Chairman, I added the orange cat deity as a friend last night, but he didn't accept my request." Sigh. It seems my actions last night led to a misunderstanding with this deity. Now it seems no one— Murong Zi felt disheartened. Despite trying every means possible today, she still couldn't obtain any information about the orange cat. She had thought Lin Mingming might have some special insight, but now it seemed there was no hope. Just then, as the two fell silent, Murong Zi's phone suddenly rang. She picked it up, and Lin Mingming noticed Murong Zi suddenly stood up with a joyful expression. "What did you say?" "The orange cat who loves fish is online again, and still in yesterday's live stream." Bang, bang, bang. "All unrelated personnel, please step back. Let the orange cat master come on stage to perform. The orange cat master, quickly show us your skills. We've been waiting all day only to see rookies trying their luck. How many pieces will the orange cat master cut today? Could you give us some pointers and share a bit of the broth?" In the Cutting Stone live stream, the viewers eagerly called out, and the orange cat master finally appeared, instantly igniting a wave of excitement among the audience with the bullet comments pouring in non-stop. Zhou Fang purchased an entry ticket and sent a few rockets before connecting with the host. The beautiful host: "Welcome back, orange cat master. The viewers are very impressed with your amazing performance last night. Now the audience is also very curious if you will have an even more legendary performance today. Orange cat master, look how enthusiastic the viewers are. Would you like to share some insights on your stone cutting?" Seeing the audience's excitement, the beautiful host did not immediately start the stone cutting process, but instead asked Zhou Fang as if she were a talk show host. This was also because the beautiful host had just received instructions from the backstage manager through her earpiece, who asked her to keep the orange cat engaged and draw out more heat from him to elevate the live stream's traffic. The backstage manager was eager for the orange cat's account to remain in their live stream all day. Even if he kept cutting stones and profiting, he didn't care. Their stone cutting venue was like a casino. They weren't afraid of you winning continuously, just afraid you would stop cutting. Even if you won, they could still profit from the stones cut and various service fees. Had it not been for the backstage manager feeling unworthy, he would have preferred to pull the orange cat over like industry giants such as Murong Zi. That would have been truly delightful. Hearing the beautiful host's words, Zhou Fang couldn't help but smile. Insights on stone cutting. What insights did he have? If he were to honestly say he was just a lucky amateur in stone cutting, the viewers would surely explode. Just as he contemplated how to respond, the screen on his phone flickered suddenly. Boom, 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 boom. Countless rockets exploded before everyone in the live stream. What the hell? What's going on? Who's being so malicious, causing chaos at this time? We just want to hear the orange cat master's advice, not see any rockets. Exactly who's the blind idiot trying to show off at this time? Whoa, isn't that the infatuated Murong? How dare he come back? Is he not embarrassed enough from last night? Right, this guy bet on stone cutting and even sought outside help, trying desperately to show off. He's a total joke. What's even more embarrassing is that he sought outside help and still couldn't win against the orange cat. It's laughable. Ha ha ha, he's even more pathetic. Not only did he lose, but he also wants to deal with the orange cat master in real life. But unfortunately, the orange cat master won't give him the time of day. Seeing someone causing trouble at such a crucial moment, the viewers immediately turned their criticism towards the newcomer. When they realized this show-off was none other than the infatuated Murong, who had submitted yesterday, they ridiculed him even more. Indeed, the newcomer was the infatuated Murong, and he was gritting his teeth in anger at the viewers' mockery. Damn the orange cat. You bastard. Chaonyang. The proudest thing in his life was to make a name for himself online where he could command respect and be a celebrated rich man. But unexpectedly, with one orange cat and one competition, he was kicked off his pedestal, and now he had become a joke for the viewers. He really wanted to retort with these shark-like viewers, claiming that no matter what, he was a genuine rich second generation. Who were they to judge? But at this moment, he could only stare helplessly because the one controlling the infatuated Murong account was not him, but someone else. Brother Tian. It's this guy acting all arrogant after winning a little money, not taking my sister seriously at all. Murong Qing said to the person holding his account. Oh, is that so? The man named Brother Tian revealed a hint of disdainful smile. I truly don't believe anyone is more arrogant than me, Jin Xiaodian. Humph. You're a dog who doesn't know your place. Daring to offend my woman, you really don't know how to die. But for now, AZ still needs you, so let you enjoy your little triumph for a few days. Once AZ unifies the domestic jade market, we'll see how I can bring you down. Qingzi, remember, people like this relying on some ability and coming to this small venue online to earn petty cash show, they are just low-tier individuals without any background. Such people are actually the easiest to deal with. You just give them a bit of face, then throw some money at them, and I don't believe we can't take them down. Mu Rongqing looked at the rugged man in front of him, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. This man was named Jin Xiaoyan. Unlike Murong's family, which only had some business success, he came from a true prominent family, the Jin family. Jin Xiaodian was the most ardent pursuer of his sister, and always considered himself Murongzi's destined partner in front of outsiders. For Murongzi, he would do anything, and anyone who wanted to get close to her would face ruthless retaliation from this man. Using all means at his disposal, Murongqing, a worthless second generation, truly feared him from the bottom of his heart. However, Murongqing also felt that Jin Xiaoyan's actions were just that of a loyal dog. Although he believed his sister was definitely a true goddess, a real man shouldn't be tied down by women. People like Jin Xiaoyan who devote all their thoughts to women are nothing like him. Murongqing, who has career ambitions, he's truly wasting the immense background he has. Moreover, his sister was already in her 30s, but didn't want to settle down, focusing entirely on her career. This was also the greatest concern of their Murong family elders. They were actually very supportive of Jin Xiaodian pursuing Murongzi. If they could successfully marry into the Jin family, their Murong family would surely rise, leading to an even more glorious future. Unfortunately, Murongzi had always been unable to fulfill their wishes. Today, because Murongzi wanted to find the orange cat's contact information to pull him in, she tried to leverage multiple connections, but alas, it was all in vain. What made Jin Xiaodian unhappy was that Murongzi had found everyone but him, leaving him feeling very frustrated. Thus, he directly approached Murongqing to gather all the information about the orange cat. He wanted to prove to Murongzi that what others couldn't do, only I, Jin Xiaodian, can accomplish. I, Jin Xiaoyan, can shield you, Murongzi, from the storm and give everything. Tonight, they also received news of the orange cat appearing in the stone-cutting livestream, so Jin Xiaodian directly asked for Murongqing's platform account and logged in. Murongqing was actually extremely reluctant to give it. He had experienced failure last night and was just scolded by his father, making him feel quite gloomy. He knew that appearing before those viewers who loved to step on the low and exalt the high would surely attract a lot, but faced with Jin Xiaoyan, he simply couldn't muster the courage to refuse and could only let him manipulate. Jin Xiaodian logged into the livestream using Murongqing's account and saw the so-called orange cat being praised while connecting with the host. Huh, big shot. Jin Xiaodian smirked disdainfully. Is anyone in this day and age daring enough to call themselves a big shot? He tapped his phone lightly, and in an instant a downpour of super expensive rockets began in the live stream, disrupting everyone's rhythm. Welcome, infatuated Murong Big Shot, to our live stream. Thank you, brother Murong, for the rocket rain. The beautiful host did not expect that the former top supporter would show up at such a crucial moment. Everyone knew that infatuated Murong had suffered a major setback yesterday, and they thought he would at least be silent for a while, but this guy turned out to be as resilient as a cockroach springing back up. Although infatuated Murong's sudden actions were met with online criticism, the beautiful host dared not show any signs of neglect towards her benefactor. Just this one valuable rocket rain was enough for her to treat him with utmost respect. Zhou Fang frowned slightly at the unexpected appearance of infatuated Murong. This guy truly was a lingering spirit. In his conversation with Shen Nanqin, he learned that the Murong family was a familial corporate enterprise involved in a wide variety of business sectors with a huge influence. Murongzi was the leader of the younger generation of the Murong family who had been deeply entrenched in the jade industry for many years, and now she was the one eyeing him with interest. The other party had a cousin named Murongqing, who was the person he had sparred with last night. This Murongqing was the typical rich second-generation playboy, excelling in indulgence while failing in serious matters. He had slapped the other party in the face last night, truly offending him. He didn't know whether it was Murongzi or Murongqing coming this time, but regardless of who it was clear they were not here with good intentions. In the live stream, after infatuated Murong's account finished the rocket rain it applied to connect with the host, the beautiful host felt a bit conflicted because this did not quite align with their live stream's rules, especially since the orange cat Big Shot was currently cutting stones. They were in business and the orange cat was a client who any random interruption would surely upset the customer. However, the situation did not trouble the beautiful host for long, as she heard a directive in her earpiece from the backstage, instructing her to let infatuated Murong in. The backstage manager was not foolish of both Orange Cat and infatuated Morong were hot topics, and their meeting would surely stir up more buzz online. Moreover, he had come to know the true identity of infatuated Morong, who was actually the industry big shot Morong Z. Compared to the mysterious Orange Cat of unknown origin, he was more reluctant to offend Morong Z, who could control his business. The beautiful host received the instruction and immediately agreed to infatuated Morong's connection request. Orange Cat, great God, to all the viewers present, we have received a connection request from Brother Morong. Cough cough. The beautiful host's cheerful speech was interrupted by the voice coming from the newly joined infatuated Morong account. I came uninvited. I hope the Orange Cat Big Shot can forgive me. However, I heard that the Orange Cat Big Shot is currently in the limelight, both hot and mysterious. Orange Cat Big Shot, I didn't interrupt your stone cutting, did I? Jin Xiaotian said with a nonchalant smile, but his words stirred up another wave in the entire livestream. Orange Cat Big Shot, I didn't interrupt your stone cutting, did I? Jin Xiaotian said with a nonchalant smile, but his words stirred up another wave in the entire livestream. What the hell? Isn't that the voice of infatuated Morong, that idiot? Indeed, infatuated Morong's account has switched users again. Could it be that this guy is found outside help attempting to slap the Orange Cat Big Shot's face? It's possible. These rich second-generation types having their faces slapped is worse than being killed. Now, they must be thinking of getting back at you. Haha, silly, the gifts you gave are for the host. Oh, what kind of support are you giving to the Orange Cat? Great God. I see you're just here to add to the Orange Cat's troubles. Don't be afraid, Orange Cat Big Shot, go for it. In this day and age, who is afraid of whom? Seeing that infatuated Morong's account had switched owners again, the viewers in the live stream became restless, mocking and cheering with bullet comments flooding the screen. Zhou Fang was also quite surprised. The person who came was neither the playboy Morong Qing nor Morong. From the tone of this person's words, although they seemed polite on the surface, the tone revealed a frivolous attitude, clearly not taking himself seriously. What was this person trying to do? Was Morong Qing really not giving up and had come looking for help to regain his honor? A thought flashed through Zhou Fang's mind. At this moment, the live stream was waiting for the Orange Cat, great God's response. No problem. However, judging from your tone, are you planning to speak on behalf of the account's owner? If so, feel free to compare whatever you want. Zhou Fang's indifferent tone reached everyone's ears, and the viewers immediately became excited. Haha, it seemed there was going to be a good show. But before the viewers could be excited for a second, infatuated Morong's account immediately responded. Not at all. Not at all. I know nothing about stone cutting and have no interest in playing such petty tricks. I came today just to discuss a collaboration with you, Orange Cat Big Shot. Jin Xiaoshan's slow voice spread throughout the livestream, and Zhou Fang and the beautiful host were yet to react when the viewers collectively erupted. Damn, who's this pretentious jerk? We came to watch the stone cutting competition. What kind of crap collaboration are you talking about causing a ruckus here? What a big show off. If you have no interest in stone cutting, why are you even here? Exactly. What could possibly be good from someone mingling with infatuated Morong, that pretentious jerk? Not daring to compete, get lost. Get lost. The viewers began to attack Jin Xiaotian, and soon they all joined in to expel the infatuated Morong account. Faced with the sudden backlash from the viewers in the live stream, Jin Xiaoshan's expression finally changed, and a surge of anger rose within him. Unlike Morong Qing, who was merely a businessman, he was truly the son of a wealthy family, a descendant of the powerful used to flattery and adoration, and had never experienced such humiliation. A bunch of lowly commoners even dare to insult me, Jin Xiaotian, who truly they do not know what death is. Seeing Jin Xiaotian so furious, Morong Qing suddenly felt a great sense of satisfaction. Huh, Jin Xiaotian, you little sycophant, look at you now. Who would have thought that these online folks are not like those bootlickers in reality who fear your background and power? These people don't care who you are when they attack. The more impressive you are, the fiercer they are in attacking you. Jin Xiaotian, after all, was not like Morong Qing, who enjoyed surfing the web. He was about the same age as Morong Z. In his youth, he could not even enjoy the pleasures of reality, so how would he care about the virtual pleasures of the online world? Thus, he only knew a little about the online world and rarely went online, let alone understood the current online environment and the personalities of the viewers. He had never expected that his actions would provoke such a strong aversion from the viewers. In the office, Morong Z ignored Lin Mengmeng and immediately logged into the Wolf Tooth platform upon receiving a notification from her subordinate. As soon as she entered, she heard the infuriating voice of Jin Xiaotian. Morong Z's expression darkened instantly. How could Jin Xiaotian be here logging in with Morong Qing's account? This guy clung to her like a stubborn piece of gum, and for over a decade, she couldn't shake him off, which was incredibly annoying. In truth, she was not as others perceived her, solely focused on her career, without considering personal matters. She was a woman too, and in her youth, she naturally experienced the innocent feelings of young love and yearned for a sweet, beautiful romance. Unfortunately, the person she loved was fated to be out of reach. After he settled down early on, she could only bury her past infatuation deep in her heart. As for Jin Xiaotian, her feelings were quite complex. She could tolerate his playful and carefree nature. Growing up in a large family, she had seen such things often. They weren't considered major faults. She had once considered trying to get along with him, as per her family's elder suggestions. However, she could never overcome the mental hurdle within her. Moreover, Jin Xiaotian was exceedingly rude and lacked refinement. Having been spoiled since childhood, he had an air of superiority, making him difficult to like. Ultimately, she had repeatedly made it clear to everyone that Jin Xiaotian should stop pursuing her, as they were not a suitable match. Yet even so, Jin Xiaotian still wouldn't let her go, and in fact he became increasingly outrageous, claiming to be Mu Rongzi's boyfriend and forbidding any man from harboring untoward thoughts about her. Anyone who went against his wishes would face his ruthless retaliation. This also led to Mu Rongzi being labeled as an overaged leftover woman. This time she wanted to find the contact information for the orange cat through various channels, but she did not inform Jin Xiaotian, even though he could undoubtedly help her with his capabilities. To her surprise, this guy took matters into his own hands and colluded with her cousin, even personally reaching out to the orange cat. Mu Rongzi was filled with frustration with Jin Xiaotian's sudden involvement. Things could become even more chaotic. Especially after Jin Xiaotian caused a ruckus, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room grew increasingly hostile, filled with insults and mockery. From what she knew of Jin Xiaotian, he had never experienced such humiliation. He would definitely explode with rage, and in his impulsive state, who knew what irrational actions he might take. Thinking of this, she no longer hesitated, took out another spare phone, pressed Jin Xiaotian's contact number, and dialed. On the other end, Jin Xiaotian was indeed as furious as Mu Rongzi had anticipated. He wished he could crush all the netizens who insulted him to vent his anger. Just as he was on the verge of exploding, another phone in front of him rang. However, Jin Xiaotian completely ignored it. Just as he was about to unleash his fury in the live broadcast room, Mu Rongqing glanced at it, and his expression changed immediately. It was his elder sister. He quickly picked up the phone and held it in front of Jin Xiaotian, signaling him not to act impulsively. Only then did Jin Xiaotian realize that the caller was Mu Rongzi, and his mind began to clear a little. Regarding Mu Rongzi, he was filled with both love and hate. His love for her ran deep. Ever since they met, he had tried every means to win her over, wishing to elevate her to the heavens. Yet his hate was real too. Since the day he was born, everything had come easily to him. He could command the winds and rains. But Mu Rongzi paid no attention to his pride, and after chasing her for so many years, she had given him no opportunity. However, this made his feelings for Mu Rongzi all the more stubborn. If he could not make her willingly submit to him in this lifetime, he would never be satisfied. At this moment, Jin Xiaotian looked at the name displayed on his phone. His expression conflicted for a few moments, but he still answered the call. "Hello, AZ, you actually took the initiative to call me." Jin Xiaotian forced himself to suppress his displeasure and feigned excitement. "AZ, don't worry, I know what you want to say. Oh, I promise I will bring this ungrateful orange cat to your company. No matter what method or cost, Jin Xiaotian will accomplish anything you wish to do." The call connected, and before she could say a word, Jin Xiaotian was already making bold claims. On the other end of the line, Mu Rongzi's face changed dramatically, because Jin Xiaotian's words were heard not only by her, but also by countless netizens in the live broadcast room, including the orange cat, who loved fish. It turned out that while Jin Xiaotian answered the call, he had not turned off the microphone on the phone logged into Mu Rongqing's account, and at that moment, he was still connected to Zhou Fang and the host. Oh no, it's over, completely over. Mu Rongzi sighed in her heart, though she knew that once this guy intervened, her plans would be utterly ruined. Indeed, the live broadcast room was filled with laughter and comments flooded in. "Haha, this guy turns out to be a simp," passionately calling a Z. "Could it be that he thinks he's Yu Tianji? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Yu Tianji. Simp. A Z. Truly lives up to the name. This guy is really outrageous to win over a woman named Z. He even uses the orange cat deity as a bargaining chip. This guy not only talks big, but his name is also earth-shattering. Jin Xiaotian the Great Pants." Those who didn't understand the name Jin Xiaotian were suddenly excited, joking wildly about him, but some viewers watching the live broadcast felt a chill in their hearts. This was a big deal. Even this madman was involving himself in recruiting the orange cat. Although they knew he was acting for Mu Rongzi, who would dare snatch food from him. Zhou Fang, listening to the arrogant words of this man named Jin Xiaotian, finally understood what he was trying to do. It turned out he was a pursuer of Mu Rongzi. "He actually wants to recruit me to curry favor with her, huh? Simp, you will definitely be disappointed." Mu Rongqing also noticed the phone in Jin Xiaotian's hand. The guy was a complete amateur when it came to live broadcasting, and the only things he knew were those he had just been taught. However, he did not expect that the other party would make such a foolish mistake not turning off the microphone while making a call and boasting shamelessly. He quickly grabbed the other person's hand to help him switch the account to mute. At this moment, Jin Xiaotian still did not understand what was happening, and seeing Mu Rongqing's actions immediately grew impatient and shook him off. Azzy, don't worry, no matter how difficult this guy is as your boyfriend, I guarantee I will accomplish whatever you want. If this guy is still ungrateful and cannot tell east from west, then I will completely blacklist him. What use is his skill? I will make sure he can't earn a penny in the jade and stone industry nationwide. I mean it, I will see which company dares not listen to me. Jin Xiaotian continued to make grandiose claims to Mu Rongzi on the phone, speaking arrogantly, and even boasted about wanting to blacklist the orange cat. What the hell? A ban? Who exactly is this Yu Tianji? So arrogant could it be that this person really possesses such extraordinary abilities capable of silencing the entire nation with a single word? Is there anyone named Jean at the top, or any of their relatives? Stop pretending this sycophant is going to extreme lengths to please the goddess. Jin Xiaoshan's words sparked a huge uproar in the live broadcast room, immediately giving rise to all sorts of conspiracy theories. Quick-witted netizens had already begun to investigate thoroughly. This was a massive scoop. If it were true, the impact of this incident would rival that of young Master Zhou and Miss Yanji. However, a few who understood the power of the name Jin Xiaotian knew just how terrifying the other party's influence was. Young Master Zhou and Miss Yanji had no qualifications to even serve Jin Xiaotian. It's over. If the orange cat understands its current predicament and obediently agrees to the terms, everything will be fine. If it dares to defy, it may truly fall into an irretrievable abyss. No one would dare to cooperate with the orange cat anymore. Jin Xiaotian, you're insane, this is too much. Mu Rongzi gritted her teeth and responded immediately, hanging up the phone. Hey, AZ. Jin Xiaotian did not expect that after he had made such a promise, Mu Rongzi would show no gratitude, and his expression immediately turned extremely awkward. The previously suppressed anger surged again. Beside him, Mu Rongqing was already as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Seeing the call ended, he immediately urged in a low voice, Brother Tian, quickly shut down my account. Everything you just said was broadcasted in the live room. This is going to be a big... Jin Xiaotian was taken aback at the words. He had not yet grasped what Mu Rongqing meant, when Mu Rongqing had already disregarded him and directly snatched the phone from Jin Xiaoshan's hand. Get lost. What big deal? I'm not afraid of you, why should I be scared? Jin Xiaotian was extremely displeased with Mu Rongzi's attitude, and now with Mu Rongqing acting like it was a huge issue, he became even more impatient. What's wrong with being heard? I want them to hear. Jin Xiaotian coldly stated to the live room again. Orange cat, do you understand what I said? I'm giving you two options, either cooperate, or I'll ensure you can never earn a dime from the stone-cutting circle again. If you obediently cooperate, everything will be easy to discuss. I can fully promise you on behalf of my girlfriend, AZ, a high salary, and shares you will not lose out. If you remain stubborn and arrogant, then think carefully about the consequences of opposing me, Jin Xiaotian. Jin Xiaoshan's bold demands in front of everyone shocked all in the live room once again. Damn it. Someone is pretending here, Orange Cat. Don't be afraid. I'll help you call the police. Don't be cowardly, Orange Cat. Fight back. What are you afraid of? Just a trade-off. Is this person out of his mind? Orange Cat can casually earn millions a day. How much high salary can you offer for him to work for you? Besides, you're just a sycophant, and you haven't even won over the goddess yet. You dare to boast here. I've screen recorded this. This guy is too arrogant. He must go viral. Netizens were enraged by Jin Xiaoshan's blatant threats and began to overwhelmingly support the Orange Cat, fiercely attacking Jin Xiaotian. Zhou Fang listened to Jin Xiaoshan's arrogant and threatening words coming from the phone, his heart filled with rage. Have I not suffered enough in my life? Isn't it right for someone who finally has money to enjoy a bit of freedom? What did I do to you? I just happened to encounter a sycophant like you. You use me as a bargaining chip in your quest to win over the goddess. Isn't that your problem? When I had no money, I worked as a corporate slave. Now that I've become a billionaire, you still want me to work for someone. Isn't that wealth of mine for nothing? You still want to ban me? You're amazing. I'm just a commoner. I should die. I should be controlled by you so-called superior people. Go to hell. Working is impossible. Oh, it will never be possible in this lifetime. Ban me. Huh. Do as you pleased if it makes you happy. Zhou Fang's cold rejection fell into Jin Xiaoshan's ears, suddenly making him laugh in anger. All right, Orange Cat, you've got guts. Since you chose to oppose me, then you. Jin Xiaoshan's threatening words were abruptly cut off. Suddenly, a platform notification popped up in everyone's view on the phone. Live broadcast violation of the live room has been closed. What the hell? What's going on? At such a heated moment, the platform actually shut down the live stream. Damn. Incredible, the platform actually forced the live room to shut down. Huh. Violation of speaking rules. This is hilarious. This guy has gone too far pretending, and the platform couldn't stand it anymore, directly judging him for a violation. Damn it, could it be that Jin Xiaotian really has a powerful background? The platform is probably scared and quickly shut down the live room to prevent this guy from rambling. This is big, really big. This matter is definitely not simple. Fortunately, I recorded it, but should I post it or not? If someone comes to investigate, I'm screwed. No one expected that at such a critical moment the Wolf Tooth platform would forcibly shut down the live room. Yes, the platform intervened. You fool. Why didn't you remind me sooner? What do you think I'm feeding you for? Do you know that this could ruin me, that my Wolf Tooth could be destroyed? At that moment, in the headquarters of Wolf Tooth, in the office of the top decision-maker, CEO, Li wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, angrily scolding the person responsible in the risk control department. Heaven, it's over this time. It's a big deal. He never expected that someone from the Jin family would actually come to his platform's live room. Although CEO Li was not among the top tier in the country, his current status and years of experience had exposed him to some secrets unknown to ordinary people. And the Jin family was the existence at the very top. He had been excited that day as the orange cat had attracted numerous passers-by to the platform, boosting the traffic significantly. Moreover, the financing he had always hoped for had also made great progress. He was on the verge of obtaining a large sum of money to further expand the influence of his Wolf Tooth platform. At that time, it wouldn't be long before his Wolf Tooth platform would become the #1 in the domestic livestream. But just as he was lost in his dreams, he suddenly received a reminder from the risk control department that the orange cat whom the big boss was concerned about was being threatened live. At first, CEO Li did not think it was a big deal. After all, in the live streaming world, harsh words exchanged between major anchors for profit was a common occurrence. Netizens particularly enjoyed such situations. They felt delighted when there was conflict, so the platform wouldn't bother too much, and sometimes even fan the flames for traffic. And with the orange cat being threatened this time, CEO Li had some premonitions. After all, due to this guy's extraordinary stone-cutting skills, many large companies in the jade industry had begun to battle openly and secretly, even at great cost. It was only natural for there to be conflicts, but they were merely minor commercial disputes, and netizens loved such gossip plots the most. However, when he arrived at the live room where the orange cat was located and heard the name Jin Xiaotian, his head suddenly buzzed. He immediately trembled and ordered someone to shut down the live room to prevent this situation from escalating. Mr. Li had never met Jin Xiaotian in person, but whenever the Jin family was mentioned in their circle, the name Jin Xiaotian was inevitably brought up. This guy is truly a source of trouble. Relying on his special connections, he had caused countless outrageous incidents over the years, many of which had become the laughingstock of the upper echelons. The reputation of the Jin family had declined due to him, often mocked for being a generation worse than the last. In a few more years, they would likely fall into complete obscurity. Now it seemed that Jin Xiaotian was indeed as reckless and arrogant as rumored, heedless of the consequences. He had audaciously made such bold claims in front of thousands of netizens, truly bringing disaster upon himself. Yes, whether Jin Xiaotian would face punishment from his family because of this incident was uncertain. But he already sensed that his Wolf Fang platform was bound to face great misfortune. Damn it, what a senseless disaster. After cursing his subordinates, Mr. Li slumped helplessly in his chair, knowing deep down that this incident could not be blamed on them. After all, the environment of their platform had always been like this, and his subordinates were unaware of Jin Xiaotian's identity, making it impossible for them to act promptly. Alas, it all stemmed from the orange cat, which had brought him immense traffic, and because of its contact information, had opened the door to great profits. Now because of him, the killing god Jin Xiaotian had arrived, bringing disaster upon them. Truly, it was a case of success and failure linked together. At this moment, Jin Xiaotian was about to unleash his wrath, declaring his ban, ensuring that the orange cat could never stand in the jade industry again. With his influence, as long as he spoke a word, how many industry tycoons would dare to disregard him? Even those small companies unaware of his infamous reputation would be forced to issue bans from the big companies. Damn. Xiaoqingzi, what's going on? Why has the livestream room disappeared? Jin Xiaotian glared at his phone, seeing the banned livestream, his face filled with fury as he looked at Murongqing. Murongqing glanced at it and saw that the livestream had been banned for violating rules. Even with his pitiful intelligence focused on enjoyment, he understood that today's situation had escalated and the platform could no longer allow Jin Xiaotian to act recklessly. He smiled wryly. Brother Tian, the live stream has been banned. This situation might not end well today. With so many netizens present, they definitely recorded your words, and it will spread all over the internet. Netizens love to stomp on those of higher status than themselves. AI was once berated mercilessly by them. Now the online environment is rife with class hatred. If the elite encounter misfortune, they revel in it. You should hurry and inform your family to help handle this. Otherwise, as the night passes, these netizens will add fuel to the fire, and who knows what this situation might turn into. When that time comes, a storm will brew, and Brother Tian, you'll be at a disadvantage. Hearing this, Jin Xiaotian cursed angrily. Those despicable dogs, they infuriate me to no end. Damn it, what do I have to fear? What can they do to me? It's not like this is my first time. At most, it'll just be Jin Xiaotian continued to curse, showing no concern for the matter at hand. At that moment, Jin Xiaoshan's phone rang again. He picked it up, glancing at the caller ID, and his previously indifferent expression changed dramatically, his heart sinking. Dad. The caller was unexpectedly his father. He hadn't anticipated that today's incident would reach his ears so quickly. Shut up, you scoundrel. Get back here immediately. In Huayong and Zhou Fang's room, he stared at the closed live stream for a long time, lost in thought. He could guess the gist of what Jin Xiaotian hadn't finished saying. It was likely about using his backing to ensure he could never touch the stone-cutting industry again. He was indifferent to this. He was never part of the stone-cutting industry, and his fortune would not solely revolve around it. Although he did not know who Jin Xiaotian was, he did not doubt his abilities. Because he learned from Shen Nanqin that the family of Morongzi was already a top-tier presence domestically, and anyone associated with Morongzi would at least be on the same level, or even higher. Once a person reaches a certain level, they naturally come into contact with those of equal or higher status. Just like Shen Nanqin, Morongzi, and even Jin Xiaotian, he would have never had the opportunity to interact with them before. But now, due to a reversal of fate, he began to encounter these once lofty figures one after another. He was actually like most ordinary people in society, not having any grand dreams in this life. Having a house, a car, and a happy family was the greatest happiness. But now, even with substantial wealth, his mindset had not changed much. He was still occupied with a mindset of being content with modest prosperity. Just like now, he only wanted to enjoy this unexpected wealth with his family. However, as he mingled with new circles today, he might offend Jin Xiaotian because of his flattery towards a goddess, and tomorrow he might unknowingly offend someone else for some inexplicable reason. Being banned today is a minor issue. If he loses this source of income, he can find another path. But what if one day he accidentally offends a truly ruthless person? How would he cope? Ultimately, it all comes down to his own weakness and lack of wealth. Those truly powerful people do not take him seriously. In their eyes, he is a mere reed, a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, easily manipulated at will. If he were to become a true top-tier individual in the future, would those random cats and dogs still dare to easily target him? The more Zhou Fang thought, the more his gaze changed, and his mindset underwent a drastic transformation. As the night passed, many unimaginable events unfolded. Initially, countless videos of arrogant individuals circulated online. Soon, netizens discovered that these videos had inexplicably vanished. Along with that, the information about the internet celebrity Orange Cat, who loves to eat fish, also sank without a trace. Subsequently, the flourishing Wolf Fang platform received documents from relevant authorities. The reasons were numerous, but they boiled down to the platform's inadequate self-inspection, causing severe social repercussions, leading to its suspension for rectification. In an instant, major livestream platforms were implicated and began a massive self-examination. Meanwhile, in a certain room, scattered broken items reflected the owner's terrible mood. Jin Xiaotian was confined again. Facing the punishment from his family, he could only vent his anger by smashing things. This time, he had once again become a laughingstock among the elite, dragging the reputation of the Jin family down with him. As for Zhou Fang, a new day awaited him. Today, he would fulfill his promise by acting as a stand-in husband and father for Shen Nanqin and her daughter. Early in the morning, as the alarm clock rang, Shen Nanqin sent a greeting message to Zhou Fang. After washing up, Zhou Fang greeted his parents, mentioning that he had some matters to attend to that day and would not be returning home. Curious, Zhou's mother asked further, to which Zhou Fang explained that their family had received considerable help from Shen Nanqin over the past few days, resolving several issues. Now she had asked for a small favor, and he felt it was only right to reciprocate. Fangzi, you know Shen is married. We cannot be the ones to disrupt the family. Zhou's mother cautioned as she realized Zhou Fang was about to visit Shen Nanqin again. Mom, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Zhou Fang replied with a smile, noticing the concern on his mother's face. He didn't elaborate on the specifics of the matter to his mother, as being a stand-in for someone else felt quite strange, especially since it involved a person who had already passed away. With the gift that Shen Nanqin had prepared for Lele the night before, Zhou Fang bid farewell to his family and left home. He had known what the gift was since yesterday. It turned out to be a necklace made from a meteorite from outer space. This type of meteorite contains no radioactive materials and is harmless to the human body. Shen Nanqin had specifically chosen it, and even engraved Lele's full name, Wang Jingwen, on it. According to her, her husband used to travel the world frequently and would always bring back various unique gifts for her and their daughter. This item was also selected based on her husband's character. Zhou Fang was astonished to learn this from Shen Nanqin, feeling that he had truly broadened his horizons. Typically, parents prepare gifts for their children that are just toys, books, and the like. He never imagined that wealthy individuals could present precious and rare meteorites as gifts. It was truly remarkable. Zhou Fang drove heading towards Shen Nanqin's house following the address she provided. Shen Nanqin did not live in the residential community developed by her company. When their company first arrived in Huaiyang, they purchased several top floors of a tall commercial building in the city center as their office location. A large portion of the top floor was reserved and later renovated as a place for Shen Nanqin's husband Wanqing to stay. After Shen Nanqin arrived, she also moved in with her child. As Zhou Fang navigated to the commercial building, he spotted a charming figure standing near the security booth before even entering the main gate. Upon closer inspection, it was Shen Nanqin. Zhou Fang was surprised to see her personally waiting for him downstairs. He stopped the car and rolled down the window to look at the beautiful woman outside. Before him was a gentle and delicate face with a slight blush on her cheeks, eyes sparkling like waves carrying a hint of anticipation mixed with shyness. Her beauty was captivating. Shen Nanqin must have dressed up for the occasion, wearing a blue qipao adorned with floral patterns, her figure appearing exceptionally tall and slender with graceful curves and flowing hair perfectly embodying the attire of a refined and mature woman. Zhou Fang couldn't help but silently praise her elegance and warmth, exuding an intellectual charm. The qipao did not give off a dusty air, but instead felt poised and somewhat ethereal. As Zhou Fang stepped out of the car, Shen Nanqin smiled gently and approached him. "Zhou, thank you for coming. I am truly grateful to you, and Lele appreciates you as well. Shen, you flatter me. You have helped me several times as well, and my family is very thankful to you. We are just helping each other, who I hope today brings a satisfactory birthday experience for the child." Facing Shen Nanqin's intense gaze, Zhou Fang deliberately feigned calmness as her eyes seemed to linger on his face with an almost fervent eagerness. "Shen, why don't you get in the car with me? I'll park, and then we can go see the child together." Zhou Fang invited Shen Nanqin into his car, following her directions to drive into the underground parking garage, and they took a dedicated elevator straight to the top floor. In the elevator, Shen Nanqin looked at Zhou Fang and suddenly in a soft and shy voice said, "Zhou, could you try calling me by my name as we agreed yesterday?" "Huh? Do you want me to call you now?" Zhou Fang suddenly found it somewhat difficult to say. The way Shen Nanqin and her husband addressed each other was somewhat unusual. He didn't understand why they both preferred single-character names. Was this the style of the upper-class wealthy? According to Shen Nanqin, her husband, Wanqing, usually called her Qing, while she liked to refer to him as Qing. This was also the habit she had adopted in addressing Zhou Fang by a single character. He had curiously asked her yesterday why she didn't call him Fang, but instead chose Zhou. Shen Nanqin felt a bit embarrassed at the time, as she thought that since they had just met, calling him Fang might come off as too familiar and could be seen as presumptuous. Zhou Fang found himself pondering. In fact, he also felt that calling him just Zhou was a bit too intimate. Qing. After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Fang finally called out, as Shen Nanqin requested. The instant he finished speaking, he felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, making him uncomfortable all over. This experience was truly strange. Upon hearing Zhou Fang's voice, Shen Nanqin felt a subtle stir in her body, her heart fluttering. She looked up at Zhou Fang, her gaze almost entranced, softly calling out, "Qing." As she addressed him in this manner, Zhou Fang felt an unusual sensation rise within him, as if he had somehow gained something inexplicable. It was as if he had truly become Shen Nanqin's husband, Wanqing. Their eyes met in the small elevator, and the atmosphere suddenly became more intimate. Ding! Just as their gazes intertwined, a sharp sound rang out, jolting both of them from the previously intimate atmosphere. It turned out the elevator had arrived at the top floor. Shen Nanqin seemed unfazed, her face slightly flushed as she lowered her head in silence. Zhou Fang, however, felt a bit flustered, his heart racing. What just happened? Was he possessed or something? If it weren't for the sudden announcement from the elevator, he would have suspected that he was on the verge of embracing Shen Nanqin like a true couple sharing a long-lost kiss. The feeling from just now was truly peculiar, sending one's heart and mind into an ethereal state. He had been in a relationship with Zhao Yueyao for 3 years, yet had never experienced such a wondrous state. Zhou Fang found himself missing that special feeling from just now. Oh, it was genuinely comfortable. After the sudden intimate moment, the atmosphere between them became somewhat awkward, both unsure of how to face one another. As the elevator doors began to close automatically, Zhou Fang suddenly pressed the button to stop it, turning to Shen Nanqin and saying, "Shun. Noam. Qin, have we arrived at your house?" Shen Nanqin blushed as she opened the door with Zhou Fang. As soon as the door opened, the housekeeper, Aunt Wu, was already waiting. Upon seeing Zhou Fang behind Shen Nanqin, even though she was mentally prepared, she couldn't hide the surprise in her eyes. She had seen Zhou Fang before that time at Wada Square, where she was the first to notice the differences between Zhou Fang and Wanqing. Last night, Shen Nanqin returned and informed her about the events of today, instructing her to treat Zhou Fang as if he were Wanqing. However, now after Shun Nankin's careful grooming, Zhou Fang stood before her, and she suddenly realized that the young master had indeed been reborn. Aunt Wu exclaimed, "Madam Young Master, you're back. It's good that you're back. Young Master, let me help you change your shoes." Zhou Fang greeted Aunt Wu, quickly rejecting her kind offer and putting on the prepared slippers himself. Shen Nanqin asked, "Aunt Wu, has Lei woken up?" Aunt Wu replied, "Madam Lei is still asleep. I just checked on her." Shen Nanqin said to Zhou Fang, "All right, Qin, please wait here for a moment while I go wake Lei up." Zhou Fang nodded, his eyes beginning to survey Shen Nankin's home. Directly in front was a large, luxurious living room with marble steps and intricate lighting fixtures casting a clear glow. Soft and expensive carpets covered every inch of the floor. On the walls hung several oil paintings that Zhou Fang couldn't comprehend, along with some artistic decorations, all reflecting the grandeur of the owners. At a glance, the place was opulent and magnificent, yet it retained a classic charm, appearing elegant and refined while still comfortable. Compared to the spacious living room Zhou Fang had just purchased, the difference was stark. However, given his family's background, his parents would never care about the artistic atmosphere of their home. To them, that several hundred square meters of house was already an extravagant luxury they could hardly dream of. Shen Nanqin walked through the living room to a room in the corridor, opened the door, and found a children's room styled in an extremely cozy manner. A little girl, rubbing her eyes, looked at her sleepily from the bed. "Mommy, I'm awake," she said, immediately beaming at Shen Nanqin. "Darling, today is your birthday. Mommy wishes you a happy birthday and hopes you are healthy and happy all your life." Shen Nanqin said, her eyes filled with warmth as she looked at Lei. "Thank you, Mommy. You said you would give me a big surprise when I woke up today. I want to see it." Lei exclaimed, hugging Shen Nanqin tightly and acting cute. "All right. Mommy has been ready for a long time, just waiting for Lei," she replied. "Lei, hurry and get dressed. Mommy will help you wash your face, brush your teeth, and put on some perfume." In Shen Nankin's home, the children's room had a dedicated washroom. After a while, Shen Nanqin brought the well-groomed Lei out of the room. Zhou Fang, hearing the commotion, turned his gaze towards the mother and daughter. He noticed the little girl holding Shen Nankin's hand suddenly widened her eyes, looking at him in disbelief. "Mommy, it's Daddy. Daddy is back." Lei suddenly broke free from Shen Nankin's hand and quickly dashed towards Zhou Fang. "Daddy! Daddy!" The little girl jumped onto Zhou Fang, calling out for him, while crying and laughing simultaneously. Zhou Fang caught the soft little girl who had thrown herself at him. He had rehearsed this scene countless times in his mind and quickly stepped into his role. Though he had never been a father, he had witnessed similar moments from relatives and friends, as well as in movies and from Shen Nankin's earlier reminders, so he had a rough idea of what to expect. Since he had promised Shen Nanqin to play this part, he knew he had to fulfill all the duties of a substitute. "Daddy, Lei misses you so much. Why haven't you come back? Don't you want Lei anymore?" The little girl in Zhou Fang's arms clung tightly to his neck, her little legs kicking in agitation, tears streaming down her face. "Lei, dear, Daddy is back now. Daddy misses you too. How could he not want his precious darling?" Zhou Fang gently patted the little girl's back, softly responding, as if he had completely entered his role. In that moment, the scene of father and daughter reuniting was incredibly heartwarming. Shen Nanqin, witnessing this, couldn't help but shed tears. She had imagined this moment countless times over the past year, and it was the scene she had longed for. At that instant, her heart felt like a cup of freshly melted honey water, incredibly sweet. Even Aunt Wu, standing nearby and watching this touching scene, couldn't help but get misty-eyed. After a while of affection between Lei and Zhou Fang, she suddenly turned to Shen Nanqin and asked, "Mommy, why didn't you tell Lei that Daddy was back? I wasn't prepared at all." Shen Nanqin quickly wiped her tears from the corner of her eyes and smiled as she replied to her daughter, "Did Mommy not say? I wanted to give my darling a surprise birthday gift. If I had told you in advance, wouldn't it have ruined the surprise?" Lei doesn't want a surprise. I would have preferred to see Daddy earlier." Lei pouted, unhappy with her mother's arrangement. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and struggled to get down from Zhou Fang's embrace, grabbing his hand and pulling him toward her room. "Daddy, come quickly. I have something to show you that I've been preparing for a long time, just waiting for you to come back." Zhou Fang followed Lei into her room. Shen Nanqin also wanted to go in, but Lei stopped her, saying, "Mommy, you can't come in yet. I want to show Daddy alone first. After I show him, then I'll let you see together." Shen Nanqin was both amused and helpless, not expecting that with the arrival of her father, the child would suddenly push her, the ever-present mother, aside. In the room, Lei mysteriously showed Zhou Fang many things, including a drawing paper with a watercolored picture of their family of three, drawn with childlike innocence and seriousness. There were also some handmade crafts showcasing the marks of her growth over the year. And she enthusiastically explained to Zhou Fang the origins and her fondness for the new dolls and toys she had received from family and friends. Zhou Fang understood that children generally love to show their parents everything after a long separation. This was also a way for them to express their longing for their loved ones. Zhou Fang did his utmost to fulfill all of Leilei's requests, interspersing his attentiveness and praise, allowing her to feel the long-lost love of a father. After a long time, until Shun Nanqing personally came to urge them to come out for breakfast, Leilei finally for the rest of the day, following Shun Nanqing's suggestions, Zhou Fang accompanied them for meals, played with them in the morning, and took the child to the zoo and amusement park in the afternoon, fulfilling all the normal companionship a parent should provide. In the evening, as Zhou Fang helped the child blow out the birthday candles and shared the last meal, like a true family, an unexpected situation arose, catching both Zhou Fang and Shun Nanqing off guard. "Daddy, I want to sleep with you tonight. I have so much to tell you." When Leilei clung to Zhou Fang, ignoring her mother's opinion, and uttered these words, Zhou Fang and Shun Nanqing were instantly at a loss. Even though they had drunk some wine that evening and were slightly tipsy, their minds sobered up in an instant. For Leilei's birthday this time, Shun Nanqing had not allowed anyone to come, neither from her own family nor her husband's. She had turned them all away. Also, that Zhou Fang could wholeheartedly transform into a husband and give the child a perfect birthday experience. She spent most of the day on tenterhooks, afraid that Leilei would suddenly realize the man before her was not her real father. After all, Zhou Fang's height differed slightly from Wan Qing's. He was not only a bit taller than her husband, but some details of his face were also noticeably different. And Leilei was already 5 years old, with her own judgment, not as easily fooled as a toddler of 2 or 3. Fortunately, Leilei was exceptionally well-behaved and cooperative today, and she finally felt her daughter's long-lost heartfelt joy. And Zhou Fang had kept his promise, doing his utmost to play the perfect substitute alongside mother and daughter, leaving no room for regret in the child's heart. Throughout that day, Shun Nanqing followed Zhou Fang and her daughter, playing everywhere, and she recaptured the blissful memories of a happy family of 3 together. She wished she could freeze every moment of that day in eternity, but alas, time is merciless and joyful moments are all too brief. At night, after watching the last children's movie with Leilei, Zhou Fang and Shun Nanqing returned to the penthouse. Shun Nanqing knew the day's happiness was over. Tomorrow, her, Wan Qing, Leilei's father, would once again become Zhou Fang. "Be good, Leilei. Did you have fun? Mommy will take you to wash up, okay? Daddy is tired after a long day, but he needs to rest too." As Shun Nanqing prepared to coax Leilei to sleep, Zhou Fang could then slip away. But unexpectedly, Leilei, who had been obedient all day, turned stubborn at this moment and refused to listen. "No, I don't want to leave, Daddy." "Mommy, you're lying. I know that once I fall asleep, Daddy will disappear." Leilei curled up in Zhou Fang's arms, her little face tense, holding him tightly and refusing to let go. Shun Nanqing pleaded for a long time, but couldn't convince Leilei. Frustrated, she frowned and looked at Zhou Fang with apologetic, pleading eyes. Zhou Fang could only manage a bitter smile. In the end, it was Zhou Fang who spoke. "All right, Leilei, Daddy promises to sleep with you tonight. Daddy also wants to hear all the things you've saved up to say." With Zhou Fang's assurance, Leilei finally agreed to leave his embrace. Aunt Wu immediately took Leilei to wash up. Leilei kept looking back, repeatedly confirming with Zhou Fang, "Daddy, don't leave." Seeing the child's innocent, pleading eyes, even Zhou Fang, a childless bachelor, felt his heart melt. Since he had already accompanied them all day, he might as well see it through to the end. This last step wouldn't hurt. "Be good, Leilei. Daddy promises he won't leave." When Zhou Fang made that promise to the child, Shun Nanqing looked at him in disbelief, her eyes filled with gratitude and surprise. After Aunt Wu took Leilei away, Shun Nanqing could no longer contain her excitement. She threw her arms around Zhou Fang and said, "Thank you, Zhou. Thank." Zhou Fang patted Shun Nanqing on the back and whispered, "It's okay, Shun. He'll stay with the child and leave once she falls asleep." "All right." Shun Nanqing released Zhou Fang and nodded lightly, her heart brimming with gratitude. "Zhou, go wash up. They'll find you some clothes to change into. There are quite a few clothes Wan Qing left behind, all new and unopened. You two have similar builds. If you don't mind, they should fit you fine." Okay." Zhou Fang's clothes, dampened by the tears of mother and daughter, and after a day of running around, felt uncomfortable against his skin. He followed Shun Nanqing to prepare for washing, but when she opened the door, Zhou Fang was startled. "This?" He looked at Shun Nanqing in surprise. The room's decor was unmistakably her personal boudoir. Was she being too bold? Did she really think of him as her husband? There were plenty of guest rooms, and Zhou Fang was sure there was more than one bathroom. Yet she had directly brought him here. Sensing his astonishment, Shun Nanqing whispered in explanation, "Zhou, please wash up here. I don't mind. I'm afraid if Leilei comes out and sees you going to another room, she'll get suspicious." "I'm afraid if Leilei comes out and sees you going to another room, she'll get suspicious." Well, since Shun Nanqing didn't mind, Zhou Fang didn't care either. It was just a shower after all. He had already been hugged by her impulsively several times these past few days. That counted as skin-to-skin contact, didn't it? Compared to that, sharing a bathroom was no big deal. Shun Nanqing quickly found several packaged clothes, from underwear to outerwear. "Zhou, here you go. Sorry for putting you through this today." "It's nothing, Shun. Don't worry about it." I told you we're helping each other. Friends give and take. Zhou Fang entered the bathroom. Hearing his words from inside the room, Shun Nankin's thoughts wandered somewhere else, and a flush crept onto her cheeks. Inside the bathroom, the strange, alluring fragrance that hit him stirred certain impulses in Zhou Fang. He immediately scorned himself inwardly. Damn it, she trusts me, ooh, I must not act like a sleazy scumbag. After a while, Zhou Fang finished washing and changed into the pajamas Shun Nankin had prepared. He walked out of the bathroom to see Lei, already clean, sitting on Shun Nankin's bed. Daddy, you're really here. Seeing Zhou Fang come out, Lei immediately jumped off the bed and ran over to hug. Daddy, we're sleeping here tonight. Mommy, you go out first. I want to whisper secrets with Daddy, and you can't listen. Lei, you can't sleep here. Daddy will take you to your room, okay? Hearing the little girl's words, Zhou Fang was startled and quickly refused. Shun Nankin's heart also trembled, but she didn't veto her daughter's wish to keep Zhou Fang in her room. Lei, how can you want Daddy, but not Mommy? Don't you like Mommy anymore? This morning you whispered with Daddy and wouldn't let Mommy listen, and now you want to send Mommy away. Mommy is upset. Seeing this, Lei quickly shook her head. No, Mommy. Lei loves Mommy, and Lei loves Daddy too. But Lei just wants to talk to Daddy for a little while, just a moment. As she spoke, Lei held up her little pinky to show her mother. All right then, Mommy will go out. You have to be quick. Seeing Shun Nankin leave the room and close the door, Lei suddenly whispered something in Zhou Fang's ear, leaving him utterly stunned. Daddy, you're not really my daddy, are you? But today is my birthday, so I forgive you and Mommy. Lei's words felt like a thunderclap, stirring emotions within Zhou Fang. Lei had actually seen through it long ago. Neither he nor Shun Nankin had noticed anything unusual about the little girl all day. They thought they had performed well today, successfully deceiving the little girl, not realizing that the two adults had embarrassed themselves in front of a 5-year-old. Looking at the quirky spark in Lei's eyes, Zhou Fang couldn't help but smile wryly and asked, Lei, how did you find out I'm not your dad? Lei proudly revealed her small tiger teeth and said, I remember my dad's scent. Although you look like Dad, you don't have that scent on you. Oh, so that's how it is. Some rumors are indeed true. Children can remember their parents' unique scent. This is something I can't fake. Zhou Fang looked at Lei and asked, since you know I'm not your dad, why are you being so affectionate with me today? She even wanted me to stay here tonight. Zhou Fang's question instantly made the once proud little girl look downcast. She lowered her head and softly said, because Lei doesn't want to make Mommy sad. Lei also wishes her dad could come back. Today is Lei's birthday, and she wants a dad to play with her. Looking at the little girl's aggrieved, yet sensible words, Zhou Fang couldn't help but sigh internally. What a pity that such a well-behaved and understanding girl has become a child of a single parent. That Wanqing is truly a scoundrel who doesn't know how to cherish happiness. They say a wealthy heir should not waste away in idleness. This guy has an extraordinary family background and such a beautiful wife along with a sweet and adorable daughter, yet he is obsessed with extreme sports. Now, not only has he lost his precious life at a young age, but he has also left endless longing and pain for his closest loved ones. Lei suddenly looked up, her pleading eyes fixed on Zhou Fang. Daddy, can you not leave and stay with me to celebrate my birthday? My birthday wish today is to have Daddy with me. Zhou Fang couldn't help but reach out to stroke the little girl's head, feeling a pang in his heart at her pitiful gaze. Every child is an angel sent from heaven to their parents. When they lose their parents' love at such a young age, it's like an angel has its wings clipped, suffering immensely. All right, Daddy promises to celebrate your birthday fully with you, my dear. Zhou Fang smiled and agreed, and Lei instantly beamed with joy, unable to resist hugging Zhou Fang's arm, rubbing her head against him to express her happiness. Daddy, you mustn't tell Mommy what Lei just said to you, okay? This is Lei's secret with you. All right, he'll keep this little secret for you and won't let your Mommy know. Seeing Zhou Fang agree, Lei immediately extended her finger to hook Zhou Fang's big hand, saying, Daddy, we have to make a pinky promise for it to count. The two of them completed the ritual with a solemn pinky promise. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock sounded from outside. It was Shun Nankin. Lei, have you finished your secret talk with Daddy? All done. Lei immediately ran to open the door, looking at her mother with a giggle, while also raising her eyebrows at Zhou Fang, which made him laugh as well. The two of them immediately made Shun Nankin puzzled. She signaled Zhou Fang with her eyes, but received no response, and could only ask her daughter. Unfortunately, Lei just wouldn't tell her, insisting that it was a secret between her and Daddy, and that they had made a promise so Daddy couldn't say. Zhou Fang made a helpless gesture towards Shun Nankin, and seeing this, she could only give up. Lei, how about Daddy takes you back to sleep? No, Lei wants to sleep with Daddy and Mommy tonight. Lei ignored Zhou Fang's suggestion and pushed him. For a moment, Zhou Fang was left speechless. Silly girl, are you trying to help me? Don't you know how attractive your mom is to men? I can hardly believe I could resist sleeping in the same bed with her. Shun Nankin watched her daughter's actions, but but neither refused nor helped, instead smiling quietly at Zhou Fang, her gaze filled with ambiguous meaning. Qing, why don't you just sleep with Lei here? It's been a long time since the three of us have been together. Today is Lei's birthday. She's the most important, so let's just go with her wishes, okay? The child was pulling Zhou Fang, who thought it was a joke, but Shen Nanqing surprisingly agreed to this somewhat ridiculous suggestion, making his heart race. He looked at Shen Nanqing in disbelief, only to see her blushing and nodding. Sigh. Zhou Fang sighed internally. Silly Shen Nanqing, your precious daughter has already seen through our tricks, yet you still pretend to be a couple with me, so seriously. Do you want me to be a beast or worse? However, since Shen Nanqing agreed, he no longer declined and accepted the request of the mother and daughter. Come on, if Shen Nanqing isn't worried, what should a big man like me be afraid of? Moreover, let someone else try facing a beauty like Shen Nanqing, an absolutely stunning woman. If you say there's not a single thought in your mind, that's just boasting. After Shen Nanqing had finished washing up, this long-awaited family of three finally laid down on the Lei lay in the middle of Zhou Fang and Shen Nanqing, hugging one of each of their arms, smiling contentedly as she closed her eyes. In the process, Zhou Fang and Shen Nanqing were being toyed with by Lei, their hands intentionally or unintentionally brushing against each other. Both of their hearts were racing. At that moment, Zhou Fang felt as if he were dreaming. God, just a few days after turning 30, his life had undergone such a dramatic change. Not only did he acquire immense wealth, but now he was also sharing a bed with a noble lady he once thought was unattainable. Shen Nanqing felt the same. Her face was burning hot, and she felt as if she had gone mad. Why did she agree to her daughter Lei's outrageous request to let a man she had only known for a few days share a room with them, even sleep in the same bed? Was it truly because of Lei, because she didn't want to make her daughter sad? Or was there some underlying reason stirring? Shen Nanqing found it hard to discern. However, she was well aware that she did not dislike the current situation, and in her heart, there was even a hint of secret delight. The pitch-black room was eerily quiet, with a few faint breaths clearly audible. Only Lei, lying in between the two adults, had a steady breathing pattern. The breathing of the adults on either side was somewhat chaotic, indicating just how restless their hearts were at that. Today, Lei played particularly earnestly with her parents by her side, but being just a 5-year-old child, her energy was already spent, and she began to drift into slumber. Despite this, the little girl still tightly clutched the arms of the adults on either side. Over time, both of them began to feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, Shen Nanqing was still able to endure it. After all, she had been raising the child for years, and this situation was not the first of its kind. Zhou Fang, on the other hand, was different. Being stuck in this fixed position for a long time, even though he had spent several years with Zhao Yuyao, he had rarely experienced such moments. After an unknown amount of time, seeing that Lei had entered a state of sleep, Zhou Fang could not help but try to move his numb arm. Just as he cautiously lifted his hand, a rustling sound caught Shen Nanqing's attention. Qing, is Lei's position making your arm uncomfortable? Shen Nanqing's soft voice reached Zhou Fang's ears. Oh, Shen, Qing, you're still awake. Zhou Fang responded in a tone of feigned surprise. Yes, Qing, let me help you. Lei has a habit of sleeping while holding on to someone, and she holds on very tightly. I felt uncomfortable at first too, but I gradually got used to it. You don't have experience, and you might accidentally wake her up. In the dark, Shen Nanqing sat up slightly, gently turning around to extend her other hand to carefully move Lei's small arm that was tightly gripping Zhou Fang. The little girl's chubby arm was surprisingly strong, and both moved cautiously, fearing to wake the sleeper. Just as Shen Nanqing had pried open Lei's small hand, the little girl suddenly murmured in her sleep, startling both adults. Surprisingly, Lei did not wake up. Instead, she completely relaxed her grip on the two adults and turned her body to the side. Coincidentally, the direction Lei turned was towards Shen Nanqing. As Shen Nanqing was half leaning, somewhat unsteady, she realized Lei was about to bump into her. Oh! Shen Nanqing lowered her voice, letting out a soft exclamation. To stabilize herself, and fearing she might crush Lei's head, she instinctively pressed her hand back to where Lei had been about to fall. This fall would undoubtedly create a loud noise, but just then a pair of strong hands caught her perfectly, and Zhou Fang let out a muffled grunt. However, the silky touch and the curves of her body pressed against left his mind blank. Soft, warm, and even through the soft, silky nightgown, Shen Nanqing's plump and tender body made Zhou Fang feel an overwhelming beauty, as if he were floating in the clouds. In an instant, Shen Nanqing's heart raced to her throat, her head colliding with Zhou Fang's solid body. That was close. Shen Nanqing exhaled a sigh of relief, but in an instant she felt Zhou Fang's hard and hot body of flush creeping across her fair face. In this unexpected situation, she felt a long-suppressed impulse begin to stir within her. In the dark room, the cold air conditioning made it seem extremely refreshing, yet at this moment, both Zhou Fang and Shen Nanqing felt their bodies burning, lightly trembling. At this moment, both were in a state of blank minds, unable to think about their current situation, only the heavy and rapid breaths intermingling. Even in the darkest of nights, it felt as though they could clearly see each other's faces. Shen Nanqing instantly closed her eyes in shyness, wanting to distance herself from Zhou Fang's body, but deep down, she felt a strong reluctance. This feeling was something she hadn't experienced in a long time. At that moment, she seemed to recall the scenes of intimate entanglement with her lover from the past. Zhou Fang stared blankly at the beautiful face, so close to him, warm breaths brushing against his face, and in that instant his heart raced as well. Seeing Shen Nanqing close her eyes without any intention of leaving, Zhou Fang lost all sense of reason, and as if possessed lifted his head and pressed his lips against her tender, moist ones. At that moment, a devil in his heart screamed, "I'd rather be a beast than be a beast unworthy of my desire." Shen Nanqing's sudden bold kiss startled her wide-eyed. Even though she had prepared herself a bit, her mind fell into a state of emptiness once again. However, at that moment, Shen Nanqing not only did not make any move to stop Zhou Fang, but her previously tense body instantly softened, completely collapsing into Zhou Fang's embrace. As Zhou Fang greedily kissed her, Shen Nanqing involuntarily began to respond more passionately. Unaware of how long they had been kissing and caressing until they were both breathless, they finally released their "Qing." Shen Nanqing's eyes were hazy, her watery gaze flowing softly, resting on Zhou Fang's chest, calling out her lover's name with emotion. "Don't call me Qing. Call me by my name." Just then, Zhou Fang suddenly became a bit domineering, reaching out to press down on Shen Nanqing's red lips. At this moment, he himself did not understand why he was acting this way. Perhaps it was the possessiveness of a man, or perhaps it was selfishness and pride, making him feel a sense of jealousy. He knew that the beauty before him had always regarded him as the embodiment of her lover. But before, he didn't feel much about it, whether it was her impulsive embraces or Lei affectionately calling him dad, or their day's false happiness. As a family of three, he could accept it all. Because he was clear about the identity he held at that time, and he was willing to provide brief moments of happiness for the mother and daughter within his capabilities. But now Zhou Fang felt an uncontrollable, strong resistance rising within him. He suddenly realized that when he truly collided with the other person on an emotional level, he no longer wanted to be that puppet. He wanted to be himself, the one and only Zhou Fang. Shen Nanqing stared blankly at Zhou Fang, her eyes suddenly filled with panic. No. Qing, I. Shen Nanqing murmured, unable to articulate her thoughts. She reached out to gently caress Zhou Fang's face, her eyes glistening with tears full of pitiful longing. At that moment, the uncertainty in her gaze made Zhou Fang's heart feel a chill, calming the excitement he had just felt. Am I going crazy? How could I say something so unacceptable at such a critical moment? Yes, I was too impulsive, too arrogant. What right do I have to demand such things from Shen Nanqing? They had only known each other for a few days, and her feelings for him had been twisted, built upon the foundation of being Wan Qing's substitute. Otherwise, how could a simple, ordinary country boy like him ever catch the eye of such an extraordinary beauty? I'm sorry, Qing. Zhou. I'm sorry, President Shen. They fell silent for a moment, then both apologized to each other simultaneously. Yet Shen Nanqing's voice carried a plaintive, pitiful sob tinged with grievance, while Zhou Fang was genuinely filled with remorse, apologizing for his earlier rude and overbearing behavior. I was too impulsive just now, committing an extremely offensive act against you, President Shen. Faced with Zhou Fang's sudden apology, Shen Nanqing quickly covered his mouth. No, Zhou, I don't blame you. It's all my. Shen Nanqing spoke anxiously with a sob, but couldn't find the words to continue. Zhou Fang gently patted her back to soothe her emotions. President Shen, don't get worked up. The child is still beside us. We mustn't wake her. As he said this, Zhou Fang inwardly scorned himself. What a despicable wretch he was. Now he remembered to fear waking the child. Just moments ago, he had dared to commit such rude and improper acts beside the child against her mother. Zhou Fang sighed bitterly in his heart. In all these years, he never realized he could be so susceptible to the temptation of beauty. Yet he couldn't help but ask himself, faced with a woman of Shen Nanqing's charm and grace in that very situation, could he truly have remained unmoved? Zhou Fang carefully applied some force, slowly shifting Shen Nanqing, who was still lying on him, and gently moved her to where Lei had been sleeping. Then he tiptoed off the bed. Zhou. Shen Nanqing's face changed, her features tense with anxiety as she watched his figure, and couldn't help but call out softly. Her tone was filled with helplessness, sorrow, and reluctance. President Shen, it's already past midnight. I should be going. Hearing these words, a wave of loss surged in Shen Nanqing's heart. But what could she do? This was, after all, a mistaken misunderstanding. She watched as Zhou Fang quietly entered the bathroom. Moments later, he emerged, having changed back into his previous clothes. President Shen, rest well with the child. I deeply apologize for today's absurd and rude behavior. I will find an opportunity to formally apologize to you in the future. He'll take my leave now. Zhou Fang bid Shen Nanqing a quiet farewell and fumbled in the dark to open the room door. Watching Zhou Fang about to leave, Shen Nanqing felt an endless wave of bitterness and sorrow along with an inexplicable ache in her heart. That scene just now was indeed absurd. Both had acted on impulse, releasing the demons suppressed deep within their hearts. Now their relationship had taken an uncontrollable turn. Just as Zhou Fang's hand touched the door handle, he was suddenly enveloped by a soft warmth. Zhou, will you never see me again? Shen Nanqing couldn't control her emotions any longer. Ignoring the commotion, she left the bed and embraced him tightly. At that moment, she had a strong premonition that if Zhou Fang left now, they would never meet again. The thought pierced her heart like a knife, as she couldn't accept such an ending for them. Faced with her question, Zhou Fang was stunned. Would it really come to that? As they stood in silence, Lei, perhaps stirred by Shen Nanqing's movements, murmured in her sleep and shifted her body. No, President Shun, we're still friends, aren't we? Besides, we were fated to meet in this vast sea of people. All right, President Shen, don't forget our purpose today. Go and take care of the child. Let's not let all our efforts come to nothing at the last moment. Zhou Fang gave an ambiguous answer, gently pulling away from Shen Nanqing and signaling that the child was the priority today. Shen Nanqing wanted to say more, but Zhou Fang had already opened the door. All right, President Shen, no need to see me out. Aunt Wu is outside. Hearing this, Shen Nanqing had no choice but to let go reluctantly. A dim yellow light still glowed in the living room. Earlier, Shen Nanqing had informed Aunt Wu that Zhou Fang would leave after the child fell asleep. Neither of them expected that an entanglement, both unexpected yet inevitable, would occur between them, delaying things until now. Zhou Fang closed the door and entered the living room, greeting Aunt Wu, who looked weary from staying up half the night. Seeing Zhou Fang fully dressed, Aunt Wu finally felt a great weight lift from her heart. She had been anxious all night. When the madam told her that Zhou Fang had agreed to Lei's wish to sleep together until midnight to complete a full birthday, and that Lei insisted on staying in her mother's room, she began to worry, fearing the madam was inviting a wolf into the house, and that Zhou Fang might do something outrageous which would be too late to regret. She had been deeply concerned and hinted her objections to the madam, but the madam was resolute, saying she knew Aunt Wu had no choice but to drop it. Thankfully, she had stayed awake until now, and Zhou Fang had left the room as agreed. Although the madam hadn't come out, Aunt Wu had noticed her movements. This meant the madam and child hadn't been mistreated by Zhou Fang, which was a relief. Aunt Wu put on a smile and thanked Zhou Fang for helping Lei have a wonderful birthday experience. Though she was only the family's nanny, she had watched Lei grow up and held deep affection for her. She genuinely wished for Lei's happiness. Leaving Shen Nanqing's home, Zhou Fang didn't drive back to Daijing Royal Garden. It was already the middle of the night, and returning would disturb his family's rest. He found a hotel to spend the night, but lying in bed, he couldn't fall asleep. Scenes of that intimate moment with Shen Nanqing kept replaying in his mind. Back at the Shun residence shortly after Zhou Fang left, Shen Nanqing forced herself to put on a brave face and walked out of the room. Facing Aunt Wu's inquiring gaze, she forced a smile and said everything went smoothly, then sent Aunt Wu to rest. Afterward, she went alone to the home bar, poured a large glass of red wine, and downed it in one gulp. Perhaps she drank too much too quickly, as she couldn't help but cough a few times, then stood silently staring out the window in a daze. Similarly, countless fragments flashed through Shen Nanqing's mind, not only the moments she had shared with Zhou Fang, but also countless memories with her husband Wan Qing and the intimate encounter they had just impulsively shared. As she thought, tears streamed down Shen Nanqing's face. She covered her face, squatted down, and sobbed softly. At this moment, who could understand the pain and longing in her heart? Who could understand her grievances? Ever since Zhou Fang agreed to her request yesterday, she had been looking forward to today. She had thought today would be the happiest day in the past year. She had even prepared herself for Zhou Fang's intimacy, or perhaps it was a secret longing deep in her heart. Yet when she finally lost herself in their intimacy, Zhou Fang's sudden declaration made both of them realize each other's true stance. Yes, the other person was not her beloved. Wan Qing was dead, never to return. And the beautiful, illusory dream she had carefully woven had shattered once again. Shen Nanqing finally saw the reality for what it was. She took out her phone, edited a message, and sent it to Zhou Fang. Then she returned to her room, looking at the sleeping Lei, who wore a smile in his dreams, as if he was dreaming of something very happy. She lovingly caressed the child's face filled with tenderness, and then leaned against him, slowly drifting off to sleep. As dawn broke, Shen Nanqing was awakened by an itch. She opened her eyes groggily, and saw Lei grinning, playing with her hair. Huh. Lei didn't make a fuss this morning despite not seeing his father. She was quite surprised. Before falling asleep last night, she had been worried that Lei would wake up and throw a tantrum, and she would have to think of a reason to comfort him. Mommy, did I wake you up? Seeing Shen Nanqing open her eyes, Lei hurriedly hugged her with affection, asking in a spoiled tone. Sweetheart, Mommy is fine. Did you sleep well last night? I slept so sweetly, Mommy. I want to tell you I had a lot of dreams with Daddy, Mommy, Grandpa, and Grandma, and even with my maternal grandparents. They all played with me. Hearing her child suddenly mention Daddy, Shenankin's expression stiffened slightly. However, before she could react, Lele continued to speak. Mommy, I miss Grandpa and Grandma, and my maternal grandparents. Please take me home. Lele's low and pitiful words surprised Shen Nanshin greatly. She had been worried that Lele would dwell on the matter of his father, but the child didn't mention it at all. Oh, instead, he wanted to go back. Lele's reaction today was completely unexpected. Shen Nanshin felt a wave of confusion in her heart, unable to understand why Lele had changed so much. But since Lele didn't bring it up, she wouldn't initiate the conversation about yesterday either. Instead, she gently hugged Lele, saying, "All right, then Mommy will take you back, and we will visit Grandpa, Grandma, and your maternal grandparents together. They haven't seen Lele for a long time and must miss him very much." In a hotel, Zhou Fang groggily woke up. He hadn't slept well the entire night, and his head felt heavy. He picked up his phone and saw it was already past 10. There were multiple unread messages on his phone. He briefly skimmed through them and saw one from his sister asking if Zhou Fang was coming home today. There was also a group message from his previous training class with notifications exceeding 99. It turned out that the boss, who had been silent for several days, finally spoke up, requesting all employees to return to the company tomorrow, as there was news regarding their employment status. Once everyone gathered tomorrow, a conclusion would be provided. Because of the boss' statement, colleagues in the group were buzzing with discussions speculating about the company's plans and each other's futures. Unfortunately, after sending the notification, the boss did not respond further, leaving the old colleagues to speculate wildly. There was also a message from Shen Nanshin. Zhou Fang couldn't help but perk up. Shen Nankin's message had been sent shortly after he had fallen asleep last night. The timestamp showed it was around 3 o'clock, indicating that she hadn't slept well after he left. "Zhou, I don't know if you were asleep, but if I disturbed you, I apologize. These past few days my selfishness has caused you quite a bit of trouble, and I want to express my apologies. Secondly, I sincerely thank you for giving Lele a wonderful and happy birthday memory. Also, thank you for helping me finally see the reality. From now on, I should be able to let go of my obsession with the past and step out of this painful sorrow. As for what happened last night, you don't need to dwell on it too much, nor should you feel guilty towards me. Just as you said, we are still friends. Fate led us to meet here, and I am very grateful for this connection. I hope we will have a chance to meet again in the future. If that day comes, I will get to know you again, and will call your name Zhou Fang. Wishing you all the best in the future. Shen Nanshin." After reading Shen Nankin's message, Zhou Fang was stunned for a moment, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss in his heart. However, he genuinely felt happy for Shen Nanshin, as this exchange seemed to have opened her heart. He didn't know what kind of feelings he had for Shen Nanshin. If he said he had completely fallen for her in just a few days, that would be unrealistic. However, he was clear that he had feelings for her, otherwise he wouldn't have gotten involved in this entanglement. Previously, he understood that she was merely projecting her feelings for her deceased husband onto him. But faced with a remarkable woman like Shen Nanshin, who had been so accommodating toward him, he secretly felt a bit pleased, even entertaining fanciful thoughts. However, when it truly came down to it, Zhou Fang realized that he couldn't fully accept being someone else's substitute. Sight has come to this. I won't dwell on it. Zhou Fang shook off the confusion in his heart, went to freshen up, and prepared to go home. If fate allows, as Shen Nanshin said, he would make her willingly call his name. At noon, Zhou Fang returned home, briefly answering his parents' questions about yesterday, and then mentioning his plans to return to the provincial capital. Although he could no longer work for anyone, this job had been an important experience in his life. Going back to deal with it also served to give himself some closure. As for what he wanted to do in the future, he had some plans in mind. To be honest, it's nothing to be ashamed of. Zhou Fang's previous plan was quite simple: to achieve a modest wealth and live in peace. Like countless ordinary people in society, dreaming of thriving one day, no longer worrying about money, and then enjoying life happily with their loved ones. When he returned home with a fortune, he did just that. However, after these past few days of various events, his thoughts began to change. Or rather, what he had seen and heard altered his mindset and increased his desires. He realized that his wealth was actually insignificant, especially in the eyes of the powerful, like Jin Xiaoyan, who could easily reduce him to dust with a single word. Unless he remained cautious henceforth, bending low under pressure from above, obediently becoming their plaything, he would never achieve true carefree living. Did Zhou Fang want such a future? No, he did not want it. Zhou Fang was clear about his character. Although he couldn't reach the steadfastness of ancient people, he was not the type to suffer in silence and endure humiliation. As for women like Shen Nanshin, he would admit he liked her. Even without Shen Nanshin, he might encounter other women he fancied in the future. If the other person also came from a higher class like Shen Nanshin, at that time his current achievements would still seem trivial in front of others. Would he be willing to give up then? He did not want to. Therefore, he needed to seize the opportunity during this turning point in his fortune, striving to increase his own capital and become someone capable of controlling his own future. Dad, Mom, I've transferred some money to your card. Please don't be quick to refuse. When Zhou Fang mentioned the money transfer to his parents, their reaction was just as he had anticipated. Their first response was to refuse. He smiled and explained, Mom and Dad, money is meant to be spent. As your son, it's only right that I show filial piety when I have the means. Besides, now that our family has moved to the city, expenses will naturally increase compared to living in the countryside. Here, the living conditions of the surrounding families are not bad. Although we don't need to compare and waste with them, we also shouldn't be overly frugal, as it might make others look down on us. Additionally, Daya and Arya have grown up, and now that they are in their crucial senior year, you need to take care of them and Grandma, which will require more spending. I had mentioned some future plans to you before. The opportunities in Huayang are simply too limited. Oh, I may have to go to the provincial capital to build my career, which means I won't be able to come home often. But don't worry, once I establish myself in the provincial capital, I will bring you both to live with me there, and we can all enjoy a good life together. After persuading his parents and sharing one last meal together, Zhou Fang reluctantly parted ways with his family and set off on the highway back to the provincial capital. This time he did not specially bid farewell to Shen Nanqin. As he often said, if fate allows, they will meet again in the future. If not, this experience should be cherished as a beautiful encounter. That evening, Zhou Fang returned to his small rented room in the suburbs of the provincial capital. Surveying the surroundings, Zhou Fang couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Although this place could not compare to the several hundred square meters mansion in Huayang, it was where he had stayed the longest in the provincial capital, filled with countless memories. He would still stay here for a few days while he wrapped up work before considering moving again. The next day, Zhou Fang rushed to the company. This time, he specifically chose to drive his old BYD instead of his new car. Though his new car isn't exactly a luxury vehicle in the provincial capital, after years in the training class, his old colleagues, while not intimately familiar, certainly understood each other's situations. He would still stay here for a few days while he wrapped up work before considering moving again. The next day, Zhou Fang rushed. Having just won a lottery prize not long ago, driving a car worth over $1 million would undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, leading to unnecessary complications. Upon arriving at the company, the leaders had not yet appeared, and the old colleagues gathered in groups, inquiring about the company's arrangements or compensation for them. Alas, this is truly an unexpected calamity. The company probably can't hold on much longer. It's tough for us unfortunate ones. I have no idea what to do next. Yes, I've heard that many training classes in the provincial capital have announced closures these days. Many are not only facing refunding students, but also need to pay severance to employees. They simply can't come up with that much money. Exactly. My wife's second sister's neighbor is in the same industry. I heard their small training class has no money in the account. The boss doesn't even know where to run off to and doesn't show up at all. All the employees have gone to the labor bureau. Surely we won't be the same. Our company is at least a leader in the field, and the boss is quite famous, so it shouldn't become too embarrassing. Hard to say. Zhou Fang did not participate in his colleagues' discussions, but listening to these words brought a sense of inexplicable emotion. If it weren't for his inexplicable turn of fortune, he wouldn't be so calm now. He would have been just as worried about the future as everyone else. Zhouge, what are your plans for the future? A female teacher beside Zhou Fang, looking worried, quietly spoke to him. Her name is Yumin, a peer who graduated with Zhou Fang and joined this training class at the same time. Compared to other colleagues, their bond was slightly deeper. However, Zhou Fang had missed the high school entrance examination and college entrance examination, making him 2 years older than her, so she always called him Go. Hey, what plans can there be? Just take it one step at a time. What about you? Alas, how unfortunate. My boyfriend and I initially planned to buy a house this year, but now I'm facing unemployment and an uncertain future. My boyfriend doesn't even mention it anymore. We've been out of school for years, and we don't have many skills other than teaching. I plan to try for a teaching position next. Once I secure a position, I won't have to worry about losing my job every day. Hearing Yumin's response, Zhou Fang couldn't help but remind her, this year our industry has faced a catastrophe and countless peers are unemployed. Many will likely start considering public service and teaching positions. I estimate the difficulty will be very high in the next couple of years. Oh. Hearing Zhou Fang's words, Yumin looked even more despondent. But you don't need to worry, just prepare well if you want to take the exams. At this stage, it all depends on who can prepare thoroughly. That's where hope lies for the future. Seeing her downcast mood, Zhou Fang offered some words of comfort. The leader is here. Someone said this, and the previously noisy conference hall immediately fell silent, with everyone gazing expectantly at the entrance. After a long while, some people left the company looking glum, while Zhou Fang stayed with the group. This was because the leader had brought two solutions today for everyone to choose from. One was to end the contract with the company and leave with compensation. The other was to accept the company's arrangement and change positions. It was said that the company planned to enter a new field and continue developing, needing a large workforce. However, those who stayed would have very different treatment than before. The company promised that the new field would yield great results, and they were ambitious that those who remained would definitely earn more than they do now. Because of this, many old colleagues hesitated, and the company gave everyone time to consider, asking them to return the next day to make a choice. Those who truly did not wish to stay could handle the paperwork today. Zhou, are you really sure you want to take the compensation and leave? Jobs are hard to come by now. Have you already found a new place? Yu Min chose to return to discuss with her boyfriend, but she found Zhou Fang had chosen to stay today, signifying his firm decision to resign. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, and Zhou Fang smiled as he replied, I haven't found a new place yet, but I plan to do something else. Alright, go, we may have fewer chances to meet in the future. Please take care of yourself. Yeah, you take care too, but we are still in the same city, so there will be chances to meet. After bidding farewell to Yu Min, Zhou Fang began the final process at the company, handling the resignation procedures. After a busy period, he finally completed all the procedures before lunch. Although the company had suffered significant losses, they still provided sufficient severance pay according to labor laws, but it would take a month to be processed. Zhou Fang walked out of the company, took a deep look back at the place he had worked hard for 5 or 6 years, and stepped forward with his head held high. In this world, there are many ways to make money. By being down to earth and working diligently, most people can actually lead a life free from worries, filled with ordinary happiness. However, human nature is complex and desires are insatiable. One may yearn for what others have while resenting their own lack, which is also a facet of human nature. Yet reality is harsh. Not everyone can effortlessly earn vast riches. Personal abilities, external support, and the right timing all differ from person to person, resulting in vastly different outcomes. Among these factors, Zhou Fang is currently most preoccupied with the third point, timing, which perhaps can be more clearly described as the elusive path of fortune. After completing his resignation procedures at the company, he casually found a restaurant to dine in, during which he carefully reflected on his current situation. Since the incident with Jin Xiaoyan, he has set aside stone-cutting for profit, not considering it for the time being. In contrast, making money through fortune might be as simple as buying a lottery ticket. However, if he were to win a huge prize of 200 million and then continuously hit the jackpot, it would definitely attract attention from above. This is neither scientific nor in alignment with higher interests. While others cannot access his information, some individuals are well aware of it. If provoked, they might come for him with a direct humanitarian destruction, which would mean the end for him. Zhou Fang is wary of wading into murky waters unless absolutely necessary. Of course, if he has the opportunity to travel the world in the future and his fortune persists, he would still take action, albeit targeting foreign gains. Another method is through the gambling table, but this is illegal in our country. To do it legally, one would need to go to specialized gambling cities. Their earning hundreds of thousands to millions should be quite easy, and those behind the scenes would not make things difficult for gamblers, but beyond that, problems would arise. This was something a wealthy classmate of his had shared during university. Their family had such experiences, facing not only private advisories from the casino, but also threats from certain quarters. This was still with some background strength, while for someone like him, a completely ordinary person, the consequences could be even more severe. Zhou Fang doesn't particularly like these crooked paths and would avoid them unless absolutely necessary. To achieve his goals, he has two main avenues: industry and finance. In today's society, the quickest way to get rich overnight is through finance. This field not only gathers a large number of social elites, but also aligns with the state's and society's recognition of wealth creation. Zhou Fang does not know much about finance, as his previous situation left him without the ability or awareness to explore wealth in this area. From what he understands, finance now includes stock markets, futures, foreign exchange, and funds, with distinctions between domestic and international. Common people have little contact with futures and foreign exchange. Zhou Fang mostly hears about funds and the stock market, which are also the easiest to get into. In the stock market, one trades personally, while with funds, one essentially hands their money to a fund manager to trade, yet the manager is not responsible for the profits or losses and collects substantial management fees. It's not worth it, but it's far from worthwhile. With his current fortune, why engage in such a losing business? Thus, his plan is to first practice in the domestic stock market. Once he fully understands the rules of the financial industry, he will venture into the more thrilling and risky futures and foreign exchange markets. Without hesitation, Zhou Fang finished his meal and noted that it was nearly time for the afternoon work hours. He searched on his phone and drove to the nearest securities exchange. Nowadays, with the prevalence of smartphones, few people personally go to the securities exchange to open accounts. Most download apps online to do it themselves. However, Zhou Fang is not just dabbling. He wants to open an account and also learn about leverage information from the exchange. It is said that opening an account at the exchange can enjoy higher commission rate discounts. Since that's the case, making the trip is worthwhile. A few years ago, securities exchanges across the country were. During those times on trading days, countless individuals with dreams of wealth and traders would crowd the exchanges, causing a bottleneck. People gathered to exchange information, watch the market trade, and chat, creating a lively atmosphere. However, nowadays the securities exchange is already deserted, with investors trading stocks from home or work holding their phones while gathering information and engaging in discussions on major forums. Zhou Fang entered a securities exchange named Xiaotai. According to information he had gathered online, Xiaotai currently holds the highest market share in the country, backed by a powerful brokerage. It was just the beginning of the afternoon business hours, yet this powerhouse of a securities office was still quite empty, with only a few people besides a beautiful receptionist in uniform. "Hello sir, what business would you like to conduct?" As Zhou Fang approached, the receptionist greeted him sweetly with a smile. Soon a male client manager in his 30s, dressed professionally, politely approached Zhou Fang. "Hello sir, I am Li Songlong, the client manager at our exchange. It's a pleasure to serve you." Soon a male client manager in his 30s, dressed professionally, politely approached Zhou Fang. "Hello sir, I am Li Songlong, the client manager at our exchange. It's a pleasure to serve you. What is your surname, sir?" "My surname is Zhou, no need for courtesy." After they introduced themselves, Li Songlong led Zhou Fang to the client hall, where they arrived at a counter and proceeded to ask Zhou Fang various questions about his information and understanding of the stock market. Since the stock market carries risks, caution is required when entering, which is not only a requirement from above, but also a common practice in their industry. After some back and forth, Li Songlong asked Zhou Fang to provide his bank card and ID card as valid identification. Zhou Fang nodded and handed Li Songlong the prepared bank card and ID. Upon seeing that Zhou Fang had pulled out an agricultural bank diamond card, Li Songlong's expression changed despite previously maintaining a calm demeanor. "Wow, a big client." Li Songlong couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. As a financial industry professional, he was certainly well acquainted with various types of bank cards. Those who can present such a card are typically billionaires. To be honest, the number of people coming to open accounts at securities exchanges has drastically decreased. With the growth of society, the influx of new forces in the financial industry has made it increasingly difficult for these professionals to make a living. Not only do they face competition from numerous new entrants each year, but they also endure immense performance pressure. These so-called client managers find it increasingly challenging to simply wait in the exchange for new clients. Nowadays, they spend nearly all their time online, trying every means to acquire new clients. Just encountering a new client who actively comes to open an account today already makes him very satisfied. Little did he expect this new client would bring him another huge surprise. Looking at Zhou Fang, Li Songlong's heart blossomed with joy, and his previously polite demeanor became even more respectful. "Manager Li, you just mentioned that your transaction fee rate is 0.03, and after discounts it's 0.0265. Can it be lowered further?" Zhou Fang was indifferent to Li Songlong's attitude towards him, simply asking the questions he wanted to know. Li Songlong did not expect Zhou Fang to ask this. Previously, through his inquiries, he discovered that Zhou Fang's understanding of the stock market was rather superficial, thinking that he was a novice, so he offered the worst discount. Moreover, he had no idea that the other party had such a high net worth. "Mr. Zhou, regarding this, our company Xiaotai is the most capable." Li Songlong felt a bit awkward for a moment, but Zhou Fang waved his hand, interrupting the explanation. "However, I see that many other brokerage firms have already lowered their rates to below 0.02, and some smaller firms even offer rates as low as 0.01. I don't expect you to offer the worst rate. It should at least be comparable to other firms." Li Songlong nodded immediately after hearing Zhou Fang's words. "You are right, but my current authority can only allow for this much. But seeing that Mr. Zhou is likely a major client, I will go find my superiors right away to apply for a better." This is certain. Li Songlong was not entirely truthful, as it is impossible in their line of work to disclose everything to clients right away. Such a small fee for major clients is negligible, but for them it represents a considerable commission. Judging by Zhou Fang's diamond bank card, it is clear that he is indeed a valuable client worth pursuing. Li Songlong was about to seek out his superior, but Zhou Fang stopped him again. "Manager Li, wait a moment. Oh, I have another question for you. How much capital allocation can you provide here?" Zhou Fang asked the main question concerning capital leverage, as the fees were actually trivial. "Oh, regarding this, our brokerage offers legitimate financial services like margin trading. Currently, the capital allocation ratio varies by client level. For capital, the maximum allocation is 1:1. That is 1 times. For margin trading, the maximum is 1:2. That is double the limit." Zhou Fang was stunned upon hearing Li Songlong's words. Was he joking? How could it only be 1 or 2 times? Isn't it said that those who leverage can easily go for 10 times or 50 times? What's going on? Are those online claims just nonsense? Noticing Zhou Fang's confusion, Li Songlong realized that the other party was indeed a finance novice, likely reacting this way because he had heard of many high-leverage claims in society. Mr. Zhou, let me explain this to you. Legitimate financial securities companies like ours are fully regulated by the relevant state authorities, and the services we provide are in accordance with national regulations. You may have heard some rumors outside. Some private studios or unregulated platforms may offer information about 5 times, 10 times, or even 50 times leverage, but they come with significant risks. Their platforms are considered virtual in our industry. They are not only non-compliant, but can also lead to many unknown issues and financial risks for clients. Moreover, the interest rates on those platforms are extremely high. For clients, winning is fine, but failure could lead to irretrievable losses. Li Songlong immediately pulled out the relevant regulations for Zhou Fang to understand and also provided some case studies for him. However, Zhou Fang still furrowed his brows. He had never considered that leveraging in the stock market was such a... Watching those dramas and novels that often depicted dozens of times leverage, as if it were effortless, merely needing a phone call to accomplish. He wanted to test the waters in the stock market with minimal funds, but was surprised to find that legitimate leverage was so low. Alright then, help me apply for the highest limit. Having something is better than nothing. Oh, let's get this done first, Zhou Fang thought. Sure, Mr. Zhou, please wait a moment. I'll be right back. Li Songlong hurriedly took Zhou Fang's information to find his superior. Arriving at the office, he knocked on the door, and a crisp voice called out, "Come in." Li Songlong entered and presented Zhou Fang's situation and materials to his superior for review. Inside the office was a remarkably beautiful female leader dressed in a white uniform shirt with the buttons at her chest straining against her ample figure, almost bursting through the thin fabric. Her makeup was sharp and cold, yet complemented by a hint of alluring charm, highlighting her unique, mature, womanly aura. Her straight short hair made her appear astute and capable. Li Songlong felt his heart race while looking at the beautiful leader before him. Although he saw this goddess of beauty every day, how could any man remain unmoved in the presence of such a rare beauty? However, they could only dare to think about it. This goddess was no ordinary person, possessing not only exceptional management skills, but also a reputed background. Manager Chi, take a look at Mr. Zhou's materials. Oh, I find them to be of exceptional quality, completely meeting our company's standards for major clients. Chi Caihong, the name of the manager, was one of the vice presidents of the Shatai Securities Jinling branch. At this moment, she seemed not to have heard Li Songlong's words, her gaze fixed on the documents in hand, a glimmer of confusion flashing in her eyes. Zhou Fang. Such a familiar name. Such a distant memory. Chi Caihong was momentarily lost in thought as the address and age matched perfectly with someone she remembered. Could it be the same person? Impossible. She recalled that the individual in question could only be considered an ordinary person with some excellent points. Could it be that all these years without seeing him, he had transformed from an ordinary youth into a flourishing elite? Where is this Mr. Zhou? I want to see him in person. Chi Caihong couldn't help but give in to her curiosity, as she wanted to see if he was indeed the person from her memories. Li Songlong never expected that his goddess would take such an action. It should be noted that their brokerage is one of the most powerful in the country. Although they were just a branch located in Jinling City, they had received many major clients, yet it was rare for anyone to pique Manager Chi's personal interest. Could it be that this Mr. Zhou has some special characteristics, or does Manager Chi know his background? It's possible. This Mr. Zhou, holding a top-tier VIP card from the bank, must have an extraordinary identity, and Manager Chi has a notable background as well. They could very well know each other. Li Songlong led Chi Caihong towards the client reception area, but as they were nearing, Chi Caihong stopped him in the corridor. Don't go any further. Let's stay here. Chi Caihong looked at a man in the distance, sitting in a chair, flipping through the documents in his hand. She could only see his profile. However, even from the side, she couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, it was indeed him, Zhou Fang. The once shy boy had now grown into a tall and handsome man. According to my highest authority, charge Mr. Zhou a rate of 1 in 10,000 and treat all others according to the standard for major clients. Back in the office, Chi Caihong instructed Li Songlong, who promptly acknowledged. As he was about to leave, Chi Caihong suddenly called him back. You must report all information about this client to me promptly. Well, forget it. After you sign the contract with him, I will personally handle all his subsequent matters. Remember, don't tell him yet. What a... President Chi, don't worry, this deal still counts as your business, and your commission won't be reduced. Alright, go ahead. Facing Li Songlong's grim expression, Chi Caihong seemed to know what was on his mind, and directly reassured him. After Li Songlong left, Chi Caihong leaned back in her chair, staring blankly into the void, her mind drifting back to a memory from her youth. Over a decade ago, her family had undergone a tremendous upheaval, and she was entrusted by her parents to the care of her aunt in distant Sanshui County, where she spent her middle school years. It was also during that time that she met Zhou Fang. They were in the same class, and despite several class reshuffles over the 3 years, they always ended up together. In her memory, Zhou Fang was then dark and skinny, clearly malnourished, but his academic performance was outstanding, consistently ranking at the top throughout the 3 years. As the teacher had mentioned, he had been admitted to the county's key middle school from a rural village primary school, and his family was not well off. Like her, he was living with relatives in the city. What was even more coincidental was that the relatives they were staying with lived in the same residential compound. At that time, Chi Kaihong's uncle was the director of the Sanshui County Power Supply Bureau, and Zhou Fang's relative was also a cadre in the same bureau. Their families lived one floor above the other. Although they were classmates and neighbors, they rarely interacted, maintaining only a nodding acquaintance. She herself was struggling to adapt to life in this unfamiliar and backward small county after suddenly arriving from a big city compounded by her family's troubles. For a long time, she resisted communicating with anyone there. As for Zhou Fang, he always came across as taciturn, as if nothing could interest him except studying. Thinking back, now given his family's circumstances, what else could change his impoverished life and destiny besides diligent study? Zhou Fang and she barely spoke in class, and on their way to and from school, since the residential compound was close to the school, they both walked every day. On the same path, they always walked one behind the other like strangers. Zhou Fang walked quickly. Whenever he brushed past her, she always remembered how he tried hard to maintain a serious, straight-faced expression, but the faint blush on his dark, thin face betrayed him. Whenever she recalled those moments, she found it amusing that this wooden, bookish boy could also be shy. Even now, thinking about it, Chi Kaihong couldn't help but smile gently. Indeed, times were different then. Having come from a big city, her attire was far more fashionable than that of her peers in Sanshui County. Moreover, having been pampered since childhood, she was naturally a beauty, drawing considerable attention from those around. For an introverted child from the countryside like Zhou Fang, who had seen little of the world, facing a peer like her would indeed be embarrassing. But an incident later brought them closer. Middle schoolers at the age of 14 or 15 were just beginning to experience the stirrings of adolescence, paying particular attention to the opposite sex. Students who were good-looking especially attracted the affection of their peers. Many at that age, driven by vanity, curiosity about the opposite sex, and a need to save face, fell into the quagmire of early romance. Chi Kaihong also received plenty of attention, but she was very proud then and had no interest whatsoever in these local peers. Additionally, she received some special treatment at school, which kept things relatively peaceful. But while no one at school dared to pursue her, she encountered a crisis outside. In those days, public security was generally lax, and countless school dropouts roamed the streets as thugs, causing trouble everywhere. Chi Kaihong, coming from a big city, not only stood out with her graceful appearance, but also her attire and demeanor hinted at a wealthy background, catching the eyes of some. These individuals harbored ill intentions, and an arrogant thug, relying on his flashy techniques, tried to court Chi Kaihong. These tactics worked well on some naive schoolgirls of the time, reeling them in effortlessly, but with Chi Kaihong, they met a cold reception. She wasn't the love-struck rich girl from TV shows or novels, locked away in her boudoir and ignorant of the world, who would fall for a thug's peculiar charm and start a romantic tale of a poor boy and a wealthy girl. When the thug blocked her way, she not only looked at him with disdain and firmly rejected him, but also harshly scolded him, threatening to tell her parents and call the police. But she was still young and immature, failing to realize that her environment had changed. Previously, she had her parents to protect her, and everyone around her doted on her, daring not to scheme against her. At school, with her aunt's connections and the presence of disciplined teachers and classmates, no one would harm her. But thugs were different. They didn't follow rules, only cared about face. Chi Kaihong's actions not only foiled his foolproof method of picking up girls, but also made him lose face among his peers. Faced with his companion's mockery, the thug became furious and attempted to forcibly assault Chi Kaihong. What followed was a cliched rescue of a damsel in distress. Chi Kaihong was both shocked and enraged by this sudden ordeal. But faced with a gang of thugs, she couldn't even run. Just as she was in despair, the dark, skinny Zhou Fang appeared from nowhere and recklessly charged at the thugs, engaging in a scuffle. But Zhou Fang, alone and malnourished, was no match for the numerically superior and battle-hardened thugs. After a few blows, he was knocked to the ground, unable to rise. Chi Kaihong screamed in terror. Soon the commotion attracted the attention of nearby people, and someone called the police. The thugs scattered in all directions. Chi Kaihong and Zhou Fang were picked up by their relatives, who had been informed. This time, thanks to Zhou Fang, Chi Kaihong escaped a terrible fate, but Zhou Fang himself was beaten and hospitalized for quite a while. Afterward, through the connections of Chi Kaihong's uncle, the thugs were quickly arrested. Accompanied by her aunt, she visited Zhou Fang in the hospital to express her gratitude. For a period afterward, Zhou Fang couldn't attend school, so Chi Kaihong took notes every day and went to the hospital. Their relationship gradually warmed, and they became good friends in their studies. Until the second semester of the third year, when Chi Kaihong was taken away by her family, whose situation had improved, and they lost contact. However, Chi Kaihong had once inquired about Zhou Fang through her aunt and learned that he had been in a car accident on the day of the high school entrance exam, missing it entirely. This pained and saddened Chi Kaihong, as she knew how important studying and the exam were to Zhou Fang. Later, her aunt told her that after repeating a year, Zhou Fang finally got into the local Key High School. Chi Kaihong, already in her second year of high school, was overjoyed for him. But by then they had each entered different life circles, and their worlds were vastly different. Returning to the upper-class world and facing a rich and colorful life, Chi Kaihong no longer deliberately sought information about him. Yet in her heart, she still remembered this former savior and childhood friend. Chi Kaihong did not immediately choose to meet this once young friend. This was not due to her being ungrateful or inherently cold-blooded. As time passed and circumstances changed, the youthful emotions of the past had long since transformed. Carelessly recognizing each other could lead to initial excitement, but ultimately, it would more likely cause disturbances for one another. There was also the possibility of shattering the pure and beautiful feelings she had once deeply concealed. Moreover, her current family background and social standing had conditioned her to instinctively speculate about others' intentions whenever she encountered anyone or anything. She wished to first understand this ordinary youth's experiences over the years, how he had transformed into the person he was now. Only then would she decide what attitude to adopt and the appropriate opportunity to present herself before him. This could also be considered a subconscious self-protective awareness formed among people in their industry. Realizing this, Chi Kaihong was suddenly startled. She truly had changed, and she had unwittingly become a person driven by utilitarian motives. Mr. Zhou, let me explain in detail the intelligent trading features on the app. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to call us or consult us online. Moreover, you can follow the daily research reports we provide in our large client group online, where many of our exchange's elites offer valuable analysis reports. All the procedures have now been completed. Your account has been successfully opened. However, you will have to wait until tomorrow to trade stocks. Wishing you smooth sailing on your new financial journey. After completing all procedures with Li Songlong, Zhou Fang left the business hall. Back at the dormitory, he opened his computer, logged into his account, and began to check his very first securities account. Previously at the exchange hall, he hadn't felt it as acutely, but now looking directly at the interface in front of him, he realized he was truly about to step into the chaotic and mixed world of the stock market. He remembered a former rich second-generation classmate saying that the stock market was like a massive fish pond. The bigger the pond, the more fish there were, and the distribution of various fish schools was extremely uneven. These fish schools searched for food in the pond, every day rushing toward wherever there was something to eat. Without food, they would turn on each other, larger fish, preying on smaller ones, and smaller fish eating shrimp. Moreover, in this unknown territory, countless fishermen lurked outside. These people were the true cold-hearted harvesting machines. Zhou Fang's heart surged with excitement. He had no idea what kind of fish he would become once he entered, or if he would leap over the dragon gate and ultimately evolve into a refined being, stirring the winds and clouds as a fisherman. The first step in stock trading is to select your preferred stocks, buying low and selling high to profit from the difference. This is the most beautiful dream of every stock trader. For Zhou Fang, stock trading was akin to cutting stone. Both are fields he had never ventured into. Even though he had received some guidance from Li Songlong today, it was merely the tip of the iceberg in the vast stock market, offering him minimal help. Therefore, Zhou Fang had to rely on his mysterious luck when selecting stocks. Opening the stock selection software, he felt as if he were performing a ritual, silently chanting something as he began to make random selections. Stop! Zhou Fang pointed with his finger, and a stock named Shinda Jian caught his eye. What kind of stock? He immediately opened all its information to take a look. This was a leading transportation enterprise in the border areas of the country, and the current stock price was on a downward trend, having fallen from its previous peak of 27 yuan to around 11 yuan per share. In the forum associated with it, netizens were already lamenting in despair. Just a short while ago, this stock was on an upward trend, having risen by more than 40% in a brief period. At that time, the company had experienced 3 positive news events. First, there were rumors that it would be included in the government's one-bag, one-stove policy plan, greatly stimulating market desires. Secondly, the company's recently released financial report showed that its operations were very healthy, with freight and passenger transport increasing by 80% and 19% respectively. Thirdly, the company claimed to have opened many new routes, with future development set to expand overseas. These 3 positive news items instantly ignited market enthusiasm. Investors flocked to buy, and the stock value soared, even hitting 3 consecutive limit-ups, with an increase approaching 50%. Just as everyone was looking forward to what miraculous performance this stock would exhibit, next, a new trading Monday. The stock opened high but closed low. By the end of the day, the fluctuations were negligible. Many people instantly sensed something was amiss. This was not the performance of a stock with significant positive news. Tuesday, as the stock market opened, the stock price surprisingly plunged, continuously losing several high points. Market sentiment began to panic. Countless people shouted that the wolf was coming run. Yet many remained skeptical, for the positive news about this enterprise was genuine. How could such a bizarre event occur? By Wednesday, the stock price had fallen again, and by the close it had directly hit the limit down. At this moment, countless retail investors were terrified. They all realized the immense danger. Damn it. They had once again fallen into the trap of the big players. These were not positive signals at all. They were merely bait set by the manipulators. Consequently, investors began to frantically sell off their holdings, which further caused the stock price to plummet. Amidst the complete market panic, some astute veteran investors noticed that this was highly likely a washout by the behind-the-scenes manipulators. Damn! These individuals were instantly exhilarated. For them, this was a great opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Now they were just waiting to see if they could catch the right moment to buy at the bottom and reap significant rewards alongside the manipulators. Thursday, the stock price fell sharply again. At this point, the stock had already dropped nearly 30 points from its peak. A large number of retail investors had entirely lost faith in this stock and began to cash out and leave. Until the arrival of the new week, the stock continued to plummet. The price had already returned to the low point. The next day, the stock price surprisingly stabilized. Those veteran investors preparing to buy at the bottom also saw an opportunity, as they expected that the manipulators had likely completed their washout. After all, the money being thrown in daily was substantial. No matter how powerful the manipulators were, could they keep pushing down? Were they not afraid of dying halfway? Various experts began analyzing that the manipulators had found the bottom and it was time for a rebound. The veteran investors immediately took decisive action. They shouted to the fresh little leaks, "Selling isn't a crime, you leave, and I come." Only we, the seasoned leaks who have weathered storms, can seize the opportunity to sip soup with the manipulators. Oh no, it's already at the bottom and all the little leaks have run away. It's our turn to take action. The seasoned leaks charged into the scene, filled with excitement and confidence. Meanwhile, on a distant shore, a group of anglers smiled satisfied as they watched the market's changes. Ha ha ha, this is the stock market. Retail investors never learn their lesson. They always think they can guess the dealer's cards, but unfortunately they are wrong every single time. In fishing, patience is key. One must proceed step by step and sprinkle bait. Only then can these self-proclaimed big fish be tempted. Alas, it's tragic, it's always like this. Those who enjoy the big fish eating the small fish always end up staging a show of mutual slaughter. I've seen enough, it's up to you all now. I'm going to rest because I'm tired. Aren't you watching anymore? What is there to watch? It's the same old routine. After taking another wave, they'll suck up some chips, and then it's time to net them. Don't worry, this is my specialty, just watch. Time passed as usual. But in the stock market, especially in the comment section for the stock Xinjiang, it was fortunately I ran fast. I only lost less than 30 points. Whoa, I've lost several. Help me. Where are those old leaks who mocked us new leaks a few days ago? Why aren't they speaking today? Did you not expect this? You still have to pick up the pieces, and each of you swears that you've hit the bottom and are ready to eat meat. What are you eating now? Are you eating rat meat or cockroach meat? If it were rat or cockroach meat, at least it's meat sufficient to fill the belly. Now it's like knives falling from the sky. Letting you pick it up will stab you to death. Impossible, absolutely impossible. My 20 years of stock trading experience will never lead me astray. This must be the bottom. I need to raise funds and leverage more. I can definitely pull it back. Some desperate old leaks have already gone mad, completely unable to believe that the dealer can sustain to such a bottomless extent. Unfortunately, fishermen never show mercy. Whether the fish eat or not is inconsequential to them. They must raise their rods and place the spoils in the net to consider it a success. The struggle behind the stock market, Zhou Fang knew nothing about. He wasn't even a leak, he was just a pure novice. After watching for half a day and combining his limited understanding, he seemed to grasp something, yet felt he still understood nothing. Indeed, as his wealthy second-generation classmate had said back in the day, new entrants to the stock market must truly experience breaking even and being stuck, enduring painful losses several times to truly understand what the stock market is. Otherwise, no matter how much you observe from the outside or how many theoretical concepts you learn, it will be of no use. Yet at this moment, he still had some doubts. Was it too risky to have chosen such a declining stock for his first stock? Should I try again? After all, I entered the stock market to make it big. My initial capital isn't small, so I should be more cautious. Zhou Fang immediately cast his spell again, muttering incantations. Summon the troops. Great, ride into battle. Small soldiers, whichever one I point to will choose that one. Stop. Zhou Fang immediately looked at the screen. Xinjiang. Sure enough, it's this one. Zhou Fang was instantly filled with confidence. His incredible luck was still with him. Heaven pointed to this stock twice. It seems this is my first target. No more talking, just do it. Go all in and buy as much as I can. Zhou Fang made up his mind. When the market opens tomorrow, he will invest all his funds. Since heaven has given him such luck, he cannot hesitate or second guess, just like buying a lottery ticket. If he's going to eat, he should go for the big prize. If anyone in the world of stock investors or financial professionals knew about Zhou Fang's stock selection process this time, they would be terrified. But who would have thought that there really exists someone with immense fortune? The next day, Zhou Fang was already sitting in front of the computer early waiting for the stock market to open. He glanced at his account, that 8-digit balance. Although he felt quite confident, he couldn't help but get excited. This is even more of a test of one's character than cutting stones. At 9 o'clock, the time is up. Zhou Fang immediately started operating on his account. The market showed that Xinda Jiayan opened with a significant drop today. At this moment, the price had dropped to over 4 yuan, only 1/7 of its peak. If it continues to drop like this, countless leveraged retail investors will be doomed. Zhou Fang looked at the dense sell orders above and began to buy in large quantities. At the current price, a hand of stock costs only a few hundred yuan, and with his funds, he could buy tens of thousands to 100,000 hands. He immediately placed an order for the maximum limit 10,000 hands. Buy it all. Keep buying. As Zhou Fang continued to buy, countless retail investors noticed that the continuously dropping Xinda Jiayan actually stopped its downward trend and instead sharply rose a bullish candle. Oh heavens! Has it finally stopped? Oh my, the heartless dealer has finally had a change of heart and started to rebound. Oh heavens, I'm saved. At that moment, countless trapped leaks cried out in excitement, tears streaming down their faces. Meanwhile, in another place, the fishermen were also taken aback. What's going on? Where did this influx of funds come from? Investigate, hurry, and confirm the purpose of these funds. This is our critical period. We must not allow any changes. The fishermen immediately instructed they had operated with tens to hundreds of billions of funds. How could they allow uncontrolled changes at the last moment? Soon the information regarding this small bullish candle was grasped by the fishermen. How much? Only 80 million. The other party has stopped moving. Could this person not be here to cause trouble? Can we trace where these funds came from? What? From Jinling. The other party is still a newly opened account, and all the purchases are of ours. How is that possible? This timing is too coincidental, a new account all in one shot. Could it be that we leaked information and someone is trying to take advantage? It's possible. Some people have great abilities, perhaps they really saw our clues. What should we do now? Ignore him. Let's stick to our rhythm and keep pushing. Let's see if the other side has any chips left to follow. If they still follow, we will have to change our plans. If they don't follow, let's see if they can withstand our next wave of bait. Zhou Fang previously had over 14 million in cash. Later, he spent around 20 million on buying houses, cars, and various gifts. However, after a successful stone-cutting venture, he regained 10 million in capital. Nevertheless, when he left home this time, he left 1 million in cash for his parents, so he currently has over 46 million. This time he invested a total of 80 million, including his principal and double leverage according to the configuration provided by Xia Tai. He wanted to see if this trial would yield satisfactory results. At the Jinling branch of Xia Tai Trading Company in Qi Kaihong's office. She had just returned from a meeting and was reviewing the performance reports from the past few days when suddenly her computer emitted a notification sound. Moi. She put down the performance report and looked at the computer. Zhou Fang is making moves so quick. She was genuinely curious, given that yesterday Li Songlong mentioned that Zhou Fang didn't understand financial knowledge very well, and he sounded like a novice just entering the field. Having just opened an account, he dared to trade directly, showing quite a bit of confidence. Let's see if this old classmate of mine is really hiding his skills. Qi Kaihong opened Zhou Fang's trading backend, and at first glance her heart skipped a beat. 80 million. He bought into a single stock. When did this guy become so bold? Something's off. This is too strange. Qi Kaihong looked at the stock. Zhou Fang bought Xinda Jiayan. This stock is currently the focus of many, with many industry insiders watching this bizarre market trend. There must be a major player behind it, that much is certain, but they are very well prepared and secretive. At present, no one knows who these people are, nor do they know where their bottom line lies. At this time, Zhou Fang is making such a large bet. Could it be that he knows their details? Qi Kaihong's mind raced, and soon her expression darkened. Could it be? Zhou Fang is a puppet for... Has this guy changed? The once innocent youth has turned into someone else's money-making machine. Is he willing, or is he being forced? Qi Kaihong instantly thought of this terrifying question. She had felt something was off since yesterday. According to Li Songlong, Zhou Fang's naive financial knowledge was definitely not a facade. If he were pretending to be a novice, with Li Songlong's years of experience in the industry, Zhou Fang would never have shown even the slightest flaw. Moreover, based on her understanding of Zhou Fang, his family was very poor, even in rural areas. He was among the... Zhou Fang himself was only in his 30s, having just graduated from university a few years ago. How could he have acquired wealth enough to change his social class? Qi Kaihong's expression turned grim, She could not just ignore Zhou Fang. After all, he was once her lifesaver and her only friend during those 3 years. If he truly was in trouble, she would never stand by idly. A glimmer of determination flashed in Chi Kai. In the afternoon, as the market opened again, countless investors began to focus on their stock market info. At Shinda, Jeyun, many people widened their eyes hoping for a repeat of the morning's miracle. But contrary to expectations, the stock fell again at the opening. Heavens! What the hell is going on? What is happening here? Damn you all. Damn those major players, are you trying to drive me to my grave? Retail investors fell into despair again, and Zhou Fang's face turned grave in front of his computer. Damn, is this even fair? I just invested such a large sum of money, and it's still dropping. Zhou Fang recalled what his old classmate had said before: the stock market seems easy to navigate, just buy and sell, but once you actually enter, you realize how much effort it takes. Especially when watching the stocks, not knowing how far they will drop, that sense of urgency can drive a person mad. Forget it, I won't watch anymore. Zhou Fang directly closed the trading interface. He wasn't relying on his skills to buy stocks anyway. Since fate led him to choose this stock, he would let it be. Unless the final result reached a level he was satisfied with, otherwise he would truly not concern himself. He decided to stop monitoring it, and after several days he finally checked his account information at the end of the trading week. These past 2 days have been interesting. Not only did it stop falling yesterday, but it even rebounded. His account had dropped several million in just these few days. But Zhou Fang had already stopped paying attention to these matters. After all, he had resigned himself to fate, and unexpectedly on Friday, Shinda Jeyun had rebounded by several points. Could this be what my old classmate meant by a rebound after hitting rock bottom? Zhou Fang smacked his lips. He often thought of his university dorm mates these days, especially that carefree, rich second generation. That guy was like their dorm's father figure during their school days. Generous and open-hearted, his personality was surprisingly warm, getting along with everyone. The other 3 often said that following this guy they had seen a lot of luxuries that ordinary people could only dream. Unfortunately, after graduating from university, this rich second generation, who claimed he wanted to enjoy life, suddenly disappeared, and the rest had no news of him, as if he had vanished from the world. Initially, the 3 could still gather together, discussing their developments and reminiscing about the rich classmates' past stories and current information. But later, as the 3 embarked on their own struggles, their communications grew fewer, and now it had been over a year since they last exchanged messages. Thinking of this, Zhou Fang felt a surge of inexplicable emotions. Life, after all, is about being someone else's passerby. Only a few fortunate ones can reside in your heart. But if they accompany you through a wonderful time or a meaningful experience, then it's worth it. Don't dwell on others' departures. Perhaps you may never meet again in the future, but do wish each other well. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Zhou Fang was lost in his thoughts, his phone suddenly rang, without warning. An unfamiliar number. Zhou Fang glanced at it. There was no contact name. Damn, just when I was having a moment of reflection, this call interrupted me. He was about to hang up, as there were too many ad scams these days, and he preferred not to answer them. But just as he was about to do so, he noticed the number was from the Jinling area. Local number, then I might as well answer it. Perhaps it's someone I know. The caller was Chi Kai. Over the past few days, she discreetly inquired about Zhou Fang's experiences in recent years through a friend. After her investigation, she became even more restless. Zhou Fang had suddenly become wealthy. For these years, Zhou Fang was much like she had imagined, studying diligently, working earnestly, just like the majority of ordinary people, although he had managed to enter a decent university. However, once he entered society, he found it difficult to obtain valuable resources for support, and due to his personality, he never truly thrived. Just a few days ago, Zhou Fang was merely a tutor at XXX Educational Training Center, but recently the center closed down, and he was consequently unemployed. Moreover, it was said that his girlfriend had left him. Yet just a few days ago, Zhou Fang unexpectedly returned to his hometown, driving a luxury car worth over $1 million, and he even spent a fortune on a multi-million-dollar mansion in Huaiyang. During this process, a friend revealed a crucial piece of information: Zhou Fang had been very close to a wealthy widow named Shen Nanqin. The friend did a bit of research and found that this woman, Shen Nanqin, seemed to come from an old influential family, the Shen family near Xianghu. She married the young master of the Wanshi real estate group, a man named Wan Qing, but her husband tragically passed away in an accident last year. Recently, Shen Nanqin had come to Huaiyang City to head the Huaiyang branch of the Wanshi group. The two abruptly started a relationship, and Zhou Fang even spent the night at the Shen family. Furthermore, the property Zhou Fang purchased was developed by Shen Nanqin's company. Chi Kaihong was stunned upon hearing this information. Zhou Fang had really pulled it off, managing to latch onto a wealthy widow after so many years. The key was that he was involved with a beautiful widow. Could everything Zhou Fang was experiencing now be related to Shen Nanqin? Did his sudden entry into the stock market come from her, or someone behind her? If that were the case, she needed to warn Zhou Fang. With her years of experience, she knew all too well the tragic fate of those who became the white gloves for such people. Of course she was prepared for Zhou Fang not to recognize her. After all, people can change. Especially those who emerge from ordinary families who work hard but see no reward. When they suddenly get a chance to change their fate and taste the sweetness of success, they will cling to it and never let go. Regardless of the outcome, she still made the call, if only to repay a past favor and to push herself. Zhou Fang unexpectedly hung up the phone. To his surprise, the caller identified themselves as a staff member from Shatai. They said that from now on their accounts would be managed by them, and since Zhou Fang was a big client, they hoped to meet him tonight. They also mentioned that a hotel had been booked in advance, and they hoped Zhou Fang could grace them with his presence. Zhou Fang was confused. Oh, was this really necessary? Did securities companies really treat their big clients this way? However, the voice on the other end was that of a charming woman, and they had booked a hotel in advance. Could it be? Zhou Fang suddenly felt an absurd thought rise in his mind. No way were they trying to lead this on. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Fang went to the meeting with a hint of uncertainty about whether he should make a mistake. The meeting place was the Jinling Zhuangyuan Tower Hotel. While they really went all out, Zhou Fang couldn't help but complain. This was one of the top hotels in Jinling, where even the most casual expenses could make ordinary people hesitate. Did they really intend to win him over? In the parking lot, luxury cars were clustered together, and Zhou Fang's car was instantly overshadowed. Approaching the hotel front desk, he reported the reserved private room, and the staff informed him that the person had already arrived. A staff member led him, saying, "Sir, please." After the staff knocked on the door and opened the room, they invited Zhou Fang inside. Thanking the staff, Zhou Fang curiously stepped into the private room. Since he had come, he might as well see what the person looked like. "Zhou Fang, you're here." As Zhou Fang entered the room, a lady who had been waiting greeted him with a perfect smile. "So beautiful. She's incredibly stunning. And so familiar with my name. Wait, how does she look so familiar? Have I seen her somewhere before?" Zhou Fang's heart jolted at the sight of the woman in the room. Her beauty was simply astonishing. However, the more he looked, the more surprised he became, an expression of disbelief rising in his eyes. It was Qi Kaihong. It was her. It truly was her. At that moment, Zhou Fang's heart raced fast. Even after more than a decade, he recognized the woman who had left a profound impression in his memory. Qi Kaihong, the first object of his secret crush during his early years. She was the niece of his neighbor from middle school who had lived with her aunt for 3 years and attended the same school in the same class as Zhou Fang. When Zhou Fang was in his last year of elementary school, he achieved first place in the school and was accepted by a key junior high school in the county. However, at that time his family's condition was extremely poor. His mother had just given birth to a pair of twin sisters, and the family was going through its most difficult period, unable to afford to send him to the city for school. The tuition fees in the city were not only more expensive than those in the countryside, but there were also additional costs for accommodation and living expenses. Although these amounts were not large, they were a heavy burden for this impoverished family. Zhou Fang witnessed the difficulties his parents faced in borrowing money and the family's predicament, and he voluntarily proposed to give up the opportunity to study in the city and stay in the countryside. He assured his parents that even if he stayed in the countryside for school, he would study hard. However, Zhou Fang's parents felt deeply guilty about their inability to support their child's progress. Just as the family was sighing in despair, an unexpected visitor appeared. Zhou Fang's paternal cousin, a relative from the Zhou family, suddenly came to visit. This relative was a rare city official from the Zhou family of their village. In fact, over the years the two families had rarely interacted, as the city and the countryside had very little contact, and the circles were different. The relative hardly returned home in a year. At this time, the relative's visit was something Zhou Fang's family had not anticipated. Even more surprising were the words that followed. "Let Zhou Fang go to the county to study. I will cover the tuition and other expenses as a loan. Zhou Fang can also live at my home, relieving your burden. We are all part of the Zhou family. Blood is thicker than water. If the child excels in his studies, he cannot be delayed." This sudden good news instantly filled Zhou Fang's family with joy. Unexpectedly, this relative remembered the family's connection at such a critical moment. The Zhou family was filled with gratitude towards this uncle. Thus, Zhou Fang was able to fulfill his wish and went to the city to study. However, once in the city, this uncle often subtly encouraged Zhou Fang to spend more time with a classmate named Qi Caihong, hoping they would become good friends in their studies. At that time, Zhou Fang did not understand the complexities of adult relationships. He had just moved from the countryside to the city, feeling extremely inferior, yet trying to maintain his meager pride, and he didn't dare to talk to girls. Moreover, facing a rich beauty like Qi Kaihong made him feel even more inferior and hesitant to approach her. They had been classmates for over a year, yet barely spoke, as if they were strangers. This left the uncle feeling both frustrated and helpless. However, something soon happened that truly fulfilled the uncle's wish. When Qi Kaihong found herself in danger, Zhou Fang risked his life to save her. As a result, Zhou Fang suffered significant injuries and fell seriously ill. During this time, Qi Kaihong began to visit him frequently and helped him with his studies. From then on, their relationship grew closer, becoming true friends during their youth. After this incident, Zhou Fang's uncle also advanced further in his career and took greater care of Zhou Fang. However, in the last semester of their third year of junior high, Qi Kaihong suddenly transferred schools without warning. From that point on, they lost contact, which left Zhou Fang a young man feeling despondent for a long time. During those 3 years, Zhou Fang had countless times envisioned her face in his mind. He quietly watched over her and secretly harbored feelings, never revealing it to anyone. He never expected that after more than a decade, he would once again see the object of his first crush. Zhou Fang gazed at Qi Kaihong in front of him, who was dressed in a short skirt adorned with red, white, and yellow floral patterns, revealing her delicate and fair long legs. Her fair and delicate feet were encased in crystal-colored high-heeled sandals, her figure graceful, and her exquisite oval face remained as stunning as it was in her youth, fair as jade with dimples at the corners of her mouth that still made his heart flutter. Her once ponytail had transformed into a chic bob, enhancing her charm. As he looked at the beautiful visage that matched his memories, smiling like a blooming flower, he realized he was once again smitten. "What's wrong, old classmate? Are you stunned and don't recognize me?" Qi Kaihong smiled at Zhou Fang, once again greeting him. Zhou Fang hurriedly repressed his wandering thoughts and smiled back, saying, "No, of course I recognize you, old classmate. I just didn't expect that the staff from Shatai I had an appointment with today would be you, so I was a bit surprised." "Ha, did I scare you? Actually, I was quite surprised to see your name as well. So I took this opportunity to invite you out to see if you are still the Zhou Fang I remember. I didn't expect that the silly boy from back then would have turned into such a talented person, soaring to great heights. However, now that I see you, I realize you haven't changed much, still a bit silly and innocent." Qi Kaihong flashed a toothy smile without a hint of shyness. Zhou Fang looked at her tempting red lips, his heart pounding. You were already the most beautiful girl in school back then, and now you're even more stunning. I almost didn't recognize you. However, we've been classmates for several years. I guess in your eyes I've always been the image of a fool." Suppressing his slightly excited feelings, Zhou Fang joked with her. Qi Kaihong crossed her fair arms and chuckled. "Haha, really? Am I that good looking in your heart? No wonder you blushed when you saw me back then. Were you shy? I remember you always buried in your books, looking serious for such a young age, but whenever you saw me your face would turn bright red. Haha, that's quite amusing." Zhou Fang chuckled, feeling a bit embarrassed. I was young back then and focused on studying, so I really didn't dare to look at girls too much." Qi Kaihong laughed playfully. "So now that we're out of school, your courage has grown, huh? You just stared at me back there." Zhou Fang hadn't expected her to directly call out his earlier embarrassment, feeling a bit bashful as he scratched his head. Qi Kaihong couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Haha, I was just teasing you. Look at how silly you are. You haven't changed at all." Zhou Fang, come sit down quickly, I won't joke with you anymore." Qi Kaihong invited Zhou Fang to sit down and poured him a cup of tea. "I ordered the dishes in advance. Regardless of whether they suit your taste, you have to bear with it, old classmate. Don't." Looking at Qi Kaihong notifying the waiter to bring the dishes, Zhou Fang nodded and smiled in response. "No, I have no food restrictions. I can eat anything. To be honest, I really didn't expect to run into you here today. Your sudden transfer back then, I heard, even the teachers were unaware of the specific reasons." Zhou Fang finally asked the question that had been hidden in his heart for many years. Facing Zhou Fang's inquiry on this topic, Qi Kaihong didn't give a clear answer, but said apologetically, "I'm sorry, old classmate, I had to leave abruptly due to family circumstances, and indeed couldn't say goodbye to you all." Soon the waiter began to serve the dishes while the two chatted over their meal. They shared stories about their respective experiences growing up, and after a while they finally navigated past the initial excitement of reuniting with an old friend. Zhou Fang looked at Qi Kaihong and asked, "Are you really a staff member at Shatai? Can I really entrust all my matters to you from now on?" "Of course, absolutely. I am now your exclusive advisor, serving only you as a client." Qi Kaihong looked at Zhou Fang with a playful expression, revealing a hint of a meaningful smile. "Really?" Zhou Fang was still a bit incredulous. How could that be possible? Even as a big client, he didn't think he would receive such treatment, especially not being assigned an exclusive advisor. "Really?" Qi Kaihong suddenly dropped her playful smile, speaking more seriously. "I am currently one of the vice presidents in charge of the Shatai Jinling region, specifically overseeing the local business hall matters." Vice president. Zhou Fang was taken aback, realizing that Qi Kaihong was the same age as him, also 30, and he never expected she would hold such a high position here. It's worth noting that while Jinling is merely a regional branch of Shatai, it is indeed the #1 in the country. To reach such a high position indicates that Qi Kaihong's abilities are truly exceptional. He had mentally prepared himself for this, as many years ago Qi Kaihong was already different from ordinary children, especially in their small county, excelling far beyond her peers. She clearly came from an extraordinary family. Her background was definitely not ordinary. However, he never expected her to achieve such great success at such a young age. If it weren't for his recent fortune turning around, giving him some confidence, even if he truly met Chi Caihong, he might still feel the same inferiority he had during his youth. While Zhou Fang was lost in thought, he failed to notice that Chi Caihong's expression had grown more serious. Zhou Fang. Actually, I want to meet with you today not only to reunite after many years, but there's also something important I need to ask you. Please do not hide anything from me, as the consequences of this matter are very serious and may exceed your— Zhou Fang was taken aback at Chi Caihong's serious tone and the way she set down her utensils, feeling a bit bewildered by her attitude. Were you, due to unavoidable circumstances, pushed out by certain unspeakable people to become their agent? Chi Caihong asked directly the question she was most eager to know. She hoped Zhou Fang would quickly reveal the truth to her, for only then would she have the opportunity to pull him out of— What did you say? Me? A certain person's agent? Zhou Fang was utterly bewildered and shocked upon hearing Chi Caihong's words. This is completely off the mark. Chi Caihong's imagination was too wild, as Zhou Fang could never have guessed that this old classmate whom he hadn't seen in years would utter such words. Seeing Zhou Fang's extremely innocent expression, Chi Caihong still frowned tightly. She had anticipated this scene long ago. It seems this old classmate has not only changed, but has also become exceptionally skilled in acting. Zhou Fang, you must not hide anything from me. You need to understand the seriousness of this matter. Because of my family background and current job, I have encountered more than one person like you. Do you know? They ultimately didn't even have the chance to regret, and their downfall was incredibly tragic. You once saved my life, and you were my only friend in Sanshui. I don't want you to suffer the same fate one day. If you tell me now, I will use all my strength to rescue you from this abyss. Looking at Chi Caihong's serious demeanor and earnest words, Zhou Fang was at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. No, old classmate, what do you mean by someone like me, eh? I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm 100% sure I'm not under anyone's control. Really, trust me. However, Zhou Fang found that after he had explained extensively, Chi Caihong remained unmoved, still wearing a serious expression. Did you hear some bad rumors about me? My ex-girlfriend or someone else? No, wait, no one knows about our relationship. Seeing that Chi Caihong was not joking at all, Zhou Fang was puzzled. Faced with Zhou Fang's staunch denial, Chi Caihong felt helpless. It seemed she could only resort to stronger measures. Zhou Fang, since you won't admit it, let me ask you, where did you get such a large sum of money? I know you were working at an XXX training class. I'm aware of your family situation. No one provided you with this money, and I cannot find a reason for your sudden rise. Don't tell me you suddenly struck it rich and won the lottery. I don't believe that. You outsiders don't know the truth, but I know it all too well. Even if there is a slim chance that you won the lottery, you wouldn't just throw that much money into the stock market, would you? That's 80 million. Do you have any idea how much of a loss that would be if it went down the drain? As for the matter of Shinda Jian, people in our industry are currently too afraid to participate rashly because there are many dark secrets behind it. And Li Songlong has interacted with you. With his insight, he can tell that you are a complete novice in finance. Yet you dared to step in without a hint of hesitation. What does this indicate? Unless someone provided you with certain information, you wouldn't be able to act this way. Also, what is your relationship with that woman named Shun Nanqin? Do you know her background? Have you considered that her approach to you may have a purpose? This very well could be a trap. Faced with Chi Caihong's sudden outburst of excitement, Zhou Fang realized that she not only knew about his experiences over the years, but even about Shun Nanqin, who was far away in Huaiyang. Zhou Fang's expression darkened slightly. He could see from her words that she genuinely wanted the best for him. But having someone investigate him behind his back, even if it was his old classmate and former crush, would make anyone feel somewhat uncomfortable. Old classmate, did you investigate me? In response to Zhou Fang's question, Chi Caihong hesitated for a moment, but then immediately admitted it. Yes, Zhou Fang, I investigated you just in the past couple of days. I know my behavior is very impolite, but I'm truly worried about you, do you know? I've often thought about our past times recently, remembering your innocent smile. You worked hard for me, I tutored you, you escorted me to school, we talked about everything, and you brought a beautiful experience to my lost life. Now that fate has brought us together again, I don't want you to make a foolish mistake and tread a wrong path only to regret it later. So Zhou Fang, I beg you, please tell me, and I will definitely help you. As Chi Caihong spoke, her tone took on a somewhat pleading quality, her eyes filled with hopeful longing as she looked at Zhou Fang. She herself was unaware that her once hardened heart, tempered over the years, could be so concerned about a man she hadn't seen in years. Facing Chi Caihong's heartfelt words and anxious expression, the displeasure that had just surged in Zhou Fang's heart was significantly suppressed. He understood how proud Chi Caihong was. How could she easily show such emotion for someone, even going so far as to plead? Though this feeling wasn't romantic love, the bond formed during youth was still a pure affection. But now how should he explain how he came to have money? It's easy enough to say he had a Bitcoin story. It's a lie he could easily tell, and he might even start to believe it himself. But how could he explain the stock situation? Could he say that it was divine guidance? Could he claim that it was the result of defying destiny? If he really said that, others would think he was insane. Just because he hit a jackpot, he believed he was the chosen one, thinking he could just buy stocks and wait for wealth to roll in. What kind of insanity is that? Old classmate, regardless of how things pan out, I must thank you. I can feel your goodwill, so I don't mind that you investigated me. Talking about my situation does indeed sound a bit strange, but if I tell you, you probably won't believe it. Buying stocks was also a decision I pondered over multiple times. As for the results, I will accept them calmly. As for Xin Nanxin, I truly don't have much of a relationship with her now, but we only helped each other out back then. Because this matter concerns her privacy, I can't share it with you. But after it was over, we have not been in contact. I'm explaining all this to let you know that I truly have no problems. You said you investigated me. You should be aware of my general experiences over the years and have an understanding of my character. I am somewhat straightforward and cannot tolerate being subservient, nor will I be anyone's puppet. After saying this to Qi Caihong, Zhou Fang suddenly raised his glass. Old classmate, let's drink to celebrate our reunion after so many years. After saying this, without waiting for Qi Caihong's reaction, he downed his drink in one gulp. Alright, let's leave it at this for today, old classmate. If we have the chance in the future, let's meet again. Zhou Fang nodded at Qi Caihong, who still wore a skeptical expression, and left the private room. Zhou Fang. Qi Caihong called out after him with worry, but Zhou Fang had already left without looking back. Sighing lightly, Qi Caihong sat in her chair, feeling powerless. Zhou Fang was so stubborn. What was she supposed to do? Should she just let it go? As Qi Caihong found herself in a dilemma, Zhou Fang remained untroubled. His departure was not due to any strong prejudice against Qi Caihong's reckless behavior, but rather a realization that continuing their argument was pointless. He understood Qi Caihong's good intentions. After all these years, given her status and background, it was not easy for her to still harbor feelings of gratitude towards him. However, his situation was not easy to articulate. Neither side could persuade the other, leading them into it would be better to leave now, allowing her to calm down while he continued to move at his own pace and let the facts speak for themselves. The 2 days of the weekend passed swiftly, and it was once again the trading day of a new week. The stock market reignited its passion. Zhou Fang did not pay much attention to his stocks, but Qi Caihong was monitoring Zhou Fang's background daily. She seemed to have truly taken on the role of his dedicated customer service. On the last trading day of the previous week, the downward trend of Xinda Transportation halted, and at the start of this week, it surprisingly began to rise slowly. Countless trapped retail investors seemed to catch a glimmer of hope for escape. They prayed to any deity they could think of, wishing for a bit of good luck. But reality did not align with their wishes. For the entire following week, the stock price of Xinda Transportation fluctuated back and forth, with small gains one day and small losses the next, offering no hope of a significant rise. Countless retail investors kicked and cursed, slowly losing patience. Qi Caihong monitored this information daily, and with her years of experience, she could tell that the main investors were still watching the market, repeatedly pulling back to exhaust the will of the uncertain retail investors, aiming to push out those desperately clinging on. However, insiders could not determine whether these main investors were interested in short-term or long-term gains, or how long they intended to hold on. Otherwise, countless financial elites would have already jumped in for a share. Thinking of this, Qi Caihong recalled Zhou Fang's words from that day. Why was he so confident in investing so much money? What did he rely on? Qi Caihong could not comprehend Zhou Fang's mindset, but the main investors seemed to perfectly grasp the psychology of retail investors. Indeed, the retail investors' mentality was on the brink of collapse. Another week passed, and there was a sound of excitement. It's rising, it's rising. Ha ha ha, it finally went up. Should we sell? Should we take the opportunity to cash out now to recover some losses? What? Selling now would be foolish. It's just handing over the shares. I've lost everything. Why would I care about these small gains? Exactly. If I must die, I will die heroically. I've bet my entire fortune on this. It must continue to. When it truly appeared that hope was in sight, those retail investors who had previously cried out for divine help began to waver again. The impulse of luck and greed once again took the upper hand. Hee, if you don't sell, I'll just offer higher prices. Can you hold out? Some individuals watched the situation with sly smiles. Playing with people's hearts was their specialty. At moments like these, they felt even more exhilarated, as if they had become the emperors wielding life and death. The stock price rose slightly again, with some people already selling off, but many others held firm, while some larger fish from other places had caught the scent and were swimming over. Hee, giving you an opportunity. You guys are useless. Then just keep smashing it down and let's see if I can deal with you. Oh no, the stock price hit a new low. What should we do? Xinda Transportation, which had just regained some ground, once again fell to a halt, causing those retail investors filled with hope and greed to erupt in fury, slapping their own faces in frustration. Damn it, I told you to be cautious, to listen to advice. Now there's no regret medicine to be bought. Just as countless people were regretting too late, the next day the stock price miraculously rose again. Run, hurry up and run. If we don't escape now, we'll be killed by this group of schemers. A large number of seasoned investors could no longer hold on, hurriedly cutting losses and fleeing this crazy vortex. That's right. If you don't clean up your positions, how can we net our haul? Do you really think we are philanthropists? Get over here. Pull it up hard, let's catch them off guard, making these guys jealous and hateful, haha. The main investors behind the scenes had the situation firmly in hand and were filled with excitement. Rise. Surge. It's at the limit. For 3 consecutive trading days, the stock price of Shinda soared rapidly, as if it had been equipped with a booster. In an instant, countless retail investors who had already cut losses were frantically banging their thighs. Damn it. I told you to be cautious, to be careful. What happened to all that caution? Now you see. I lost so much money over these 3 days. Should I go back in now? Even if it has risen for a few days, the stock price is still far from the previous peak. Don't rush. What if this is just their deception? If it dips again in a few days, won't we be trapped again? Indeed, we can't fall for these scoundrels' tricks again. Everyone stay calm and let them play by themselves. The retail investors felt they were becoming wise, having been fooled once. They would not step into the same trap again. They were now certain that this was bait thrown by the schemers. They must not fulfill the wishes of these scoundrels, so they all stopped buying. So obedient. Are you really not buying? Then I'll stoke the fire and continue to push it up. Kids, I am your savior. I am the living Buddha who will help you get rich and recover your losses. The stock price of Shinda Transportation continued to climb. It was yet another series of limit-ups. Damn it. I'm going to die. If I had sold back then, I would have already recovered my losses. God, you've killed. Never mind, I want to recover my losses and feast. Kill. This time no one cared about the pits they had fallen into before. They scrambled to throw their original capital back in. The atmosphere in the market was reignited. See, I told you these guys will never learn their lesson. Alright, let's pull it for a few more days, then start a large-scale promotion, bringing in the water army, media, and experts. Blow it up hard. We must raise this atmosphere to the highest point. Let those retail investors on the sidelines know, let the aunties buying vegetables outside know that money is being made in the stock market. Making big money. The main investors were exhilarated, loudly directing their subordinates to take action. The time to net their haul was approaching, and this time, they would make a fortune. And just then Zhou Fang, who seemed both involved and detached, suddenly felt a strange sensation over the past 2 days. It seems the opportunity has arrived, though I should pull back. Time to sell. It was early September, and it had been almost a month since Zhou Fang had immersed himself in the stock market. During this month, he fervently absorbed stock market knowledge. Although he did not rely on this skill for a living, he did not want to appear as the former financial novice he once was. After all, if he had possessed the knowledge he had now back then, he would not have easily allowed Chi Kaihong to mistakenly think he was some kind of significant figures agent. During this time, Chi Kaihong had sought him out personally twice, but he had dodged her each time. After that, Chi Kaihong seemed to have gradually given up. Considering that their friendship had long faded over more than a decade, it could no longer be as pure as it was. Speaking of which, Chi Kaihong had done well to care for him so much, yet he continued to repeatedly reject. After all, who would keep putting their warm face against a cold backside, right? But perhaps this was better, otherwise he would genuinely struggle to deal with it. However, in the past 2 days, he suddenly felt a strange sense of intuition and began checking his stock market. At this moment, whether in the news media, short videos, or online forums, information about Shinda Transportation was heating up. The stock market was also on the rise. It was said that even those who did not invest in stocks were aware that the current market was incredibly easy to profit from. Just buy in now, and within a few days one could double their investment. Moreover, the 3 favorable pieces of news about Shinda Transportation were being hyped up again, creating an incredibly heated atmosphere. Zhou Fang remembered that when he first bought the stock, its price had already dropped to around 4. Now, after nearly a month of extreme fluctuations and the current hot market, this miraculous stock's price was nearing its previous peak. At today's price, if Zhou Fang sold everything now, his 80 million capital would instantly multiply by 6 or more. Even after deducting leveraged funds and various fees, his profit would still reach an astonishing 400 million. Given the current market atmosphere and trends, Zhou Fang sensed that Shinda Transportation would definitely surpass its last peak and reach new heights. This was also the consensus among all market participants, as everyone anticipated the stock price to break new ground. As for how high it would go, no one dared to guarantee it, but Zhou Fang was no longer willing to wait. He remembered what that carefree wealthy classmate had said: in the stock market, one should prioritize securing profits, and realize that there is an endless amount of money in the market. True experts never chase the last bit of profit. He too must adhere to this principle, reminding himself not to be greedy and to follow the signs from fate. One day, he too could stand at the top of the pyramid. Zhou Fang began to gradually sell the stocks he held. His holdings were significant even among retail investors. With his scale, once he sold, the effects would immediately reflect in the hot market stock prices. What the hell? Is a big player dumping shares? Why is it starting to drop? Damn it, could it be that the manipulators are trying to run? Crap, I just got any, am I going to be the one left holding the bag? The retail investors began to stir as they watched the slight dip in stock prices. Meanwhile, the manipulators behind the scenes also noticed this subtle anomaly. What's going on? Who the hell is dumping shares at this critical moment? Damn it, this is going to ruin my grand. Quick investigate. And make sure to buy up all this guy's shares. We cannot let the stock price drop. We've spent so much money and time, we cannot fail at the last moment. If a downturn truly occurred in this currently hot market, the retail investors would undoubtedly flee like startled birds. If they failed to drive the price to their expected levels and did not have retail investors to take over their shares, they would face unimaginable losses. Their meticulously planned major move would be a total failure. This was a result that these behind-the-scenes manipulators could never accept. Found it, boss. It's that Jinling account that initially bought 80 million. Damn, it's this bastard again. How does he seem to have a complete grasp of our details? He bought in at the best timing and is now even selling ahead of us. Bastard, you completely disregard us. Are we really just working for you with all our hard work? This is truly outrageous. The manipulators' faces turned dark with anger. Who was controlling this mysterious account, and why did they seem to have such clear knowledge of their movements? Could it be that there is a leak here, a traitor? His eyes flashed with a cryptic light, and his heart roiled with turbulence. Meanwhile, the retail investors noticed that the stock price, which had just slightly dipped, was actually rising again. Great. It's going up. Haha, you manipulators want to dump shares. Don't you know how fierce we retail investors can be? Exactly. There's strength in numbers. We can bite you to death. It seems that a large amount of funds has poured back into this stock today. Looks like it's another limit-up day, so let's feast. We definitely have to eat our fill this time. The manipulators' reinvestment countered Zhou Fang's selling, not only halting the decline of stock prices, but also pushing them higher. This move further boosted the confidence of the uninformed retail investors. With more players joining in, Shinda Transportation hit the limit up again. As long as tomorrow maintains this trend, the previous peak of Shinda Transportation will be completely shattered. Countless people eagerly awaited tomorrow's arrival, ready to witness a new history. As the market closed, Zhou Fang finally sold off his last shares of Shinda Transportation and collapsed into his chair. I'm exhausted. Trading is truly tiring. It feels amazing, absolutely amazing. Zhou Fang experienced his continuous operations with a mix of excitement and caution. On one hand, he feared that selling a large amount could lead to unexpected outcomes, while on the other, he looked at the significant inflow of funds in his account, unable to suppress his excitement. Fortunately, there were no major surprises, and he successfully fired the first shot in the stock market. Looking at the enormous numbers in his account, Zhou Fang felt entirely different from the time he won a 200 million jackpot before. Last time, it marked a significant turning point that changed the trajectory of his life. From a state of helplessness to achieving financial freedom, he transformed into a worry-free existence. This time, he firmly believed it was a new starting point in his life. He was no longer satisfied with just modest wealth. He wanted to stand among the top elite and see the beauty of that scenery. The moment Zhou Fang sold his stocks, Qi Kaihong received the news. How could this be? Why would he choose to liquidate all his holdings at this time? With the current market enthusiasm, industry insiders and experts estimate that it can last at least another week. By then, the stock price could possibly rise by another 40 to 50%. In recent days, the market for Shinda Transportation has completely exceeded everyone's expectations. It can only be described as riding a rocket. The stock price has been soaring, allowing countless investors to reap substantial profits, while those who stubbornly held on are finally seeing their fortunes change. Moreover, this wave of market activity has exploded beyond expectations and has driven the overall rise of the domestic stock market. For a time, the financial circle was abuzz, discussing who the mastermind behind this spectacle really was. The scale of the opponents' actions is truly immense, but their ambition also exceeds everyone's expectations. If they succeed this time, the domestic financial market is likely to fall into a long period of downer. This is in stark contrast to the stability required by the upper echelons, so it will absolutely not be touched. She has already received some unverified news from home that the upper authorities have begun to respond using special means to collect all the illegal activities behind the manipulation of the market. But at this time of rapid market rise, Zhou Fang actually made the decisive move to liquidate his holdings. The timing is just too coincidental. This is unscientific. How could a financial novice have such unique insight? And she knows the value of the stocks Zhou Fang holds like the back of her hand. The value of his holdings has already reached hundreds of millions, and if he holds on for a few more days he could gain at least another 200 million in profits. How could he let go of such a greater profit ahead? Could it be that he also received some confidential information in advance, prompting him to withdraw early? If this is true, the person behind Zhou Fang must be someone significant. No wonder he has always been reluctant to admit his identity. The identity of the person behind him is probably unimaginable, making him dare not act recklessly. Qi Kaihong once again solidified her long-held thoughts. But even so, what can she do if Zhou Fang refuses to cooperate? Qi Kaihong's expression fluctuated. Oh, Zhou Fang has tasted sweetness this time, and he will probably sink. On the other side, the behind-the-scenes financiers watched helplessly as the mysterious Jinling account liquidated all its holdings. Damn it! This bastard! Who the hell is he? How dare he take my money right under my nose? Because of this scoundrel, we almost caused a disaster and suffered heavy losses. I must make him pay. He must face the consequences. Indeed, without Zhou Fang's sudden emergence, they wouldn't have had to spend more money to cover up the gaps caused by him. If it weren't for Zhou Fang's interference, this profit of hundreds of millions would have been theirs. Now, after all their hard work, they are living off someone else's glory, which is truly frustrating. Boss, we have traced the opponent's background. Someone brought a report, and the behind-the-scenes financiers stared fiercely at the report, opening it with gritted teeth. This report contains all the information about the owner of the Jinling account. After waiting eagerly, he finally got his hands on it, but moments later, he violently threw it on the ground. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This so-called Zhou Fang is the culprit behind our robbery. Are you guys messing with me? Yes, inside were the details that these people quickly investigated about Zhou Fang's public information through special means. But after just a glance, the behind-the-scenes financier flew into a rage. He could not believe that such an ordinary person, a farmer's son, a laid-off training teacher, could possess such extraordinary means and insight, biting off a large piece of their profits. Boss, please calm down. There is more information that you will find reveals this guy is definitely not ordinary. Seeing the boss furious, his subordinates quickly picked up the materials that had fallen to the ground, flipped to a certain page, and handed it to the boss. The behind-the-scenes financier suppressed his anger and continued reading, and the more he read, the more his expression darkened. An ordinary person suddenly becomes extraordinarily wealthy. Moreover, he seems to have a special relationship with the young lady from the old Shun family of Xianghu province and the widowed daughter-in-law of the Wan family real estate group. Furthermore, he has a noteworthy connection with the daughter of a prominent Qi family figure in the capital, who is currently one of the executives of Shanghai Securities in the Jinling area, Qi Kaihong. According to investigations, Qi Kaihong appeared in Zhou Fang's hometown of Sanshui County during her youth due to family changes and was once a classmate of Zhou Fang, who saved her life. The boss was shocked. He was not familiar with those family businesses or wealthy merchants, but the daughter of this Qi family figure startled him. He was very clear about the influence of the Qi family, especially in the domestic financial sector. Their influence is practically omnipotent. If the Qi family is truly involved in this matter, he has no doubt they would know everything behind the scenes. Suddenly his expression changed drastically. Not good. If the Qi family is involved, then we are definitely exposed. Quickly notify the others and have them come for a meeting immediately. Right now. Remember, everyone must drop everything and attend. Not a single person can be absent. The financier's demeanor was serious, his tone resolute and grave. Meanwhile, in another undisclosed location, there was also a group of people monitoring any changes in the stock market. Leader, we have basically confirmed the identities of these people. Oh, we should take action now. Yes, leader, if we continue to delay, these people will begin their final netting plan, and we will be in a very passive position. The cost of remedying the market will also be much greater. Listening to his subordinate's serious report, the leader remained calm, even lighting a cigarette and taking a puff. All right, take it easy. Oh, I have everything under control. By the way, what was that unusual activity this morning? Have you investigated it thoroughly? The leader took a deep puff of his cigarette, looking relaxed and smiling as he asked his subordinate. We investigated it, and the owner of this account is a bit peculiar. To say he is ordinary is truly ordinary. But if we say he is not ordinary, there are indeed some strange aspects. Leader, here is his information. Please take a look first. The subordinate also took out a report and handed it to the leader. Oh, really? It seems that this little mudfish who suddenly appeared to stir the waters does have some special qualities. I want to see it. The leader took the report, extinguished his cigarette, and began to read. If Zhou Fang were present, he would be lamenting what a mess. He just wanted to make a little money from the stock market, but how come everyone knows about him? Moreover, this report in the leader's hands is more detailed than what the behind-the-scenes financier has. It not only clearly records all of Zhou Fang's public information, but even includes detailed accounts of the enormous prize he has been trying to conceal from everyone. Furthermore, it details his stone-cutting activities he conducted online under the ID, the Orange Cat Who Loves Fish, as well as his grievances with the Morong family and Jin Xiaotian. It can be said that Zhou Fang is completely transparent in the eyes of the leader with not a shred of privacy. The leader quickly finished reviewing the information about the suddenly emerging little mudfish that stirred up trouble. It's quite unexpected. This kid really is blessed winning such a huge prize that even I feel a bit envious and jealous. That aside, I recently heard that the Jin family's boy got into trouble again and is currently confined at home. I didn't expect the reason to be related to this lucky little friend. As for Qi family's granddaughter, it turns out they have this connection since childhood. TSK. A friend in need, childhood sweethearts. The leader finished reading Zhou Fang's information, and instead of showing any special reaction, he started joking with his subordinates. Many people know about the past of the Qi family. Back then, everyone thought the Qi family would decline and withdraw from that circle. Even the Qi family members themselves thought so. At that time, the Qi family was in turmoil, and the younger generation was sent to various inconspicuous relatives for custody. But unexpectedly, the world is unpredictable. Within a few years, the Qi family miraculously weathered that crisis, not only stabilizing their footing, but also advancing to greater heights. Leader, don't you think Zhou Fang's recent actions are a bit suspicious? Looking at him, he has never engaged in any financial activities before. But this time his timing is so impeccable that even those elites who have immersed themselves in the financial circle for years would find it hard to replicate such skill. Could it possibly be related to certain individuals within this? A subordinate raised some doubts. What are you suspecting, Qi's granddaughter? The leader looked at the subordinate with a smile, and the questioner felt a chill in their heart upon seeing the leader's expression, quickly stating, I didn't mean that. It's just that I feel something is off. Seeing the subordinate hastily deny it, the leader waved his hand. All right, I'm not blaming you. Your point is valid. In our line of work, regardless of what kind of existence we face, we must suspect what needs to be suspected and investigate any points of doubt. Xiaolu, do you have any other thoughts on this report? The leader raised the report in his hand, looking at another subordinate. The subordinate named Xiaolu immediately said, Leader, I do have some other thoughts. You see, Zhou Fang's actions during this period are quite strange. Winning a lottery jackpot could be considered a stroke of luck, but his subsequent actions of cutting stones online are even more bizarre. Looking at his life experience, not only has he never been involved in the financial circle, but he also has no connection to the jade industry. Yet he can effortlessly identify valuable gems from a pile of large stones through an online lens. Moreover, he never misses. If it weren't for his later enmity with Jin Xiaotian, he might still be active in the online stone-cutting scene. Additionally, his method of selecting materials is extremely casual, completely different from those well-known jade experts. I feel like he might possess some special techniques. Furthermore, regarding this Xinda incident, he suddenly crashed in opening an account as a newcomer and immediately entered this long-planned vortex with all his assets. And in the following month, he didn't manipulate his account, even once allowing it to fluctuate. Until today, he decisively sold off all his positions without any hesitation. I am now increasingly certain that this person possesses an extremely strange method, almost as if he has superpowers like in the movies, right? Just when Xiaolu didn't know how to describe it, the leader articulated what he was thinking. Yes, I know this sounds absurd, but I just have that feeling. Facing the leader's insight, Xiaolu admitted his thoughts. Don't say it. Looking at this kid's experiences really makes one suspect the existence of superpowers in this world. The leader chuckled and waved his hand. All right, let's not discuss those mystical matters. If others find out we're talking about superpowers, they'll certainly doubt our capabilities. Let's leave the discussion about this little friend here for now. If things become convenient later, we can observe further. If there are no illegal actions, we can't just label him recklessly. However, regarding this Xinda incident, it is indeed time to wrap things up. Since we can trace Zhou Fang's connection to Qi's granddaughter, those guys probably suffered a setback this time, and will certainly investigate Zhou Fang's information. If those guys notice something and become cornered, things will become difficult. I hereby officially order all departments to commence the clearing operation. Yes. Two subordinates immediately rushed to their respective departments with the orders, preparing for the Zhou Fang had no idea that his first foray into the stock market had triggered such a significant reaction behind the scenes. For him, this was merely a small attempt in the stock market circle for the first time. Not only was the outcome wonderful, but it also heightened his aspirations for the future. The next day, Zhou Fang left the suburbs early in the morning, heading to the city center. This time he was going to spend money. Having made a staggering 400 million at once, how could he not indulge to reflect the joy and value of making money? Of course, this plan to spend money had long been in place, or rather it had taken root in his mind many years ago. That was to buy a house in the provincial capital and establish a foothold. This once unattainable dream he could now easily achieve. Moreover, he had already returned to the provincial capital for a month, yet he was still living in a rental house in the suburbs. Although he was still the same Zhou Fang as before, and the houses here were not uninhabitable, given his current worth, it would be rather pretentious to continue treating himself so harshly. From the app on his phone, Zhou Fang selected several new residential complexes with good geographical locations, preparing to inspect them in person. In Huayong, having lived in a large flat, he had experienced that good houses were indeed worth their value. This time his primary target was still a large flat, though he would also consider good villas if available. By noon, Zhou Fang had already visited 2 complexes. He initially thought buying a house as a wealthy person would be easy, especially since the last time he bought a house in his hometown, the Dijingyu Yuan, was a breeze, and his family was particularly satisfied. However, upon running a circuit in the provincial capital, he realized it was not the case. He discovered that developers are going to great lengths to sell houses, exaggerating the merits of their own properties. A nearby shopping mall was boasting about being adjacent to a bustling business district, while houses by the river claimed to be riverside properties, and those near the subway station even exaggerated to the extreme. I love my home, the Zijing branch. Yes, it's me, I am Yujia. Sir, please wait a moment, I will come out to meet you. It's indeed quite difficult to park here. A young lady in the store uniform hurriedly pushed open the door and looked towards the road on the right. Sir, is your car that silver gray SUV? I see you now. Oh, you can park directly in the opposite parking lot, and I will help you with the parking fee. Yu Jia waved her hand and hurried towards the customer she was to receive. She felt incredibly happy, not expecting that her first attempt at live streaming to sell houses would bring a potential customer to her door. Moreover, seeing the customer in front of her, the car he drove looked quite expensive, which greatly boosted her confidence. She silently prayed for good fortune, determined to secure this client. Zhou Fang parked the car and watched Yu Jia running towards him, her face flushed with delicate beads of sweat on her forehead, tied in a ponytail, youthful and beautiful. The older man couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, she was a youthful beauty at the age where a slender waist and a breezy charm make one envious. This young lady named Yu Jia was the real estate agent he had scheduled to see a house with. He had spent half the day looking at new properties, but had not found a satisfactory one. Either the conditions were not met or the conditions were met, but there were no available houses. He had already made up his mind to check out several luxurious villa areas in Jinling that had been talked about for a long time in the afternoon. If he couldn't find a suitable large flat, he would go bold and buy a big villa. Unexpectedly, while having lunch, Zhou Fang casually scrolled through short videos and came across a live stream by none other than the young lady Yu Jia, who was showcasing houses in his city. Zhou Fang took a casual glance. The house the host was explaining happened to be a large flat, although it was a second-hand property. However, just a brief glance at the house through the camera showed a decoration style that made him extremely satisfied. It was the light luxury minimalist style he had instantly fallen in love with. After listening for a few more moments, he discovered that the location of this building was also perfect, situated right at the foot of the famous Zijin mountain, and it was very close to his alma mater. Zhou Fang instantly confirmed that this was the house that matched his desires the most. He immediately sent a private message to the host, intending to view the house in the afternoon. After lunch, Zhou Fang directly abandoned his plan to look at villas that afternoon and arranged to meet Yu Jia at her store. Hello, sir. I am Yu Jia, the real estate salesperson from I Love My Home. Welcome to find me for a house viewing. I will definitely help you find the perfect house that meets your wishes. Yu Jia's face was filled with excitement and hope as she looked at Zhou Fang, extending her hand to shake his. Zhou Fang nodded and shook her hand. Indeed, the young girl's hand was soft and tender, feeling as if it had no bones at the moment of contact. Hello, my name is Zhou Fang, and I am interested in the house you previously introduced in your online live stream. Is it convenient for us to go see it now? Although the young girl was attractive and eye-catching, Zhou Fang did not forget the purpose of his visit and got straight to the point about viewing the house. Yes, it's convenient, Mr. Zhou. This property is located in the community that our store represents. I will take you to the site right away. Yu Jia hurriedly led the way. The two first passed by the store where Yu Jia went to find the manager to get the house keys, while Zhou Fang looked around at the layout of the community's exterior. He still had some memories of this place. After all, it was not far from his alma mater, but after graduation, he moved to the suburbs and had rarely come here over the years. The development of the area now felt somewhat unfamiliar to him. Looking towards the southwest, there was a cluster of universities, including his own alma mater. Because of its good location, abundance of students, and beautiful scenery, the housing prices here had soared high many years ago. However, like most of his classmates, Zhou Fang had ambitious dreams upon graduation. Let alone buying a house here, they had even bigger aspirations. Everyone hoped that one day in the future they could work hard to create a bright future, have enough status to return to their alma mater, and truly fulfill the promise made upon enrollment. Today, I take pride in my alma mater, and in the future my alma mater will take pride in me. But the reality of development quickly crushed those unrealistic ambitions deep within him. Unexpectedly, although he still lacked status, now he was already qualified to live closer to his alma mater and had the capability to settle down here. Zhou Fang secretly sighed. This was just the first step. I must work harder to fulfill my promise from back then. Inside the store, several colleagues were enviously watching Yu Jia take the keys for the house viewing. They never expected that this young girl on her first live stream would actually attract a client for a house viewing. They also knew the value of the property Yu Jia was showing. A client confident enough to view this property certainly had some capital. Moreover, Yu Jia had just revealed that the new client drove a car that was not cheap, clearly indicating that he was a very high-quality customer. Even if this deal did not go through, they could still maintain contact with the client and recommend other properties. If it succeeded, that would be a substantial commission indeed. Yu Jia quickly brought Zhou Fang to the property they were to view, opened the door, and the two put on the prepared shoe covers before entering. From the moment he first saw the property on the live stream, Zhou Fang had already developed a fondness for it. Now stepping inside and witnessing the layout of the house with his own eyes, he was even more impressed. At first glance, under the light luxury style, the seemingly simple and unadorned exterior showed the previous owner's discerning taste through every material piece of furniture and decor. Surrounded by it all, listening to Yu Jia's explanations, Zhou Fang looked at the various interior scenes, feeling exceedingly satisfied. This house, refined by a discerning previous owner, felt both fashionable and avant-garde, elegant yet warm. Each functional area reflected the owner's enjoyment of a comfortable lifestyle. The room was adorned with various crafts and landscape paintings hanging on the walls, adding a touch of hidden luxury and noble sophistication. It was truly a model of interior design. After completing a full tour of the house with Yu Jia, Zhou Fang had already made up his mind to secure this property. Yu Jia had been secretly observing Zhou Fang's expressions and found that he was indeed, as she had anticipated, extremely satisfied with the property. In fact, she had anticipated this outcome long ago, and it was not just her idea, it was the consensus of all her colleagues in the store. Because this property was the store's prized asset for the year, clients viewing this property had been continuous, and not a single one was dissatisfied with it. This was also the reason she chose to showcase this property during her first live stream. Unfortunately, while the house was good, the matching price was also shockingly good. The house is nice, but let's discuss the price. However, upon hearing Zhou Fang's words, Yu Jia felt a pang of anxiety in her heart. If she mentioned the price, today's deal would surely fall through. Nevertheless, she was psychologically prepared for this. This property was a bait designed specifically to attract clients. Once they engaged with the clients, they could then recommend other listings. Mr. Zhou, let me first explain the uniqueness of this property. I'm sure you have already researched the pricing of similar listings before coming here. In this community, the typical reference price for comparable properties is around 1 million, while this particular listing spans an area of 458 square meters. Depending on the varying degrees of renovation across different properties, the total value is generally between 50 to 60 million. Hearing Yu Jia's response, Zhou Fang nodded. His own property in Huayang Imperial Garden, measuring 488 square meters, cost 10 million, and that was in a third or fourth-tier city. However, this is a provincial capital, a new first-tier metropolis, and one of the best locations, so this price is indeed justified considering the local real estate market. The total price of 50 to 60 million falls within his acceptable range. Meanwhile, Yu Jia cautiously observed the changes in Zhou Fang's facial expressions. When she mentioned the total price of 50 to 60 million, he did not display any particular surprise, indicating that this client had a psychological price point and bottom line. Yu Jia couldn't help but feel a bit envious. This young client looked quite youthful, not only handsome, but also quite capable. He truly embodied the term high, rich, and handsome. However, even for someone so well off, if she revealed the actual price of this property, he would likely abandon the purchase immediately. Because any normal person would not make such a foolish investment. Mr. Zhou, the owner of this property, has listed it with our agency for nearly a year now. I'm sure after seeing the layout and decoration of the house, you must be very pleased. To be honest, many clients have visited this property and were particularly satisfied, yet it still hasn't been sold. The biggest obstacle is its price. Watching Yu Jia ramble on, Zhou Fang felt somewhat perplexed. What did she mean? Was there something special about this? He really liked this house, the decoration was impeccable. With his current mindset as a nouveau riche, even if it was a bit expensive, he could fully accept it. But this girl was so hesitant. Did the house have some undisclosed secret? Just tell me the price directly. I will consider whether to proceed. Facing Zhou Fang's response, Yu Jia sighed internally and gently uttered a figure: 100 million. What? Hearing Yu Jia's reply, Zhou Fang couldn't help but question whether his ears were malfunctioning. No wonder this girl had been evasive for so long without mentioning the price. It turned out to be outrageous. 100 million. He could choose a more upscale standalone villa for that amount. This property was priced at twice that of similar properties in the same community. No wonder it hadn't sold. Who would buy this? It would truly be a case of being a living fool. Yes, Mr. Zhou, the owner is indeed asking for 100 million. Moreover, no bargaining is This is precisely why the property has been listed for almost a year. Many clients have shown interest, yet it remains unsold. They would not only curse the owner, but also berate their agency, claiming they were engaging in shady practices, and the insults were quite harsh. Just thinking about it made her a young... They would not only curse the owner, but also berate their agency, claiming they were engaging in shady practices, and the insults were quite harsh. Just thinking about it made her a young woman feel embarrassed. It's obvious that the owner is either crazy to set such a ridiculous price, or the buyer would have to be a fool to agree to such a thing. Zhou Fang couldn't help but rant in his mind. Yu Jia continued, in fact, this house is really good. Any client who has seen it would genuinely like it. The agency has also advised the owner to lower the price, assuring that the house would sell quickly. Unfortunately, the owner insists that even if it doesn't sell, he will not budge on the price. I heard from the owner that ever since the house was renovated, no one has truly moved in. Every month the owner has a cleaning service come to tidy it up. It's clear that the owner truly cherishes this house. Zhou Fang couldn't help but glance around the house. Indeed, it was exceptionally tidy, and all the furnishings were clean looking, as if no one had ever lived there. However, even so, this house is not worth such a high price. Even if he casually bought a comparable unit, stripped it of its furnishings, and renovated it to his liking, it wouldn't cost anywhere near 100 million. Forget it. There's really no point in discussing the price any further. Let's go. Zhou Fang reluctantly took one last look at the room. This house was indeed to his liking. Unfortunately, the owner's demands were just too high and absolutely non-negotiable. What a pity. Zhou Fang sighed and led the way out. Mr. Zhou, please don't rush. We also understand that this price is indeed challenging. However, we have more than just this listing. There are several similar units in this community, all exquisite. Since you're here, why don't we take a look at those? It wouldn't be a wasted trip. As Zhou Fang was about to leave, Yu Jia quickly threw out her prepared pitch. This was also a planned tactic they had long devised to recommend other listings to every client who visited. After all, as long as clients come, they would use various persuasive techniques to keep them around. You must know that for properties of this value, selling just one could yield substantial commissions. Listening to Yu Jia, Zhou Fang felt conflicted. With such a jewel in front of him, he found it hard to muster interest in the other listings, even if they were cheaper. Hey sis, have you arrived? Please wait a moment, I'll have a colleague pick you up. I'm currently with a client and can't come over right now. Just be patient for a while, you and Zhang Chao. Yu Jia answered the call, hurriedly finished a few sentences, and then immediately hung up before rushing after. Mr. Zhou, please don't rush to leave. Really, I still have 2 more types of apartments available right here in this community. Let's take a little more time to have a look. Rest assured it won't take long. Yu Jia was so anxious that she almost wanted to pull Zhou Fang back. She never expected to encounter such a client who wouldn't even look at similar houses after rejecting one. Isn't that a bit heartless? It's almost as stubborn as that unyielding homeowner. Yu Jia felt a bit of resentment in her heart, but her face showed genuine anxiety. You must know that this is a booming time for real estate, and the truly hot properties are mostly those inexpensive small apartments. Transactions for large apartments like these valued at tens of millions or even over 100 million are rare, not just in Jinling, but across the country. If they encounter a capable client and fail to seize the opportunity, not only will they be blamed by their superiors, but they will also end up regretting it immensely. Seeing this little beauty sweating with anxiety and pleading pitifully, Zhou Fang genuinely felt a pang of sympathy. Well, why not take a look? After all, being good-looking is a privilege. Zhou Fang agreed to Yu Jia's request. The young lady had already taken the keys to other properties, and Zhou Fang continued to follow her to view the other 2 apartments. However, after viewing the 2 apartments, Zhou Fang felt no impulse to buy. If he hadn't seen the first property, he might have considered it, but with that layout in mind, he had no expectations for the other 2. Moreover, the decoration of these 2 places was indeed luxurious and splendid, costing a fortune, but neither suited his taste at all. At this point, Yu Jia was at her wits' end, looking gloomy as she led Zhou Fang out of the community. Just as they were about to leave the community, Zhou Fang prepared to walk away, when Yu Jia, with a conflicted expression, suddenly called out to him. Mr. Zhou, do you really only like the first apartment? Is it the only one you want to buy? If I can get in touch with the homeowner, would you reconsider? Yu Jia genuinely didn't want to give up on Zhou Fang as a client, as she had to try for that last possibility. Although she also knew that the chances were slim. But to just watch a valuable client leave, she felt truly, oh, can you really contact them? But even if you do, what good will it do? Didn't you say the other party isn't considering negotiating on the price? Zhou Fang looked at the stubborn little beauty and couldn't help but admire her a bit. This is the hard life of the working class. Every opportunity must be seized with all their might. If it weren't for his sudden chance of reversing his fate, he would still be a bottom-tier worker like her. No, perhaps he was even below her, as he was already unemployed. Alright, as long as you can get in touch, I will definitely consider it, but it can't take too long. He'll give you 2 days. Without waiting for Yu Jia to respond, Zhou Fang voluntarily made a promise. Great. Please wait for my news. I will definitely contact the homeowner. Yu Jia said emphatically. Zhou Fang smiled and nodded, preparing to leave, but just as he turned around, a voice filled with surprise called out to him. Bro, what are you doing here? Hearing that familiar voice, Zhou Fang turned around in surprise to see the person calling him. Yu Min. At the entrance of Wu Jia, 2 people were looking at Yu Jia and Zhou Fang, one of whom was Zhou Fang's former colleague Yu Min. In this city, the only one who has always called him bro is this girl. It's me, bro. I never expected to run into you here. You're the client Jia mentioned, right? Sis, do you know Mr. Zhou? Yu Jia felt incredulous. Her sister was just a small training teacher. How could she know someone like Mr. Zhou, a rich and handsome man? She glanced at the other person behind her sister, her future brother-in-law Zhang Chao. But she saw Zhang Chao looking at his fiancée and the obviously extraordinary stranger with a puzzled expression. It seems Zhang Chao doesn't recognize Mr. Zhou. What on earth is going on? Yu Jia's gaze darted between her sister and Zhou Fang, trying to find a hint of gossip. Yes, Jia, this is my colleague brother Zhou. He's a really nice person and has often helped me at the company. Bro, this is my sister Yu Jia. Zhang Chao, you come over too, let me introduce you. The man called Zhang Chao put away his previous expression and approached with a smile, extending his hand. Hello, I'm Zhang Chao, Yu Min's fiancé. Zhou Fang also shook hands with him. Hello, I am Zhou Fang, a former colleague of Yu Min. He never expected to run into Yu Min and her boyfriend here, so coincidentally. Moreover, judging by their titles, the 2 were actually sisters. He just didn't know if they were blood relatives or cousins, but they did look somewhat similar. He remembered the last time he parted with Yu Min, she was worried that they might never have a chance to meet again. He had mentioned that since they were in the same city, there would always be opportunities for encounters. He never expected it to happen so soon. However, he actually knew a little about what happened with Yu Min later. She had said on her first day that she hadn't resigned yet and wanted to go back to discuss it with her boyfriend. The next day, she completed her resignation procedures and even posted on social media reminiscing about her years working at the training center. Bro, you're also looking to buy a house in the provincial capital. I never expected you would find my sister here. I also came with Zhang Chao to look at apartments today. Zhou Fang nodded. Yes, I've been planning to buy a house lately, but it's really not easy to find a suitable property, right? What about you? Do you have any suitable targets? Is this for the wedding house? Yu Min nodded. Yes, bro, we are planning to buy a house and get married. But it's just like you said, houses are really hard to buy now. The good ones are too expensive. The bad ones are not up to standard. Sigh. Right now our funds are limited, so we can only make do with something decent for now and plan to upgrade later when we have. Of course, we also owe thanks to our company for being generous and not holding on to our compensation funds. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be able to gather the down payment. Cough, cough. Looking at his fiancée chatting enthusiastically with Zhou Fang, Zhang Chao pretended to be indifferent and coughed a few times. Min, it's quite hot outside. Why don't we go to Jiajia's store to talk? Mr. Zhou, would you like to come over and take a look as well? The matter had erupted too abruptly, and the company had yet to negotiate their wages and compensation. They were simply told to go home and wait for Yumin. Let's get together again when we have time. If you need help, feel free to call me. They'll do my best to assist you. By the way, make sure to let me know when you're getting married. I will definitely give you a big red envelope then. Off. Brother, are you leaving already? We haven't seen each other for over a month, and I still want to chat with you a bit more. Yumin clearly felt reluctant, but her demeanor only made her boyfriend Zhang Chao feel more uncomfortable. It's fine, there's plenty of time ahead. As I always say, we're in the same city, so there will be chances to meet. Watching Zhou Fang turn to leave, Yu Jia suddenly shouted, Mr. Zhou, wait, I'll go pay for the parking fee. No need, it's fine. Just come help me pay when you have good news. As she watched Zhou Fang's retreating figure, Yu Jia didn't dwell on it too much, because she had a greater gossip in her heart that she wanted to clarify with her sister. However, with Zhang Chao around, there were some things she found difficult to ask directly. Sister, is this Mr. Zhou really your colleague? Unable to ask the difficult questions, Yu Jia picked the easy ones to inquire about. She linked her arm with her sister's and began to gather information about Mr. Zhou. Zhang Chao, upon hearing Yu Jia's inquiry, also perked up his ears, paying attention to his girlfriend's response. He felt something was off about his girlfriend's attitude today, especially when he saw Zhou Fang. The surprise she displayed was not at all like that of an ordinary colleague. Of course, sister. Zhou Gu and I entered XXX company together. We've been colleagues for 5 or 6 years. However, now we are both unemployed, and I don't know if we'll have a chance to meet again in the future. Alas, it's all your fault, Zhang Chao. You urged him to leave, and now Zhou Gu is gone. Yumin cast a reproachful glance at Zhang Chao and complained. Min, I'm doing this for your own good. It's so sunny outside, what will you and Jia do if you get tanned? Zhang Chao felt unpleasant inside, but he didn't show it on his face. He merely pretended not to understand what his girlfriend was saying and responded with a casual hee. Yu Jia could clearly sense her future brother-in-law's displeasure, but she wouldn't express it. In fact, she didn't like this future brother-in-law at all. This guy relying on being a local from Jinling always presents an air of superiority to their family, as if by marrying into their family, they would be climbing to a higher branch. What good does being a local do? Are the poor from the provincial capital really superior to the migrant workers from elsewhere? He can't even afford a house in the city and expects my sister to use all her savings. It was only because of my sister's compensation that they barely managed to gather the down payment for the house. Alas, it's a shame. My sister has been dating him for so many years. I remember her saying they started dating in their last year of college, and their feelings are quite deep. Her parents can only go along with her. Sister, do you know this Mr. Zhou well? Yu Jia continued to ask. Yumin nodded naturally, saying, of course I know Zhou Go. He's a really nice person. Sister, do you know how much he's worth? Or is he some kind of rich second generation? Oh, what? Rich second generation, how much is he worth? Seeing her sister's extreme curiosity, Yumin was confused. How could her sister ask such questions? Jeje, what are you thinking? Rich second generation nonsense. Zhou Go is just an ordinary person, just like us from a small county who got into a university in the provincial capital. Hearing her sister's words, Yu Jia immediately retorted, impossible. Sister, are you sure you're not mistaking someone? Are you talking about the same Mr. Zhou? Of course it's the same person. Can there be two Zhou Fang? Yumin looked puzzled. Sister, you know your colleague is either lying to you all the time or maybe. Yu Jia couldn't continue. Is this Mr. Zhou actually deceiving me? The car he drives is a true luxury vehicle. His reactions while viewing houses were completely genuine. Besides, he doesn't even know me, why would he come to deceive me? Jeje, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhou Gu is not that kind of person. I've never seen him deceive anyone. Yumin immediately defended Zhou Fang upon hearing her sister's words. Sister, do you know what car your colleague drove here today? Isn't it a BYD? Yumin certainly knew about Zhou Fang's car. Although he drove it rarely, she still saw it occasionally. That's not right. He drove a Lincoln. Although I don't know which model it is. But that car is extremely imposing and luxurious. It must not be cheap. Sister, you didn't notice? All the clothes on him are not cheap. They're all branded. Also, sister, do you know how much the house Mr. Zhou brought me to see today is worth? Let me tell you, 50 to 60 million. What a... Upon hearing her sister's words, Yumin was stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief. Zhang Chao, who was following behind them, was also taken aback by Yu Jia's remarks. He sensed that Zhou Fang was somewhat extraordinary, but he never expected him to be so wealthy. Seeing his girlfriend's astonishment, a trace of inexplicable emotion flashed in his eyes. Impossible. Jeje, you must be mistaken. How could Zhou Gu deceive me? He is rich, and I've never sought anything from him. Besides, for 5 or 6 years Zhou Gu has never shown any signs of being a rich second generation at the company. Yumin still couldn't believe her sister's words. She didn't believe her best friend at the company would have always concealed his identity from her. Yes, Jeje, you must have been fooled by this guy. Let me tell you, in the provincial capital, many outsiders pretend to be wealthier than they are. Look at his clothes. Even if he claims they're branded, they might actually be fakes. The car could also be rented, and as for buying a house, have you ever seen him actually take out money? Let me tell you, I've seen too many of these vain show-offs. They just come to package themselves and deceive those naive. Zhang Chao suddenly joined in questioning Zhou Fang's identity. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Zhang Chaos' words, Yu Jia's face flushed red as she resolutely denied, impossible. I definitely did not mistake him. I've hosted so many clients over the years who I've seen enough wealthy people to distinguish between the real and the fake. Unlike some people who are clearly ordinary but always think that being from the provincial capital makes them superior, always going on about outsiders while they're just poor workers themselves. Yu Jia showed no consideration for her future brother-in-law, not only outright rejecting Zhang Chaos' doubts, but also subtly mocking him. Upon hearing Yu Jia's words, Zhang Chaos' face twitched immediately, his expression darkening. You sharp-tongued little brat. Do you really think that after selling houses in the provincial city for 2 years you've seen the world? Bah! I kindly warned you, but you didn't listen and even dared to scold me. Just wait and see, there will come a day when you fall for a trick. Zhang Chao was furious, cursing the brat in his heart. Yu Jia had always looked down on him, often embarrassing him in front of others. If it weren't for her sister's face, he would have taught her a lesson long ago. Yumin was still immersed in the shock of her sister revealing Zhou Fang's identity, unable to regain her senses, completely unaware of the dispute between her sister and her boyfriend. Yumin was still immersed in the shock of her sister revealing Zhou Fang's identity, unable to regain her senses, completely unaware of the dispute. Seeing Yumin's state, Zhang Chao felt even more dissatisfied. I kindly reminded you, but your sister scolded me, and you didn't say a word. What do you mean by that? Is your Zhou Gu crazy, or has he started daydreaming, just because he heard that someone is wealthy? Zhang Chao coldly snorted, and Yumin immediately came back to her senses. Seeing both sides fuming, she hurriedly played peacemaker. Alright, Jia Jia Zhang Chao, let's not worry about others. Let's quickly go see the house. However, despite Yumin's words for the next half day during the house hunting process with her sister, she was always absent-minded, and Zhang Chao, who kept an eye on her, became more and more angry. On the way back, Zhang Chao sulkily ignored Yumin walking ahead on his own. At this moment, Yumin also noticed her boyfriend's abnormal behavior and quickly approached to sweetly take his hand. What's wrong, darling? Are you angry? Heh, I wouldn't dare to be angry at the young lady. So miss you, have you finally come to your senses and stopped thinking about Zhou Goat? Zhang Chao spoke sarcastically to provoke his girlfriend. How could he not be angry today? Ever since his girlfriend met Zhou Fang, she had been distracted. Oh, how could he as her legitimate boyfriend feel about that? Oh, Zhang Chao, I didn't realize you were so petty. I've always regarded Zhou Fang as just an ordinary friend. He has been quite nice to me at the company, helping me whenever I had difficulties. So I treated Zhou Fang like an older brother. I just didn't manage to accept what Jia Jia said today. Please don't be jealous. I won't do it again in the future. Yumin also realized that her performance today was indeed a bit excessive, so she immediately activated her feminine charm to comfort her boyfriend's feelings. But Zhang Chao didn't appreciate it at all. He shoved Yumin's hand away and angrily said, "Yes, I am petty. So what? My girlfriend has another man on her mind. Shouldn't I be petty?" Yumin didn't expect her goodwill would elicit such a strong reaction from her boyfriend, and she felt a bit embarrassed. But she also knew it was her fault for making him feel wronged, so she lowered her stance and took the initiative to admit her mistake. "Darling, I'm sorry, please don't be angry, okay?" Facing her girlfriend's humble apology, Zhang Chaos' anger finally simmered down a bit, but his words remained sharp. How could I say you're wrong? It's clearly my fault. I'm incompetent, I can't afford a big house or a luxury car, and I meddled in your affairs. I deserve to be scolded by your sister. Anyway, it's all my fault, is that alright? Hearing her boyfriend's sarcastic remarks, Yumin also became a bit angry. Zhang Chao, aren't you being a bit excessive? It's one thing to keep bringing it up, but you even dragged my sister into it. What exactly do you want? Seeing Yumin getting angry, Zhang Chao didn't relent either. He had always been proud of being from the provincial city, often dominating the conversation when it came to Yumin from a small place. Today, being outdone by Zhou Fang, an outsider, and receiving cold treatment from his girlfriend, he was already boiling with anger with nowhere to vent it. He immediately retorted loudly, "Am I being excessive, eh?" Yumin, ask yourself, is it me who's being excessive, or is it you? You see a male colleague and call him brother so intimately, and do you think I don't exist? Seeing that he's a wealthy man, you've been lost in thought for half a day. What's wrong? Are you regretting not noticing the handsome and wealthy guy who's been around for the past 5 or 6 years? And you ask me what I want. I want to ask you what exactly you want. Yumin looked coldly at her boyfriend's frantic expression, and she finally got truly angry. Zhang Chao, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I ignore your existence? I've explained to you before, Zhou Fang has always looked after me, and I regard him as an older brother. Our relationship is completely innocent. What's wrong with me having friends? You tell me, after being with you for so many years, when have I ever had any disdain for you? When have I ever been indecisive? How dare you slander our relationship? Ha ha. Am I slandering? Zhang Chao furious laughed mockingly and pointed at his girlfriend, saying angrily, "Do you dare say you had no thoughts today? Do you dare say you know he's a wealthy man and have no other feelings for your Zhou Go? Bah. Look at your lost expression today, it's shameful. Extremely ugly." Hearing her boyfriend's insults, Yumin's face turned pale, her whole body trembling, and she clenched her fists tightly. Yet Zhang Chao ignored his girlfriend's pale complexion, relentlessly pursuing her. "What's wrong? You don't dare to speak. Have I hit the nail on the head, huh? Shameless." But in the face of Zhang Chaos' ridicule and insults, Yumin remained silent, just staring. At that moment, looking at the man before her, her heart felt like ash. She never expected that this was how her boyfriend. At that moment, she couldn't believe that this was the person she had been with for many years and wanted to spend the rest of her life with. Yumin suddenly turned around, leaving Zhang Chao behind, without saying a word. Faced with Yumin's sudden departure, Zhang Chao thought she was just at a loss for words after he exposed her thoughts. He still felt unjust, venting his anger towards his girlfriend without restraint. The two returned to their rented dormitory, one after the other. Once inside, Yumin immediately began packing. "What are you doing?" Upon noticing Yumin's actions, Zhang Chaos' anger flared up again, accompanied by a foreboding feeling. Yumin completely ignored Zhang Chao, quickly packing a few bags before heading towards the door. "Stop right there." Zhang Chao grabbed Yumin's arm, and she forcefully pushed him away, coldly stating, "Zhang Chao, it's over between. You want to break up with me?" Zhang Chao stared at Yumin in disbelief, feeling even more furious and incredibly wronged in his heart. It was clearly Yumin who had wronged him, yet she dared to initiate the breakup first. How could she? Huh? Yumin, your true colors have finally been revealed. You thought I wouldn't see through your intentions, but now you're just throwing caution to the wind, aren't you? Have you looked down on me for a long time? You just hadn't found a better option yet, right? Now that you've discovered your wealthy brother, you're ready to cling to him, aren't you? Zhang Chao continued to question angrily, but Yu Min remained indifferent. Looking at the man before her, her partner of 7 years who was now in a hysterical state, felt so foreign to her. Faced with Yu Min's indifference, Zhang Chao completely lost it, roaring, "Get lost. You worthless trash. Go find your wealthy brother. Remember, it's not that you dumped me, bits that I don't want you anymore." With a loud bang, Zhang Chao slammed the door, the sound echoing abruptly in the corridor. A neighbor opened the door to investigate the noise and found a girl slumped against the wall among a pile of luggage, crying helplessly while covering her face. After her sister and Zhang Chao left, Yu Jia rushed back to the store as quickly as possible to find the manager, seeking the contact information of the owner of the apartment that Zhou Fang was interested in. No matter what, she had to do her utmost to secure Zhou Fang as a client. When she arrived at the store, however, she found everyone looking at her with inexplicable expressions. "Hey, what's wrong with you all? Why are you staring at me like that?" Yu Jia asked bluntly. One colleague pointed toward the manager's office, saying, "You finally returned. The manager has been waiting for you." Yu Jia was puzzled. Could it be because of Zhou Fang and the manager was blaming her for not trying hard enough? She hurried to find the manager, wanting to explain her difficulties and determination. "Manager, it's Yu Jia. May I come in?" "Come in quickly." As soon as Yu Jia knocked, the manager's voice eagerly called out. When she pushed the door open and walked into the room, she realized that there was more than one person in the manager's office. This, so beautiful, so elegant. Upon entering, Yu Jia saw a woman sitting gracefully on the sofa, and she couldn't help but exclaim internally. In the eyes of others, she considered herself a quite attractive young woman, and she had always taken pride in this, never feeling inferior to any city beauty. But now, facing this stunning woman with both beauty and grace, she felt for the first time that she was somehow lacking. This beautiful lady looks a bit familiar. After her moment of amazement, Yu Jia looked at the woman's face and suddenly recalled something, her expression turning incredulous. This is the stubborn homeowner. How could she be here? Without waiting for Yu Jia to react, the manager immediately smiled at the woman sitting there and introduced Ms. Morong. "The person you've been waiting for has arrived. This is Yu Jia, the one who brought someone to view your property today." Morong Zi stood up, looking at Yu Jia with surprise on her face, nodding as she said, "Hello, I am the owner of apartment 801, building 8, at Zijin Yingdianfu. Did you bring a man to view my property today?" "Yes, Hello, I brought a male client to view the property. I was just thinking of asking the manager for your contact information to prepare for our discussion." "Okay, you don't need to speak just yet. He'll ask and you can answer." Faced with the unexpectedly stubborn homeowner, Yu Jia was extremely excited and could hardly believe it. She quickly wanted to express her thoughts, but was interrupted by Morong Zi waving her hand. "Oh, okay, please go ahead with your questions." Having spent a long time in a high position, Morong Zi had developed an aura of authority, and even though Yu Jia was interrupted, she couldn't help but comply with her instructions. "What is the name of the client you took to view the property today? Do you know?" Morong Zi fixed her gaze on Yu Jia's face, asking the first question. "Yes, his surname is Zhou, and his name is Zhou Fang. I even have his phone number." Yu Jia quickly provided the answer, including Zhou Fang's contact information. Morong Zi nodded. "Is he planning to buy my property?" "Yes, Mr. Zhou is very satisfied with your property, but because of your price." Yu Jia hesitated this time. After all, this price was set firmly by Morong Zi herself. But she is the owner of the property. It's her right to set any price. Even if they have grievances and complaints in their hearts, they cannot reveal them in front of the clients. So he thinks the price is too high, and that's why he gave up, right? Morong Zi asked again, to which Yu Jia nodded and replied, "Yes, Mr. Zhou is quite regretful." "Then you can arrange a meeting with him for tomorrow at my property. I want to speak with him personally." "What?" This time, upon hearing Morong Zi's almost ethereal words, Yu Jia was completely stunned. "Oh my God, what did I just hear? This happiness came too quickly. Am I dreaming?" If it weren't for being in the manager's office right now with Morong Zi present, Yu Jia would have loved to scream out loud to express her excitement. She hadn't imagined that just a moment ago, she was racking her brain thinking about how to communicate with the homeowner, what kind of performance would impress her to give Zhou Fang a chance to negotiate and provide herself an opportunity for a big deal. But now she hadn't put in any effort at all, and this incredible stroke of luck had just fallen into her lap. Seeing Yu Jia suddenly caught in joy, looking foolish, the manager hurriedly reminded her, "Xiao, didn't you hear what Ms. Morong said? Quickly call Mr. Zhou right now, hurry." Right, I'll call him now." Yu Jia was snapped back to reality by the manager quickly pulling out her phone to dial Zhou Fang's number. "Hello, Mr. Zhou, this is Yu Jia. I have good news for you. I've gotten in touch with the owner of the property you viewed today. She has agreed to discuss the house details with you in person. Do you have time tomorrow?" "What? You managed to contact the owner so quickly?" Zhou Fang, receiving the call, was equally incredulous, thinking they were joking. He had actually already lost hope for the house that day. After all, this girl had made it sound so definitive that the owner was extremely stubborn, leaving no room for negotiation. Hey, now, just a few hours later you're telling me the owner has agreed to negotiate. Zhou Fang harbored serious doubts, suspecting that Yujia's agency was deliberately misleading clients in order to profit from the situation. After all, in today's society, the impression left by any agency is generally negative. Just as Zhou Fang was internally complaining, Yujia continued, "It's true, Mr. Zhou. The homeowner is currently at our agency, and she has personally agreed to this. All right, then I'll go meet the homeowner tomorrow." Although Zhou Fang was complaining inwardly, he was genuinely satisfied with today's housing opportunity and naturally wouldn't miss the chance to negotiate. Upon receiving Zhou Fang's response, Yujia immediately nodded excitedly at Mu Rongzi, waiting for her response. Mu Rongzi simply nodded to indicate her understanding, and Yujia confirmed the time, with Zhou Fang hanging up the phone. "Well then, since we are in contact, I'll take my leave now. See you tomorrow." With the store manager respectfully seeing her off, Mu Rongzi left Yujia directly. After she left, Yujia was bouncing around with excitement. Those colleagues who had been observing the office situation outside all rushed into the manager's office inquiring about this miraculous turn of events. That evening, although Yujia had not closed the big deal, the atmosphere in the store reached a collective climax due to this sudden change. The store manager was also very happy, immediately waving his hand to treat everyone to a celebratory meal. During the meal, Yujia received a call from her sister Yumin. "What, hey, sis, you mean you've broken up with that guy Zhang Chao?" In high spirits, Yujia did not expect her sister to deliver such an even more surprising piece of news. What on earth was happening? They had come to look at houses together today, preparing to get married. Although she didn't like this prospective brother-in-law, her sister had been with him for many years. How could they just break up like that? Yujia quickly bid farewell to her colleagues and rushed home. Her sister was already taking a taxi with her luggage, heading towards the place Yujia rented. "Sis, what's going on? That jerk Zhang Chao actually kicked you out. This scoundrel, I'm going to settle the score with him." Upon seeing Yumin, Yujia was furious, feeling indignant for her sister, and was ready to confront Zhang Chao. "Forget it, Jia, I was the one who chose to leave. Help me take my luggage to your place first." Sisters carrying luggage arrived at Yujia's dormitory, which was small, but decorated warmly. After organizing her things, Yujia couldn't wait to ask her sister what had happened. Yumin was feeling quite down at that moment, but despite her sister's repeated questioning, she still revealed everything that happened that evening. After listening to her sister's account, Yujia was infuriated. "Zhang Chao is such a dog. What a scoundrel, he's not human. Sister, you've been with him for 7 years, and he actually insults you like this. This scoundrel, I must go find him and settle the score." Yujia was the opposite of Yumin in temperament. She had never tolerated being wronged. How could she watch her sister being bullied by Zhang Chao? She was eager to confront him. "All right, Jia, just let it go. Let's not mention that person anymore." Yumin stopped her fiercely determined sister, her face filled with disappointment. "Why should we let it go? Why should that bastard get off so easily? He even has the nerve to slander you without considering the filthy things he's done in the past." Yujia recalled some past events, feeling indignant for her sister. Zhang Chao had once been caught two-timing her. Later, this guy knelt in front of her sister, crying and pleading for forgiveness. Her sister, feeling soft-hearted, took him back. Now he actually turned the tables, slandering her sister and accusing her of having an improper relationship with Zhou Fang. Zhang Chao is nothing but dog shit. No, even worse than dog shit. Every day he flaunts his identity as a person from the provincial capital, acting as if he's something extraordinary, treating us like ignorant outsiders. Who does he think he is? Sister, after all these years with him, what good has come of it? A grown man often depends on you to support him. You tell me, how many jobs has he changed over the years? Every time he's unemployed, he comes to ask you for money, even the rent has been paid by you, so what right does he have to kick you out? Yujia continued to rattle on about Zhang Chaos misdeeds, but seeing her sister silently weeping, she actually felt more resentment towards her sister. Her sister had always been soft-hearted and kind. During her time with Zhang Chao, she had always been the one giving more, yet ended up with nothing good. She and their parents had persuaded her sister before, but she could never refuse Zhang Chaos' fake tears, which left their family disappointed. Alas, truly lamenting her misfortune and angry at her lack of resolve. "Sis, I tell you, this time you must completely sever ties with that bastard Zhang Chao. Don't let this guy regret it later and come back to plead with you, saying a few good words, and you foolishly forgive him." Facing Yujia's advice, Yumin nodded dejectedly. "I won't. This time I've completely given up. I will never forgive him again." Upon hearing her sister's words, Yujia finally nodded in relief. That night the two sisters lay on the same bed, and Yujia suddenly asked Yumin softly, "Sis, what do you think of Mr. Zhou?" "Huh?" Yumin was lost in her own thoughts and didn't expect Yujia's sudden question to catch her off guard. "What about him?" Yujia replied, "Sis, you've been colleagues with Mr. Zhou for so many years. In your impression, what do you think of Brother Zhou? Is a great person. He is straightforward, accepting of others, cultured, yet also resolute and decisive. Yu Min recalled some fragments of Zhou Fang and shared his characteristics with her sister. Really? Sis, I didn't know Mr. Zhou was so perfect in your eyes. After all these years, haven't you ever had— Yu Jia became a little gossipy, and Yu Min immediately scolded. Jia, what are you talking about? I've always treated Zhou Fang like a brother. Besides, brother Zhou has a girlfriend, but I heard they broke up when he left last time. Really? They broke up? Isn't that woman crazy? A man as good as him, and so wealthy, how could she bear to break up? Yu Jia was shocked, unable to believe it. A high-rich, handsome guy like Zhou Fang could be so easily discarded by a woman. I don't know the details. Brother Zhou didn't elaborate to me. Yu Min also hadn't inquired about the details from Zhou Fang. He naturally wouldn't go around telling people about his breakup. Sis, why don't you? You can try dating Mr. Zhou now. After all, you are both single and familiar with each other. If there happens to be a spark, that would be wonderful. Sister, to be honest, Zhou Fang is 1,000 times better than that bastard Zhang Chao. Look at him, he is handsome, tall, and wealthy, simply the Prince Charming in the hearts of countless girls. If you get together with him, you will definitely be much happier than being with Zhang Chao. Yu Min listened in astonishment to her sister's words. She had never harbored any improper thoughts about Zhou Fang. But now, recalling the impression Zhou Fang left in her heart, he indeed seemed perfect. But is it really possible for her to be with brother Zhou? Yu Min suddenly felt her ears heat up, randomly interrupting Yu Jia's words. Don't talk nonsense. How could brother Zhou possibly like you, sister? What do you mean he wouldn't? I think you two are quite a match, at least 1,000,000 times better than Zhang Chao. Besides, sister, you are not bad at all. You are beautiful and gentle. Apart from not having as much money, what about you isn't a match for Mr. Zhou? Yu Jia immediately boosted her sister's confidence, determined that she would never let her sister reconcile with that dog of Zhang Chao. That bastard Zhang Chao is trying to slander you and Mr. Zhou, so we should make this matter real. Otherwise, why should we let him defame us? Let's show him and make him furious. Yu Min lay on the bed listening to her sister mumble for a long time before drifting into a dream. In her dream, she unexpectedly saw Zhou Fang's smiling face. Morongzi left the storefront of I Love My Home, walking alone into the nearby community. Arriving at the house where Yu Jia and Zhou Fang went to see earlier today, Morongzi opened the door, gazing at everything familiar, inside her heart trembling slightly. Today she was supposed to be in Magic City discussing business with clients. However, at some point in the afternoon, she suddenly received a notification on her phone about movement detected by the camera in her property in Jinling. She wasn't particularly surprised by this notification, as it happened a few times each month with agents showing houses and cleaning services, as she occasionally would check in. Today was no different. She opened the camera, but when she saw the two figures inside, her body trembled, and she covered her mouth in shock. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Wan Qing. How could this be possible? The person who had passed away a year ago was now appearing in her sight. What a coincidence that he appeared in this very room. In that moment, Morongzi could no longer maintain her composure. She left her client meeting, without hesitation, leaving her bewildered subordinates behind, and rushed to Jinling. All the way her mind was filled with the face of the man from the video and the memory of Wan Qing. The two faces were remarkably alike. She couldn't understand whether she was hallucinating or if there really was another Wan Qing in this world. At this moment, she had to see it for herself. Upon arriving in Jinling, she hurried to her house, but it was already empty inside. She then went to the agency where the property was listed. Only here did she have the key she had left for viewing. When she inquired here, it turned out that today a client had been taken by the agent to view the house. At this moment, she stood there, her mind racing, outwardly calm, yet her heart was tumultuous. She had known Wan Qing since childhood, their families were friends, and they had grown up together as childhood sweethearts. Unfortunately, while she had feelings for him, he only saw her as a partner without the romantic affection she had hoped for. Morongzi was born proud and could not engage in clingy behavior. Since fate was unkind, she could only hide her feelings deep in her heart. Later, Wan Qing met her best friend Shin Nanqing through Morongzi, and they fell in love at first sight, becoming a couple. Morongzi could only silently bless them. As for her, she later got entangled with that scoundrel Jin Xiaoyan, which was unbearable, and in the end could only remain single until now. Yet even so, she never forgot that man. The house here was bought by her when Wan Qing had not yet married. Shin Nanqing designed according to Wan Qing's preferences with a renowned designer. Wan Qing once said that among all the cities in the country, his favorite was Jinling. He loved the imperial grandeur, here the all-encompassing nature, the stability and liveliness, and the elegance and depth. He mentioned that when he grew old and could no longer travel the world, he would settle in Jinling, strolling beneath the phoenix trees, enjoying the last rays of life. Morongzi kept this in her heart, and quietly bought this house, intending it as a wedding gift for them when Wan Qing married Shin Nanqing. Later, Wan Qing specifically thanked her, but returned the key to Morongzi. He said, Thank you Morongzi for remembering this wish of mine and my preferences. But now was not the best time for him to move in. He asked Morongzi to keep it safe for him, promising that when the time was right he would personally come to retrieve it. Unfortunately, life is unpredictable. Morongzi devotedly kept it for many years, but could no longer wait for Wanqing to come and retrieve this house. After Wanqing's death, Morongzi felt as if her heart had turned to ash. She didn't know how to deal with this house. She wanted to keep it, but feared being reminded of him. She wanted to throw it away, but couldn't face her own feelings. In the end, she listed the house with a trading company, but set an extremely outrageous price. She thought, let fate decide. No matter the outcome, it would at least be a way to deceive her own heart and give closure to her feelings. But today this person with a face exactly like Wanqing's unexpectedly appeared here. Could it be fate's arrangement? The next morning the Yu sisters woke up. Yu Jia was extremely excited because Morongzi's sudden appearance might represent a huge turning point for her. If she could successfully facilitate today's transaction, not only would she earn a substantial commission, but she would also become famous in the agency. In the future, her career path would rise to new heights. Sister Yumin, on the other hand, felt her heart racing. She never expected that because of her sister's few words before sleeping, she would have such an absurd dream. The face in the dream, those images, even now made her blush slightly at the thought. Sister, I'm heading to work. You stay at home. If that bastard Zhang Chao dares to trouble you, just call me, and I'll make sure to scold him. By the way, sister, remember the suggestion I gave you last night. Think about it carefully. Yu Jia, still not at ease, leaving Yumin alone, reminded her as she left. Oh, come on. What are you talking about so early in the morning? Her sister's words made Yumin's heart race again. Her face flushed as she urged her sister to hurry and leave. At the appointed time, Zhou Fang once again arrived at the Love My Home real estate agency. Yu Jia had been waiting there with eager anticipation, and the moment she saw Zhou Fang, her face lit up with joy, as if greeting a long-lost relative, and she hurried forward to welcome him. Mr. Zhou, hello. Hello, miss you. Has the homeowner arrived? Yes. The homeowner is already waiting at home. He'll take you there right away. All right, let's go then. The two of them made their way to Building 8, Apartment 801, which they had viewed the previous day, and knocked on the door before entering. Upon hearing the knock, Morongzi took a deep breath. From last night until today, an irrepressible anxiety had gnawed at her heart. Yet now that the moment of meeting had truly arrived, she forced herself to calm down. As she opened the door, her eyes narrowed sharply. A profoundly familiar man stood at the doorstep alongside the agent from yesterday. He looked so much like. He could almost be the same person. Morongzi's hard-won composure shattered once more. Her breathing quickened, and her gaze locked on Zhou Fang's face, unable to tear herself away even for an instant. Meanwhile, at the doorway, Zhou Fang and Yu Jia had different thoughts upon seeing the homeowner. Zhou Fang looked at the notoriously stubborn owner he had heard so much about, and was taken aback. What a stunningly beautiful woman. But why did she look so strange staring at him like that? He didn't think he possessed such charm that a woman this beautiful would fall for him at first sight. Moreover, her gaze wasn't one of tender affection, rather it held an intensity, like meeting an old friend. Yu Jia was equally curious. Yesterday, even when silent, Morongzi had exuded an air of elegance and grace. But today, upon their first meeting, she stared fixedly at Mr. Zhou, her eyes even rimmed with red. Could it be that Mr. Zhou's appeal was so great that he had captivated this extraordinary Miss Morong at a single glance? A woman of her status must have seen her share of wealthy and handsome men. Yet a sudden thought crossed her mind. Damn, if even a woman like this can fall for Mr. Zhou at first sight, then my sister really doesn't stand a chance. Ms. Morong, hello? This is the Mr. Zhou Fang I mentioned who wants to view the property. Mr. Zhou, this is the homeowner, Miss Morongzi. Seeing Morongzi lost in her gaze at Zhou Fang, Yu Jia seized the opportunity of the introduction to break her trance. Zhou Fang. Morongzi murmured, almost involuntarily calling out his name. So the man before her was truly not the one from her memories. But Zhou Fang was startled by Yu Jia's introduction. Morongzi. This radiant and captivating woman was Morongzi, the sister of that infatuated playboy Morong the goddess who had Jin Xiaodian acting like a devoted admirer, the one who believed the orange cat was a stone-cutting prodigy and wanted to recruit him into her company. She was also Shen Nankin's best friend. No wonder. From the moment she opened the door, Morongzi had stared at him as if spellbound. In that instant, Zhou Fang understood the sudden change in the homeowner's attitude over the past 2 days. It was because of his face again, the face of Shen Nankin's deceased husband Wanqing. He suddenly looked up at the ceiling above the door where a camera was mounted. So she had recognized his face from there when he came to view the house yesterday. And that was why she had abruptly changed her mind, wanting to negotiate the price with him in person. At this moment, a tumult of complex emotions surged within Zhou Fang. After the incident with Shen Nanqing, he realized he had no desire to be a substitute for anyone else. Regardless of her identity or what advantages this resemblance might bring, he wanted none of it. He only wanted to be himself, the unique Zhou Fang. For a moment looking at Morongzi and then at the house, a wave of indifference washed over him. He no longer felt an urgent need to buy this house. I apologize for my rudeness. Please both of you come in. Jolted back to reality by Yu Jia's words, Morongzi felt a bit embarrassed and invited them inside. After all, Morongzi was not Shen Nanqin nor Wanqin's most beloved. Though she was stirred with mixed emotions upon seeing Zhou Fang, she did not lose control like Shen Nanqin had. Yu Jia quickly pulled out shoe covers from her bag for herself and Zhou Fang. But Morongzi stopped them, saying, "No need for such trouble. Please just come in directly." Once inside, Morongzi spoke first. "Mr. Zhou, hello. You wish to purchase this house, is that correct?" "Yes, I am quite interested in this property, but—" Before Zhou Fang could finish, Morongzi interrupted. "Mr. Zhou, since you've taken a liking to this house, what price are you willing to offer?" At the same time, Morongzi frowned slightly. Why did Zhou Fang's voice sound so familiar? She felt she had heard it somewhere before. For a moment, Morongzi couldn't place it. That it was the voice of the orange cat who loves fish she had once gone to great lengths to find. She inwardly dismissed it as her own bias, mistaking him for the man in her memories, and thus even his voice seemed familiar. Morongzi's directness caught Yu Jia off guard. Had this Miss Morong suddenly become so easy to deal with? Could she really have taken a fancy to Mr. Zhou? Yu Jia's inner gossip mill churned wildly. Zhou Fang, however, understood the situation clearly. But he was here to buy a house today, and since she hadn't openly pressed him about his identity, he would treat this as a business transaction. The house is well decorated. I can accept a price slightly above the market rate. Hearing Zhou Fang's calm tone, Morongzi nodded and turned to Yu Jia. "Miss Yu, what is the current market price for this property?" "Oh." Yu Jia's heart skipped a beat again at Morongzi's words. This was abnormal, highly abnormal. Still, she quickly slipped into her role as a real estate agent. After all, closing this deal today would bring her significant benefits. As for the gossip, she could savor it slowly later. "Ms. Morong, based on current market conditions, your property is valued at around 50 to 60 million. However, your renovation is indeed superior to others, so the price could be slightly higher." "All right, let's settle at 50 million. Mr. Zhou, what do you think?" Upon hearing Yu Jia's estimate, Morongzi wasted no time and named her price directly. This left Yu Jia utterly astounded. Good heavens! Has Miss Morong lost her mind? Just a few days ago she was adamant about 100 million, and now after just one look at Mr. Zhou, she's cut it in half. What a grand gesture to win a man's heart. Sis, I truly feel sorry for you. Even if we sold everything we own, we couldn't match this. In the rented small room, Yu Min was unaware that her sister had confidently urged her to try pursuing Zhou Fang last night, only to now be handed a death sentence. Upon hearing Morongzi's quote, Yu Jia was utterly shocked, while Zhou Fang frowned. This left Yu Jia bewildered. Could it be that Mr. Zhou was not satisfied with this price? Weren't you super fond of the house yesterday? You even said that a slightly higher price wouldn't matter. Are you really just messing with us, pretending to be rich? Damn. If Zhang Chaos' ridiculous remark turns out to be true, then I've had quite the amusement these past couple of days. Ignoring Yu Jia's rapid thoughts, Zhou Fang looked at Morongzi and furrowed his brow, saying, "Ms. Morong, to be honest, this price is very low and does not reflect the true value of such quality housing. Let's set the highest price at 60 million. If you agree, we can settle the full payment today." Zhou Fang didn't want to owe a favor to the deceased man for no reason. So at this moment he was willing to spend a little more money. Damn. Yu Jia was left dumbfounded upon hearing Zhou Fang's quote. What on earth was going on? I've sold so many houses, yet I've never encountered a seller quoting a low price while the buyer wanted to raise it. Today I've seen two in one go. This is truly eye-opening. Disregarding Yu Jia, who was completely dazed and confused, Morongzi remained composed and nodded. Whatever Mr. Zhou says goes. Since both parties have no objections, we can consider it a deal. After saying this, Morongzi extended her hand toward Zhou Fang. Sure. Zhou Fang also extended his hand, and with a handshake the transaction was settled. Watching the broad and thick palm clasp with a delicate and slender hand, Yu Jia felt she had exhausted all her life's astonishment. Oh my God, the house was sold just like that. Is this real? Please God, don't deceive me. Ooh, I couldn't even dare to dream that such absurdity existed in this world. Miss Yu, since the deal has been struck, let's go to your store to sign the housing contract. This time it was Morongzi who reminded Yu Jia, who was still in a daze. Yes. I'm so sorry, I'm just too excited. Ooh, I never expected you two would reach a deal so quickly. They'll take you to the store to sign the contract right now? Yu Jia was overwhelmed by this sudden surprise, quickly leading the way out while excitedly messaging the store manager to prepare the contract. After a long while, once all the signatures were completed, Zhou Fang, in front of Morongzi and several agents from the store, directly transferred the full payment into a bank escrow account, officially completing the transaction. Once the ownership transfer is completed, the property at Building 8, Apartment 801 will become Zhou Fang's exclusive property in the provincial city, fulfilling his long-held desire to settle down there. At this moment, the anxiety that had burdened Yu Jia's heart finally settled. This time she struck it rich. After several years in the industry, this was not only her largest deal, but also the easiest sale she had ever made. Yu Jia's colleagues were equally envious and jealous, and they were also extremely shocked. Who would have thought that a super difficult deal that had been hanging for a year would be so effortlessly closed by Yu Jia thanks to a client she lured in through a live stream? But they were even more curious as to why the normally tight-lipped Ms. Morong suddenly made an exception this time. However, this question could only yield an ambiguous answer from Yu Jia, as Morong Z would never disclose the specific reason to the outside world. She was a very rational woman, unlike Shen Nanqin, who was more emotional. That man was indeed gone and would never return, and Zhou Fang merely bore a similar face. He was not the same person she remembered. But what she didn't know was that Zhou Fang had already understood the ins and outs of the situation, though he wouldn't voluntarily disclose this fact. After completing the paperwork, the transfer would be handled by Wu Jia Realty, a large company known for its comprehensive services, especially dedicated to such significant deals. As they bid farewell to the agents, Murong Zi's mood turned somewhat low. She glanced back at the direction of the house, a fleeting emotion crossing her gaze. Wanqing did not move into this house as promised, and now Zhou Fang appeared as the owner. Could this be heaven's arrangement? Mr. Zhou, I hope you will cherish this house. Thank you. Murong Zi gave Zhou Fang a deep glance, and Zhou Fang nodded naturally. Of course, after all, I'm going to live here. After their polite farewell, Murong Zi tapped her phone, and soon a luxurious Rolls-Royce drove over from the opposite parking lot, and she got in and left. Watching Murong Zi depart, Zhou Fang breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried that this woman would cause a lot of complications due to his face, just like Shen Nanqin. Now seeing her demeanor, there was no entanglement, which could be considered a satisfactory outcome. Just as Zhou Fang was about to leave, someone suddenly called out to him from behind. Mr. Zhou, wait. It was Yu Jia, the sister of his old colleague, who suddenly rushed out of the store to stop Zhou Fang. What's up, miss you? Is there anything else? Yes. I wanted to thank you for giving me the opportunity to buy a house. And also, seeing the girl's conflicted expression, Zhou Fang smiled. There's no need to thank me. We are mutually benefiting each other. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have found such a desirable house, would I? And if you have anything to say, just say it. After all, I'm an old colleague of your sister, and I'll do my best to help if you need it. No, it's not my business. Eagerly waving her hands, Yu Jia quickly replied, Mr. Zhou, it's actually about my sister. Your sister? What happened to you, Min? Zhou Fang asked, puzzled. My sister broke up yesterday. Yu Jia bit her lip and finally revealed the news. Indeed, Zhou Fang was taken aback upon hearing this. Broke up? What do you mean? Didn't your sister say she was going to marry her boyfriend after buying the house yesterday? How could they suddenly break up? This news truly surprised Zhou Fang, but why was this girl suddenly telling me this? Could it have something to do with? Yu Jia met Zhou Fang's gaze and made a decision, quickly recounting the reason for her sister's breakup with Zhang Chao the previous night. As for whether there were any embellishments in this process, only Yu Jia herself would know. After hearing Yu Jia's account, Zhou Fang was instantly at a loss for words. Wow. It really has something to do with me, but I feel so wronged. Just as Yumin saw him as a brother, Zhou Fang had no other thoughts about Yumin. They were simply normal friends and colleagues. Yesterday, while talking with Yumin, he noticed her boyfriend's gaze towards him was a bit off, so he left immediately. Who would have thought that this alone would make Yumin's boyfriend so jealous that they ended up breaking up? After Morongzi got into the car, she instructed the driver to head back to Magic City, leaning back in the rear seat, with her eyes closed, lost in thought. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, filled with disbelief. She remembered why Zhou Fang's voice sounded so familiar. It was the orange cat that loves fish. It was him, the exact same voice. Since that incident, she had always remembered the voice of this stone-cutting genius. However, today her mind was disturbed by the matter concerning Zhou Fang, and that man, causing her to momentarily forget. But now as she calmed down, she finally found the source of that familiar voice. How unexpected. Despite all her efforts, she had failed to find any clues about the orange cat, and in the end, she was thwarted by that scoundrel Jin Xiaoyan, leading to the orange cat being unreachable online. Now unexpectedly, she had met the real orange cat. This world was truly bizarre. In an instant, Morongzi thought of turning around and returning to Jinling to find Zhou Fang. But soon she calmed her excited emotions, as she had already stood up her client in Magic City once. If she continued to act recklessly, this business deal would surely be ruined. Now it was better to return quickly and finalize the business matters. After all this time, she had learned of Zhou Fang's existence and knew his address. He could no longer escape her sight. Zhou Fang followed Yu Jia to the dormitory where the sisters lived, where he met his old colleague Yu Min. Oh, Yu Min doesn't seem to be acting strangely, Zhou Fang remarked, puzzled, glancing at Yu Jia, who was deliberately avoiding his gaze. Previously, this little girl had exaggeratedly claimed in front of Zhou Fang that her sister had broken up with Zhang Chao because of him and had been kicked out. Now her sister was at home very sad and in tears, hoping Zhou Fang would come to comfort her. Zhou Fang didn't mind, after all he had a good relationship with them and it wasn't a big deal to drop by. However, upon arriving, he found that things were not as the little girl had described. Yu Min seemed perfectly normal. When Yu Min saw Zhou Fang, she was also surprised, though she never expected her bold sister to bring Zhou Fang in front of her without even greeting her. Yu Min momentarily felt flustered and hurriedly greeted Zhou Fang, saying, "Brother, what brings you here? Did my sister say something ridiculous to you?" "No, I just came to see you," Zhou Fang replied with a faint smile, but then immediately changed to a serious expression, saying, "I'm really sorry, I didn't expect my presence would cause you such distress." No, brother, it's not your fault." Hearing Zhou Fang's sudden apology, Yu Min panicked and quickly denied it was Zhou Fang's doing. As she spoke, she shot a glare at her sister who had caused trouble, but Yu Jia didn't care about that. Today she had noticed that Murongzi's feelings towards Zhou Fang were clearly unusual. If the other party indeed had any improper thoughts about Zhou Fang, her honest sister would stand no chance. She felt that if she wanted her sister to have a chance to be with Zhou Fang, she needed to take the initiative. She had to create opportunities if there were none. So she steeled herself and recklessly persuaded Zhou Fang to come to their home. "Brother, please sit down or I'll get you some water. The place is a bit small, so please bear with me." Yu Min quickly invited Zhou Fang to sit and went to fetch a cup of water, nearly tripping over something in the process. Seeing Yu Min suddenly flustered, Zhou Fang couldn't help but chuckle. This girl had been quite composed at the company, yet now she was so awkward in her own home. Yu Min was indeed very flustered. If it had been before, she would have been very natural and generous in front of Zhou Fang, without thinking of anything messy. But ever since her sister had said something random last night, and after having a ridiculous dream, facing Zhou Fang suddenly made it hard for her to maintain her usual calm. Yu Min handed the cup of water to Zhou Fang, who took a sip and said, "Yu Min, should I find an opportunity to explain things to your boyfriend face to face? You have been together for so many years, it's a pity for it to end like this." To Zhou Fang's words, Yu Min showed no reaction, but Yu Jia immediately interjected to reject it. "No, Mr. Zhou, my sister has completely broken up with that scoundrel Zhang Chao this time, and will never You must not pay any attention to him. That guy is a villain who cries first. He has his own mess and wants to dump it on my sister. I'm going to settle scores with him." No way, Yu Jia would never allow Zhou Fang to mediate between her sister and that jerk Zhang Chao. She would rather see that scoundrel Zhang Chao disappear completely and never reappear in front of her sister to prevent her soft-hearted sister from forgiving that jerk again. Moreover, right now she was wholeheartedly trying to get her sister to latch onto the big, sturdy Zhou Fang. After all, today she had truly witnessed Zhou Fang's wealth. He casually spent tens of millions without batting an eye, proving he was a genuine rich and handsome guy. Upon hearing Zhou Fang's words, Yu Min also shook her head slightly, saying, "Brother, it's really not your fault, it's our own issue. Actually, this is better, but has allowed me to see Zhang Chaos' true colors. This way I won't regret it later on." Zhou Fang, seeing this, no longer pressed the matter. After all, matters of the heart are best understood by oneself, and an outsider cannot act rashly. "All right then, since you seem fine, I can rest assured. It's noon, and I'm hungry. How about this? Today is my lucky day, and I'll treat you sisters to a meal to celebrate." Zhou Fang put down the cup, looking at the sisters. Upon hearing this, Yu Jia immediately raised both hands in approval, exclaiming, "Great." She had originally wanted to find an opportunity for her sister and Zhou Fang to spend more time together, but unexpectedly the opportunity had presented itself. So she quickly said, "Sure, Mr. Zhou, today you helped me close a big deal, so I'll treat you both." Yu Min realized at that moment that Zhou Fang had definitely reached a transaction agreement with her sister, and she felt quite happy for her sister. At the same time, she felt a bit sad, realizing that just yesterday she had been house hunting and dreaming of a future marriage. Now Zhou Fang had already bought a house, while she had become a solitary figure. However, even at this moment, she still found it hard to understand how Zhou Gu had suddenly become a wealthy person. Zhou Fang was unaware of Yu Jia's thoughts as he treated the two sisters to a lavish meal before bidding farewell and heading home. He was preparing to move into his new house today. When Murongzi left, she had already handed him the keys to the house in advance, allowing him to move in first while the other tedious procedures could be completed gradually. During the meal, Yu Min did not ask Zhou Fang why he had suddenly become wealthy, as it was Zhou Guest's private matter, and she felt it inappropriate to inquire since he did not bring it up. However, Yu Jia watched her sister quietly sitting through the meal, not engaging with Zhou Fang as she had expected, which made her quite anxious. She tried multiple times to catch her sister's attention, but her sister completely ignored her hints. Ultimately, Yu Jia could only sigh in disappointment, lamenting her elder sister's lack of initiative. After dealing with the rental apartment, an old car in the suburbs, Zhou Fang successfully moved into his new home 2 days later. It had been nearly 2 months since he won the lottery, and by now the excitement had long subsided, with few people paying attention to his departure. Moving didn't require much effort. He left most of his old belongings for the landlord. Having rented the landlord's house for many years, the landlord was quite reasonable, never raising the rent significantly, and returned the deposit politely when he left. The new home was well equipped with various facilities, needing only some daily necessities for him to live his ordinary life. With the house settled, he was ready to accumulate capital once again. With his first experience behind him, Zhou Fang began to cast his spells again. Summon the troops. Whoever I point to is who they are. Stop. Zhou Fang opened his eyes and looked at the stock name he had pointed to. XXX. What? His old employer. What is going on? Zhou Fang himself did not expect that this time he would point to the stock of his former employer. Since new regulations were issued for their industry, it felt as though the entire sector had been submerged in a disaster. Many peers were either forced to shut down or switch careers. Initially, the stock prices of leading companies were absurdly high, but now they had all plummeted into the red. Zhou Fang's former employer was no exception. Their stock price kept falling. It had even dropped below $10 per share. The entire financial market had completely abandoned this industry, with everyone predicting when these leading companies would enter the countdown to delisting. Given this situation, why did heaven provide him with such a sign? Zhou Fang was taken aback as he suddenly recalled what the company leader had said when he left, about entering a new track in the next phase, stating that there was great potential ahead. Could it be that this time his old employer had indeed seized the opportunity to rise again? Zhou Fang immediately searched online for information about his former company. XXX company announces entry into the live commerce industry. XXX declares that the new industry has great potential and its new business has already commenced. Live commerce. Zhou Fang had certainly heard of this new industry that was just reheating leftovers. Years ago, major e-commerce platforms had already seen the rise of live commerce hosts, but it had not created any significant waves, with few breaking out into the mainstream. However, with technological advancements, short video services gradually became the preferred entertainment choice for the public, especially platforms like Kuaishou and Douyin, which had risen to prominence on the internet. On these two platforms, the live commerce industry began to eat away at the territory of older live streaming platforms, much like how Zhou Fang's previous love to eat fish orange cat had started to decline. Bang! After pondering for a while, Zhou Fang suddenly slapped the table, deciding to go all in. Since he had chosen this path, he would give it his all, and bang! After pondering for a while, Zhou Fang suddenly slapped the table, deciding to go all in. Since he had chosen this path, he would give it his all and charge ahead. He immediately dove into the intense and thrilling stock market operations, boldly managing his account and decisively purchasing a large amount of his former employer's stock. Zhou Fang's actions did not go unnoticed by Qi Kaihong. Since Zhou Fang had cleared out his holdings in Xinda Transportation previously, she had gotten wind of news at home that the authorities had begun to intervene, controlling the behind-the-scenes manipulators of the stock market anomaly. However, this news had been tightly sealed, and there had not been any significant movements in society for the time being. Zhou Fang's bizarre maneuvers not only brought immense profits to himself, but also left others astonished by the timing of his actions. Qi Kaihong could not fathom how Zhou Fang was able to navigate this anomaly in the stock market so effortlessly. Aside from having someone backing him, she truly could not find any other reasonable explanation. And now Zhou Fang was not receptive to her goodwill, leaving her feeling helpless. However, it pained her to watch this former partner slip step by step into the bottomless abyss. She could only continue to monitor Zhou Fang's movements, but he had been inactive for the past couple of days. Unexpectedly today, Zhou Fang's account became active. Buying XXX stock. Qi Kaihong was greatly surprised. Wasn't Zhou Fang a former employee of this company? Why would he jump into this quagmire that everyone else was avoiding at this moment? She certainly understood the situation in the education and training industry, and the so-called new track for XXX company was also the focus of attention among peers. However, everyone was not optimistic about it. After all, even major e-commerce platforms had not made any significant impact. How could an outsider like XXX expect to thrive? As someone involved in the industry, Zhou Fang should have been well aware of the circumstances. Where did he find the confidence to charge in at this moment? Was there someone providing him with accurate information? It shouldn't be the case. Qi Kaihong could not comprehend the previous incident with Xinda Transportation had indeed involved some behind-the-scenes manipulation. If Zhou Fang had a powerful figure behind him who had early access to certain special intel, he could indeed profit from it. But this time with XXX company, not even a trace of background information had surfaced. Could it be that Zhou Fang's connections were stronger than hers? Impossible. Chi Kaihong immediately shook her head, dismissing this hard-to-believe conclusion. Because if someone were truly in such a position, they wouldn't need these petty tricks and would disdain such trivial matters. While Chi Kaihong was puzzled, others on the other side were equally intrigued. The department that had previously participated in the crackdown on the behind-the-scenes manipulators of Shinda Transportation was now fully engaged in investigating and addressing this recent stock market anomaly. Because of a remark from their leader, these individuals had specifically kept an eye on Zhou Fang's every move. After reviewing a large number of reports sent by his subordinates, the leader suddenly noticed that the little loach that had previously piqued his interest was now making new moves. Interesting. But on what basis is this young man making such heavy investments this time? The leader looked at Zhou Fang's report, feeling both intrigued and somewhat bewildered. At this moment, they had not received any confidential information regarding XXX Company, which indicated that at least in the near future this company had no issues. Could it be that this kid was truly just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, or did he possess special channel information that even they were unaware of? In the following 3 consecutive trading days, Zhou Fang used astonishing purchasing power to buy a large amount of his former employer's stocks. This not only successfully halted the downward trend of his former employer's stock price, but also led to a continuous rise, ultimately breaking through the 10 yuan mark. This action was like throwing a large stone into a calm lake, creating ripples upon ripples. As a result, various reactions emerged in the market, the most noticeable being that numerous education and training stocks experienced a minor surge. Financial institutions also began to get busy searching everywhere for the source of this substantial capital, trying to confirm whether XXX Company had any new favorable information. The vast number of retail investors exerted all their efforts to inquire about the sudden surge. Although ultimately yielding no results, one thing was certain: Zhou Fang's appearance brought renewed vitality and possibilities to the entire stock market. Strange. Even at this point, someone still has faith in education and training stocks. Who knows? Could it be that someone has discerned the intentions of the higher-ups and received special information? It's also possible that someone sees potential in XXX Company's new venture. Haven't you seen the news about XXX? They are officially entering the live streaming sales market now. Indeed, short videos are so popular now, with a huge number of users. There is indeed great potential in this area. If that's the case, now is the best time to enter the market. With prices this low, if one bets correctly, it could lead to immense wealth. Hold on, based on our 30 years of stock market experience, it's best for everyone to wait a bit and observe the What if someone is deliberately hyping things up and we retail investors get caught in the dark only to hand our shares over to those manipulators? The market was rife with rumors about the bizarre rise of education and training stocks, yet only a few dared to enter and bottom fish at this moment. However, because of Zhou Fang's actions this time, many trapped retail investors finally had a chance to breathe and saw a glimmer of hope. But the ultimate outcome might disappoint them, as Zhou Fang's stock buying plan had already come to an end. This time he spent nearly 300 million in cash, and the stocks he purchased were nearing the market's 5% disclosure threshold. Recently, he also studied some stock market knowledge. If a retail investor holds more than 5% of a certain company's stocks, they must report to major regulatory bodies, and their personal identity and intentions will be disclosed by the stock company. This was a scenario Zhou Fang did not want to face yet. So even though he still had a considerable amount of funds at hand, and the securities firm could offer him leverage trading, he stopped his bottom fishing actions. Matters must be done step by step, and meals should be eaten one bite at a time. While Zhou Fang had a strong desire to accumulate capital, he did not want his actions to attract too much attention. If he were exposed to the spotlight, his subsequent actions would become passive. However, Zhou Fang was unaware that despite his careful concealment, many were aware of all his details. In the market, due to Zhou Fang stirring the waters again, education and training stocks became lively for several days. But as he ceased further actions, the market's enthusiasm reverted to its original state. What a relief. Thankfully, I predicted the manipulators' motives in advance, as sure enough they are now. That's right, they were strong for a few days, but they were soon brought back to square one. Learning from past mistakes, although we are retail investors, we cannot let these greedy manipulators play it. Retail investors were not optimistic about the resurrection of education and training stocks, and financial institutions had not found any favorable information about the industry. In the following several trading days, the stocks Zhou Fang held in XXX started to decline again. In just a few days, the value of the stocks he held dropped by more than 10%. But he did not care about the market's feedback. As long as that enigmatic spiritual connection did not manifest, he could let his former employer develop as they wished. During these days, Zhou Fang suddenly faced new troubles. Ever since moving into his new house, Yujia, his sister, lived nearby and would often come over to visit. Of course, this was all Yujia's clever idea, and Yumin felt a bit embarrassed. On one hand, Yu Jia used the excuse of bringing her sister to visit Zhou Fang's mansion, and on the other hand, she took the opportunity to run various errands for Zhou Fang, striving to create opportunities for her sister and Zhou Fang to interact. After some time, even Zhou Fang, no matter how slow he was, realized this mischievous girl's intentions. Zhou Fang sighed gently, bitterly smiling to himself. Yu Min was indeed a beautiful girl, but no one could deny this. However, Yu Jia's enthusiastic matchmaking left him both amused and perplexed. He and her sister had been colleagues for so many years. If there were any possibilities between them, it would have manifested in a different form long ago. Zhou Fang was not a piece of ice that refused to melt. On the contrary, he held a deep love and respect for human emotions. However, deep down, he had never harbored any improper thoughts about Yu Min. His respect and understanding for her had long surpassed a mere colleague relationship. Zhou Fang suddenly noticed that Yu Min seemed to have been influenced by her sister Yu Jia and had become a bit more proactive. She showed deep concern for his daily life, and the frequency of text messages from her gradually increased. Sometimes she would even cook delicious meals herself and personally deliver them for him to taste. This delicate emotional entanglement brought Zhou Fang a sweet sense of confusion. However, at this moment, he did not wish to enter a new romantic chapter. This delicate emotional entanglement brought Zhou Fang a sweet sense of confusion. However, at this moment, he did not wish to enter a new romantic chapter. This delicate emotional entanglement brought Zhou Fang a sweet sense of confusion. However, at this moment, he did not wish to enter a new romantic chapter in his life. Not only had the emotional setbacks from his ex-girlfriend Zhao Yueyao affected him, but the unexpected encounter with Xin Nanqin also made him cautious about his emotions now. Moreover, he vaguely felt that the change in Yu Min's feelings towards him might also be due to the enhancement of his wealth. The feeling of sweating profusely is truly refreshing. Zhou Fang walked out of the room drenched in sweat. Having a gym at home is indeed convenient. Now engaging in intense workouts every day has become his routine. After all, now that he has money, maintaining a healthy and strong physique is essential. Otherwise, one day, just like Xin Nanqin's late husband, who had a beautiful wife, lovely children, and countless riches, yet met with an untimely demise, how tragic. Wiping his face with a towel to remove the sweat, Zhou Fang downed a large glass of water in one go. After showering and changing his clothes, he brewed a cup of black coffee and sat down in front of his computer. Another opening, and it's a limit up. Zhou Fang opened his stock account and revealed a satisfied smile as he looked at the stock interface of his old company. It had been over 20 days since he purchased shares in his old company, which during this time seemed to have become the focus of the entire internet, extraordinarily popular. Recalling the time when his old company announced its foray into the live streaming sales realm, it faced countless doubts and skepticism. No one believed that this dying old titan could reinvent itself. The significant decision made by the head of the nationally renowned old company led many to speculate whether this was the last desperate struggle of the former industry giant. People generally believed that this severely damaged education and training industry giant was incapable of regaining its former glory. For a time, there was a sense of schadenfreude kicking them while they were down as they mocked the old company, driving it into an abyss from which there was no return. But who would have thought that this education and training leader, having just experienced a near catastrophe, would deliver an unforgettable and engaging lesson in live streaming sales to all who doubted them? They made the world understand that selling goods as a cultured person can be so uniquely different. The moment the old company began live streaming on short video platforms, it attracted a large crowd of onlookers. Everyone was curious about how this foreign monk crossing into the industry would recite his script. People had already become accustomed to the charismatic and handsome hosts on major e-commerce platforms. However, when the old company's live stream began, the audience was astonished to find that their hosts were just some seemingly ordinary teachers. Yes, these individuals sitting in front of the camera appeared unremarkable at first glance, but when they began to speak, the audience realized they were the once famous teachers from the old company. These seemingly ordinary hosts immediately brought a wealth of valuable information to the audience. Using witty and humorous language, they perfectly combined the products with knowledge points, allowing the audience to understand the features and advantages of the products in a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere, while also gaining knowledge. These hosts even ventured into bilingual live streaming. They explained the stories and cultural backgrounds behind the products in both Chinese and English, even teaching the audience related English knowledge. This entertaining yet accessible way of live streaming not only aligned with the old company's educational philosophy, but also met the actual needs of consumers. Moreover, these hosts quickly became internet celebrities, and the old company's immensely famous head even personally took to the field, touring the country with these hosts selling goods, while also participating in variety shows. This innovative initiative by the old company quickly sparked a huge response in the live streaming industry. The differentiated advantages and appeal attracted many viewers to stop and watch. In just half a month, the old company's live streaming room attracted tens of millions of followers, and their sales figures shattered all records set by established e-commerce platforms, becoming the new pinnacle of selling live streaming. With the old company's rise to fame, their development resembled a roaring fire, growing ever more intense, even driving the prosperity of the entire live streaming sales industry. Due to this remarkable performance, the old company once again became the darling of the stock market, eagerly sought after by everyone. As the tide rises, the large number of shares Zhou Fang purchased during the old company's low point has now, and this is just the beginning. Zhou Fang believes that as long as they are given time, the old company might truly reach the heights of its former glory once again. Zhou Fang's investment not only yielded substantial returns, but also left those who observed him in awe. At this moment, Chi Kaihong stared blankly at the computer screen, feeling as if she had been struck by an invasion. She had always thought Zhou Fang was merely a puppet for a big shot just to stand in. But now it seemed could her assumptions have been entirely wrong. The miraculous operations happening in Zhou Fang's account stirred a stormy surge within Chi Kaihong. She could not understand how this financial novice she once perceived could actually be a true investment genius. In recent days, Chi Kaihong had been deeply worried, thinking that the influential figure behind Zhou Fang had obtained industry information unknown to the ordinary person, intending to seize this opportunity for a big score, and that Zhou Fang would fall deeper into the wrong path. But now it seemed the miraculous performance of Zhou Fang's old company in this resurrection was truly phenomenal. Such a miraculous performance could not possibly be anticipated by anyone unless the other party had prophetic abilities. Chi Kaihong couldn't help but wonder, could all my worries during this time have been one-sided? In the XXX office, the leader looked at the report presented by a subordinate, frowning deeply. Hiss! The leader's hand trembled as he stubbed out the burnt cigarette in the ashtray, which was already filled with cigarette butts. Incredible, truly incredible. I can't make sense of it. It really baffles me. This miraculous company, and this even more miraculous young man. How did he manage to predict that his old company would achieve such a miraculous rebirth? Could it be that this young man really has special abilities and can foresee the future? The leader put down the report in his hand, muttering to himself. Suddenly, he swiftly retrieved a document bag from a drawer and pulled out the documents within. This was indeed all the information on Zhou Fang. The leader carefully reviewed Zhou Fang's information from childhood to the present again, and suddenly his eyes narrowed, as if he had seen some important information. Zhao Huan. I feel like I've heard this name somewhere, but I can't recall it at the moment. On the information sheet, there was a list of Zhou Fang's dormitory roommates from university. One of them was named Zhao Huan. When he first looked at this information sheet, he had not paid attention to this unremarkable name, but now it suddenly piqued his curiosity. The leader's fingers involuntarily tapped lightly as he recalled something. The phone on the table rang, interrupting Zhou Fang's thoughts. He picked up the phone, thinking it was another call from Yumin. During this time, the girl had been particularly attentive to him, which had caused Zhou Fang some distress. Fortunately, he heard a few days ago that she had found a new job and her visits to his home had decreased significantly. However, he was surprised to see that the caller ID was not Yumin, but a call from home. Hello, Mom. Zhou Fang quickly answered the phone, and his mother's voice came through. Fangzi, are you busy? I hope I'm not interrupting you. Your grandmother asked me to check if you have time to come home for the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival. Mid-Autumn Festival? Zhou Fang was taken aback. Indeed, it was already late September, and this year's Mid-Autumn Festival coincided perfectly with the National Day. He hadn't been paying much attention to the arrival of holidays since he was no longer working. In the past few years, due to the nature of his job, the holidays were the busiest times for their training class, and he hardly had time to return home and celebrate with his family. Now he was wealthy and no longer had to sacrifice his time with family to earn a meager pocket money. Mom, of course I'll come back. Please tell Dad, Grandma, and my sisters that I'll be back tomorrow. Great. It's wonderful that you can come back. Zhou Fang immediately gave his mother a definite answer, and they chatted about a few family matters before hanging up. Thinking about returning home for the reunion festival, Zhou Fang closed his computer. He decided to visit the mall to buy some gifts for his family. After all, he no longer needed to pay constant attention to stock market information like those old stock investors. He was just waiting for that mysterious opportunity to come again, at which point he would liquidate his stocks for profit. The next morning, Zhou Fang returned to the Dijing Yuan community in Huaiyang, carrying a large bag. What? Mom, you guys are planning to go back to the countryside for the festival? Zhou Fang was surprised to hear unexpected news from his parents. Of course. What's the point of celebrating in the city? We are going back to the countryside. In the evening, we'll set up a table to worship the moon. Hearing his mother's words, Zhou Fang remembered that his hometown had this custom. When he was young, every mid-autumn evening his mother and grandmother would set up a large table in the empty space in front of the house, filled with offerings to the moon goddess. These included mooncakes, symbolizing reunion, as well as various fruits and dishes. Wealthy families often filled the entire table with offerings, which was both extravagant and enviable. The Zhou family's living standards were not high in the past, but even so at this time his mother would still spare no effort to gather money for the offerings. According to his mother and grandmother, the offerings must not be too shabby. They had to be heartfelt to reflect the family's sincerity to the moon goddess. Under the full moon's glow, the family would also light many layers of incense towers. During this time, the elders would speak auspicious words to the moon, blessing the family for peace and safety. After the moon worship time passed, these offerings would become a feast for him and his sister. So when he was young, he actually enjoyed the moon worship customs, as it was a time when he could eat many foods and fruits that he usually didn't have the chance to. Later, when he went to university, he hardly spent the Mid-Autumn Festival at home and had not participated in such moon worship again. All right, Dad, Mom, this year we'll go back to the hometown for the festival. Let's pile the table high during the moon worship. Hearing Zhou Fang's words, his parents nodded repeatedly. Indeed, in the past, they didn't have the conditions, and even if they were willing to spend, they couldn't afford too many good things during the festivals. They always felt a bit guilty about it. Now that life was better, they naturally wanted to go back and repay the moon goddess. The family agreed that the day after tomorrow was the Mid-Autumn Festival, just in time for the two younger sisters to also have a holiday, and they would all go back together. Since its establishment, Dijingyu Yuan had seen exceptionally strong sales in Huaiyang, which greatly exceeded the expectations of the upper management of the group. They never expected that the purchasing power in this third and fourth-tier city would be so astonishing. Initially, Shin Nankin's husband Wan Qing proposed a grand plan to expand into third and fourth-tier cities within the group, but he faced opposition from the elder and many veterans of the company. In the end, after Wan Qing argued his case, the company agreed to let him choose a pilot city to observe the feasibility of the project. After some investigation, Wan Qing chose Huaiyang as his pilot city. Unexpectedly, before Wan Qing could witness the success of the Dijingyu Yuan project, he left this world, abandoning the mother and daughter. After Shin Nanqin arrived here, in order to fulfill her husband's last wish, she worked tirelessly to make the Dijingyu Yuan project the most high-end and attractive star property in Huaiyang. After the success of the high-end residential pilot in Huaiyang, the group began to officially expand into small and medium cities nationwide. Shin Nanqin took the opportunity to launch the second phase of the project. Today was the day Shin Nanqin held the last company meeting before the long holiday. Unexpectedly, she received an unexpected phone call halfway through the meeting. The call was from her best friend Murongzi. She said she was on a business trip in the Magic City not far from Huaiyang and wanted to visit her and Lei after finishing her work. It had been a long time since they last met. The last time during summer vacation, Lei said he missed his grandparents and she took him to Sichuan, but at that time Murongzi was not in her hometown as she was said to be on a business trip elsewhere. After receiving Murongzi's call, Shin Nanqin hurriedly ended the meeting and rushed back home. She planned to pick up Lei from kindergarten early. Murongzi said she was already on her way and would arrive in Huaiyang in an hour or two. Godmother. A few hours later, Shin Nanqin met Murongzi, who had come alone, and simply drove over. As soon as Murongzi got out of the car, Lei ran up to her and jumped into her arms. Godmother, I missed you so much. Did you miss me? Of course I missed you, little darling. Murongzi hugged Lei, showering him with kisses and playfully teasing him, her face full of joy. No, mommy, Godmother, I want to sleep with you tonight. Little Lei pouted, her big watery eyes fixed on Shin Nanqin and Murongzi, filled with anticipation and eagerness. On this moonlit night, Shin Nanqin did not take Murongzi out to enjoy local delicacies, but chose to stay at home, where the two affluent women rarely cooked together, preparing a delicious home-cooked meal. Murongzi would stay here for a day, returning to Magic City with the mother and daughter duo the next afternoon to catch a flight back to Sichuan to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival with her family. After dinner, Shin Nanqin initially wanted Aunt Wu to coax little Lei to sleep, as she and Murongzi had not seen each other for a long time, and surely had many heartfelt words to share. However, the adorable little girl seemed to foresee everything, tightly clinging to both of them, resolutely refusing to go back to the room with Aunt Wu. Shin Nanqin and Murongzi exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile helplessly. All right, baby, we'll sleep with Godmother tonight. Murongzi, unable to resist the little girl's plea more than Shin Nanqin, was overwhelmed with maternal affection as she pinched the girl's chubby face, her eyes filled with love. Okay, since your godmother agrees, then mommy agrees too, but you have to wash up first. All right. Upon hearing Shin Nankin's agreement, the little girl immediately beamed with joy and chirped, okay, I'll go wash up now. Lei didn't need anyone to accompany her and ran off to freshen up, while Aunt Wu quickly followed, leaving space for the two charming women. Nanqin, during this reunion with Lei, I can sense that both of you have become much more relaxed. Especially Lei, her innocent smile is truly endearing. Seeing you like this, I am genuinely happy for you. Murongzi gazed at Shin Nanqin with heartfelt emotion, her face showing joy and relief. This reunion revealed a state of Shun Nanqin and her daughter that was completely different from what Murongzi remembered, alleviating a sliver of worry that she had long kept buried. At that moment, the hidden joy within her heart felt so real, even somewhat overwhelming. Shun Nanqin deeply felt Murongzi's profound affection, unable to resist, holding Murongzi's hands tightly, overwhelmed with emotion. She smiled and said, "Sister Z, don't worry. While we cannot accept Wanking's departure, the deceased, Arganu, wallowing in grief, will only bring us more pain. I will forever engrave the laughter and joy that Wanqing brought us in my heart, preserving the warmth and love he once gave us, transforming it into our motivation to face future challenges. In the future, I will carry out Wanking's unfinished mission and dreams. Although this path is not easy for Lele, I will bravely take on this heavy responsibility. I believe that in the process, I will become a stronger and more confident mother." As she spoke these words, a man's face suddenly emerged in Shun Nankin's mind, the man she had unexpectedly encountered and then lost, Zhou Fang, who had helped her, and Lele truly let go of their past pain. At this moment, Shun Nankin's heart was filled with gratitude, grateful for Zhou Fang's appearance and the warmth and comfort he had brought. She understood deeply that it was Zhou Fang's unintentional kindness and care that had helped her and Lele regain their courage and embrace life once again. But in front of her best friend Murongzi, for some reason, Shun Nanqin did not mention anything about Zhou Fang. I believe in you." Murongzi gazed at her best friend, unable to suppress similar sentiments. Once she was a gentle lady from a wealthy family, sailing smoothly through life, enjoying the sweetness of love and the harmony of family. However, life always loves to play unexpected tricks, causing this once frail woman to suffer a heavy blow. Now seeing her emerge from her predicament with such resilience is truly remarkable. While the two women shared their feelings, Lele had already finished washing up with Aunt Wu's help. "Mommy, Godmother, hurry up, I'm waiting for you." Lele jumped onto Shun Nankin's bed, urging the adults outside. "Okay, Mommy will be there soon, Lele. Tomorrow, Godmother and Mommy will take you out to play, and in the afternoon, we'll return home, okay?" The next morning, the two younger sisters in their senior year had to be at school for morning reading before Zhou Fang got up early, allowing his parents to rest a bit, while he personally drove his sisters to school. Passing by a commercial building, he couldn't help but glance in that direction. That was where Shun Nankin's company was located, and the top floor was their current residence. Since that separation, they had not contacted each other even once, as if they had truly forgotten each other in the vast sea of people. Casually glancing, Zhou Fang was surprised to discover that early in the morning a crowd had gathered at the entrance. Before long, he arrived at his sister's school. It was just starting to dawn, and many parents were already dropping off. Watching the two sisters walk into school with many classmates in the morning light, Zhou Fang couldn't help but sigh. Society had developed for over a decade. They once thought it would be easy for future children to get into college. Little did they know the situation now was completely different, with students competing just as fiercely as they had. On the way back, Zhou Fang passed by the commercial building again. This time his car was close to the entrance, and he could clearly see the identities of the crowd blocking the entrance. Workers demanding wages. Looking at the banners held up by the crowd, the bold red letters were shocking. How is this possible? Zhou Fang frowned, tightly, disbelief in his eyes. Could Shun Nankin's real estate company also be defaulting on workers' wages? On the top floor, Shun Nanqin was awakened early by the urgent ringing of the phone. Listening to her subordinate's report over the phone, her expression was uncertain. "What's wrong, Nanqin?" Murongzi also woke up, and upon seeing Shun Nankin's complexion, she knew something serious had happened. "Bastard!" Shun Nanqin hung up the phone, gritting her teeth and uttering a curse. Someone called from below. A large group of workers has blocked the entrance to the company, demanding their wages. Oh, workers demanding wages. Murongzi did not expect her best friend's company to encounter such a situation, either unable to help. But look at Shun Nanqin as a developer. Didn't your real estate company pay the contracting construction companies? How could we not pay? All the funds for the first phase with the construction party have been settled. The second phase hasn't officially started yet. How could we be in arrears with their wages? Just now someone from below said that one of the contractors has absconded with the money, and these workers who haven't received their wages are now indiscriminately seeking us, the developers, for money. Sister Z, please take care of Lele at home for me. I need to go to the company for a while. Now is a critical period for the preparation of the second phase. If this matter tarnishes the reputation we have worked hard to establish in Huayang, the future losses will be immense. Shun Nanqin immediately got up, greeted Murongzi, and hurriedly left with her phone. Seeing her best friend's anxious demeanor, Murongzi sighed softly and turned to look at the still sleeping Lele, fearing that today's plans would have to change. Shun Nanqin rushed downstairs, where several anxious senior executives had already arrived at the company. What is going on here? We are the developers, not the construction party. These guys are demanding money from us. Exactly, we have paid the contractors every single cent. Now that they have run off, it is their company's issue. Shin, I've already notified the local construction department and reported to the police. The chaos down there should be resolved quickly. I've also communicated with the construction unit, and they will send someone over to handle it. As soon as Shin Nanqing appeared, her subordinates immediately swarmed around her to report the current situation. Downstairs, Zhou Fang couldn't help but stop his car by the roadside, observing the situation at the scene. By now the sky was fully bright, and early rising citizens were attracted to the commotion, causing the crowd at the scene to grow larger. Hey, it's the laborers demanding their wages again. Indeed, these damn real estate companies nowadays are nothing but heartless profiteers. They don't even spare our poor workers' wages. I heard that the Wanshi Real Estate is a big company and the most luxurious imperial garden in Huayang. Who cares what company it is? If they don't pay us our hard-earned money, they won't have it easy either. We might as well go all out against them. The crowd was bustling with noise from the onlookers and the workers demanding their wages. Zhou Fang got out of the car frowning as he looked at the scene. He couldn't understand Shun Nanqing's character was completely unlike those unscrupulous businessmen he remembered who defaulted on payments. Did he prejudge her too positively? Was it truly a case of knowing a person's face but not their heart? Amidst the clamor, law enforcement vehicles arrived and several police officers got out to maintain order. Then more vehicles arrived and a group of well-dressed elites stepped out. As soon as they arrived, they were surrounded by the workers. Get your company's president out here. Stop hiding like turtles. Everyone, please be quiet. We will definitely ensure you receive your wages. We were just as shocked as you when your contractor ran off with the money. But rest assured, we will pursue this to the end. You will not lose a single cent of your wages. The leader from the construction side shouted to the workers. No way. We haven't been paid for 6 months, and tomorrow is the festival. We have no money at home. You must pay us today. The furious workers ignored the reassurances and shouted at the mediators present. In the company upstairs, Shin Nanqing, along with a group of employees, observed the situation below through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Although she couldn't hear the voices from below, the chaotic scene made her expression increasingly grim. This was her husband's final endeavor, and no matter what, she would not let anyone ruin it. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, Shin Nanqing's phone vibrated in her hand. She picked it up and glanced at it, answering the call to hear, President Shin, the situation is a bit dire. These people are completely ignoring the assurances from the construction unit and insist on being paid today. They now demand that the official department and the highest company executive must be present to pay them. Otherwise, they will block the entrance to our sales center. Shin Nanqing's face turned red. The situation she dreaded the most had finally arrived. I'm going down, Shin Nanqing uttered into the phone and turned to head downstairs. Her subordinates hurriedly surrounded her to dissuade her. President Shin, please don't get involved. Let the people down there handle it. Yes, President Shin, this isn't our responsibility. If you go down and things go wrong, it could lead to huge trouble. Calm down, President Shin. Those people down there are furious, and no one knows what might happen. It's better to stay here and wait for news. However, Shin Nanqing pushed the people in front of her away and exclaimed, How can I stay calm? They are about to block the entrance to our sales center. Ignoring them, she entered the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor. At the entrance, as the situation spiraled out of control, even the few police officers who had just arrived found it hard to stop it. Zhou Fang on the outside immediately spotted a figure emerging from the front entrance. Shin Nanqing, Zhou Fang thought silently, realizing that she had indeed been up there all along. Not only Zhou Fang, but many people in the noisy crowd also recognized Shin Nanqing. That's the president of Wanshi Real Estate. I've seen her before. Brothers, let's demand money from her. Money. Money. The crowd immediately abandoned the mediators and surged towards Shin Nanqing. Shin Nanqing's subordinates, who had come down with her, rushed forward to protect their president. Everyone, please calm down. I am Shin Nanqing, the president of the project. Although we have settled all funds with your contractor, I promise that even if I cannot recover the money from your contractor, I will ensure that your hard-earned wages do not go to waste today. Shin Nanqing's unexpected declaration immediately inspired cheers from the workers present. However, her seemingly righteous statement left some others puzzled. President Shin, how can you make such a statement? We cannot cover this expenditure. The executives behind her were stunned. It was absurd for her to offer to pay when the contractor had run away. Your paying and our company paying are not the same. People who don't understand the truth will think we are the ones withholding workers' wages, and that would truly ruin our company's reputation. If the contractors below follow suit and all run off with the money, what will our company do then? The executives were furious, feeling that Shin Nanqing's emotional decision-making showed a complete lack of understanding of business rules, which greatly dissatisfied them. The migrant workers had just received exhilarating news from Shin Nanqing, and they were still in a state of ecstatic frenzy, not yet fully calmed down. At that moment, a sudden remark from an executive behind Shin Nanqing ignited the flames within their hearts, instantly turning their excitement into fury. You worthless scoundrel! Who do you think you are to say such things? Why shouldn't we be paid? We worked hard to build houses for your company, and now that we can't get our wages, you must take responsibility. The leading worker glared furiously at the brazen executive, his finger pointing sharply like a spear directly at the other's nose, causing the usually pampered executive to tremble with fear. Yes, we must be paid. A voice cried out, and the workers behind surged with emotion, raising their banners high, all aimed at the executive. Shen Nanqin was also furious, her anger boiling over. Her original plan was to suppress this upheaval temporarily and deal with the aftermath later. But unexpectedly, this clueless executive chose this moment to pour oil on the fire. She could not help but glare fiercely at the executive, secretly blaming this oblivious fool. Meanwhile, the executive felt wronged. In all fairness, he was only thinking of the company, yet Shen Nanqin seemed completely unaware of the situation. He had advised against descending, cautioning not to provoke trouble. Yet this Shen Nanqin, who had only recently parachuted in, was so impulsive, making such ridiculous decisions without communicating with the leadership. As the company's vice president, if he did not step up to salvage the situation, now he would be the one held accountable later when the head office investigated, while Shen Nanqin, with her connections and background, would have nothing to worry about. Shen, stop talking. This matter cannot be decided by you alone. We must go back and discuss it further. Security. Hurry and stop these people. Seeing Shen Nanqin about to continue speaking, the executive immediately shouted to silence her and called for security to maintain order. Ignoring Shen Nanqin's struggles, he dragged her towards the commercial building. There were only 4 or 5 security guards at the entrance, and at that moment, they dared not face the hundreds of agitated workers. Upon hearing the executive's call, they stood speechless, hesitant to act. Seeing that trouble was brewing, the police who had called for backup were already sweating profusely, shouting loudly in an attempt to regain control of the scene. However, the enraged workers did not back down. Instead, they expressed their dissatisfaction and anger even more vehemently. Brothers, that scoundrel doesn't care about our lives. If he tries to run, catch him. Dare to withhold our pay. Don't let him escape. The workers instantly broke through the police's blockade, a swarm chasing after the executive. Off. The executive, who was running while holding on to Shen Nanqin, was suddenly struck by something thrown from the crowd behind, stumbling and falling to the ground, pulling Shen Nanqin forward with him. Phew. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared, catching Shen Nanqin and running away. Zhou. In the instant Zhou Fang lifted Shen Nanqin, her stunned mind was in chaos. She was incredulous. How could Zhou Fang be here? Zhou Fang had anticipated the potential for chaos at the scene and had followed the tumultuous crowd. Seeing Shen Nanqin in danger, he could not stand by idly. Faced with Shen Nanqin's astonishment, Zhou Fang did not have time to explain. He held her tightly and rushed into the building, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Just then a crisp ding sounded from the elevator as the doors slowly opened. Zhou Fang hurriedly took Shen Nanqin into the elevator. As they stepped into the elevator, someone inside was about to exit. They exchanged glances, and Zhou Fang froze momentarily. Mu Rongzi. This woman who sold him her house, Shen Nanqin's best friend, was unexpectedly in Huayan. Mu Rongzi's eyes widened in shock as she looked at the suddenly barging Zhou Fang, especially when she saw Shen Nanqin in his arms. Her mind buzzed with disbelief. You? Zhou Fang. Mu Rongzi felt her astonishment reaching a peak. She stared wide-eyed, stuttering. You too. After Shen Nanqin left home, she had come to the window to keep an eye on the situation below. Upon seeing the chaotic crowd and Shen Nanqin ensconced within, she immediately realized something was off. She had asked Aunt Wu to help look after Lele and quickly took the elevator down to assist. However, when the elevator doors opened, the sight before her left her in a daze for a long time. How could Zhou Fang? After their real estate transaction was completed, she had thought of Zhou Fang's orange cat that loves fish nickname on her way home. At that time, she had intended to turn back immediately to seek out the elusive orange cat. Yet later, reflecting on her business in Modu, she decided to prioritize the bigger picture. Little did she know that her peculiar departure had made her already challenging business even harder to manage. In the ensuing time, she had to pay a greater price just to reach an agreement with her clients. This time, she had planned to visit her best friend, attend the family holiday gathering, and then go to Jinling to communicate with Zhou Fang. Who would have thought they would meet in such a bizarre scenario? And why was Zhou Fang holding Shen Nanqin so intimately? Shen Nanqin, like she had been struck by a freeze spell, showed no signs of resistance. Had they known each other long before? Why hadn't Shen Nanqin told her? At that moment, Mu Rongzi's mind felt like a thick fog, a sticky mess with an endless stream of questions popping up. Seeing Mu Rongzi, Shen Nanqin felt a sudden rush of panic. She quickly broke free from Zhou Fang, but then she suddenly recalled that her best friend had just called Zhou Fang's name. When did Zhou Fang get to know Mu Rongzi? The three of them unexpectedly met, all standing frozen in place. Their gazes met, seemingly communicating their surprise and confusion without words. Suddenly, a commotion from outside brought Zhou Fang back to his senses. He quickly pressed the elevator's closed door button and turned to signal everyone to remain silent. The elevator began to ascend slowly, and at that moment the confusion in the eyes of the two women deepened. They exchanged a glance, but chose to heed Zhou Fang's advice, suppressing their curiosity and refraining from asking questions. Zhou Fang's gaze turned to the elevator's digital display, lost in thought. He understood that deep down he still harbored an inexplicable feeling for Shun Nanqing. Originally, they had been apart for so long that he didn't think about her anymore, but today's reunion made it impossible for him to control himself. This feeling was neither the torment and delight brought by Yumin's advances, nor the fluttering and shyness that arose from reuniting with his childhood crush Qi Kaihong. He understood that these were merely human emotions not worth overthinking. However, his feelings for Shun Nanqing were different. Although they had not known each other for long and lacked a deep emotional foundation, she lingered in his mind. Sometimes he wondered if he had caught the Wei Wu legacy syndrome, or if he simply had a special feeling for a woman with such multiple identities. Zhou Fang fell into self-doubt, while a strange atmosphere arose between the two women behind him. Shun Nanqing did not inform Mu Rongzi in advance about Zhou Fang, leading her to question whether her best friend already knew something. Her feelings for Wanqing had been as hidden and quiet as an underground current. In her youth, she had subtly hinted at her feelings, but Wanqing did not respond at all, leaving her proud and self-respecting heart to bury those emotions deep within, never revealing them to anyone. Later, when Wanqing got together with Shun Nanqing, she carefully avoided any suspicion and never attempted to interfere in their relationship. Even when buying a house for Wanqing in Jinling, she chose to communicate privately, trying to prevent Shun Nanqing from finding out. She feared that this would provoke discomfort and resentment in her best friend. Yet today Shun Nanqing's concealment made her suddenly anxious, afraid that her little thoughts would be discovered, leaving her unsure of how to face her friend's gaze. Shun Nanqing stared at Zhou Fang's back, lost in thought, her mind filled with countless emotions. She was a meticulous woman who had vaguely sensed her best friend's feelings for Wanqing when they first got together. However, seeing Mu Rongzi's feelings for Wanqing carefully hidden and her subsequent lack of any inappropriate actions relieved her greatly. It was not until later that she coincidentally encountered Zhou Fang. To be honest, she herself was unsure of what she was thinking at that moment, but she inexplicably chose not to tell anyone and specifically instructed Aunt Wu not to disclose it. Now, unexpectedly, the three of them found themselves in this situation. What she was curious about now was how Mu Rongzi had come to know Zhou Fang, and when they had met. Was it before or after her own encounter with Zhou Fang, and why hadn't Zijie told her immediately? As the three of them were lost in their thoughts, the elevator finally arrived at Shun Nanqing's residence, and they eagerly left the small and awkward space, feeling a sense of relief. Shun Nanqing went to open the door, and the three of them entered in single file. Just as they stepped into the room, Aunt Wu, hearing the commotion, came over. "Zhou, Mr. Zhou." Aunt Wu was astonished, never expecting Zhou Fang, who had disappeared for so long, to appear again. Her gaze then turned to Shun Nanqing, as if seeking an explanation. Shun Nanqing diverted her gaze and composed herself, asking Aunt Wu, "Is Lele awake?" "Madame Lele is still sleeping." Aunt Wu was filled with questions, but hesitated to speak. Ultimately, she could not resist her curiosity and looked back at Shun Nanqing. Shun Nanqing frowned slightly, but still said, "Aunt Wu, please go take care of Lele." Aunt Wu understood and left with a puzzled expression, leaving the three of them in the living room, surrounded by an unusual atmosphere. "President Shun, are you all right?" Zhou Fang broke the awkward silence, his eyes filled with concern as he looked at Shun Nanqing. Shun Nanqing shook her head slightly, looking at Zhou Fang with gentle eyes, and softly said, "I'm fine. Zhou, thank you for showing up at the right time. I never expected things would turn out like this. Actually, your colleague is right, you shouldn't have been so impulsive." Zhou Fang had already figured out the cause of the situation downstairs, but knowing Shun Nanqing's past with her husband also helped him understand why she acted this way. At this moment, Shun Nanqing recalled the earlier situation and felt a bit unsettled, wondering how things were below. "But Zhou, how did you end up here?" Shun Nanqing asked curiously. In response to her inquiry, Zhou Fang briefly explained his situation. While they exchanged questions and answers, Mu Rongzi, observing Aunt Wu's attitude, realized that Zhou Fang was clearly not appearing here for the first time. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, she asked Nanqing, "What's going on between you and Mr.?" Shun Nanqing bit her lip, not answering directly, but instead countering with a question, "Zijie, do you know Zhou?" Mu Rongzi's expression changed slightly, and she awkwardly glanced at Zhou Fang before finally nodding. "I had a brief encounter with Mr. Zhou due to an unexpected situation when I was in Jinling." Zhou Fang nodded in agreement. "Yes, I met Ms. Mu Rong during a transaction I was completing. I never expected the Ms. Mu Rong in front of me to be the best friend you mentioned, President Shen." He was well aware of their relationship, but pretended to act as if it was the first time hearing about it. Shun Nanqing wondered if Zijie had mentioned her husband when they first met Zhou Fang. Had anything happened between them because of that familiar face? Just as she was about to continue her questioning, Zhou Fang's phone rang, interrupting her thoughts. "Hello, Mom." Zhou Fang took out his phone and spoke a few words. It turned out to be his mother calling, concerned about him, sending his two younger sisters to school and not returning for a long time. "Yes, Mom, it's fine. I'll be back soon." After hanging up, Zhou Fang walked to the window and glanced at the situation outside. A lot of police have arrived, and it seems like they've managed to maintain order. President, to prevent any unexpected incidents, you should wait at home for news from your colleagues. "Zhou, are you leaving now?" Hearing Zhou Fang's earlier phone call, a hint of reluctance and sorrow appeared on Shen Nankin's face. It had been a long time since she last saw Zhou Fang, and reuniting under such dangerous circumstances caused the feelings she had suppressed deep inside to surge forth. For a moment, she forgot the chaos below and only wished Zhou Fang could stay by her side a little longer. Yes, President Shen, tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and there are still some matters at home that need to be handled. Seeing Shen Nankin's unique attitude towards Zhou Fang, Mu Rongzi felt a bit bewildered, as she was unsure whether her best friend and Zhou Fang had done anything to wrong Wanqing. Or perhaps Zhou Fang had other feelings for Shen Nanqing. Regardless, she knew she had no right to interfere in her best friend's decisions. However, a ridiculous thought popped into her mind, and she couldn't help but ask herself why both Wanqing and Zhou Fang, these two similarly looking men, could spark different kinds of chemistry with Shen Nanqing. Could it be that in their eyes she really couldn't compare to Shen Nanqing at all? It seems that relevant departments and support forces have arrived downstairs, and the chaotic situation has finally been brought under control. Soon it was unclear what kind of agreement had been reached between the two parties, but the encircling workers began to withdraw. In order to prevent Lei from waking up and causing further complications, Zhou Fang also bid farewell to Shen Mu and the others. After sending Zhou Fang off, Shen Nanqing was filled with reluctance, while Mu Rongzi was deep in thought. She had intended to take the opportunity to ask Zhou Fang about the orange cat, but ended up forgetting to bring it up. The two sat silently on the sofa, momentarily oblivious to the earlier commotion downstairs. "Nanqing, could you tell me about your relationship with Zhou Fang?" After a brief silence, Mu Rongzi asked softly. Upon hearing this, Shen Nanqing bit her lip, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally nodded, gently beginning to recount the stories that had unfolded over the past period. Of course, while narrating, Shen Nanqing deliberately omitted the intimate moments she had shared with Zhou Fang, but even so it left Mu Rongzi utterly astonished. She never expected that her usually graceful best friend could be so bold, allowing Zhou Fang to play the role of her husband and Lei's father. So did Lei not have any doubts at all? Mu Rongzi asked, puzzled. Shen Nanqing furrowed her brow, thought for a moment, and replied, "I feel like Lei must know something." Otherwise, after Zhou Fang left, she never mentioned her father again, which isn't typical for a child. Indeed, Lei's reaction is a bit unusual, Mu Rongzi agreed. But because of this, your and Lei's mindset must be much better than before, right? As she said this, Shen Nanqing couldn't help but nod, a faint smile of happiness unconsciously spreading across her face. "Yes, so I am particularly grateful to Zhou Fang for helping us through the most difficult times." Seeing her friend mention Zhou Fang's state, Mu Rongzi couldn't help but wonder, has Shen Nanqing already fallen for Zhou Fang so quickly? When Zhou Fang returned home, he unexpectedly discovered that there were guests in the house. "Third uncle," Zhou Fang exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the familiar yet aged face before him. The third uncle he referred to was the clan uncle who had lent him a place to stay when he went to the county town for school. At that time, Zhou Fang was hospitalized for a long period after saving Qi Caihong, and this clan uncle had received recognition and gratitude from Qi Caihong's uncle, leading to his promotion. He heard that the other party had since become a deputy section chief in the county's XX bureau and was doing well in his career. Zhou Fang's feelings towards this uncle were rather complex. On one hand, he was immensely grateful for the help the other party had offered back then, although he later realized that the sudden assistance given to his family had a special purpose. Nonetheless, regardless of the motivations, the other party's actions not only provided him with the opportunity to study in the city, but also gave his impoverished parents a much-needed respite. Thus, whenever his family mentioned this clan uncle, they would genuinely express their gratitude. However, on the other hand, the subsequent actions of this uncle made one feel that he was rather pragmatic. Before Zhou Fang stayed with them, the two families had little interaction, but that was a different story. Afterward, due to this incident, Zhou Fang's parents would bring gifts to express their gratitude every festive season, but the other party's attitude subsequently turned cold, showing no intention of continuing to engage with the Zhou family. Even Zhou Fang's parents, despite their lack of insight, understood the other party's attitude, and thus the relationship between the two families reverted to its original state. Little did they expect that now the other party would once again take the initiative to visit. "Ah, Xiao Fang, you're back. This child is getting more and more handsome, truly a fine young man, making people fond of him at first sight." As soon as the third uncle saw Zhou Fang enter, he immediately stood up and warmly greeted him, turning to Zhou Fang's parents with a smile, saying, Brother and sister, I told you back then that the children of the Zhou family are bound to succeed. Indeed, this child Zhou Fang is truly outstanding, making one feel overjoyed just by looking at him. Yes, it all comes down to your help, third uncle. You extended a helping hand to us back then, and if it weren't for your care, Fangzi would have been delayed by us two incompetent parents. Zhou Fang's parents were all smiles regardless of what they thought internally. Coincidentally, Zhou Fang is back. Brother and sister, I also have great news to share with you. Your niece Xiaodong is getting married. Zhou Fang, do you remember your sister Xiaodong? She loved to play with you when you stayed at my house back then. Without a hint of formality, the third uncle warmly pulled Zhou Fang over, smiling as he explained his purpose for visiting. The day after National Day is Xiaotong's wedding day, so your entire family must come. As he listened to his third uncle's words, Zhou Fang recalled the face of a little girl, Zhou Xiaodong, who was 2 years younger than him. However, the situation back then was nothing like what the third uncle described. That girl didn't want to play with him at all, and had even been quite hostile toward him. Over time, as Zhou Fang lived there longer, and became more cautious and restrained, avoiding conflicts with her attitude towards him gradually changed. Even so, their relationship could only be considered average. After Zhou Fang left, they hadn't seen each other again. Of course, a child's wedding is a big event. Since third uncle personally came to notify us, we will definitely attend. Zhou Fang's parents nodded in agreement. Although the two families hadn't interacted much in recent years since a relative had come to inform them, they had to observe the customary etiquette. Moreover, the other party had indeed helped them out of a dire situation back then. Seeing Zhou Fang's family agree, the third uncle's face lit up with joy, as if the two families had always been close over the years. Not long ago, he had learned from the elders in his hometown that his cousin's son Zhou Fang had returned to the village driving a luxury car and had made a significant investment in purchasing a new house in the city, moving the whole family into town. He found it hard to believe. Later, he took the initiative to call this cousin, and upon asking, he learned that the new house was actually in the Imperial Scenic Garden, which left him utterly astonished. The Imperial Scenic Garden. This is currently the hottest property in Huaiyang, with even the smallest units costing millions. Ordinary families wouldn't dare to even think about it. For Zhou's family to have the confidence to buy a house here, it seems that Zhou Fang has truly made a name for himself. Little did he expect that upon visiting today, while the prosperity of the Zhou family exceeded his expectations, they had actually purchased the most expensive flat in the Imperial Scenic Garden. Just a casual glance at the Zhou family's living room revealed over 100 square meters with a total area of nearly 500. Such a house is undoubtedly worth over 10 million. Even as a deputy section chief, he couldn't afford it. Now, looking at the current state of the Zhou family with this immense property and the noticeably improved demeanor of Zhou's parents, he couldn't help but sigh internally. This family has truly prospered. Politely sending off his third uncle, the Zhou family wore a meaningful smile in response to the sudden good news. Dad, you can go with Zhou Fang. We won't get involved, Zhou's mother suggested, to which Zhou's father replied in surprise, what? You're all not going? Didn't they just say that our whole family should go? If only the two of us go, what will they say? Are you stupid or what? Zhou's mother glared at Zhou's father. Can't you see? They are inviting us because they know your son has become successful. Otherwise, do you really think they care about family ties? As long as Fangzi goes, they wouldn't mind if the rest of us. If I wasn't worried about Fangzi going alone looking bad, I wouldn't have wanted to go either. Zhou's father chuckled awkwardly, realizing it was indeed the case. In the afternoon, while Zhou Fang took his parents to the supermarket to buy ingredients and items for their return home, he suddenly received a message from Xin Nanqing. Xin Nanqing said she had returned to her hometown in Sichuan with the child and Morong, hoping Zhou Fang could stay in Huaiyang for a few more days. She planned to return after the holiday to see him. After reading the message, Zhou Fang felt ripples of emotions and replied affirmatively. The next morning, his two younger sisters began their holiday, and Zhou Fang took the whole family back to their old home in the countryside. Dad, I'll send you some money. After the holiday, find someone to renovate the house a bit, Zhou Fang suggested to his father as they returned home, looking at the old house they had lived in for over a decade. If it weren't for the fact that they hadn't been allowed to build new houses in recent years, Zhou Fang would have preferred to rebuild it entirely. Hearing this, Zhou's parents looked at the old family house and nodded in agreement. It really is time for some renovation. It's been so many years since our house had a decent update. Zhou Fang's family house was built after he entered middle school, just basic cement walls, and it had never even had a coat of whitewash. It looked indeed shabby. In the past, they had gotten used to living there and didn't think much of it. Back then, it was also a case of having the will, but not the means. Now that the family was finally doing well, and having lived in a luxurious apartment in the city for so long, they naturally found the old house less appealing. You don't need to send money. We haven't even touched the money you sent last time. You're starting a business now, so you should keep some money for yourself in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Hearing that Zhou Fang wanted to send the money again, Zhou's parents hurriedly refused, but it was in vain. Zhou Fang had already transferred the money. Don't worry, Mom and Dad, I have money. To be honest, I went out for a while, and have already earned back the money for buying our house. Zhou Fang revealed a little to reassure his parents, because otherwise the old couple had been so frugal for so long that they never dared to spend much. What? Is that true? Zhou's parents were shocked to hear Zhou Fang's words. They remembered how much they spent on that house. It was a full 10 million. Their son had been away for just over 2 months, and he had earned so much money. How could that be possible? Of course it's true. Mom and Dad, let me tell you, that's how society works. The richer people are, the easier it is for them to make money. When we were poor, it was hard to earn even a penny. Zhou Fang continued to charm them with his persuasion skills. My business is doing well now, and I estimate that by next year, I'll be able to bring all of you to live in the provincial capital. If Dia, an area can also get into schools there, our family will be reunited in the provincial capital. So you mustn't save money, spend a little more, and it's best to take good care of your health. Our family has a long way to go. Hearing their son say this, Zhou's parents were overjoyed. Their son was indeed successful. They also secretly resolved to spend more on their health, otherwise if something unexpected happened it would be a pity. After the Zhou family returned, their home quickly became lively. Because this time the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day were back-to-back, the long holiday saw many people from the village returning home to celebrate. These people had heard about the Zhou family's prosperity to some extent, and upon returning they all came over to chat and inquire about the family. Looking at Zhou Fang's car worth over 1 million, they understood that the family had truly become prosperous and envied Zhou's parents for their good fortune, praising that all 3 of Zhou's children were talented. This made Zhou's parents, who had felt inadequate for years, finally change their mindset of not being able to hold their heads high in the village, allowing them to feel proud. In the evening, the family really piled up the offerings on the moon worship table high. As usual, the parents and grandmother said auspicious words to the moon for a long time, marking the completion of the Zhou family's first festival after becoming prosperous. The Zhou family stayed in their hometown for 2 more days after the National Day holiday before returning to the city. The next day, Zhou and his father went to Sanshui County City together. This time, Zhou's third uncle chose to hold his daughter's wedding in one of the few large hotels in the county city. After all, his family had been rooted there for many years and was a prominent official family, so there were many guests and a great atmosphere. Seeing Zhou Fang and his father arrive, the hosts indeed didn't question why only the father and son from the Zhou family came, warmly inviting them to sit at a table just next to the main table. After the meal, Zhou Fang initially planned to take his father home right away, but an unexpected event suddenly disrupted their rhythm. What? Dad, you said my third uncle wants to introduce me to someone. Zhou Fang was pulled outside the hall by his father, who told him an astonishing piece of news. He had just seen his third uncle suddenly calling Zhou's father away, thinking it was just a casual chat, but unexpectedly something like this happened. Yes, your third uncle, said the other party, is your third aunt's niece, also a university student working in a big city, and she's very attractive. She's here today and wants to meet you. Of course, if you really don't want to, Dad won't force you. I can just tell your third uncle. Zhou's father didn't expect his cousin to suddenly bring up such a surprising request, but he actually hoped his son would. Now that his son was 30 and had his own career, yet he had just broken up with his girlfriend and was still single, as parents they naturally hoped their son could settle down and start a family soon. Dad, okay, let's meet her. Zhou Fang looked at the hopeful expression in his father's eyes, and after some thought agreed to this sudden blind date. Since Lin Mingming switched to work under Murong Zi, she has noticed that Murong Zi seems to favor her. This idol in her heart, an outstanding career woman, not only personally guides her through trivial matters, but also allows her to accompany her in major business dealings, as if deliberately crafting a staircase to success for her. This often makes Lin Mingming feel as if everything happening now is like a dream. She is extremely grateful for her initial decision, and even more convinced that Murong Zi is the ladder to her success in life. In Murong Zi's eyes, Lin Mingming is indeed a particularly gifted girl, who she hasn't misjudged her. Their encounter is like a fine steed meeting a capable trainer. Murong Zi's careful guidance and trust allow Lin Mingming to thrive, and she does not disappoint, her expectations growing at a pace that further convinces Murong Zi of her initial judgment. This time, while on a business trip to the magic capital, Murong Zi not only brought Lin Mingming along, but also let her observe the entire process closely, providing meticulous instruction. Although a sudden incident involving Zhou Fang's house purchase made an already difficult client even more demanding, through a month of relentless effort from the team, they ultimately secured the major client. In her joy as the double holiday approached, Murong Zi generously waved her hand, allowing the team that accompanied her to the magic capital to take an early vacation for a good rest. Lin Mingming's hometown is Yangtai, just south of Huaiyang. Murong Zi is heading to Huaiyang to meet Xin Nanqin and her daughter, and she kindly offers to take Lin Mingming back home along the way. Upon returning home alone and bidding farewell to Murongzi, Lin Mingming is greeted by her parents with joyful news her cousin, who married into a family in Huayang Zhou Xiaodong, is getting married during the National Day holiday, and the whole family is going to congratulate her. What was initially a source of happiness quickly turns into confusion when she arrives in Huayang, as a sudden, unexpected turn of events at her uncle's house leaves her dumbfounded. Her uncle intends to set her up with a match. This catches Lin Mingming off guard, and she feels a strong resistance within her. She is not like those ordinary girls who consider love to be everything in life. In her heart, establishing her own career is the true way to honor her prime years. However, her uncle is not seeking her opinion. Instead, he is enthusiastically praising the match to her parents. You don't know how excellent this match I introduced for our Mingming is. I'm not boasting you I have a good eye for people after all these years. My nephew has never been an ordinary person since he was young. Even coming from a poor family, he is not only hardworking and sensible, but also excels academically. Otherwise, why would I have invited him to stay at my home for his studies? Her uncle praised the match in front of Lin Mingming's parents, extolling his handsome appearance and remarkable. He is wealthy, a young talent driving luxury cars worth millions, and living in mansions worth tens of millions. He is an exceptionally good match. Let me tell you, such a match is hard to find even with a lantern. He would be perfect for our Mingming. If not for the fact that my family and my nephew are too closely related, I would have thought to marry my daughter to him. You know, they grew up together as childhood sweethearts. Her uncle's flattery bombarded Lin Mingming's parents, making them overjoyed. Even before meeting Zhou Fang, they were already thoroughly satisfied. They have always been urging their daughter to marry, but she consistently uses her career as an excuse to avoid finding a partner, which has worried them greatly. Seeing that Zhou Xiaodong, who is the same age as Lin Mingming, is getting married, they are even more anxious. Their brother-in-law is a capable man who has been in politics for half his life, and it is quite challenging to find such an excellent match for Lin Mingming. They can no longer indulge their daughter's stubbornness and are eager to have her bring home this future son-in-law for marriage. Mingming, we have supported you in everything before, but this time, you must listen to us. Ignoring Lin Mingming's objections, her parents made a final decision. Unable to resist the pressure from everyone, Lin Mingming could only agree reluctantly to this unexpected blind date. As the wedding was nearing its end, Zhou Fang followed his father and third uncle to the entrance of a private room. Zhou Fang, your third uncle has watched you grow up and knows that this blind date is a bit sudden. But it is such a coincidence that your two families have come together, and your third aunt and I both feel that you two are particularly well matched. It would be a pity not to meet. So I thought it might be presumptuous to try and connect you. I would be very pleased if you could give your third uncle this face. Perhaps this is your fate, right? And don't worry, this time your third uncle is definitely doing this for your good. Big brother, you don't know, my niece is an extraordinarily good girl. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also working in a big company, an absolute workplace elite, perfectly suited for you, Zhou Fang. At the entrance of the private room, the third uncle patted Zhou Fang's shoulder and whispered instructions, boasting in front of Zhou Fang's father. It's fine. I'm very grateful that you thought of me, third uncle. Zhou Fang replied with a faint smile, causing the third uncle to beam with joy. Let's head in. The third uncle pushed open the door of the private room first, and the three of them entered together. Inside the room, three others were waiting and stood up to greet them upon seeing the door open. Hey, what your uncle said this time is indeed true. This kid is truly a remarkable talent. As soon as Lin Mingming's parents saw the young Zhou Fang among the three, joy appeared in their eyes, and they exchanged glances, their satisfaction evident. Lin Mingming also noticed Zhou Fang momentarily stunned. This man is indeed quite good-looking, and his attire is also pleasing. However, just relying on appearance to impress her is not easy, as she is not swayed by good looks. What she does not realize is that the person before her is the very orange cat deity she has long fantasized about. Initially, Zhou Fang and she had collaborated online, but Lin Mingming had never truly seen what the orange cat deity looked like. Afterward, when she repeatedly attempted to add him as a friend, she was met only with immense disappointment. Now that the orange cat deity stands before her, she remains completely oblivious. Zhou Fang looks at the three people in the private room, two women and one man. The young girl is probably his. Upon recognizing the girl's face, Zhou Fang is equally shocked. Wow, isn't this the female streamer from the Cutting Stone live stream, the goddess Lin Mingming, who is madly in love with Murong? What a coincidence to run into an online female streamer during a blind date. His luck these days is really extraordinary, allowing him to encounter such coincidences everywhere. Since the incident with Jin Xiaoyan, Zhou Fang had not visited the Wolf Tooth live streaming platform, nor had he had any interaction with Lin Mingming online. Though he recognized her, he was unaware that she had stopped live streaming and had become a member of Murongzi's company, receiving special attention from Murongzi. Seeing this once briefly acquainted old friend, Zhou Fang felt a spark of recognition. Back then Lin Mingming, while not dressing as boldly as those suggestive streamers, always managed to accentuate her alluring figure and curves to attract viewers. Now Zhou Fang noticed that Lin Mingming's attire gave him a sense of familiarity. Yes, the elegant woman style. Zhou Fang recalled a woman he knew, Murongzi, who epitomized the elegant woman style, and Lin Mingming's outfit bore a striking resemblance to hers. Zhou Fang was correct. Ever since Lin Mingming left live streaming, her clothing style had changed drastically. Back then she dressed that way purely for her streaming performance and revenue. Being around Murongzi, she quickly sensed the unparalleled charm of Murongzi, a quality she had long. Unconsciously, she began to emulate Murongzi's style, imitating not only her attire, but also her mannerisms and behaviors with great care. If it weren't for Murongzi's uniquely charming voice, which seemed innate, she would have tried to learn it as well. As soon as Uncle San entered, he enthusiastically introduced everyone, while his keen eyes remained focused on Zhou Fang and Lin Mingming. When he noticed the momentary surprise and slight amazement on their faces as they locked eyes, he felt a surge. Hey, there's potential here. His efforts to orchestrate this meeting weren't in vain. This matchmaking event wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. He had contemplated it for several days. He understood well that his previous behavior had been too pragmatic. By leveraging his relationship with Zhou Fang and Qi Kaihong's family, he had secured a promotion. However, once he had utilized the Zhou family, he had left them behind, and over the years there had been little interaction. Despite having gained some benefits in the political arena, he remained only a minor deputy-level figure. But now he was nearing retirement. In a small county, every position was intricately connected. Without a significant background, it was unlikely he could make any further progress before retirement. Over the years, he had come to understand the harsh reality of being forgotten in the system. Once he retired, his family would quickly lose the lively atmosphere they currently enjoyed. At that moment, he realized that the Zhou family had prospered, and his astute nature spotted hidden benefits once again. If his family could connect with the Zhou family, perhaps their future would change significantly. Yet he soon recalled his past short-sightedness, regretting it fiercely. But he quickly reasoned that after half a lifetime in the system, if nothing else, he still had the audacity to be shameless. Thus, he seized the opportunity of his daughter's marriage to approach the Zhou family directly and gauge their attitude. Fortunately, the family was just as he remembered, with the simplicity and sincerity of rural folk, and in light of his past kindness, they did not dwell on his earlier actions and agreed to attend the wedding. After witnessing the Zhou family's current affluence, he realized he must seize this opportunity. However, he felt that simply imposing himself wouldn't suffice. He needed to establish a true intimate relationship. After much contemplation, he decided to focus on Zhou Fang. If they could become true relatives, it would naturally lead to favorable outcomes. Thus, he vigorously promoted the matchmaking between Lin Mingming and Zhou Fang. Now, seeing their interactions, it seemed they truly sparked some chemistry, which excited him further. After introducing each other's backgrounds, Uncle San energetically suggested, "How about we older folks step back for a bit? Young people pursue freedom these days. Our presence might make them uncomfortable, so let's give these two some private space to chat." The elderly readily agreed, sharing laughter as they exited the private room, leaving space for Zhou Fang and Lin Mingming. Inside the room, Lin Mingming gazed intently at Zhou Fang, thinking that he was indeed quite pleasing to the eye. Coupled with her uncle's earlier praises of Zhou Fang's economic status, she felt somewhat intrigued. Had it been her former self, she might have genuinely considered trying to get along with Zhou Fang. After all, her previous plan was that if she couldn't carve out a successful career for herself, she would find a decent, wealthy man to live a stable life. But now, with Murongzi's support and the opportunities presented to her, she had long since cast that thought aside. "Mr. Zhou, I've heard about you from my uncle. You are indeed an excellent candidate, and I am quite satisfied with your qualities. However, I must be honest, I am quite career-driven, and I am currently in a crucial phase of my career. I am not looking to consider personal matters right now. This matchmaking event was also forced by my family, so I apologize and hope you can understand." Lin Mingming had also noticed Zhou Fang's gaze upon her. She assumed he must have taken an interest in her. After all, she was quite confident in her appearance, and thought winning over such a so-called young talent from a small town was hardly a challenge. Therefore, she directly expressed her stance towards Zhou Fang, hoping he would take the hint and step back. Zhou Fang, having never experienced matchmaking and facing an old acquaintance like Lin Mingming, was unsure how to engage. Just as he sat down pondering how to gracefully exit this awkward situation, Lin Mingming surprisingly spoke first. She even rejected him before he could say anything, which caught Zhou Fang off guard. I didn't expect Miss Lin to be so straightforward. It seems we really are in similar situations." "What is it, Miss Lin?" Zhou Fang turned to look at Lin Mingming, noticing her expression was somewhat conflicted. "Mr. Zhou, I have an unreasonable request, and would like to trouble you for a moment. I feel that neither of us genuinely wants to go on this blind date, yet we are under pressure from our parents to marry. Therefore, I have a suggestion." "Wait, Miss Lin, I can guess what you're about to say." Do you want me to cooperate with you to create a cover story to fool our elders? Yes, yes. Upon hearing Zhou Fang's words, Lin Mingming nodded vigorously. Mr. Zhou, you are so clever you guessed it right away. That's exactly what I mean. Let's pretend we successfully went on a blind date, then go about our own lives without bothering each other. When our elders ask, we can help each other out and cover for one another. I believe this is a good solution for both of us. This way we can both get through this blind date and temporarily avoid the pressure from our parents to marry. We will save ourselves a lot of trouble and can both be at ease, right, Mr. Zhou? At that moment, Lin Mingming was filled with excitement. She thought that since Zhou Fang understood her intentions so quickly, he should easily accept her suggestion next. After all, this is beneficial for both parties, a win-win situation. Why would anyone object to that? However, just as the smile appeared on Lin Mingming's face, Zhou Fang unexpectedly shook his head slightly. Sorry, Miss Lin, I cannot agree to your suggestion. Zhou Fang's crisp rejection instantly froze the smile on Lin Mingming's face. His words poured cold water over her excitement. She couldn't understand why Zhou Fang rejected her. This was such a normal thing. How many young people in society today have done this to escape their parents' pressure to marry? Why would he not agree to a suggestion that benefits both parties? Was it because he thought so little of her, deeming her worthless in his eyes? Lin Mingming's face suddenly turned red, as if she had suffered some great humiliation. Zhou Fang did not explain why he rejected her. He simply did not want to. If it were a time when he had just achieved financial freedom, it wouldn't have mattered. Back then he was filled with thoughts of enjoying life with his vast fortune. So when Shen Nanxin asked for his help to pretend to be Lei Lei's father, he impulsively agreed. After all, it was just a rare life experience, a bit of fun. However, times have changed and Zhou Fang's mindset has shifted. Now he has a stronger ambition than Lin Mingming and does not wish to get overly entangled with this female streamer, fearing complications may arise. This is not because he looks down on the profession of a female streamer. He has willingly given Lin Mingming many gifts in the online world, all of which were his choices, spending money for emotional value. However, once it involves reality, he is not interested in playing along with her. Zhou Fang glanced at his phone. I will stay here for another 5 minutes, Miss Lin. Why don't you take this time to think of a reason to tell your family that we got to know each other, and it wasn't suitable, so we can part amicably. After saying this, Zhou Fang sat down on the chair playing with his phone. Lin Mingming never expected Zhou Fang to show such an attitude. This made the slight favor she had just developed for him vanish without a trace. There are indeed men like this in the world. He lacks any gentlemanly demeanor. What arrogance! What pretending to be with me, Lin Mingming, would tarnish your image as a rich and handsome man from a small town. I think you are not even worthy. Back in the day, I was a goddess adored by countless netizens online, and I looked down on even great figures like the infatuated Moro. What are you even worth? Lin Mingming looked at Zhou Fang, who was buried in his phone, his head down, and her anger surged, completely forgetting the composure she learned from her idol Morong Z about facing setbacks. The more she thought, the angrier she got. She bit her lip tightly. The frustration in her heart made her want to rush up and teach Zhou Fang a lesson. Zhou Fang was completely focused on the phone screen, reading the news, and was amazed. Wow, the old company has truly turned around. Recently, the old company's product promotion model has become popular all over the internet, soaring to prominence. At this time, coinciding with the double holiday, the old company seized this rare opportunity, breaking new sales records every day, leading the way on major e-commerce platforms, and clearly becoming the hottest star in the e-commerce industry. Particularly noteworthy is that among the streamers of the old company, a super talented individual named Teacher Dong has emerged, truly characterized by brilliance, eloquence, and extensive knowledge. Furthermore, his personal growth story and countless efforts along with his unique performance style have made countless netizens feel his sincerity and straightforwardness. The famous quotes from Teacher Dong are heard everywhere, especially the phrase, "When grain prices fall, farmers suffer," which has touched the hearts of countless netizens. The atmosphere of his live broadcasts is also very immersive, allowing countless netizens to unconsciously immerse themselves in his world. In a short time, Teacher Dong has become a superstar in the online world, famous far and wide. And even the super famous leader of his old company personally praised this popular figure. Seeing the flourishing scene of his old company, now Zhou Fang felt overjoyed. It's just that these days are holidays and the stock market is closed, otherwise the old company's stock would surely skyrocket. Zhou Fang is now eagerly anticipating the holiday to pass quickly to see what surprises the stock market will bring after it reopens. Lin Mingming saw Zhou Fang still happily playing with his phone, with a smile unconsciously on his lips, making her even more furious. Bastard, how is that fair? We are both forced to go on this blind date, yet he is having a great time while I have to rack my brains to deal with my family. Alright, it's about time. Zhou Fang finished reading the good news about the old company, feeling great, put down his phone, interrupted Lin Mingming's thoughts, and got up to say goodbye, with a smile, completely ignoring her state. Miss Lin, I will take my leave now. Zhou Fang was not polite at all and walked out the door. In his mind, he thought he probably wouldn't have any more interactions with her in the future, so there was no need to drag it out. Watching Zhou Fang leave through the door, Lin Mingming, who had just been fuming, slumped in her chair like a deflated balloon. She could already foresee the storm of questions she would face from her parents and uncle. Zhou Fang and Lin Mingming's blind date unexpectedly ended in failure, which greatly disappointed Lin Mingming's parents, especially her uncle. The two children seemed to have felt a connection earlier. How could such a conclusion arise? They were puzzled, but there was nothing they could do. The two parties simply did not see eye to eye, and that was a definite outcome. What they could do now was to prepare to interrogate the irresponsible Lin Mingming. As for Zhou Fang's blind date failure, his father did not blame him too much. Since their son had achieved success in his career, he and Zhou's mother had stopped interfering in their son's matters. Of course, they were anxious about their son's lifelong affairs, but now that Zhou Fang had risen to prominence, they just needed to support his decisions without holding him back. Moreover, Zhou Fang had assured them that he would not neglect his life's important matters. After bringing his father back to their home in the city, Zhou Fang soon received a message from Shen Nanqin informing him that she would return to Huayang tomorrow. Shen Nanqin wanted to invite Zhou Fang to dinner tomorrow night, and he agreed. However, until the next afternoon, Zhou Fang had not received any further notification from Shen Nanqin, which surprised him. Yet he did not actively disturb Shen Nanqin, thinking that maybe she was occupied with something, and it was inconvenient for her to contact him. It was not until around 8 o'clock in the evening that Zhou Fang finally received a call from Shen Nanqin. "I'm sorry, Zhou, something unexpected happened at home, and I cannot return to Huayang for now." On the other end of the line, Shen Nanqin's voice was noticeably hoarse, as if she had endured deep sorrow, like a fallen leaf blown by the autumn wind, carrying a hint of desolation. "Miss Shen, your voice sounds a bit off. Has something happened?" Zhou Fang keenly sensed Shen Nanqin's unusual tone, his words filled with concern and worry. Hearing Zhou Fang's worried inquiry, Shen Nanqin could no longer suppress her inner pain and began to sob. "My father suddenly suffered a cerebral hemorrhage today and has been hospitalized, but they could not save him." Sobbing. On the other end of the phone, Shen Nanqin cried out loud. It was an indescribable sorrow, the most direct pain from the depths of her soul. Although Zhou Fang was thousands of miles away, he could sense her immense suffering through her cries, as if an invisible hand tightly gripped his heart. At that moment, a surprising thought suddenly arose in his mind. He wanted to go to Shen Nanqin's side and be there for her during her time of greatest sorrow. After comforting Shen Nanqin for a while, Zhou Fang hung up the phone, furrowing his brows in thought for a moment before picking up the phone again and dialing one of the numbers. "Hello, Miss Morong, sorry to disturb you." Zhou Fang called Shen Nanqin's friend Morong Z using the number they had kept from when they purchased the house together. This was their first phone call. He knew that Shen Nanqin's hometown was in the Xiangnan region, but he did not know the exact location. Among the people he knew, only Morong Z had information about Shen Nanqin. After a long while, Zhou Fang hung up the phone and opened his mobile to check flights from Huayang to Xiangnan. Unfortunately, after looking around, he found that it was currently a peak travel period, and he couldn't buy a ticket for the near future. The same went for other means of transportation, including high-speed trains. He then opened the navigation on his phone and realized that it was nearly 1,000 kilometers from his house to Shen Nanqin's, and even if he drove non-stop, it would take almost 10 hours. A glint of determination flashed in Zhou Fang's eyes. Morong Z hung up the phone with a complex expression. She did not expect Zhou Fang would inquire about Shen Nanqin's hometown address. A few days ago, she and Shen Nanqin had returned to Sichuan with Lei from Huayang, and Shen Nanqin had taken the child to her in-laws' home to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. The next day, Shen Nanqin took Lei back to Xiangnan to visit her parents. Originally, Shen Nanqin had told her that she would return to Huayang today. Morong Z roughly guessed the reason. Shen Nanqin probably wanted to meet Zhou Fang. At that time, she felt a bit emotional, not expecting her best friend to let go of her feelings for Wanqing so quickly, and instead develop special feelings for Zhou Fang. However, she wondered if her best friend regarded Zhou Fang as a substitute for Wanqing, or if she had genuinely fallen for Zhou Fang. But in the afternoon, she received the bad news from Shen Nanqin's family, and she couldn't believe that on a day meant for family reunion, her best friend had suffered such a significant blow. Yet she never imagined that Zhou Fang would also learn about Shen Nanqin's situation and now wanted to go to her hometown. Did their feelings really reach this stage in just a few months? Morong Z fell into deep thought. After informing his parents, Zhou Fang immediately set off for the highway toll station. His parents, curious about Zhou Fang suddenly going far away, were not told the whole truth. He merely said he had a work-related matter to attend to. Before leaving, Zhou Fang specially arranged for a designated driver. He was not foolish. Money was meant to be enjoyed, and besides, the journey was so long, and it was night. Driving alone while sleep-deprived could lead to problems, so it was better to spend a little money for a safe trip. On the way, after taking turns driving with the designated driver and encountering traffic jams during the holiday period, Zhou Fang still managed to reach Shin Nankin's hometown Yiyang in Xiangnan by noon the next day. Yiyang is quite famous nationwide, not only like his hometown Huaiyang, which has one of the 4 major freshwater lakes in the country, but also has the renowned historical landmark Yiyang Tower. This place has a rich cultural history and has produced many literary families. However, over the past few centuries, most of them have vanished into the river of history. In contrast, Shin Nankin's Shin family is a rare old family that has been preserved for hundreds of years. Their ancestral home has even become a protected cultural relic. Not only does their family have a rich heritage, but they have also integrated into modern society early on. Nowadays, their descendants have made good progress in various fields. Zhou Fang drove to a particularly famous villa area which was situated within a beautiful tourist resort. This truly shocked Zhou Fang, the nouveau riche. Sitting in the car, he dialed Shin Nankin's mobile phone. When Zhou Fang informed Shin Nanshin over the phone that the other party was just outside her apartment complex, Shin Nanshin was already overwhelmed with sorrow, her hoarse voice filled with disbelief. In that instant, the pervasive sadness, helplessness, and confusion within her heart melted away like frost under the blazing sun, replaced by an uncontrollable surge of excitement burning like a fire deep within her. Her gaze regained a glimmer of brightness, no longer reflecting that vacant state. Is Zhou Fang here? Besides Shin Nanshin, Mu Rongzi quietly listened as she finished the call, then gently asked, "Did you just speak with Zhou Fang?" After speaking with Zhou Fang last night, she had hurried over to her friend's place. Although the distance between her and Shin Nanshin was even greater than Zhou Fang's, she had arrived much earlier than Zhou Fang. At this moment, it was clear that Mu Rongzi, with her rich family background, was different from the new money Zhou Fang. Faced with the difficulty of securing a ticket during the holiday rush, Zhou Fang was at a loss, forced to drive a long distance, traveling thousands of miles. Meanwhile, Mu Rongzi only needed to make a few phone calls to find herself comfortably seated on a private jet arriving ahead of him. She originally had no obligation to come here at this time, especially since the Shun family had just experienced such a major event, and she was merely a friend of Shin Nanshin. It would have been more appropriate for someone like her to wait until the Shun family had dealt with everything before coming to offer condolences. However, she still chose to come. She told herself it was because she was worried about her friend. But in reality, even she couldn't clarify what the true reason was. At this moment, Mu Rongzi's mind was racing. Seeing the sudden change in Shin Nankin's expression, she understood who was on the other end of the line. Shin Nankin's current excited demeanor was something she had never shown even with her longtime friend here. It seemed her friend was indeed deeply entangled. Yes, it's Zhou Fang. He actually came all the way from Huaiyang. Shin Nankin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she grasped Mu Rongzi's hand, her voice trembling, slightly unable to hide her current emotional state. "Sister Z, I want to see him." Shin Nanshin suddenly stood up, ready to go out and welcome Zhou Fang. "Wait." Nanshin, calm down. Unexpectedly, Mu Rongzi pulled the impulsive Shin Nanshin back. She knew her friend was a very emotional woman, sometimes overly impulsive. At this moment, she looked at her seriously. "Nanshin, you need to calm down. Do you understand what your family will think when they see Zhou Fang's face? If your relationship with him gets out to the Wan family, what do you think they will say?" Hearing Mu Rongzi's words, Shin Nanshin was taken aback, staring blankly at her. Mu Rongzi gently stroked Shin Nankin's hand, softly saying, "I understand how you feel right now. I don't want to say this at this moment, but I must remind you that you are not an ordinary person. You are the eldest daughter of the Shun family, the daughter-in-law of the Wan family. You are the link between the two families. Because of you, there are many interests bound together between your two families. Have you considered the consequences your actions might bring to both families?" Facing Mu Rongzi's admonition, Shin Nankin's emotions suddenly became agitated. "Sister Z, I don't care. I just want to see him. I know you don't care, Nanshin. But you need to think about Zhou Fang. He is just an ordinary person, and even if he has some wealth, he is still a fragile, ordinary person in the eyes of your two families, easily crushed. Compared to the interests of your two families, some people will never tolerate his presence, disrupting the current situation. We all come from such families. You should know how cold some people's hearts can be and how ruthless their methods can." Hearing Mu Rongzi describe the consequences of Zhou Fang's appearance so gravely, Shin Nanshin was stunned. Her heart froze in an instant, and her gaze revealed panic. But, Shin Nankin's voice had already taken on a hint of crying, her face filled with a struggling expression. "Nanshin, listen to me. The most important thing for you right now is to stay home and be with your mother and Lele. As for Zhou Fang, I will help you meet him first. I will make sure he is settled and will convey your feelings to him. Once your family situation is handled, you can see him then. Nanshin, sometimes patience is necessary for the greater plan." Mu Rongzi comforted Shin Nanshin for a long time before finally leaving her room. Exiting the Shin family home and arriving at the gate of the villa area, she immediately spotted a car parked not far away inside, which sat Zhou Fang. Zhou Fang also saw Mu Rongzi walking out the gate. It's Mu Rongzi, she's actually here. Zhou Fang opened the car door and watched as Mu Rongzi approached. Ms. Mu Rong, hello. I didn't expect you to be here at President Shen's place. Thank you for informing me of the Shen family's address last night. Seeing Mu Rongzi, Zhou Fang took the initiative to express his gratitude for her assistance. However, upon seeing Zhou Fang, Mu Rongzi interrupted him with a blank expression. Actually, I regret it, Mr. Zhou. I shouldn't have told you Nankin's address. What? Zhou Fang looked at Mu Rongzi, puzzled by her words. Get in the car. Mu Rongzi said to Zhou Fang before heading to the passenger seat, opening the door and sitting inside. This was the Shen family's territory. Many people had seen Shen Nanqin and her husband, and Zhou Fang's appearance here was too conspicuous. If he were spotted by someone with ulterior motives, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. Get in. Seeing Zhou Fang's confused expression, Mu Rongzi urged, You get in the car first, and I will explain. Zhou Fang did not understand Mu Rongzi's concerns, but at this moment he still listened to her advice and sat in the car waiting for her explanation. Mr. Zhou, I don't know what stage your relationship with Nanqin has reached, but I want to thank you on her behalf for I can see that she is very excited about your appearance, which shows how important you are to her. Mu Rongzi said this and looked deeply at Zhou Fang. Zhou Fang's gaze flickered slightly upon hearing this, but he remained silent. Mu Rongzi gazed at Zhou Fang's face and said solemnly, Your arrival here despite the long journey at Nankin's saddest moment speaks volumes about her significance in your heart as well. However, I still stopped her from coming out to see you. I truly regret telling you the Shen family's address. Due to my momentary negligence, I failed to realize what consequences your actions today could bring to Shen Nanqin and you. While your impulsiveness may bring Nanqin temporary comfort, the ensuing price could be exceedingly high. That is why I rushed here overnight to prevent such consequences from occurring. Zhou Fang stared at Mu Rongzi in stunned silence, yet she paid him no heed and continued calmly, Mr. Zhou, do you realize that society is far less fair and people far less equal than you imagine? You've spent considerable time with Nanqin, surely you've sensed something amiss. Her family background is though her husband has passed, Nanqin remains the daughter-in-law of the Wan family. By virtue of this status, the Wan and Shen family's interests have long been deeply entwined. Should you recklessly intervene, you will inevitably disrupt this delicate equilibrium, and perhaps even shatter the carefully cultivated order they've built. Granted, you may now possess a certain social standing and financial strength, but to true elites you remain for all intents and purposes an ordinary man. Should they truly act against you, your current power would crumble before their slightest effort. Thus, though Nanqin stands near you in proximity, you inhabit entirely separate worlds. At least, for now, that remains irrefutably true. With these words, Mu Rongzi locked eyes with Zhou Fang. I know this may be difficult to accept, but I speak only plain truth. Hearing Mu Rongzi's eloquent discourse, Zhou Fang suddenly smiled. Madame Mu Rong, you're absolutely right. Fairness and equality are little more than the naive fantasies of the uninitiated. If all truly were equal under heaven, why would anyone strive so fiercely? Nor would I foolishly chase such illusions, deluding myself with hollow ideals. Yet, Madame Mu Rong, do you truly believe I am so easily broken? At this sudden counter-question, Mu Rongzi's lips curved into a mysterious smile. She had anticipated precisely this response. Those who rise above the multitude, each bearing lofty ambitions, would never be cowed by mere words or quick to dismiss their own worth. And she, Mu Rongzi, believed she had already deciphered Zhou Fang's entire hand. Was he truly so naive as to think his uncanny jade-cutting skill, however masterful, granted him the capacity to challenge families whose roots ran centuries deep? What do you think, Mr. Zhou? Mu Rongzi's tone carried quiet implication, as if probing his innermost thoughts. Do you cling to the belief that one should never scorn the poor youth, or do you cry out that the river flows east for 30 years then west for another 30? This is no novel nor a television drama. No slogan shouted into the void can alter reality. She regarded Zhou Fang with faint, almost teasing amusement, as though mocking the commoner's delusion that sheer effort could rival generations of elite accumulation. To those entrenched elites, powerful, established, and unassailable, such thinking was nothing short of. Yet Zhou Fang did not bristle at Mu Rongzi's undisguised mockery. Instead, he met her gaze with serene intensity, and a subtle knowing smile played upon his lips. 30 years is too long. Zhou Fang sees only the present moment. You. Mu Rongzi recoiled, inwardly struck speechless by the sheer unshakable confidence radiating from his words. On what grounds? Do you truly believe your jade-cutting prowess alone makes you invincible? Do you imagine wealth flows so freely in the jade trade? Let me tell you, you're merely a minor player unnoticed by the powers that be, which is why you've managed to pocket a few coins. But should you overstep, should capital itself take notice, you'll soon learn what it means to lose all autonomy. What it means to be utterly powerless. Recovering swiftly, Murongzi launched a sharp, unyielding challenge, even revealing she knew he was the legendary orange cat of the jade-cutting world. How did you learn of my jade cutting? At Murongzi's mention, Zhou Fang's expression shifted instantly, his eyes locking onto hers with piercing focus. He'd never spoken of his anonymous online identity, Orange Cat, to anyone, not even Shen Nanqin. How had Murongzi discovered it? Had she investigated him? Ever since his unsettling encounter with Qi Kaihong, who'd inexplicably probed into his affairs, he'd harbored quiet resentment. Now another had done the same. Did the upper echelons truly regard ordinary men like him as transparent ants, manipulable at whim, stripped of all privacy? Sensing her misstep, Murongzi acknowledged it without flinching. Rest assured, Mr. Zhou, I conducted no investigation into you. It was you yourself who betrayed your identity. Your voice revealed you as Orange Cat. Myself. Zhou Fang's eyes narrowed, still unconvinced. Have you forgotten? From our very first meeting, your voice struck me as strangely familiar. I once went to great lengths to recruit you, but despite exhaustive efforts, I couldn't locate your contact information. Fortunately, my memory is exceptional. I remembered your voice perfectly. On my way home, it dawned on me you and Orange Cat, the one who competed with me in the live-streamed jade-cutting duel, were one and the same. Murongzi presented her evidence without hesitation, lifting her slender neck with unwavering composure. Zhou Fang could only sigh inwardly, so it was his voice that had undone him. Yet his voice held no distinctive timbre, not like Murongzi's own rare Xiaoyu voice, instantly recognizable to those who'd heard it once. Her determination to recruit Orange Cat then must have been extraordinary. Seeing Zhou Fang fall silent, Murongzi pressed further. Zhou Fang, don't presume you can hide yourself so deeply. Today I identified you by voice alone. Tomorrow others may uncover your identity through entirely different means. Or, do you recall Jin Xiaoyan, the man who once vowed to blacklist you? As I understand it, he's currently under house arrest following the livestream incident. But he'll emerge soon enough, and with his resources, exposing Orange Cat's true identity, or discovering who brought about his family's punishment, will be effortless. And should he learn that Orange Cat was none other than you, Zhou Fang, what do you suppose he'll do? Murongzi's words struck Zhou Fang like a boulder crashing upon his chest. His face darkened instantly as he stepped forward, looming close, his gaze sharpening with unmistakable menace. Madame Murong, is this a threat? Startled by his sudden proximity, Murongzi instinctively retreated, her back pressing against the car window. Gazing up at his face mere inches away, her calm composure flickered, heart skipping. Just once. Yet she quelled that fleeting tremor, instantly meeting his stare without flinch. Her tone held no trace of threat, only a quiet, earnest warning. Zhou Fang, this isn't a threat. It's a courtesy, a sincere caution. Murongzi replaced Shen Nanqin for the meeting with Zhou Fang, but it ended unhappily. Watching Zhou Fang's car disappear into the distance, a hint of regret flickered in Murongzi's eyes as she sighed inwardly. Have I gone too far? The other party is just an ordinary person. He merely resembles that man. That man was naturally carefree, possessing the capital for a relaxed and easygoing life, while Zhou Fang, coming from a humble background, viewed things from a different perspective. Alas, not only have I ruined the agreement between Nanqin and the other party, but I also fear I may never have the chance to win over the Orange Cat again. Yet at that moment, an unanticipated voice emerged in Murongzi's heart. Murongzi, you did this on purpose. You cannot bear to see Zhou Fang completely take the place of that man. You cannot stand to see your best friend triumph over you, occupying that man's entire heart. You cannot accept that barely a year after that man's death, your best friend has so quickly moved on. You cannot comprehend why your friend easily obtains everything while you cannot love that man as devotedly as you do. This inexplicable thought suddenly appeared in Murongzi's mind, causing her complexion to change dramatically. Impossible. This is not my true thought. I, Murongzi, am naturally open-hearted, daring to love and hate. I am not the petty, envious, and shameless person who resents others' happiness. Are you really not? If you are not, then why exaggerate the consequences and break apart Zhou Fang and your best friend? If you are not, then why harbor feelings for your friend's lover? If you are not, then why secretly purchase property for someone else's lover? Several inexplicable thoughts tangled in Murongzi's mind, causing her beautiful face to turn pale and her cheeks to burn. Murongzi was deeply trapped in the chaos of her own thoughts, while Zhou Fang had already driven away from Yiyang. After a night of traveling 1,000 miles, he arrived with excitement, but left with a troubled heart. Impulsive. I was too impulsive. These past days I have been too fortunate, becoming a bit arrogant and self-satisfied, as if believing that the world is merely so, and that having good luck means I can thrive effortlessly. In fact, compared to 3 months ago, aside from him becoming wealthy, everything else about him has not changed. He remains within his previous small circle, not truly stepping out to see the outside world. His mindset and perspective have not fundamentally changed. Morong's words today struck him like a bolt from the blue, yet they cleared the clouds, allowing him to recognize himself. A day and night later, Zhou Fang had returned to his home in the provincial capital Jinling. On the way, he found a city to rest for the night, made a phone call home, and not returning to Huayang, he went straight to the provincial capital. During this time, Xin Nanxin had specially called him. At her most sorrowful moment, this gentle woman was still considering his feelings and explained her situation of not being able to meet him. Zhou Fang felt a bit uncomfortable comforting her for a long time. They agreed to meet again when possible. Upon returning to Jinling, as soon as Zhou Fang arrived home, he found that his sisters had somehow learned of his whereabouts and came knocking. "Oh, did neither of you sisters go home during this extended holiday?" With 8 days of holiday, today was only the 7th day, and Zhou Fang could tell that these two sisters did not look like they had just returned. "Brother Zhou, we didn't go home. I am selling houses. The holiday season is a peak sales time, so I definitely could. My sister just changed jobs and is in the adjustment phase, plus her company has been working overtime for several days, so she didn't go home." Yumin quietly remained silent while her quick-tongued sister Yujia immediately explained everything to Zhou Fang. This girl has a cheerful personality and is very familiar. After spending a lot of time with Zhou Fang, she became very sweet-tongued, always calling him Brother Zhou. After speaking, Yujia kept giving her sister meaningful glances, but Yumin became a bit conflicted, her delicate face flushed, biting her lip, and refusing to speak, which made Yujia anxious. The performance of both sisters caught Zhou Fang's attention. He couldn't help but smile as he asked, "What's wrong, Yujia? Does your sister have something she wants to say?" Seeing her uncooperative sister, Yujia felt anxious and directly said to Zhou Fang, "Brother Zhou, I dragged my sister here to seek your help." "Help it?" Zhou Fang looked at the two sisters in confusion, waiting for Yujia to continue explaining. "Brother Zhou, do you remember my sister's ex-boyfriend Zhang Chao?" "Yes, I remember." Zhou Fang nodded. It seemed like Yumin had broken up with him for quite some time, and judging by the sisters' expressions, it appeared that he was causing them trouble. "That scoundrel Zhang Chao has been missing for quite a while since breaking up with my sister, and we thought everything was fine. But in recent days, this scoundrel suddenly resurfaced. Not only does he call my sister every day to harass her, but he also stalks her. Blocking him doesn't work. He even followed my sister, caused a scene at her workplace, and came to our house to bang on the door and block us. I reported him to the police, and he was arrested for a few days, but he was released today and found us threatening that if my sister doesn't get back together with him, he will never let her go." Yujia said passionately, her small face turning red with anger. Yumin kept her head down, biting her lip, not daring to look Zhou Fang in the eye. Zhou Fang listened to Yujia's explanation and found it indeed, as she said. In this world, when men and women break up, some part amicably, while others become anxious and are eventually healed by time. However, some remain unwilling and cling tightly, which is the most troublesome. But he also felt helpless. How could he extend a helping hand when the Yu sisters came to him for help? That person was clearly a troublemaker who wouldn't behave even when caught. In today's society, as long as he does not inflict actual harm, the police have no way to deal with him. At most, it would be a public order punishment. Yujia looked at Zhou Fang with pleading eyes and said, "Brother Zhou, you know my sister, she is gentle by nature. Although she hates that scoundrel Zhang Chao, we really have no way to deal with him now. You are wealthy and my sister's best friend, that's why we came to seek your help." Zhou Fang smiled wryly in his heart upon hearing this. He may be rich, but he was no different from an ordinary person lacking connections. He was merely a tower in the air. Aside from throwing money at the problem, he had no real solutions. However, seeing Yumin's expression, he couldn't ignore her completely. This girl, as her sister said, is soft-hearted and lacks opinions too kind. To put it bluntly, she is destined to be bullied. After contemplating for a moment, Zhou Fang looked at Yumin and said, "Actually, Yumin, if you leave Jinling for a while, Zhang Chao won't be able to find you. After some time, there shouldn't be any issues. Just right, I am planning to go abroad. If you are interested, you can come with me to take a break. How about it?" Going abroad. Upon hearing Zhou Fang's suggestion, the two sisters Yujia and Yumin were taken aback, exchanging astonished glances. Yujia instantly became excited, thinking this opportunity is too good to pass up. "I really have to thank that bastard Zhang Chao. If it weren't for him, Zhou Fang wouldn't have remembered my sister." Yumin looked at Zhou Fang in disbelief, her eyes flashing with surprise and astonishment. Zhou Fang was indeed planning to go abroad for a while, a decision he had made after contemplating it during a break on his journey yesterday. Morong's words were very much on point. His current stature was small, so playing around domestically hadn't caught the attention of those big figures yet. However, as his funds increased, if he were to liquidate the stocks of his former employer this time, with his current financial capacity, he would instantly have a 10-figure sum. With such a large sum of money, if he rashly invested all of it in the domestic stock market, he would definitely face too many constraints and wouldn't be able to unleash his full potential. Moreover, given the current international environment, the major financial markets are abroad, providing ample opportunity for him to maneuver for a long time. By then, with enough capital accumulated, whether he returned to engage in real industry or continued investing in finance, he would have better choices. It's not for tourism. I'm going to handle some business matters. Coincidentally, your sister teaches English and her language skills are better than mine, so I would like to ask her to help me as a translator. This way she can also avoid Zhang chaos entanglements. Zhou Fang explained with a smile to the two sisters. Upon hearing Zhou Fang's explanation, Yumin hesitated, saying, "Brother, but I've just started working." Before Yumin could finish her sentence, Yu Jia interrupted, exasperated by her sister's consideration of work at such a crucial moment. "Sister, such a great opportunity. Why are you still worried about your job? With your position as a mere clerk, what's there to cling to? Besides, even if you don't go with that guy Zhang Chao constantly causing trouble for you, can you really focus on your work? It's better to go out with brother Zhou and see the world. Yes, Yumin, if you can't work, just take a temporary break. Listen to your sister and take a trip. Don't worry, this time it's on me. I'll pay you. When you come back, even if your company doesn't want you anymore, I'll help you find a new job." Upon hearing Zhou Fang say he would pay her, Yumin immediately became anxious and said, "Brother, I don't want your money. I've just never been abroad, and I'm a bit worried." "There's no need to worry, but it's my first time going abroad too. What's there to fear? It's not like the old days. Going abroad is quite normal now. Remember when we were at the company? Didn't we all apply for passports together? Just hand it over to me later, and I'll handle the visa." Yu Jia kept persuading her silly elder sister, thinking that if her job wasn't so special and her relationship with Zhou Fang wasn't as deep as Yumin's, she would want to go along too. After Zhou Fang and Yu Jia's persuasion, Yumin finally made up her mind to go abroad with Zhou Fang. At the same time, she felt a sweetness in her heart. Having the opportunity to be alone with brother Zhou and escape from her ex-boyfriend's entanglement was indeed killing two birds with one stone. The next day, Zhou Fang called the customer service of the VIP black credit card he had received when he made a deposit at the agricultural bank. He remembered that having this card provided many conveniences, including assistance with visa applications in various locations as promised. A few working days later, with the backing of the black credit card, Zhou Fang and Yumin's visas were quickly processed. At the airport, Yu Jia came to see off her sister and Zhou Fang, and while Zhou Fang went to the restroom, the little girl mysteriously whispered something to her elder sister, causing Yumin's face to turn red. "You little brat, what nonsense are you talking about? Let me tell you, I've already acted out of line enough after listening to your ridiculous ideas recently. Someone like brother Zhou is not the type we can just fantasize about. I also understand that brother Zhou doesn't have those kinds of feelings for me, so don't come up with wild ideas again." As Yumin said this, her heart felt a twinge of sorrow. She wasn't an ignorant fool about matters of the heart. Although Zhou Fang hadn't explicitly stated it, she could still sense his attitude. "Sister, what are you afraid of? Haven't you heard that fierce women fear persistent men? Let me tell you, it's the same for men. Besides, if brother Zhou truly had no interest in you, why would he take you abroad?" Yu Jia was not listening to Yumin's defense at all, and continued to nudge her sister to take this opportunity to win over Zhou Fang. Hearing this, Yumin's heart also stirred with ripples. As it was time to board the plane, Zhou Fang and Yumin bid farewell to Yu Jia and headed towards the boarding gate. On the way, Zhou Fang noticed a series of large airplanes at the airport, along with a section that housed many small aircraft. He knew that these were private jets stored here by wealthy individuals from the upper echelons. Each of these jets is worth tens of millions or even billions of dollars. With his current net worth, it would still be a stretch to purchase one. However, he firmly believed that he would eventually own his own private jet. After a full day and night of flying, Zhou Fang and Yumin finally arrived at their destination, New York City, in America. Upon disembarking, both felt exhausted. Even though they were in business class, the long flight had drained them. Zhou Fang chose New York City as his first stop, having his own plans. In today's world, America still occupies the center of the Western world, and even the entire globe, it remains the largest financial center in the world. New York City is the financial heart of America. Here, all the major super consortiums that are famous worldwide gather, including banks, insurance companies, trusts, and shipping railways. Additionally, the New York Stock Exchange, NASDAQ, and futures exchanges are all among the largest in the world. Most notably, Wall Street, representing global financial terminology, is also located here, where every move is said to have an immeasurable impact on the world's economy. Upon exiting the airport, Zhou Fang realized the true value of the VIP black credit card in his hand. It was incredibly convenient. Just one phone call, and no matter where you are, you don't have to worry about anything regarding food, clothing, accommodation, or transportation. The Niuyue or Daofu Hotel is a place filled with historical charm. Many significant historical moments have been witnessed here, and countless prominent figures have stayed at this hotel. It is said that many important individuals have stayed here in the past 6 months alone, the first being the renowned late Qing dynasty minister Li Hongzhang. Now, the fame of Daofu has spread far and wide, and how could Zhou Fang miss the opportunity to explore it? He had already booked 2 luxurious rooms through the Black Card customer service before setting off. Upon landing, the hotel provided a pickup service specifically for the luxury rooms. Sitting in the lavish Rolls-Royce, Yumin couldn't help but marvel at what kind of person Zhou Gu really was. Such incredible treatment. She didn't realize that money could make wonders happen, especially in this money-centric America, which exhibits this truth to the fullest. As Zhou Fang and Yumin stepped into the hotel, the opulent interior decor unfolded before their eyes like a resplendent palace. The noble and elegant architectural style showcased the unique charm of Nuyu's golden age, as if transporting them into another world. The hotel's design is a typical Art Deco style, resembling a meticulously carved painting that the exquisite marble inlay patterns were everywhere in sight, akin to lifelike pieces of art. These marble inlay patterns boasted rich and vibrant colors reminiscent of noble attire, creating a striking visual impact that made one feel as if they were in a luxurious dream. Yumin couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the extravagance. It was truly magnificent. Without Zhou Gu accompanying her, she could hardly imagine one day setting foot in this golden and resplendent world. When she learned that the room Zhou Fang booked was also a luxury room, and that she had an identical exclusive room, her heart raced uncontrollably. Oh my god, a room costing tens of thousands a night, and Zhou Gu was actually willing to treat her. Upon stepping into the luxury room, a stunning view unfolded before her eyes. An exquisite custom bed, a private dressing room, fully equipped work and entertainment facilities, and a spacious, luxurious bathroom. Everything was fit for a palace. It wasn't until she lay down on the bed that Yumin truly believed she wasn't dreaming. Everything was real, and it belonged to her now. She felt as if she were in a dreamlike world, reluctant to leave. But soon Yumin's heart began to waver again. She knew that Zhou Gu bringing her to witness this splendor wasn't out of any ulterior motives, but merely a gesture of their past friendship. Thinking of this, a bitter smile appeared on her lips. Indeed, she and her sister were too naive to think they could win over Zhou Fang's affections with trivial schemes. She knew that such a wealthy and handsome man was the prince charming in the hearts of countless women, so how could he covet an ordinary girl like her? Zhou Fang had no idea of Yumin's complicated thoughts. As they walked through the hotel admiring its various attractions, he couldn't help but marvel at its reputation. Indeed, the money spent was worth it. After a good sleep at the luxurious or Daofu Hotel, overcoming the time difference, Zhou Fang began to take Yumin out to experience the center of the world, known for its streets paved with gold and rampant desires. Niue. The hotel is located in the heart of Niue and not far from the world-famous Broadway Theater and Fifth Avenue shopping district, and it is also adjacent to the United Nations headquarters. Once they stepped out of the hotel, the bustling street quickly immersed them in the city's vibrancy and prosperity. Along the way, Zhou Fang followed an online guide to show Yumin around many famous attractions. They took many photos of each other and posted them on their social media, having a great time. After enjoying an expensive Western meal for lunch, Zhou Fang was ready to proceed with the real purpose of his visit. "Brother, what are you doing at this company?" Yumin asked curiously as they stood outside a company that specialized in economic consulting. "Investment stock trading." Zhou Fang replied with a faint smile, gazing at the surrounding skyscrapers and the large bronze bull that had been polished to a shine, his eyes filled with anticipation. "This is the world-renowned Wall Street. Stock trading. Stock trading." Yumin was taken aback by his. She looked at the man before her, feeling both puzzled and curious. Zhou Fang noticed Yumin's reaction, but didn't rush to explain. He simply smiled and patted Yumin's shoulder, signaling her to follow him into the company. The interior of the economic consulting firm was simple yet elegant. As soon as they entered, a staff member greeted them with a professional smile, speaking in enthusiastic English. "Sir, madam, welcome to our company. How may we assist you? I would like to commission your company for some financial services." Zhou Fang's spoken English was quite good, and this wasn't his first time dealing with foreigners, thus his invitation for Yumin to act as his translator was merely an excuse. "No problem, sir. Our company offers comprehensive financial consulting services, ensuring your utmost satisfaction." Following the staff into a meeting room, coffee was immediately provided and various documents were brought in with service that could only be described as impeccable. Zhou Fang began discussing the details of his objectives. He had come here to engage in all kinds of financial investments, including stocks, futures, currencies, etc., and needed to open his own accounts. If he were to handle these matters alone, it would be time-consuming and labor-intensive, not to mention the numerous. This is where economic consulting firms come into play. They specialize in such tasks. For a fee, they will perfectly handle everything for you. Yumin listened to Zhou Fang discussing with the staff, feeling somewhat astonished, as if she were seeing Zhou Gu's true self for the first time. Watching Zhou Gu sign various documents, even though she didn't yet know how much he would invest here, she understood that needing a professional financial company indicated a significant amount of money. After a while, all the commissions were completed, and Zhou Fang and Yu Min left amidst the staff's warm send-off. On the way back, Zhou Fang was suddenly attracted by an unexpected advertisement. The Powerball jackpot has gone unclaimed for 20 consecutive draws. The cumulative jackpot has reached a staggering $2 billion. Lottery players across the U.S. are going crazy with ticket sales booming. $2 billion. My goodness, how much would that be in our country's currency? Yu Min stared in shock at the jaw-dropping prize amount, her eyes wide with disbelief. Zhou Fang felt a similar thrill while looking at the advertisement. $2 billion converted to local currency would amount to $140 billion. It was 70 times the $200 million he had won last time. Goodness, who wouldn't be tempted? In an instant, Zhou Fang made up his mind to buy a lottery ticket again, wondering if his mysterious luck would continue to work on American soil. Come on, Yu Min, let's go join the fun. Brother, do you really believe in winning the lottery? Yu Min couldn't believe that someone as wealthy as Zhou Gu would still place faith in the elusive lottery. What she didn't know was that her high-income handsome brother had made his fortune through the lottery. Finding a Powerball service point, it was indeed crowded, and Zhou Fang casually picked a set of numbers, maximizing the multiplier. 60 times $120. In America, anyone from any country could buy a Powerball ticket, and like at home, each ticket cost $2. However, the difference was that here the maximum multiplier for a ticket was only 60 times. Moreover, the number selection process was quite different from that at home. The lottery numbers consist of 6 digits, but the selection range includes 69 numbers. Therefore, the odds of winning the jackpot here are even lower than at home, reaching nearly 1 in 300 million. Such odds surpass the entire population of America, illustrating just how rare the grand prize is. Yet the harder it is to win, the higher the prize. Just like this time, it had gone unclaimed for 20 consecutive draws. If someone won the $2 billion jackpot, it would be the highest prize in the history of lotteries. If this time went unclaimed again, the accumulated jackpot would soar even higher. Glancing at his ticket with the numbers 10, 33, 41, 47, 56, Powerball 10, Zhou Fang tucked it into his wallet. So Yu Min, why don't you buy a ticket too and give it a try? What if there's a chance? You could be a billionaire. Zhou Fang smiled at Yu Min, who immediately shook her head like a rattled drum. No, brother, I don't have that. Yu Min was unwilling, and Zhou Fang didn't press the matter. He wasn't the type to buy the ticket for her either. It wasn't out of stinginess. He had already booked her a room worth tens of thousands. What were a few dollars for a lottery ticket? He just felt a bit worried. After all, his luck was so mysterious, he wasn't sure what might happen if he bought a ticket for. But what if something went wrong with his luck? He had personally witnessed the changes brought to him by the luck that he possessed. If it turned out to be a loss, he would have nowhere to cry. Late at night in the hotel room, Zhou Fang awaited that exhilarating moment. The Powerball drawing was around 10 o'clock. Even though he had already experienced the joy of embracing a multi-million-dollar prize once, his heart was still tumultuous like restless waves. He was not anxious because of the substantial prize. Though the money was enough to drive anyone mad, it wasn't the most important thing to him. His worry stemmed from his luck, that elusive yet undeniably real force. He knew that as long as his luck remained, winning $2 billion would eventually be within his grasp. On the television screen, one number after another appeared. Finally, the shimmering Powerball, representing the ultimate prize, began to roll, and Zhou Fang's gaze locked onto it. His breath halted, his heart raced, all his senses focused on that fleeting moment. Like waiting for the dawn, Zhou Fang quietly awaited the verdict of fate. In that moment, he was no longer just a simple lottery buyer. He had become a pilgrim worshipping at the altar of unknown fortune. Finally, that decisive moment arrived. The camera focused on his tightly clenched fist, each knuckle seemingly infused with vibrant life, like sprouting seeds, bending, curling, and full of anticipation. On the television screen, the decisive numbers finally appeared. 1. The Powerball has also been won. 6 numbers match exactly. The total prize was $240 million. Indeed, my luck is still effective even here in America. Zhou Fang let out a low roar, deeply exhaling like a ribbon fluttering light and long. In that moment, he was no longer anxious or doubtful. He knew his luck was still there, his future was still there. On the television, the host truly exclaimed, causing the entire America to go wild over the grand prize. At that moment, countless lottery players frantically tore apart their tickets, while many expressed their frustration, anger, madness, curses, and vented their dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Zhou Fang was already checking online about how to claim the prize in America and how much tax he would have. Upon checking, Zhou Fang was taken aback and a curse slipped out. Oh my! He had previously learned some information about winning prizes abroad from the news. There were 2 methods to claim the prize. One could take a lump sum, but the prize would shrink significantly. Or one could receive it in installments over several decades, thus obtaining the full amount. However, according to the history of the American lottery, everyone who chose to receive the prize in installments never lived long enough to see it through. As for the reason, guess. Now, if Zhou Fang had to choose, he would certainly prefer to take the lump sum. After all, money in his hand was real money. Moreover, the prize claim process here requires the winner to publicly disclose their true identity. This action serves not only to prove the authenticity of the winning ticket, but also to better promote the lottery organization. At this moment, Zhou Fang's silent anger was not directed at the prize claim method, but rather at America's tax on winnings. This is outrageous, truly a money-hungry imperial society. Back home, when he won $250 million, he only had to pay 20%, and everything was fine. But America was different. This quirky country actually imposes 3 levels of tax on lottery winnings. Not only is there a federal tax, but also state tax and local city tax. And the tax amounts are simply unimaginable. He roughly calculated in his mind, $240 million if taken as a lump sum would amount to less than $1 billion, and after various taxes, only over $500 million would actually reach his hands. Wow, this is truly eye-opening. When Zhou Fang was escorted by the staff of the American Lottery Organization to claim his prize and participate in public interviews, Yumin, who had been with Zhou Fang throughout the entire process, felt her mind go blank. Even after this whole day, she still thought she was dreaming. Yes, dreaming. This was the same thought she had when Zhou Fang jokingly mentioned winning the lottery while spending over $100 on tickets. It was a joke. Spending over $100 to win $2 billion was simply a fantasy. She genuinely believed Zhou Fang was just throwing in a little money for fun. After all, for someone of his stature, spending $120 was less than her own $1. But unexpectedly the next day, when Zhou Fang told her he had won the jackpot, the $2 billion Powerball prize, she was completely stunned. Her brain felt as if it had been struck by lightning, leaving her in total blankness. $2 billion. $140 billion in cash. Even when Zhou Fang explained to her that according to American regulations he couldn't take that much home, and would probably end up with only $30 to $40 billion in cash, she still couldn't fathom how much that money really was. The entire day she felt dazed, as if her soul had been drained. If it weren't for Zhou Fang being the one to claim the prize, others would have thought it was her Yumin who won. What amazed her the most was Zhou Fang's unusual calmness after winning the grand prize. He treated the whole prize-claiming process like a routine event following the staff's arrangements, leaving her momentarily speechless. After an unimaginably surreal day, Yumin received a call from her younger sister Yujia back in their home country. It was evening in America while it was the start of the workday back home. The news about the $2 billion jackpot had already circulated widely in domestic media days prior. This was the highest prize in the history of lotteries worldwide. Even though there wasn't the same sense of involvement and attention in the domestic audience as in America, many were still extremely interested. After all, this was a super surprise moment that could instantly create a billionaire. Wow. Someone won the $2 billion jackpot in America. Damn, that's outrageous. $2 billion, $140 billion. You could never spend it all in a life, right? Just putting it in the bank for a year would earn several hundred million in interest. You'd be spending millions every day. This life is just painful to think about. I don't fear pain. I was born to endure it. Whatever pain comes my way, I'll take it all. As the winner's information was exposed by the media, the world erupted. Oh, shit. The winner isn't even American. It's an Asian face. Oh my God. It's a visitor from Huaxia to America. His name is Zhou Fang. God, this Asian guy is so handsome. And a billionaire. I love Asians. I love Huaxia people. I want to marry him and have a bunch of mixed-race babies with him. Back home, people also saw the news about the $2 billion winner. In no time, this news climbed to the top of major media outlets in the country, with Weibo short videos and social media flooded with photos of Zhou Fang holding the giant check. It was at this moment that Yujia saw the news about Zhou Fang winning. Instantly, her mind exploded with excitement, and she screamed out loud, "Oh, it's Brother Zhou. Oh my God, Brother Zhou has become a billionaire." Unlike her sister, who couldn't accept the shock of Zhou Fang winning the lottery all day and felt like she was in a daze, Yujia immediately thought of something. "Sister." "Yes, sister. She's in America right next to Brother Zhou. I need to call her." Yujia hurriedly grabbed her phone, not caring about the cost of international roaming charges at this moment. When the call connected, Yumin was about to say something, but was interrupted by a barrage of excited voices from Yujia. Sister, did Brother Zhou really win $2 billion? Is it true? Did you see it with your own eyes?" Yumin was taken aback, and her blank expression finally changed. "Jia, it's true. I've been by Brother Zhou's side all along. He really won the grand prize, $2 billion. I saw it with my own eyes." Also, did news about Brother Zhou winning spread so quickly back home? Of course. Sister, you don't know, all the trending topics in the country right now are about Brother Zhou winning. So many people are paying attention to this. This is a billionaire we're talking about, and the money is coming from a bunch of old foreigners in America. It's almost like robbing their money. It's so exciting. You have no idea how everyone is asking for information about Brother Zhou. Oh. Yumin immediately tensed up. "Jia, you mustn't say anything reckless. Do not let any information about Brother Zhou leak, do you understand? Oh sister, I'm not stupid. But worrying won't help. Even if I don't say anything, everything about Brother Zhou will definitely be dug up by netizens. Oh, what should we do? Yumin suddenly remembered something bad and couldn't help but worry for Zhou Fang. Sister, what are you worried about? It's not you who won the prize. Besides, Brother Zhou was already a wealthy person, he just became even wealthier. And with Brother Zhou's status, how could he not know what to do? You have to realize this is America and private bodyguards are everywhere. Would Brother Zhou be afraid to spend this little money? Right, I remember. Today there were a few foreign big men who kept following us. They seemed to be private bodyguards. Although Yumin had been dazed all day, she suddenly recalled something and felt a sense of relief. At this moment, Yu Jia's voice came again over the phone. Sister, don't worry about Brother Zhou. I want to ask you, how many days have you been out with Brother Zhou? Has anything happened between you two? What do you mean happened? Jeje, what are you talking about? Brother Zhou and I are perfectly fine. Oh sister, that's not what I meant. I meant, has there been any unexpected situation between you two? Yu Jia was exasperated by her sister's cluelessness and bluntly said, I mean, have any sparks of passion ignited? Is there any chance of things getting out of hand? Hearing her younger sister's direct question, Yumin's face instantly turned red. You little brat, what nonsense are you talking about? Didn't I tell you? Brother Zhou and I are above board. He has no improper intentions towards me. Besides, what part of me is worthy of Brother Zhou? The reactions of the two sisters from the Yu family were merely the tip of the iceberg after the news of Zhou Fang's lottery win was exposed. In the country, there were many more people who knew Zhou Fang's background, each responding differently. In Jinling, Qi Kaihong stared blankly at the news notification on her phone, unable to believe her eyes. Zhou Fang actually won the lottery. And it was a staggering 14 billion. She remembered previously saying she didn't believe Zhou Fang would suddenly become rich, dismissing lottery wins as absurdity. She had never believed it. But unexpectedly, this suddenly wealthy old classmate not only shocked her with unimaginable stock market gains, but also made her worry that he had become someone else's puppet. She was deeply concerned, wanting to help him, hoping to pull Zhou Fang out of this terrifying quagmire. Yet Zhou Fang would not accept her goodwill. She never expected that a casual joke from the past would turn out to be true. Zhou Fang really won the lottery, and it was on the other side of the ocean with an amount that was almost unbelievable. She opened Zhou Fang's stock account back and again, looking at the stocks he held. In this period, the stock from Zhou Fang's former employer had become a hot trend in the domestic stock market. The stock price, which had previously plummeted, had now nearly quintupled, reaching half of the peak price of Zhou Fang's old employer. The market predicted that as long as Zhou Fang's old employer maintained its current momentum, a return to its peak was only a matter of time. Surpassing the peak was even a possibility. Even without considering the recently won 10 billion prize, the funds in the stock market alone had already given Zhou Fang a fortune of 2 billion. Qi Kaihong was momentarily unable to accept everything before her. She had fallen into a deep self-doubt. Could it be that everything Zhou Fang had said was true? That there were no powerful figures behind him, and he had been relying solely on his own abilities to make money in the financial market? Had she always been overthinking it? In a spacious, bright, yet solemn office, a leader who had long been hardened by experience was equally stunned by today's headline news. Zhou Fang, the little slippery fish he had been keeping an eye on, had actually won the lottery again. Not many people knew that Zhou Fang had won billion-dollar prizes twice, but for someone like him, acquiring such information was effortless. This time, Zhou Fang's win was even more exaggerated, with a prize that was over 50 times more than the first jackpot that had turned his life around in his home country. Moreover, it was from a rival in his own country. Wouldn't this infuriate the lottery players on that side? This guy's luck was simply too good. It wasn't just a matter of having done something incredibly good in his past life. It was as if he had saved the earth to deserve such fortune. He took out a report on Zhou Fang's latest activities from his drawer. It detailed Zhou Fang's recent endeavors, including information about him purchasing a house in Jinling and his long journey to the home of a wealthy widow in Xiangnan. Of course, these trivial matters didn't catch the leader's interest. He merely wanted to see what special qualities this little slippery fish possessed from these minor details. He was well aware of Zhou Fang's worth in the stock market, but this aspect intrigued him even more, leaving him puzzled. How could an ordinary person dare to gamble all his worth on his old employer when it had just been plunged into despair, betting on its resurgence? Could it be that this kid Zhou Fang truly possessed extraordinary abilities, or was he favored by the heavens, blessed with incredible fortune? Suddenly, he dialed a number. Hello, big brother, do you remember that I wanted to borrow someone from you last time? Yes, it's that kid from the Zhao family. Hey, it's nothing major. Hey, just lend him to me for a couple of days and I promise to return him to you, just as he is. Still in Jinling. It could be said that this was the place where Zhou Fang's information was known best, aside from his hometown village. Adding up his studies and work, he had been in Jinling for nearly 10 years. Old classmates, former colleagues, old friends. All had recognized the super lucky winner of the 10 billion prize from the photos as the Zhou Fang they remembered. In an instant, countless people were overwhelmed with excitement, various emotions surging like a fountain: excitement, envy, jealousy, regret. Their attitudes towards Zhou Fang at this moment revealed an incredible vividness. Those who had a good relationship with Zhou Fang, as well as those with ordinary ties, all set aside their differences, hurriedly sending messages to congratulate and inquire. As for those with poor relations at this moment, they were either lamenting their regrets or cursing in their hearts, feeling resentful and indignant, wishing they could take his place. In a certain community in Jinling, Zhao Yueyao stared at the news on her phone, dropping the milk bottle. She held onto the floor, yet she felt nothing. A man rushed over with concern, checking if his girlfriend was hurt. This man was Zhao Yueyao's boss, and now, initially Zhao Yueyao had returned from Zhou Fang feeling disappointed and had a big fight with her parents, angrily leaving home to find a place to stay for a few days. After a while, she finally understood that she had completely lost Zhou Fang, and her dream of becoming a billionaire's wife had shattered, leaving no possibility for reconciliation. However, life had to go on. Zhao Yueyao struggled out of her pain and regained her strength. She knew she could no longer dream of being a billionaire, but the hope for a modest life remained. Thus, she adjusted her mindset and returned to the boyfriend she had once looked down upon, fully starting their cohabitation. Fortunately, this boyfriend truly cared for her, making her once hurt heart gradually heal. Yet now Zhou Fang had unexpectedly re-entered her sight. Zhou Fang really won the lottery, and it wasn't the 250 million she had initially thought, but a staggering 14 billion. In that instant, the support in Zhao Yueyao's heart crumbled, and even with her boyfriend's support, she still collapsed on the ground. Ha! Ha ha! 100 billion! Ha ha! Millions! Her boyfriend carried Zhao Yueyao towards the sofa, yet he couldn't hear what his girlfriend was muttering incoherently. Her eyes were hollow, her lips trembled, and her face was pale. Heavens, why? Why, after I have completely stopped thinking about Zhou Fang, completely abandoned the past, do you play such a big joke on me again? Oh heavens, what exactly did I lose back then? I endured for 3 years with that person. Why did I have to destroy my own happiness right before Zhou Fang's rise? Zhao Yueyao was left in a daze by the news from Zhou Fang, but someone else was even more dramatic. In Sanshui County, at his uncle's house, the old apartment building where Zhou Fang once stayed had already been transformed into a beautifully renovated commercial building. Yet despite such a house, his uncle couldn't help but look down on it after witnessing the grandeur of the Zhou family's spacious flat. Every morning, the first thing his uncle did was check his phone for updates on his friend's circle, looking at the step counts of certain individuals. He would like and comment on posts from his leaders and colleagues, searching for any useful clues within the information sheet. This had become a habit he cultivated over many years. Having mingled in the official circles for over a decade, lacking both background and connections, he relied solely on his own acumen, gradually developing a unique survival strategy. Initially, he had seized the opportunity to please his aunt, who was close to Cheat Sai-hong, allowing him to rise from a minor grassroots staff member at the Telecommunications Bureau to his current position as a deputy section leader. Towards his superiors, he always maintained a cautious attitude, striving for excellence. With his colleagues, he made friendly connections, attempting to expand his network. However, he lamented the absence of opportunities, like when Zhou Fang saved Cheat Sai-hong, which left him stagnant for many years. Fortunately, although he had no accomplishments, he managed to stabilize himself in Sanshui. At that moment, his uncle lay in bed, glanced at his phone, and realized it was only 6 o'clock, still early for work. As usual, he opened the Green Bubble app, but suddenly emitted a scream that could shake the heavens and make ghosts cry. This scream startled his still groggy wife, who jumped out of bed. "What are you doing? Seeing ghosts so early in the morning?" His wife, irritated, pushed him, only to find him in a stunned state, completely frozen. "What's wrong, Lao Zhou?" Years of being a married couple made her realize that her husband must have discovered something, prompting her to rush over to check. His uncle trembled as he held his phone, enlarging a picture, muttering, "It's him. It's him. I knew it. I knew it. What? What's going on?" His wife was bewildered, hurrying to ask, while glancing at the phone in his hand. Is this person Zhou Fang?" Although the photo was enlarged and only one face could be recognized, she immediately knew it was Zhou Fang. After all, this kid had stayed at her house for several years, and not long ago, he had come to celebrate her daughter's wedding. What happened to Zhou Fang? "Lao Zhou, you need to speak." She was well aware of her husband's intentions towards Zhou Fang, but why was he going crazy over someone's photo so early in the morning? "Don't ask. Quickly get up, hurry, and pack. We are not going to work today. We are going to the city, to my elder brother's house, to Zhou Fang's house." His uncle's eyes sparkled with excitement as he threw off the covers, not even bothering to put on his slippers before running out, leaving his wife in a daze, wondering if her husband was possessed, mumbling without clear words. She quickly grabbed her phone to see what had happened. Soon a similar scream echoed through the bedroom. His wife emerged, equally shocked, holding her phone, trembling. "Is this for real? 140 billion. Zhou Fang won 140 billion. Oh, it's definitely true. Didn't you see it's all over the news? The friend circle is filled with news about Zhou Fang. Hurry and pack, we're going now. His uncle was rummaging through something when suddenly he turned around seriously telling his wife, Right. Quickly call Xiaodong and tell her to come back and bring her husband along. Just say we're going to my elder brother's house to express gratitude for attending Xiaodong's wedding. His uncle gathered all the precious tobacco and liquor he had stored at home, then met up with his hurried daughter and son-in-law. The family, in a flurry of excitement, packed up and drove towards the Imperial Scenic Garden. However, when they excitedly arrived at Zhou Fang's house, they found the gate tightly locked with no one at home. The family exchanged glances, and his uncle couldn't help but stomp his foot in regret, saying, We arrived too late. My elder brother's family must have known about Zhou Fang winning more than 100 billion beforehand. Now, they must be hiding somewhere. It was easy to imagine that after the Zhou family suddenly became wealthy, they would certainly take precautions, and Zhou Fang, being abroad, would definitely worry about his parents at home. Don't you have the Zhou family's number? Quickly call your elder brother to ask, We're family. Could it be that they are? His wife hurriedly urged her husband. His uncle quickly took out his phone and dialed Zhou's father's number, but soon a mechanical voice came through the phone. Sorry, the number you dialed is switched off. Please call again later. At this, the excited family suddenly wilted like frostbitten eggplants. Alas! After a long time, his uncle with a long face sighed silently and said to his wife, It's all our fault for not visiting often enough. And that girl Meng Meng. If she had been willing to try dating Zhou Fang, we wouldn't be so passive now. On this day, not only did his uncle's family fail to reach the Zhou family, but many locals from Huayang, who knew the Zhou family, also couldn't get through. Even Fang Liping, who had severed ties with Zhou's mother, couldn't help but call her aunt. Unfortunately, it was now too late to regret. At this moment, except for the Zhou twins still in school, Zhou's parents and Zhou Fang's grandmother were in a special safe location. Since Zhou Fang confirmed that he had won 20 billion US dollars that night, he immediately began preparing for himself and his family. This time, unlike in the country, winning in America required full public exposure, and the lottery organization would use his information for promotion, so he could no longer conceal his existence like the first time. However, he no longer resisted making public appearances as he had before. Firstly, he had already mentally prepared himself. If he wanted to claim this enormous prize, he shouldn't fear the ensuing disturbances. Secondly, it was related to what Murongzi had said back then. The matters between him and Shun Nanxin could be set aside. He wasn't interested in the interests of the Shun and Wan families. After all, these two families were ultimately just businesses. As long as he had substantial capital in the future, who would dare to meddle in his affairs or criticize him? However, the mention of Jin Xiaotian felt like a thorn deeply embedded in his heart. From Murongzi's words and Jin Xiaoshan's arrogant attitude back, then it was clear that the other party's background was far from ordinary. This so-called Jin family power was likely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. As the saying goes, commoners shouldn't contend with officials. This applies everywhere in the world. If he wanted to ensure his safety, he had to grow rapidly, allowing his stature to reach a certain level so that those with ill intentions would think twice before attempting anything against him. Zhou Fang knew that to grow rapidly, the domestic financial circle was certainly insufficient for him to showcase his talents. It was too small, too slow, and held back by too many constraints. He needed to seek a broader horizon, and America, as the gathering center of the world's economy, undoubtedly became his best choice. Here lies a stark world of money where wealth truly allows one to act freely. His original intention for coming here was to gradually seize capital from the financial market using his luck, but he never expected to coincidentally encounter the powerful lottery jackpot. $2 billion is no small sum for anyone in the world, and even many small countries cannot muster such a huge fortune. Even if he wanted to rely on luck step by step, each time the principal would need to appreciate significantly, and there couldn't be any unexpected occurrences which would require a considerable amount of time and effort. So at that moment, he couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decisively chose to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once the opportunity was truly in his grasp, Zhou Fang began to execute his plan. That night, he called the customer service of his black card, seeking the most reliable and reputable security company in New York. After receiving a response, he quickly got in touch with them overnight. With the credibility guarantee of the black card, he ultimately signed a security agreement worth $10 million for a year. This was definitely a huge business for the security company. Even among America's top billionaires, including those who have once held the title of the world's richest person, it is rare for annual security expenses to exceed $10 million. The only real exception is Mark Zuckerberg, CEO of Facebook, who surpassed this figure. They had no idea who Zhou Fang was or what special status he held to make such a substantial investment, but as long as the client paid, they would provide equivalent professional value. They would not only provide Zhou Fang with comprehensive personal safety protection at all times during the year, but would also immediately send personnel from their branch in Hong Kong to his hometown to protect his family. Meanwhile, Zhou Fang also called his parents back home to swiftly inform them of his current situation, of course, choosing to conceal details about the lottery. He merely explained to his parents that he had suddenly won a large sum of money which could attract unwanted attention and trouble, and suggested that they temporarily hide with people he arranged, placing them in a safe location until he returned to make further arrangements. Zhou Fang's parents were once again shocked by their son's sudden wealth, feeling as if the entire world was turning upside down before their eyes. Goodness, $2 billion. Even if their son claimed to have cash worth only 40 to 50 billion domestically, it was still an overwhelming amount for them to bear. However, their son's actions soon made them even more anxious. Having too much money is a good thing, but now it was too much enough to make them start worrying. The elderly couple felt heavy-hearted and complicated, but since their son said everything was arranged, they could only comply, determined not to hold him back. His two younger sisters were still in school, but he had people keeping an eye on them in the background. After reassuring his family, Zhou Fang finally felt at ease. This time, he didn't care about how much he spent or how much other wealthy individuals paid for security, as long as it ensured the safety of himself and his family. Everything was worth it. The next day, once the security company informed him that their personnel had taken over the protection of his family, Zhou Fang officially revealed to the outside world that he was the winner of the massive jackpot. Subsequently, under the protection of the high-priced security he had hired, he began the process of claiming his wealth. At the lottery organization, after undergoing a series of tense and thrilling procedures, an accountant assisted Zhou Fang throughout, and ultimately, after deducting a series of taxes, the amount he could take home was over $600 million, which surprisingly was not all his money. According to American tax laws, if Zhou Fang continued to live and work in America for the following year, he would actually have to pay another sum the next year. This amount is approximately $50 million. However, he could use this money at any time during the year, as long as he could produce it when the tax authorities came knocking the following year. Damn it. Zhou Fang couldn't help but vent internally. This was simply outrageous exploitation of the prize winner. Despite the complaints, Zhou Fang still cheerfully held up the giant check sample provided by the lottery organization, revealing a happy smile under the multitude of flashing lights. Soon this photo appeared in headlines across media outlets worldwide. Xiangnan Yayang, the Shun family. Morongzi felt her whole body stiffen, unable to believe the scene unfolding before her eyes. A popular internet phrase suddenly flashed through her mind: what the hell is surprise? Just a few days ago, she had been teaching Zhou Fang, telling him he had no qualification or ability to get involved in the romantic entanglements with Shun Nanqin, and unexpectedly, in such a short time, this guy had released a super shocking twist. $2 billion. 140 billion in cash. Even if the Morong family or the Shun family had assets exceeding this figure, it would be impossible for any of them to produce such cash at any time. Even the 40 billion in change would be incredibly difficult. And even if Zhou Fang only received a small portion of it, with some clever maneuvering, it would be enough to make him a formidable capital force. With such a Zhou Fang, if he were to reappear before the Shun family and Shun Nanqin, no one would doubt or question his relationship with Shun Nanqin. Indeed, just as she had expected, Shun Nanqin suddenly appeared before her, surprise written all over her face, holding her phone. Nearly 10 days had passed since Shun Nanqin's father's unexpected death. During this time, she had been deeply mired in sorrow, but now she was finally beginning to emerge from the shadow. Meanwhile, Morongzi temporarily set aside her family's business to fully accompany her best friend and goddaughter, helping them through this difficult time and preventing a situation like last year's depression for Shun Nanqin and Lei after Wan Qing's death. Shun Nanqin indeed came to share this good news with her, and Morongzi felt an indescribable sensation in her heart. Looking at her dear friend filled with joy and glancing at Zhou Fang's radiant smile in the photo, Morongzi fell silent. Did she really make a mistake some time ago? Since the announcement of the $2 billion prize, Zhou Fang had hired expensive bodyguards to tightly secure his hotel room, rejecting many visitors except for a few necessary ones. Having suddenly come into such a large sum of money in the financial metropolis of New York, Zhou Fang immediately became the focus of attention for some venture capitalists, many of whom were eager to gain his financial support. The news of his substantial prize caused a huge stir domestically, and many of his personal details were unearthed by netizens with extraordinary abilities, yet he did not pay much attention. After all, the safety index in the country was still quite good, and as long as his family was safe, he could rest easy for the time being. What concerned him now was his situation in America. Although he had hired a top-tier security company, he felt uneasy in America, a place filled with so-called freedom and gunfire. He was certainly already under the watchful eyes of some scheming individuals, though nothing particularly unusual had happened. Yet, if his accumulated capital grew substantial, it would definitely attract the attention of capital sharks. At that time, he would have to face the pressure brought by those capital sharks in the entire financial center. After much contemplation, he felt that his previous thoughts had been a bit naive. Despite his reversed fortunes, it would be extremely difficult for one person to thrive alone in this world full of predators in the financial realm. Thus, he decided to find an agent for himself, someone who could attract the firepower. This person could not be too strong nor too weak, otherwise they would be unable to withstand those terrifying capital sharks. Moreover, in the foreign financial market, with the knowledge he possessed, he was simply an outsider and needed a professional financial investor to guide him. With a plan in mind, Zhou Fang released word through the financial information company, where he initially opened his account seeking a professional financial partner to help him manage the enormous prize money. The financial information company did not expect that a foreigner who had recently opened an account with them would possess such incredible luck, becoming a billionaire envied by countless others as soon as he arrived in America. Admiration aside, after receiving Zhou Fang's order, the financial information company immediately set to work finding suitable talent for him in the financial circle. After several days, Zhou Fang met many investors, but none could capture his attention. In the late afternoon, a sturdy bodyguard named Mike walked in, and looking at Zhou Fang quietly said, "Boss, there's a venture capitalist named Zhang Dong who wants to see you." Hearing this, Zhou Fang was taken aback. Was someone still coming this late? After hesitating for a moment, he nodded, "Let him in." Soon a well-dressed man in a tailored suit followed Mike's lead, entering the room and placing the materials he carried on the table. The man's gaze appeared sharp and gave an impression of being highly refined. After picking up the materials, Zhou Fang occasionally studied the man in front of him, saying, "I've seen your information. You want to manage this money for me and invest it for profit, right?" Zhang Dong immediately straightened up, replying, "Yes, Mr. Zhou, I do have such an intention." Zhou Fang placed the materials back on the table, narrowing his eyes slightly. Zhou Fang was satisfied with Zhang Dong's information, but his purpose was to find an agent, not a partner, which held no significance for him. Zhou Fang gestured to his bodyguard beside him and fixed his gaze on Zhang Dong, asking, "Mr. Zhang, I have heard about your capabilities and greatly appreciate them, but can you fully commit to serving just me?" Zhang Dong frowned slightly upon hearing this. Being a smart man, Zhang Dong understood what Zhou Fang was implying. To serve him wholeheartedly meant pushing away all other clients and focusing solely on Zhou Fang. That was not Zhang Dong's goal. He aimed to take Zhou Fang's money and invest in various ventures, earning commissions. As a professional venture capitalist, he possessed a unique vision, making him popular among capital sharks. This was why each professional venture capitalist had numerous clients. After all, the more clients they had, the more commissions they could earn. For Zhang Dong, he had plenty of clients, and his goals extended beyond just the immediate benefits. Zhang Dong gently shook his head, picking up the materials from the table, and said apologetically, "I'm really sorry, Mr. Zhou. You know, I am a professional venture capitalist with many clients, and they bring me substantial profits each year, so I'm afraid I cannot meet your request." He could not abandon the entire financial market for Zhou Fang's small piece of cake. While the $2 billion prize might sound impressive, at most it translated to $600 or $700 million, which wouldn't make much of a splash in the world's financial capital, New York. "I can offer you a higher employment fee than the market rate. As for your commission from the venture capital company, I won't interfere. Do you think that's acceptable?" Zhou Fang, rather than being angered, felt a sense of joy at Zhang Dong's response, his eyes reflecting a hint of approval. After searching for so long, he finally found someone that met his needs. However, if he wanted Zhang Dong to be his agent, this individual could not harbor any other intentions and must serve him wholeheartedly. "Mr. Zhou, this isn't a matter of money. To be honest, my current wealth is enough for me to enjoy the latter half. What I seek now is not just wealth, but a higher pursuit in life." Zhang Dong gently shook his head. At his level, money had become merely a number. He enjoyed the feeling of navigating the financial market, relishing the thrill of strategizing and winning from afar. That sensation was something money could not provide. "Mr. Zhang, I understand your point. So what if I could make you the best professional venture capitalist in the world? What would you think?" Zhou Fang was no fool. Having gone through various experiences, he quickly grasped Zhang Dong's mindset. Zhang Dong's goal was clear: to obtain funding for investments in every industry he deemed promising. As long as there were sufficient returns, he could achieve greater success. His ambition extended beyond mere money. He aspired to be a major player in the financial world, the undisputed king. "That's impossible. Oh, venture capital carries risks, and investing requires caution." "Mr. Zhou, don't you find that statement quite ridiculous? Even the great investor Warren Buffett wouldn't dare guarantee a perfect return on every investment. Your description of the best professional venture capitalist is simply a joke." Zhang Dong's eyes reflected a hint of disdain. He realized that Zhou Fang was merely a lucky individual favored by fate, and he had underestimated him. He had initially thought this person would have a broader perspective, but little did he know that Zhou Fang's understanding of the financial market was that of a complete novice. Investing isn't that simple. Don't speak too soon. What if I'm a rare investment genius? Zhou Fang jokingly remarked, yet he still held a significant appreciation for Zhang Dong, as this individual possessed a strong sense of principles. Moreover, the two of them, one seeking fame and the other seeking wealth, would make a perfect partnership. The room fell into a deep silence as Zhang Dong remained silent, gently shaking his head. He had completely lost the desire to continue conversing with Zhou Fang, the arrogant man who had stumbled upon good fortune. Mr. Zhou, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. After putting away his resume, a hint of disappointment lingered on Zhang Dong's brow. Different paths do not conspire together. Mr. Zhang, don't be in a hurry to leave. How about you will act as my representative in America. I don't need you to do anything for me. Every investment will be conducted in your name. If the projects I invest in yield substantial returns, all the credit will be attributed to you, and I will provide you with a considerable commission. You only need to lend your name. Of course, during this period, you do not need to terminate your agreements with those fund trustees. Zhou Fang lightly tapped the table, his gaze fixed intently on him. Zhou Fang was well aware that to win over Zhang Dong, he absolutely could not use normal methods. Of this approach was undoubtedly the best. Moreover, he had met quite a few professional venture capitalists during this time, and aside from Zhang Dong in front of him, the others were hardly worth mentioning. For Zhou Fang at this moment, time was money, and he had no interest in waiting any longer. Mr. Zhou, I'm unclear about one thing. Why do you insist on hiring me? Zhang Dong suddenly felt puzzled. With his many years of experience in the financial and entertainment circles, he naturally sensed that Zhou Fang seemed to have a strong inclination towards him. In the entire financial world, there were many renowned figures, and Zhou Fang's capital was enough to impress those lofty big shots. First, I see you as one of our own. Whether you are a Chinese or overseas Chinese, we all share the same blood. Second, I believe your background fits my needs perfectly. What I need is a talent like you, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Fang smiled, slightly leaning back in his chair. Mr. Zhou, you jest. I, Zhang Dong, consider myself somewhat self-aware. In the financial circle of New York, I can at most be regarded as someone who's slightly above average. Zhang Dong squinted his eyes, staring at Zhou Fang before softly speaking. In the investment industry, Zhang Dong belonged to the mid-level echelon. Compared to those capital tycoons, his abilities were far from sufficient, yet he was still superior to those lingering at the bottom. It was likely this very fact that attracted Zhou Fang to him. Yet Zhang Dong couldn't understand why Zhou Fang was so confident that every investment he made could yield impressive returns. To be honest, I feel somewhat insulted by your proposal. Zhang Dong's fists clenched slightly, and his expression gradually darkened. He was a professional investor, while Zhou Fang's idea was to have him act as a mere gatekeeper. This was clearly an insult to his abilities, a disregard for his worth. Zhang Dong, you seek fame, while I seek money. We can cooperate like this, isn't it a mutually beneficial arrangement? I believe you wouldn't refuse the title of the #1 venture capitalist in the future financial circle, right? You can try working with me first. If I fail to meet your expectations, you can resign immediately, without hesitation. I will not hold you back. With that, Zhou Fang knew it was futile to continue the conversation. Although he held high hopes for Zhang Dong, the New York market was rife with professional venture capitalists. If it didn't work out, he could always find someone else. Let me think about it. Zhang Dong hesitated. You have only one night to decide. After that, the opportunity will be gone. Zhou Fang nodded, directly giving the dismissal order. He didn't get up, but watched as the man before him left. With over $600 million combined with his old employer's recent success, he could likely extract nearly 2 billion RMB from stocks, which is over $300 million. This money represented Zhou Fang's entire fortune. He took out some funds, opened the American stock market, and began selecting stocks. After some mumbling and a bit of haggling, this one's it. He pointed at a stock glowing green, the biopharmaceutical company Madrigal P. Zhou Fang unhesitatingly invested $20 million. Now he no longer doubted the guidance from above. Tossing this money into the stock market was like dropping a stone into the sea, creating no ripples whatsoever. The next morning, Zhang Dong showed up as promised, appearing at Zhou Fang's door. Wow, you're quite early. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Notify the hotel to prepare 2 breakfasts. Zhou Fang took Zhang Dong to the dining room, where they sat facing each other at the table. Occasionally the sound of Zhou Fang chewing could be heard in the room, but he mentioned nothing about Zhang Dong, as if he had completely forgotten their conversation from the day before. Mr. Zhou, I have thought this through, and I agree to your proposal. However, you must show me a very satisfactory answer in a short time, otherwise I may leave at any moment. Zhang Dong adjusted his emotions and spoke softly. After returning home yesterday, he pondered the matter all night. It seemed Zhou Fang's words held some truth. If he could indeed achieve a success rate of over 90 for his returns, he could become the undisputed king of the entire financial world. And such a title was precisely the aspiration he had yearned for his entire life. Of course, even if Zhou Fang failed, it seemed he wouldn't suffer any losses. If that's the case, why should he refuse such a collaboration? Hey, you need to understand that I am your boss, not your subordinate. And I will show you what you want to see. Next, you need to sign this contract, and your first task is to help me find a villa. I'm tired of living in a hotel. Zhou Fang took out a contract he had prepared with a professional lawyer and pushed it in front of Zhang Dong. After signing their names on the document, the two exchanged glances, both wearing faint smiles. Pleasure doing business. Pleasure doing business. They shook hands firmly. Well, after you left yesterday, I picked a stock in the stock market. Take a look. He pushed the computer towards Zhang Dong, placing it in front of him. Biopharmaceutical Madrigal P. This industry's valuation in the current stock market isn't too high. Are you sure you want to invest in this? A hint of astonishment flashed in Zhang Dong's eyes. Investing in biopharmaceuticals in the stock market must be handled with great care, requiring multifaceted evaluations not only in the stock market, but also considering the offline research and development systems, routes, and funds. Exactly. Don't you want to see my capabilities? If I don't choose a project with some challenges, how can I earn your confidence? By the way, I should still have stocks worth nearly 2 billion in my domestic account. Help me sell them all and use all the funds in my current account to purchase this stock. Zhou Fang chewed his food, gazing at the computer screen, and softly directed. Are you crazy? Putting so much money into this stock? If it continues to drop, all your money will go down. Zhang Dong looked at Zhou Fang in front of him, feeling that this guy was simply too reckless. These are matters you need to consider. You just need to do as I say. Zhou Fang did not spare another glance at this guy and began to devour the food on his plate. It must be said the hotel's set meal truly lived up to its reputation as a top-tier hotel renowned throughout America. After a long while, everything has been arranged according to your instructions. The purchase price for each stock is roughly around $16. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Dong stared at the computer screen before him, feeling somewhat incredulous. He really completed an investment of nearly $1 billion in such a short time, and judging from Zhou Fang's demeanor, he didn't seem to be joking. After all, no one would risk their entire fortune on such a gamble. Alright, you don't need to worry about the next matters. Zhou Fang directly closed the laptop, his right hand resting on it, a demeanor that hardly resembled that of a financial giant who had invested nearly $1 billion. Oh my god, I have never seen someone as crazy as you. To be honest, if it weren't for the contract, I really wouldn't want to. Zhang Dong's body trembled slightly, and a hint of regret even began to rise in his heart. Come on, don't act so surprised. You have been in America for so many years as a veteran. What's so extraordinary about a one-time investment of $1 billion? Now hurry and help me arrange for a villa rental, then hire a good chef and servants. It should be for about a year. Remember, the security system must be perfect. Any accidents are strictly forbidden. Zhou Fang treated this guy like a housekeeper, entrusting the villa rental matters to Zhang Dong. If it weren't for the large sum of money being invested in the stock market, Zhou Fang could easily afford a villa in America. Fine, it's your money, you can do whatever you want. Hearing this, Zhang Dong sighed helplessly and turned to leave the presidential suite. Before long, Zhang Dong used his connections to help Zhou Fang rent a luxurious villa in the suburbs of New York City, and Zhou Fang led everyone away from the hotel and into the villa. For several days, Zhang Dong felt like a person with nothing to do aside from handling a few minor matters for Zhou Fang. He was hardly needed for anything else. However, during these days, he couldn't find a moment of peace to sleep well. Every night, he kept a close watch on the stock market, fixating on that stock. His mood was like a roller coaster, with the stock prices fluctuating unpredictably. It's rising, it's really rising. This is incredibly amazing. Suddenly, he saw that stock showing a remarkable performance, directly entering a growth mode, and his emotions couldn't help but become excited. It really rose. How is that possible? $20, $25, $30, $33. This is more than double. How is this possible? Zhang Dong felt as if he had turned into a muggle. He simply couldn't comprehend how Zhou Fang had managed this. Early the next morning, he rushed into Zhou Fang's room, his eyes filled with disbelief. It rose. It really... Mr. Zhou, how did you do it? This is too amazing. Oh my god. Our return has exceeded 100%. You are simply incredible. At this moment, Zhang Dong regarded Zhou Fang as a true deity, his eyes filled with admiration. Just wait. Zhou Fang, though overjoyed inside, did not show it, and instead spoke with a calm demeanor. All right. Zhang Dong quickly nodded. After another half-month, although the stock prices grew slowly, they were indeed rising, and the price of each share had successfully reached $50. Mr. Zhou, the stock has entered a rather slow growth phase. Should we sell all the stocks we hold? So far, the stock price had tripled, and this young man before him had raked in over $3 billion in just half a month. Wait a moment. I need to return to my room. Zhou Fang then went back to his room looking at the stocks in the market and began to select again. Is it you again? This time he actually selected 2 stocks, one of which was the same as the previous one. And then there's Tesla. Electric vehicles. That madman who keeps saying he's going to die on Mars. This is indeed a rather interesting. After memorizing the names of the 2 stocks, Zhou Fang turned and left the room, soon appearing before Zhang. What's the update? Zhang Dong felt a bit excited. With the current results, if publicized, it could definitely add a glorious highlight to his resume. Sell half of them, then invest the other half entirely into Tesla stocks. I leave the remaining half untouched for now. Zhou Fang said softly. Alright, I understand. Nodding lightly, Zhang Dong remembered Zhou Fang's words. Remember, sell the stocks under your name. Don't let anyone trace it back to me. For safety's sake, Zhou Fang reminded. I understand. Zhang Dong nodded silently, quickly manipulating the computer before him. Bro, what have you been busy with lately? I see you are with that new Mr. Zhang every day and hardly show yourself. Ever since Zhou Fang won $20 billion, Yu Min has felt an inexplicable urge over the past few days. Although she knows Zhou Fang does not have any romantic feelings for her, her sister keeps calling her, brainwashing her to seize this rare opportunity and make something special happen between her and Zhou Fang. She originally planned to return to the country alone ahead of time, as Zhou Fang seemed to have completely forgotten her existence in these days, but her sister repeatedly persuaded her to stay. She even said that as long as Zhou Fang does not actively drive her away, she will never leave on her own. Otherwise, she would regret it for a lifetime. It seems we have never properly explored New York City. Are you interested in going out for a stroll, eh? Under her sister's encouragement and brainwashing, Yu Min gradually began to change her mindset, finally mustering the courage to invite Zhou Fang to go shopping. Since winning the award, Zhou Fang has focused on keeping a low profile, spending all his days in his room, and no one knows what he is busy with. Sure, having been here for so long, I don't think I've taken you out. Let's go for a stroll tonight. Zhou Fang thought about it. He really hadn't paid much attention to Yu Min these days. After all, she was the one he brought along for relaxation, so he should consider her feelings. Besides, he had been feeling a bit stifled at home lately, so he took this opportunity to go out and take a stroll. As the foremost metropolis in the world, New York undoubtedly earns its title as the true city that never sleeps, a veritable paradise for the wealthy. Alright. Upon hearing Zhou Fang's prompt agreement, Yu Min could not help but reveal a hint of joy in her. When evening fell, Zhou Fang had Mike drive one of the luxury cars from the villa, accompanied by 5 or 6 bodyguards armed with weapons, and they headed straight for the 5th Avenue Commercial Street in New York City. Along the way, Yu Min gazed at the luxurious high-end boutiques, her eyes sparkling with a different kind of brilliance. Go ahead and shop. Tonight's expenses will all be on me as a reward for accompanying me abroad. Zhou Fang was no fool. He noticed the desire in Yu Min's eyes and gave her a reassuring glance. No need, brother, thank you for your kindness. You've already spent a lot of money taking me out. I can't keep using your money indiscriminately. Although Yu Min felt a stir in her heart at Zhou Fang's words, what woman doesn't desire the freedom to shop? However, she and Zhou Fang were not truly a couple. How could she shamelessly make demands of him? Yet Zhou Fang, undeterred by Yu Min's refusal, took her on a shopping spree. He was in such a good mood now, having increased his net worth several times. Spending a little money was of no consequence, and it allowed him to vent some pent-up excitement. Thank you, brother. Yu Min looked at everything Zhou Fang was doing for her, feeling overwhelmed with excitement. She couldn't help but embrace him and plant a kiss on his cheek. Faced with Yu Min's sudden attack, Zhou Fang couldn't help but smile bitterly. He certainly understood the thoughts she had. Sigh. Yu Min, don't do this. To be honest, my heart already belongs to someone else. I brought you out just to help you unwind. After all, your breakup with your boyfriend also had part of my responsibility. Moreover, I genuinely need someone like you to assist me. After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Fang gently pushed Yu Min away, speaking softly. Upon hearing this, a faint blush crept onto Yu Min's face, and her eyes misted over with tears. It was the first time she had been so proactive, yet she was rejected so thoroughly. Alright, let's continue shopping, don't cry. What's there to cry about? Besides, I haven't kicked you out, have I? Zhou Fang looked at the tearful woman before him, and couldn't help but recall the figure of Shun Nanxin, and if it weren't for Morongzi's words, he probably would still be in the country at this moment. It was only after coming abroad that he truly understood what madness meant. One day he would return, presenting himself to Shun Nanxin in an entirely new light, standing before all those who had once looked down on him. After the brief episode, Yu Min lost her desire to shop. Zhou Fang noticed her mood and directly instructed his entourage to drive back to the villa. On the soft golden silk bed, surrounded by numerous luxurious items, Yu Min hesitated for a long time before finally dialing her sister's phone number. Sister, what's up? I'm currently applying a face mask. Yu Jia glanced over while applying her face mask, then her eyes widened at the sight of the luxury items on the table. Sister, let me see that thing on your bed. Is it the cosmetic I've been dreaming of? Oh my, it really is. Sister, did you manage to win over brother Zhou? Yu Jia sounded a bit excited. In her eyes, Zhou Fang was undoubtedly a rare golden son-in-law, the kind that was hard to come by. Young and wealthy, with a gentle personality, handsome physique, and striking good looks, he perfectly matched the image of a Prince Charming in a young girl's heart. I confessed, Jia, but brother Zhou rejected me. As she spoke, tears streamed down Yu Min's face, quickly soaking the sheets. This was the first time she had mustered the courage to confess to a boy, only to be ruthlessly rejected, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. Sister, are you saying brother Zhou rejected you? Oh, I thought it was something major. If you're rejected the first time, just try again the second time. What's there to be afraid of? Remember, sister, a man pursues a woman across a mountain, while a woman pursues a man through a veil. As long as you take the plunge, how could you not win over brother Zhou? Yu Jia was not surprised by this. Come on, with Zhou Fang's capabilities, it would be strange if her sister, with her silly demeanor, could win him over in one go. If one try doesn't work, then try two. If two don't work, then try three. As long as you persevere, you will achieve your goal. But he told me he already has someone he likes, and I shouldn't do this. Yu Min repeated Zhou Fang's words, recounting everything. Sister, you're being foolish. Even if he has someone he likes, so what? Which wealthy man isn't surrounded by women? Sister, you need to grasp your own happiness. Zhang Xiao, that scoundrel, wasted so much of your time. It's not easy to meet brother Zhou. You can't give up so easily. And think about it, if he didn't like you or care about you, he wouldn't have brought you abroad. My dear sister, you must use all your wits. Even if you have to force it, you must successfully win over brother Zhou. Only then can you find happiness. Yu Jia continued to persuade her sister. Force it. Upon hearing this, Yu Min's body trembled slightly, and a hint of embarrassment flashed across her face. She wasn't the type to be so proactive. Sister, I've given you all the tips. I can just do your best, and don't be afraid of losing face. Face can sometimes be worth nothing. Whether for men or women, it's the same. To gain, one must be unashamed. Remember, do your best, and leave the rest to fate. Your own happiness is in your own hands. After saying this, Yu Jia hung up the phone. Sitting on the bed, Yu Min stared at the ceiling, lost in deep thought. Meanwhile, Zhou Fang remained unaware of the conspiracy coming from the adjacent room. He was pondering what is next. The vastness of the American financial market left him in awe. The astonishing return on investment was visibly increasing his wealth. One day his wealth would undoubtedly attract the attention of capital tycoons. Even if they were to strike, when the spark ignites a prairie fire, those capital giants would not hesitate to take aim at him. Rubbing his head, Zhou Fang set down the book in his hand, contemplating where to begin arming himself. Early the next morning, as Zhou Fang entered the dining room, he saw Zhang Dong joyfully walking in from outside, holding a black card. Zhang Dong, why are you so happy today? Did the stock market surge again? Zhou Fang put down the youtiao in his hand and asked the guy in front of him with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Boss, there is indeed a piece of good news, but it's not about the stock market, although our stocks have been rising. I received 2 special invitations. As he spoke, Zhang Dong placed the 2 invitations on the table, a smile dancing in his eyes. Just an invitation, and you're this happy? Hearing this, Zhou Fang squinted, slightly curious about what kind of special invitations could bring such joy. The invitations looked quite noble, with delicate gold threads inlaid in the frame, and a black rose depicted on top, the center of the rose adorned with tiny golden spheres, showcasing a remarkably clever design. You don't know, this is an invitation from top industry insiders. All the big names in finance will appear at this auction. Although it's called an auction, it is actually a networking event among major players. I had to beg and pull strings to get an invitation to this auction. I never expected someone would deliver it to me personally. Zhang Dong's tone was somewhat excited. After all, the feeling of finally getting something he had long desired was beyond words. Who is hosting this auction? Zhou Fang asked hesitantly. Although traveling to a foreign land might not cause a great stir, Zhou Fang was still very concerned about his safety, especially under the current circumstances. He needed to tread carefully with every step. The Morgan family. Every heir of the Morgan family attends each networking summit. Major groups, including some capitalist families from America, as well as investment tycoons from the financial sector, will all be present at this summit. Boss, should we attend? Zhang Dong, being a smart person, understood his boss' concerns after spending some time together and gently voiced his thoughts. Sure, since they have sent the invitations, it would raise suspicions if we didn't go. However, while participating in the auction, you must keep a good sense of moderation. Zhou Fang hesitated for a moment and nodded gently. Since they had already received the invitation, not attending would only raise doubts. Moreover, he wanted to use this opportunity to meet the influential figures in the financial circle, those who wielded power over America's finance. America is a country centered around capital and conglomerates where the financial oligarchs control everything domestically. Zhou Fang understood that if he wanted to establish himself in this place and gain substantial wealth, connecting with these financial oligarchs was absolutely essential. As the saying goes, to eat meat in someone else's territory, you must at least make an acquaintance. Among all the prominent oligarchs in America, the most famous 4 are the Rockefeller family, Citigroup, Mellon family, and Morgan family. Setting aside the first three conglomerates, the one that stands out in the financial world is undoubtedly the Morgan family. They have built a vast and formidable commercial empire centered around finance. The Morgan family is the helm of this enormous empire, which is far more terrifying than one could imagine. They once revitalized America's economy during a time of collapse. By the way, Zhang Dong, try to keep a low profile when attending the gathering tomorrow, Zhou Fang advised. Don't worry, boss. They control hundreds of billions, even thousands of billions of dollars. Our money is just a drop in the bucket to them. Zhang Dong smiled slightly at this and quietly explained. In a vast estate on the outskirts of New York City, this is the residence of the Morgan family. While the core members of the Morgan family number only in the thousands, there are over 10,000 people serving them. Moreover, this place is considered the safest in America. Reese, how are the preparations for tomorrow's auction? A middle-aged man sat on the sofa watching the news on the television in front of him and asked softly, Father, everything is arranged. Are you sure you won't attend? Morgan Reese stood straight beside him, speaking respectfully. No, this is your first step in taking over the family. Make sure all the guests are well taken care of, especially those from the other three major conglomerates. Remember, tomorrow's auction is a crucial step. There must be no mistakes. The current leader of the Morgan family narrowed his eyes, looking at his son with a serious tone. Okay, I understand, Father. Morgan Reese quickly nodded, watching his father's figure gradually fade away. The next morning, Zhou Fang woke up early and put on the high-end suit he had customized some time ago. He carefully admired himself in front of the mirror for quite some time. Looking at his handsome reflection, he couldn't help but nod repeatedly. With billions of wealth backing him, he finally had a different aura. Boss, are you ready? If you are, we can set off. Zhang Dong walked in from outside looking radiant. Let's go, let's also see the world. Zhou Fang headed straight for the door. In the luxurious backseat of the Rolls-Royce, Zhou Fang surveyed the bustling streets around him, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. While this was indeed the most prosperous place in America, one could not help but see some homeless people on the streets dressed in rags, their expressions dull, looking quite destitute. Indeed, a paradise for the rich, a hell for the poor. Shaking his head gently, Zhou Fang withdrew his gaze. He wanted to carve out a territory here, re-enter the country with unparalleled capital, and become one of these financial... Zhang Dong, do you know about the Morgan family? Zhou Fang asked curiously. Well, I can't say I know them particularly well, boss. To be honest, I have some reputation on Wall Street and in the entire financial system, but compared to such lofty figures, I am indeed several tiers lower. Zhang Dong's face bore a hint of awkwardness, his tone softening. The Morgan family is so wealthy that calling them a power to rival nations would not be an exaggeration. They truly control everything in America and could even be referred to as gods. As the car turned onto a tranquil road, luxurious vehicles occasionally sped by, causing Zhou Fang to furrow his brow. Why are there so few cars on this road? Zhou Fang asked, somewhat puzzled. Oh, after turning at that intersection, this area is already the territory of the Morgan family. Outsiders are not allowed to enter without special permission. If you follow this narrow path for another 5 kilometers, you'll reach the entrance of their estate. The range of the Morgan estate is beyond your imagination. Zhang Dong calmly drove the car, watching the vehicles flash by on the side, and explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Zhou Fang's eyes. The Morgan estate is truly luxurious. Based on its size, it probably exceeds the area of a small city. When the two arrived at the entrance, they were greeted by heavily armed bodyguards. Zhou Fang felt that if he made even the slightest move, they would not hesitate to draw their guns and turn him into a sieve. Sir, please present your invitation. A man approached, speaking respectfully, his demeanor feeling as refreshing as a spring breeze. Here, this is the invitation from me and my friend. Please have a look. Zhang Dong nodded gently and handed over the invitation. The man, resembling a butler, received the invitation with both hands, his smile remaining unchanged as he slowly tucked it away and nodded to the two. Is that man what they call a British butler? Led by a bodyguard, the two boarded a sightseeing vehicle and slowly drove toward the Morgan villa. Yes, he is the family butler of the Morgan family. Their butlers are hereditary and belong to the Morgan family from the moment they come into this world, trained in noble etiquette and loyal to the entire Morgan family. Zhang Dong glanced back and nodded slightly. The standards are indeed quite high. Zhou Fang couldn't help but gasp in surprise after hearing this. As they delved deeper into the estate, Zhou Fang began to feel a sense of disbelief. The entire estate occupies a vast area and features various entertainment venues, including a horse racing track, a golf course, an ice rink, and an amusement park. Almost everything you could think of is present here. Moreover, the greenery in the estate is perfectly trimmed, providing a refreshing feeling whether viewed up close or from afar. Luxurious. This is what true luxury means. By the time the sightseeing vehicle came to a stop, they had arrived in front of a villa. This cannot be called a villa anymore. It should be termed a castle, with its European style exuding a touch of aristocracy. Numerous figures stood at the entrance, creating a lively scene. The two disembarked from the sightseeing vehicle and approached the entrance directly. After a thorough inspection, they finally entered the venue. Before them stood a sculpture that Zhou Fang felt he had seen somewhere before. It must be a masterpiece by a master artist. Guided by the servants, they made their way toward the banquet hall. Boss, that individual over there is the heir of the Melon Consortium, named Melondina. It seems something unusual has happened with the Melon Consortium this year, as only this one heir has made an appearance. This young man is truly adored by all. The heir of the Lofi family standing beside him is also an outstanding figure in the investment field. I once met him briefly. As for the one at the end of their group, he is a descendant of the power holders of Citibank. I don't know his full name. I only heard about it from a friend. The two sat in a corner of the banquet with Zhang Dong pointing out the young nobles standing beneath the chandelier, introducing each one. Zhou Fang looked at this group of people, a hint of emotion flickering in his eyes. The starting point for these individuals is billions of times higher than the endpoint of ordinary people. All they need to do is lift a finger, and countless people will work for them. As the clock struck 7, a figure descended from the second floor, exuding a faint noble aura with light blue eyes set against a handsome face, appearing exceptionally charming. Welcome everyone to this gathering. The young man approached the crowd and spoke softly. The attendees responded by applauding, welcoming the young man. Morgan Reese, one of the heirs of the Morgan family. This should be his first appearance in a formal public setting. At just 26 years old, he is already preparing to take control of this vast empire. Zhang Dong felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Indeed, comparing people makes one despair, and comparing goods makes one discard. The gap is simply too great. In the face of massive capital, the financial world is just a pond for them. They can catch any fish they desire and nurture whichever fish they choose. With the appearance of this young master from the Morgan family, the banquet officially commenced, and the attendees began to seek their targets and engage in conversation. Look over there, 2 yellow-skinned monkeys. Since when can yellow-skinned people attend our banquet? A man frowned, his face bearing a hint of indifference. He did not realize that one of the yellow-skinned individuals he referred to was actually the recent winner of a billion-dollar jackpot, a hot topic in society. In the eyes of these individuals, all yellow-skinned people basically looked the same. Unless they were particularly famous figures, they would not remember anyone's distinctiveness. Even if recognized, they would not show the slightest surprise. What does a billion-dollar jackpot matter? In their view, it was merely a little trick to fool the lower class. Thomas, I think you better keep your mouth clean. This is the Morgan family's banquet. Those invited by the Morgan family have their own exceptional qualities. Don't let your foul mouth offend the guests. Be careful, or you may find yourself in deep trouble. A burly man frowned slightly and cautioned him. While my friend can usually pass in various situations, he has one glaring flaw, a strong racial bias. In his view, only white people are the most precious race in the world. The others are merely sent by God to serve them. Aaron, I think you are overestimating these yellow-skinned people. They are insignificant in my eyes, and do they really understand investment? They are merely chives in the stock market. The man named Thomas seemed unconcerned, a hint of disdain in his eyes. All right, stop bragging. You go greet young Master Reese later. Remember, don't say the wrong thing, otherwise I can't help you. The man named Aaron hesitated for a moment and advised softly. Zhou Fang was unaware that he and Zhang Dong had already faced discrimination from some despicable individuals due to their skin color. He stood in a corner observing the people at the banquet and noticed that even among these so-called upper-class individuals there were distinctly defined social hierarchies. Especially the leaders of the 4 great families, who appeared rather unrestrained in their conversations, showing little regard for others. Although many others wanted to greet them, none dared to approach so far. Perhaps they harbored various grievances, but no one dared to show it on their faces. It seemed the status of the 4 great families was truly transcendent, completely independent from the other capital tycoons. Zhang Dong, you received an invitation too. At that moment, a slender man with blonde hair and blue eyes approached Zhou Fang and Zhang Dong, a hint of delight evident in his eyes. Oh, my dear brother, you are here too. I thought I wouldn't see you at this auction. Zhang Dong's face lit up with joy upon seeing him, and he immediately embraced the man warmly. This is... After their enthusiastic embrace, the blonde man glanced at Zhou Fang beside Zhang Dong, a hint of confusion in his eyes. The Asian man's face seemed familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen him. Let me introduce you. This is my old friend Zhou Fang, who has just arrived in America from the mainland. Zhang Dong immediately introduced the two. Hello, Zhou Fang. Hello, Dick. Zhou Fang shook hands with Dick and smiled slightly. Hey, Zhang, I heard that you seem to have returned all your trust funds. Why is that? Are you planning to change careers and stop being a professional venture capitalist? Dick, not paying much attention to Zhou Fang's name, looked at Zhang Dong, eagerly, feeling somewhat regretful. In his eyes, Zhang Dong was undoubtedly the one with the best investment insight among his Chinese friends, and if he were to change careers, it would be a loss for the entire financial world. No, I'm planning to start my own investment company. It's currently in the preparatory stages. Zhang Dong, hearing this, glanced at Zhou Fang beside him and then smiled. I see. Well, you better be prepared. Starting a company isn't easy. My old buddy, I think being an intermediary like us is much more profitable. For venture capitalists like them, they only needed to take a portion of the commission as their earnings, and even if the investment failed, they wouldn't bear any losses. By the way, have you been following the recent stock market? Madrigal P. The stock's price has shown a rapid surge, and those who bought shares have made a fortune, with the price doubling directly. I also heard that when this stock hit rock bottom, a mysterious fund made a perfect bottom fishing move. It is said that the harvest exceeded $2 billion. Oh, God, that's insane. However, everyone is now more curious about who is manipulating Madrigal P. As investors, the conversation naturally turned to the state of the stock market, and this guy named Dick found the current market situation unbelievable. After all, it is quite rare for biopharmaceutical company stocks to rise. Oh, I haven't been following it lately. Oh, I've been busy with company matters. Zhang Dong chuckled and changed the subject. With the boss nearby, he wouldn't mention Zhou Fang's investment unless Zhou Fang spoke up. The two talked for quite a while before the polite Master Morgan invited everyone to the auction. Congratulations to Mr. Thomas for purchasing the last auction item for $110 million. As the final item was auctioned off, the event concluded successfully. $110 million for a practically worthless item. How extravagant. Zhou Fang followed the crowd out of the castle, his eyes reflecting a hint of wistfulness. When the two of them boarded the sightseeing vehicle and returned to the parking lot, the row of luxury cars in the lot was. After locating their vehicle, the two prepared to leave, but just as they were about to exit the parking lot, a Pagani sports car suddenly blocked their way. Looking for trouble, Zhou Fang squinted at the sports car before him, a hint of confusion in his eyes. However, the two had been quietly staying in the corner since entering the banquet. How could they have offended someone? The car window slowly rolled down, and a head poked out from inside. Hey, yellow-skinned monkey, this isn't a place for you. Scram. The familiar face belonged to Thomas, who had just purchased the last auction item. A hint of disdain glimmered in his eyes as he raised a middle finger at Zhou Fang and Zhang Dong. Boss, what should we do? Zhang Dong's expression darkened immediately. In America, issues of racial discrimination have always existed, and one cannot imagine just how severe they can be here. Zhang Dong was aware of this situation, but he never expected that this person would dare to be so brazen as to give them the finger right at the gates of the Morgan family. Don't pay any attention, let's go. Zhou Fang gently waved his hand, directly ignoring this clown. Given enough time, he believed that such a person wouldn't even have the qualification to look up to him. Yellow-skinned monkey, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Thomas, seeing that Zhou Fang and Zhang Dong had ignored him, became increasingly frustrated. This guy reversed his car, stopping side by side with them, his tone particularly arrogant. You born from a whore? Zhou Fang slowly rolled down the window, a flicker of anger rising in his heart as he coldly retorted. Although he didn't want to cause trouble, it didn't mean he was afraid of this guy. I tell you, yellow-skinned monkey, hurry up and roll back to your country. This is America. You don't deserve to be in a place like this. Scram back to your country. Thomas continued to shout, his eyes filled with contempt. At that moment, Zhou Fang sneered, directly picking up the gun he had prepared in the armrest and aiming it at this guy. Oh shit. Are you crazy? The guy quickly rolled up his window and sped away. Thomas was startled by Zhou Fang's sudden and reckless action. Although this was free America where shootings occurred every day, he thought it was just a verbal insult from Zhou Fang, and they were all upper-class people. How could they casually threaten with guns like lower-class people? Everyone had come to attend the Morgan family's auction without bodyguards for various reasons, and he was genuinely afraid Zhou Fang would take them both down together. That damn yellow-skinned person was crazier than he, a pure-blooded Anglo. Chase him. Zhou Fang smiled slightly at Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong pressed the accelerator, and the car sped ahead. Damn it. Shit. What does this bastard want, still chasing after me? Looking at the Rolls-Royce persistently tailing them in the rearview mirror, Thomas felt a surge of anger, wishing he could tear the people inside the car apart. Boss, you can't really be thinking of taking action against this guy, right? Zhang Dong swallowed hard, looking somewhat flustered. After all, committing murder in public is no joke, and this man clearly comes from a wealthy background. Impossible, I would never do something so foolish. I just wanted to scare him a little. Let's go home, Zhou Fang said, putting the gun away and shaking his head gently. Once back at the villa, Zhou Fang sat at his desk, squinting his eyes in contemplation. Mike, let me ask you something. After you mercenaries retire, do you generally join security companies? Zhou Fang tapped the table, beckoning the bodyguard captain Mike over, asking with interest. Yes, usually we join security companies or find a place to retire and enjoy our old age. However, such cases are rare, as those used to a life on the edge find it hard to adapt to a peaceful life. Mike, slightly puzzled by his boss's interest in their dangerous lifestyle, still answered in fluent Chinese. Do you have any contacts with former comrades? I plan to start my own security company and would like to hire you as the head. Are you interested? Of course, I will buy out your contract with the security company and ensure you won't have to pay any hefty penalties. After spending some time together, Mike seemed to align well with Zhou Fang's expectations, providing excellent protection in every aspect, and he had a particularly good quality. His intelligence-gathering ability was exceptional. Basically, any information Zhou Fang wanted him to dig up about a person, he could deliver all the details to his desk in a short amount of time. Boss, do you really think so? Mike felt as if a pie had dropped from the sky upon hearing this. However, he suddenly remembered something and quickly doused the excitement that had just risen in his heart. Boss, while I would love to accept your offer immediately, I must tell you the truth. Starting a security company is not an easy task, especially since you are still under contract with our company. What you are doing is equivalent to digging into the company's resources, and the company will surely be very Hearing Mike's words, Zhou Fang nodded. Don't worry, I'll handle this as long as you can agree and bring in enough reliable personnel. Moreover, I can offer you a salary several times higher than your current one. Money is not an issue. I need your comrades, let's say 100 for now. After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Fang said very seriously. If he wanted to start a company in America, a security system was absolutely essential, as carrying guns is legal here, and one could easily lose their life while walking down the street. What he cared about most now was his personal safety. Of course, his purpose in starting a security company wasn't to make money, he just didn't want to entrust his life to others. He was currently in a good phase. As long as he was alive, there would be a continuous source of wealth at his disposal. Therefore, this time, even if he had to spend a lot of money, it was worth it to him. Of course, no problem, boss. If you're sure, I can contact my comrades. Mike was overjoyed. Although the security company offered their entire team $1 million annual salary, they were used to spending lavishly, and such money could hardly be retained. No problem. Zhou Fang nodded. He estimated that after some time the stocks he held would rapidly increase in value, allowing him to cash out a significant sum. Thank you, boss. Mike, unable to contain his excitement, still maintained his respect as he turned to leave the room. An investment company and a security company too were enough. With a secure backing, he could unleash his potential. With that thought, Zhou Fang took out his phone and began contacting the behind-the-scenes head of the security company through the black card customer service. Meanwhile, in a luxurious room of the Morgan Consortium, Morgan Reese stood by the window, stirring the cup in his hand, gazing blankly ahead. Young master, here's the candy you wanted. The butler walked in and placed the candy on the table. By the way, let me ask you, did you manage to invite the person who was specifically looking to invest $10 billion in Madrigal P, as I instructed? Morgan Reese, putting the sugar cube into his coffee, spoke very gently. I managed to invite them, young master. Here are their details. The two Asians who appeared in the banquet hall today are the ones investing in Madrigal P. One is named Zhou Fang, and the other is Zhang Dong. Zhou Fang is a newcomer to America who recently won a large lottery prize, making him quite a lucky fellow. However, Zhang Dong is quite impressive, having a small reputation in Financial Street as a professional investor. These two have the capability to raise $10 billion in cash together. The butler placed a document on the table and slightly bowed, speaking respectfully. Good, pay more attention to these two individuals. I am very interested in them. Morgan Reese squinted his eyes, a hint of inscrutable meaning on his face. Young master, since you wish to meet them, why not just invite them over? I believe they would be honored to receive your summons. As the butler of the Morgan family, he understood what the Morgan family meant to these investors. The call of the Morgan family could be seen as divine favor. No, that would be boring. I want to see if these two fellows are merely lucky, or if they truly possess some skills. Morgan Reese waved his hand gently, a faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth. In his view, ordinary people wouldn't have the guts to stake their entire fortunes on such a gamble. Thomas, what's wrong? You seem a bit down today. At that moment, in a luxurious private bar in New York City, a stunning woman was swaying her body wildly, dressed in an extremely revealing outfit. Thomas sat at the table drinking alone when a tall man leaned over and whispered, "Don't mention it, Dink. I was mocked by two yellow-skinned monkeys today." Thomas smashed his wine glass on the floor, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. What? You can't be serious. In this place, there are actually people who dare to disrespect you, especially those subservient yellow-skinned monkeys. Upon hearing this, the tall man, Dink, showed a trace of surprise. The person in front of him was the heir of the Thomas family. Even within the wealthy circles of New York, he could be considered upper middle class. Why don't you help me teach those two yellow-skinned monkeys a lesson? Just a little lesson will do, no need to cause any. Thomas looked at the man before him and said softly, I don't mind helping you vent, but in this vast sea of people, where would we find them? Dink narrowed his eyes, a hint of caution in his gaze. He wasn't a fool. Although Thomas was his good friend, he knew that if someone dared to provoke Thomas, it was either out of recklessness or confidence, and he couldn't afford to offend such a person. It's settled then. He'll give you their information in 2 days, and you can teach them a good lesson. Thomas felt increasingly angry and decided to use his family's resources to investigate the details of the two individuals. All right, since you're adamant, I'll lend you a hand. Dink nodded quietly. Upon hearing this, Thomas seemed to cheer up considerably. He picked up a bottle of wine, skipping the glass, and gulped it down, then dragged an exposed woman who was dancing into a private room. The next morning, Zhou Fang called Zhang Dong, preparing to have him register an investment company in America. Of course, the legal representative and the person in charge of this investment company would all be in Zhang Dong's name, while Zhou Fang decided to stand behind Zhang Dong and control the situation. In my name, Zhang Dong looked at Zhou Fang in disbelief. Otherwise, why would I hire you? Remember, don't let anyone know that I am your boss. Zhou Fang advised. What about the name? Let's call it Kitchen. After a discussion, the two finalized all the details and handed everything over to Zhang Dong for execution. Just as Zhou Fang was about to rest, his phone rang incessantly. He picked up the phone and saw that the caller was Shun Nanxin. Zhou Fang answered the call, and a familiar voice came through. Zhou Fang, how are you? Shun Nanxin's President Shun. I'm doing well. How about you? Have you been feeling better lately? Zhou Fang had complex feelings towards Shun Nanxin. He liked her, but did not want to be a substitute for Wan Qing. Moreover, there were two hurdles he had to cross: the Wan family and the Shun family. Although his current financial strength could allow him to do so, Zhou Fang felt it was still far from enough. Thinking of Murongzi's words and the thorn from Jin Xiaoqian, he wouldn't easily stop until he was absolutely sure of his footing. Of course, he was quite grateful to Murongzi. If it weren't for her giving him a wake-up call, he wouldn't have come abroad and experienced such a wonderful world. I'm fine. I've mostly settled my father's affairs, Shun Nanxin said softly. Her tone was calm, but it revealed a deep longing for her father. In life, we must always look forward. I believe even your father wouldn't want you to live your life and regret suffering like this every day. Zhou Fang's words were plain, but filled with concern. However, Zhou Fang knew that such matters depended on Shun Nanxin herself, though only after she found her way out could she truly free herself. I understand. Although the call was still connected, the atmosphere gradually fell into silence. I'm fine. It's just that I miss you. Suddenly, Shun Nanxin's tone on the other end trembled. Her bold words made Zhou Fang's body shiver slightly. It felt like there was a thin layer of paper between them, both wanting to clarify their feelings, but never having done. At that moment, he had an impulse to fly back to his homeland and hold this woman tightly in his arms. But now he would never recklessly embark on a long journey like he did during National Day. Don't worry about me. I'm doing well abroad. Rest assured, give me some time, and I will return home to see you. Zhou Fang believed that with his abilities and that extraordinary luck, by the end of the year his financial resources would at least multiply several times. At that time, he would no longer be just a billionaire, he would be a real financial tycoon. Hearing this long-awaited voice, Shun Nanxin's tone trembled slightly. Thinking of Murongzi's comforting words, if it weren't for himself, this man would not have left his hometown and traveled thousands of miles to America. They chatted about some mundane matters before finally hanging up the phone. A few days later, after Zhang Dong's busy work, the investment company Zhou Fang requested finally took shape and was fully established. And security company was also in preparation. As per Zhou Fang's request, these two companies did not operate within America's borders, but were set up as offshore companies in some tax haven countries, given how absurdly burdensome the tax laws were in America. In the following days, the two kept a close eye on the stock market. Although only a few days had passed, the two stocks in Zhou Fang's hands continued to rise sharply, especially Tesla, which was showing an incredibly vigorous momentum. Are you sure it's just here? Dink squinted and asked. Based on the address Thomas provided, Dink had been observing here for several days and was now very certain that the people Thomas offended were not to be trifled with. After all, if they were ordinary folks, there would be no need to hire so many heavily armed security personnel. That's right, boss, it's right here. The person in the photo frequently visits this place. I've seen him several times, so there shouldn't be any issues. The man nodded gently. Good, continue to keep an eye on this place over the next few days. Remember, don't let anyone discover your presence, and don't make any rash moves. If anything goes wrong, don't blame me for being impolite. Dink spoke with a serious tone. He felt it was necessary to investigate the backgrounds of these people thoroughly. He couldn't afford to get involved. Understood, boss, you can count on me. The man nodded. Dink turned and left the room to investigate Zhou Fang and the others' detailed information. Boss, we've spotted a group of suspicious individuals outside. They've been watching us for 2 whole days. It seems they might be after you. But don't worry, their movements are under our control, and we will keep a close eye on what they do. In the early morning, Zhou Fang stretched lazily when Mike rushed in to report a special situation. According to Mike, they are currently just monitoring the situation here and have not taken any specific actions. Zhou Fang's expression grew serious upon hearing this. Mike wouldn't joke about such matters. He realized he was being targeted. Was it because of his bold stock investments that attracted covetous eyes, or was it related to that racist scoundrel from last time? Zhou Fang was uncertain and instructed Mike to strengthen security and enhance safety measures. Establishing our own security company is an urgent matter. After Mike left, Zhou Fang's expression turned grave. Boss, are you there? Not long after Mike left, there was another knock at the door, interrupting Zhou Fang's thoughts. Come in. Zhou Fang glanced towards the door and said softly. Zhang Dong walked in from outside, a hint of a smile on his face. Old Zhang, you look so cheerful. Is there some good news? Zhou Fang casually picked up the coffee in front of him and drank it all in one go, asking nonchalantly. Well, boss, I see you cooped up in the house all day looking very bored, so I'm planning to introduce a few friends to you. They're all from the industry, and we can go out and have some fun together. What do you think? Zhang Dong rubbed his hands together, looking a bit